Ready, set, go.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Ready, set, go. adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Just like you and me, finding our destiny. Though they may not see, I'll prove what I can be. Aren't we all the same? We're deep in the game. They say this is lame, but we have our own aim. No fear, prove it. Rise up and don't quit. Chasing the same dream, we all are on the same team. Let's go! It's our time to shine, it comes far behind. It's our time to show how far we can go. Though they may not see, we show what we can be. It's on you and me, just wait and you'll see. It's our time to show the world who we are. It's our time to shine, we are the rising stars. Our time to shine it. Yeah!
Time to shine. Perfect, isn't it? An esports scene often overlooked and overshadowed, now shining in their own right. After 3 MLBB Women's Invitational tournaments, here we are, the biggest of them all. The largest prize pool in its history, all on the grand stage of the Esports World Cup. The only all-female tournament here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. 12 teams from 11 regions all over the world, from North and South America to EECA and China to Middle East, North Africa, and Southeast Asia, the powerhouse region. Who will shine? It's time for us to find out. This is MWI.
The time to shine, break barriers, and redefine esports is here. And it has finally come today, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational 2024 here at the Esports World Cup. Welcome to Riyadh and welcome to the studio. My name is Eterna, and today I'm going to be your desk host throughout the entirety of this tournament from the group stage up until the playoffs. But of course, here I'm not alone. I'm here with Mirko at the studio as well.
Thank you for having me, man. Very, very glad to be here. Obviously, honored to be here casting and analyzing for a lot of the women's divisions teams who've already improved so much. And with how grand, how big MWI is currently here for the Esports World Cup, it's going to be even higher stakes for every single one of them.
It's insane. It's insane, right? It's been a long time coming. Finally, that we have a media for all these women teams to finally showcase what they've got and finally show to the world who they are and what they are made of. But of course, Mirko, it's just the two of us here in the studio. But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you back at home, because it's not just the two of us. There are going to be some casters. And they're supposed to be here by now, aren't they?
They should have been here a few minutes ago. They should have started with us. I don't know what's going on, but they are very, very late.
Oh, wait. Is that them? Are they?
There they are.
Wait. Are you serious?
They're still out there.
Now, I hope he's not. Is Leo driving?
No, he's not driving.
Okay.
Rex isn't driving either. They got a dedicated driver.
Okay, guys, stop there. That's where you go in. Stop.
Oh, they got it.
Okay.
All right, they're right here.
Wait.
They're just right outside.
Be careful.
Oh, yo.
Oh, no, Trex. Are you okay? No way.
Yeah.
I mean,
Trex. Okay, you know what? It's fine that they're
okay.
late. It's okay.
I hope he didn't rip his suit.
There they are, right? They're coming over.
Oh, guys, come over. You were supposed to be here like 3 minutes ago.
You fine? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm
Trex.
all right.
Trex, Leo, what happened? Are you guys okay?
Okay.
Are you fine? I'm fine. I'm good. I don't know about my good man here.
No rips, right? We're good?
No,
we look good, Eterna?
We
look
amazing.
good?
Impeccable.
You too.
Thank you.
Oh, we're on broadcast.
You look great. You look amazing.
So how are you guys coming into today, right? This is the first time that we've ever seen an MLBB tournament at this magnitude. And we're going to be the ones opening it up today.
I think this is the first day in a day in history that we will all remember, wherein the ladies get the spotlight they deserve. Again, the biggest prize pool in the history of women's MLBB, the grandest stage of them all, and the chance to make history as the inaugural EWC MWI champion.
And not only that, but the regions in which are participating has expanded in terms of, MWIs. We're seeing multiple regions, NA being included. We're seeing multiple women come and compete, which, I'm excited for it. We got a whole lot of games ahead of us in a couple of days to wrap it all up.
And remember, there are going to be some changes from when we saw MSC, right? There have been some changes with the patch updates that have been coming through. And I think one of the biggest things is that we are going to be seeing a new hero come to life. MSC, we weren't able to see Suksin because it was, banned as it was just upcoming. But now we actually might be able to see them. But do you think that Zuxin will pop up for the female scene?
Me personally, I mean, I already got the chance to talk to some of the teams here, and they are already very, very confident in a lot of their Chiefs picks. Zask might be coming out, and honestly, with Juice in here, we might see it, but obviously it'll just be more of an experimental pick, because with all the dive that is in the meta, with all the assassins, it is very difficult still to pull it off in the early game.
I would rather side on the air of caution because a hero like Jushin definitely changes the tides of battle. So if you're going to try to win against teams that you know have an established playstyle, maybe you bring out the Jushin when they're not ready.
Yeah, and well, the question is, do you bring it out in this best-of-2 format where it's risk it for the biscuit, or you play it safe, or do you wait until bracket when you have time to kind of run things down?
That's a big question. Now, it's so risky. I mean, we've even seen the male teams kind of fall short in the group stage. And remember, at this magnitude, do they really want to be taking the risk here in the best of twos? Because, it's not just the English casters that have been brought to the site, ladies and gentlemen. Even the Indonesian casters were flown out all the way from their region here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. And I think we're going to have a little check-in with them. Indonesian casters, you there? How are you guys doing over there? Oh, there they are. Who's that? We have Nefin, we have Owl, Omwawa, Papulong in the middle. It's so good to see that they're great. Are you guys doing good? Good luck too.
Good luck.
Selamat pagi.
Thank you, Paul.
Ah, learning some Indonesian.
Yep. I was taught well.
I'm with my Filipino brother here, I have to say, Paul.
Okay.
They were Indonesian though.
I'm learning.
Sometimes it's that way, because
it's a global event.
Only one language at a time, guys. Come on.
It's a global event. It's a global event.
I mean, it's EWC, right? I mean, you were talking about emerging regions coming through, and it takes time. So yeah, we gotta slowly learn. The languages.
Correct. Small brain.
I can't say most of the Filipino that I know though. Not
Same.
a podcast.
Why?
Anyway, thank you guys so much for coming over. I think you're a little late to the caster desk.
We're happy to be here. We do have to hunker down.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
No,
Good luck.
Thank you, sir. Good luck.
Good luck.
Don't be late next time.
Good luck. Bye, Eterna.
I think we have like a clinic if you guys want to check yourselves out.
Yeah, Trex. I think he might have to. Do you really like those guys?
No, not really.
Not really. I mean, they can still hear us right now, but there we go. There you go. Now.
Hi. Good luck.
We love them.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you guys at home and you guys are wondering how will this MWI format be done, we actually have prepared something for you guys, so don't worry, and here it is. In the group stage, which is what we are in right now, it will be a single round robin, all in a best of 2. So we have 12 teams competing here at MWI, and they will be grouped into 4 different groups of 3 teams. Now, top 2 of each group will move forward to the playoffs. Meanwhile, the third team at the bottom will unfortunately be eliminated.
It's going to be really, really tough, honestly, for every single one of these teams, because even in the MSC, we saw how ruthless, how simple, brutal, legendary this format is. Best of 2s. It actually creates a lot of possibilities for a lot of the teams that are coming in as underdogs to actually beat the favorites. A lot of the favorites actually got eliminated in the group stages of MSC, and I'm expecting some of those, upsets to happen as well here in the group stages, and especially later on in the knockouts. But still, best of 2, very, very brutal. Everybody will have to go all out from day one.
The unkind way to say it is they got grouped. That's a term now, guys. Best of 2s are so uncanny. And just sometimes unexpected.
Feels so fast.
Right? Best of 2. So it actually does give these emerging teams that don't really have a lot of information on them a fighting chance to come out of the group stage and get into the playoffs, because like teams like TLG, there's not much information about them, honestly.
Exactly. I think it's a great way to put it. Double-edged sword, right? Where some of these teams are coming in with not a lot of data from all the other teams. They can't get a good read on them. Meanwhile, for teams like, especially the Indonesian teams like Falcons Vega and Vitality, they have their own league, and a lot of these other regions could definitely look at that league and try to read them off based on the data, based on the heroes that they play, the play style that they have in their own regions. But it could be a double-edged sword, because with the league, they get so much more experience, and on the other side, they don't. The other regions don't. So it really comes down to how they utilize these advantages.
So let's see who comes out on top, because obviously all these 12 teams from 11 regions will be fighting for this. The tournament prize pool, the biggest, the largest, the grandest prize pool that we've ever seen, ladies and gentlemen, in an all-female MLBB tournament at 500K USD.
It's a staggering amount, man. 500,000 US dollars. First place takes home $180,000 here. So you can already see the amount of motivation, I would say, for all these players. This is life-changing money for a lot of the women's team, you know, especially from the other regions where it's their time to shine, like the song says, like the whole theme is here for MWI. It's time for them to show to the world that they are on the map. For their region to grow, develop even more, this has to happen.
For sure, right? Because like you mentioned, for these emerging regions, some of them are even functioning without a coach.
Exactly.
Some of them aren't even full-time pro players. But with this amount of money that they will be able to bring home, that could cause a different dynamic and actually propel them even further in the entirety of the MLBB women's scope. So that's great. What isn't great for some of these teams are the groups. Because a lot of people have been saying, we have been seeing a few groups of death. As we take a look at this right now, ladies and gentlemen, Group A. So today we are going to have 6 games of best of 2s, and they are going to be centering and more focused on Group A as well as Group D. And that brings us to our group of death in Group A, Mirko.
Oh man, it's such a brutal group stage here for Team Falcons Vega, for CFU, and for Cloud9. All three of them, they obviously have like equal chances, I would say, to actually make it out of the group stage. And also for Group D, you mentioned them. It's kind of like a toss-up here between Group D, Group A. Which one is really the group of death? I'll have to side with Group A. You know, it does feel like it's more equally, they're all equally challenged there. Meanwhile, obviously from Group D, this is always kind of a thing that we have, an idea that we have for the Chinese teams, right? How good are they going to be internationally? We had some of those doubts at MSC, and I'm glad to say that some of those doubts were actually already wiped out. Some of the questions that we had for how good they can be, they performed really, really well, taking down almost AP Brandon, going 1-1 against C9, established regions. So here, even in Group D, I'm expecting TLG to maybe pull off at least a few big moments.
Let's see who they're actually going to be paired up against today. As we take a look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, 6 games ahead of us, 6 matches ahead of us, all in a best of 2. And for TLG, well, I guess we're finishing out the group stage today, as they're going to be playing twice here against Team Vitality, the tournament favorites, the powerhouse of the Indonesian region, and even in the world for 2 times consecutive years, as well as GGHG, an uprising team that people are rooting for, especially after what we saw at MSC with the Selangor Red Giants going all the way to the grand finals and ultimately winning that 1 million USD prize pool. A lot of people have put their hope and their faith behind the Malaysian team here in Indonesia as well.
Just as a region, right? Malaysia just got that instant impact. Right after that victory, you see teams just go all out here for MWI as well. So me personally, I have the same sentiment as Eterna. I agree. I think Homegirls, GGX Homegirls, they're going to be really, really good. Definitely a team to look out for. But what stands out to me in the schedule is the fact that some of these teams will have to go back to back. The fact that it's already going to be 2 groups wrapped up in the first day, that's already a lot of pressure. But some of these teams, if they lose their first game, let's say Cloud9 in match number 2, and then later on Vitality in match number 4, they're gonna have to play it out again, or match number 5 rather. They're gonna have to play it out again, and momentum is a big thing here, especially for the best of 2s. We saw at MSC that if you lose your first match, sometimes your second match, you still bring the tilt in. Sometimes your mental is not completely reset.
And not just that, right? I understand the momentum thing, but also more so lethargy, right? Going back to back against 2 different teams, that is a different strategy. It requires different preparation. So we're going to see how these queens of MLBB around the world actually fare against one another as we welcome Dr. Sulaiman's upcoming showdown with Falcons Vega against CFU Serendipity up first in this best of 2.
I love that we get to start off the day with a banger of a match here. Falcons Vega, obviously, you know, one of the favorites coming into MWI 2024 as well. Falcons Vega, coming in from Indonesia. I think when we're talking about the region as a whole, it's definitely the most developed region when it comes to the female side of MLBB. And for Falcons Vega, unfortunately, there's this storyline where they're the best team in Indonesia. If it wasn't for that one team, if it wasn't for Vitality, they would be the queens of Indonesia. But coming here, they have got a lot to prove with the grander stage, with a grander prize pool. But on the other side, CFU, they've been amazing. They've shown so much promise in the last few tournaments, and I'm looking forward to what they have to show here in MWI.
Because technically, Falcons Vega weren't invited. They weren't an invited team. They didn't qualify earlier on. They were the last team to actually qualify into MWI through SPS, right? That's why Indonesia has 2 regions. So that's already a big storyline for them to show that that's how hungry they are to finally, kick off that title of being uncrowned queens and finally be the queens that will be crowned here at MWI. And I think what better way and what better time than now?
I got the chance to actually talk to them, and yeah, it's very cool to see a team that's been, on the receiving end of a loss so many times in the grand finals still have the same hunger, actually are even hungrier now. I asked them if, how do you do that? How do you turn the losses into hunger? And they just told me, yeah, we just do it. It's that simple for them, So the fact that it's that simple, it shows me that they're even coming into this. A lot of people will probably think, the Indonesian teams will be coming in with a lot of pressure, knowing that they are the favorites, knowing that they're the most developed in terms of the women's teams. But it seems for both these teams that we have, Vitality and Falcons, they're coming in with no pressure at all, which is strange. Because CFU, I would expect that from CFU.
I honestly want to know what they're feeling right now. Right? You talked about pressure earlier on. Are we going to see that pressure coming through as we welcome them into the venue, ladies and gentlemen? Let's welcome the Jamil player entrance. Are they chill? Are they calm? Are they relaxed? Are they shaking a little bit? But here they are, both teams coming into the stage. We're gonna have a little look and a little peek as to how they're feeling.
Yeah, we're gonna get to see CFU first here, walking up, rolling in. It does seem like, there's not a lot of pressure there. Coming in confident, walking up to the stage. But when you get to the stage, it's a different feeling, right? Walking up from the entrance itself and then seeing the massive stage that is the Amazon Arena. Oh, definitely sends a bit of pressure, sends a bit of nerves down your spine.
But technically, right, from CFU Serendipity, we have 3 players that are experienced, right? We have Tegami, we have Abi, we have Ue as well.
Caramel.
So maybe that's why, right? Like, the veterans giving the support, the morale support, and maybe that's why they're so chill.
I would say, yeah. I mean, even though, obviously this is the grandest stage, they've been in international tournaments before, and obviously that experience will come in handy when it comes to these big stages with a lot of people watching as well. Some of that pressure, I think, has died down for them. At this point, it just comes down to how they perform in the game itself. And for Falcons Vega, they're very, very aggressive, and it's the same for CFU. They like to go for a lot of these cheese picks. I'm a big fan, personally, of the men's team for CFU, and that's what they're usually known for, making their own meta. And I think from the matches we've seen from CFU here as well, it's kind of the same. They love to invent their own meta. Speaking of Juicin, that's now available. Maybe they might pull it out.
That's the question, right? Do they want to do that? I mean, if they do, that's a big surprise element card that actually works in a best of 2. Right? Best of 1 even better, obviously. Best of 3, that's when things are kind of more difficult to utilize that surprise factor. But best of 2, now we're talking.
Yeah, because just getting one game itself is already so crucial, right? Because you already technically guarantee a draw with one game, and then you can go on with the next matches. So especially for the big matches, a lot of these teams coming in as the underdogs, they'll just be looking to get this one cheese pick in, or maybe a few cheese picks in, to secure game number 1. Once they do that, they can play with no pressure. Sometimes we see these teams winning with cheese picks in game 1 and then going back to the normal strat. So it really acts as a curveball to their opponents, and especially up against teams who are used to going up against the meta, this is really effective. They don't know the calculations that these cheese picks bring up. It's a whole new world.
All right, so you've been talking about both of these teams for quite some time. Do I ask?
No, we've been working with each other, for a long time. Interna never asked me for my predictions. The chat knows, everybody knows not to ask Mirko.
All right. All right. That's a fair factor. You know, let's give these queens a fighting chance.
Yeah.
So what about you guys at home? Who will win this match? Do you think it's Team Falcons Vega or CFU Serendipity? Head on to the stcplay.gg right now and lock in your predictions. Obviously, I think this is one of the matches that are actually quite difficult, right? Because on one hand, you can even say that Falcons Vega is one of the powerhouses of Indonesia, but on the other hand, we've seen CFU Serendipity play in several other tournaments before MWI hit, and they've been looking strong too.
Yeah, I think there are strong points for both these teams. Obviously, for CFU, I would have to say that they've been playing with this roster for such a long time already. So synergy, chemistry, it's already going to be really, really solid for the side of CFU. But if you take a look at Falcons Vega, you can say the same thing if this was like a few months before. But the fact now that they have a few new players, I'm not even sure who the main lineup's going to be. Is it still going to be Funi in the mid lane? Is it going to be Agatha? Is it even going to be a new jungler in place of Caramel? Some of these things we don't know just yet. And it actually works maybe in their favor. You know, up against CFU, a team that wants to stay together, wants to utilize their chemistry, maybe sending them a few of these curveballs for what they prepared.
Hold on.
To the counter.
Why'd you bring that up?
Bring what up?
A different jungler for Falcons Vega?
Yeah.
Is that possible? Could we not be seeing Caramel?
It sounds weird, right? That
Okay,
Caramel.
uncertainty.
Certainty.
But you know what's certain?
What?
The possibility of new skins.
Oh, I want new skins.
Me too! So let's take a look at the Youth Fair exciting events sneak peek, ladies and gentlemen, because, you know, if you guys participate in this activity, you guys actually stand a chance to get your hands on exclusive new skins. And if you guys are curious as to what skins they are, check it out for yourselves. Do it now. You know, while we're waiting for the teams to get ready, while we're waiting for Falcons Vega as well as CFU Serendipity to get ready, check it out. Obviously, Miracle can't check it out right now.
I've been looking at the screen because I want to check it out.
Welcome to Guess the Sound.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Her simply means restriction. One sound. Eh.
Leila. Is it Leila?
Joy? I think Joy. Lolita.
Oh,
Lolita?
Not Lolita?
I don't know.
Ikaw, Chang A yata eh.
No, it's not Chang.
Ikaw, guess ka. Give us a clue. What? I'm Chang A. I guess it's Chang A. I don't know what hers. Yeah, it's not Chang. Nana? No, it's not Nana.
Oh! Make you I don't know.
Kagu.
Long time didn't play, was it? Never used Kaguras.
Sorry, I'm not Kagura main.
Hide my rum.
Hide my room?
Rough.
What is this? The voice don't even sound familiar. Hide my rum.
EXP hero ah?
Hide my
Is
rum.
it EXP hero? Oh no, we don't know.
The sound is not even relative.
For sure.
Bane. Because I don't use Bane, so I don't know.
Oh my, I'm bleeding.
I think I know this song, but I forget.
I've never heard that voice before. Oh no, I'm bleeding.
Cyclops.
You're good.
Cyclops.
Oh,
Yeah, Cyclops.
oh Cyclops! Yeah,
That's
Cyclops
what's
voice.
familiar.
Yeah, Cyclops. Cyclops sounds like that.
Dude, wrong item choice. Ini
Diggy.
Harry.
Diggy.
Who is this? It sounds familiar though.
Yeah. What hero
What hero? Maybe it's like got two, because the voice changed, right?
You want to surrender?
What hero ya?
My brain. Let me use my brain.
Apa?
Jahit. No, Jahit don't sound like that, right?
No.
Glue. Glue. Glue.
Oh,
Glue with his babies. Babies.
That's it, girls. Yeah, thank you so much. And
Wow, how did they guess those voice lines?
I'm more concerned of the Glue and his babies. I didn't know those were babies.
Are they actually Glue's babies?
That would be kind of brutal, right? You smack the baby, you step on the baby to get HP?
Anyway. Anyway. You know, I literally thought that the last one was Barrett's or Jawhead.
I got the Bane one. That's the only one that I got, I think.
Okay, give me a voice line now.
You put me on the spot, man. I'm not a... I don't...
Okay, me first.
All right, give me a voice line.
When you gaze into the abyss gazes back. Who is it?
I got you.
Who is it?
That one?
No, he doesn't know.
Tyros.
It's not Tyros. Do you guys know? If you guys know, put it into the comments because Miracle's watching. He's always watching.
Gaze.
When you gaze into the abyss gazes back.
Isn't that not Tyros?
No.
Huh.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to sleep tonight.
All right, I got one for you.
Okay.
Right? The 7 C's. That's it.
Kadita. Like
hard one.
Okay, okay, let's stop.
You know what? I'm pretty bad at this.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be highlighting the good things about you.
You know, sometimes it's hard.
I mentioned the curse, your prediction curse, and now...
Why do you bully me like this?
Guys. Anyway, for our upcoming match, once again, it actually is going to be quite interesting, right? We are going to have Tagami versus Caramel in the jungle, supposedly. Now, from what we've seen from them so far, how do you think that's actually going to go?
Well, I mean, both of these players are very well versed in the Assassins. We know that right now it's currently the Assassin meta. All around the map, we are seeing Lings pop up, Rogers as well, especially Rogers and Lings as first pick. But even then, I think a lot of the other picks that they are known for especially for Caramel, you know, she has played the Martis before. We have seen the Martis that actually has been rising now with maybe the new item involved with the Execute. You know, that definitely helps him with some of the Executes as well. But knowing that both of these players want to go for damage output, knowing that both of these players can play Assassins, it'll be very, very interesting when it comes to the pathing. Because I think for an Assassin-Assassin matchup, mainly what differentiates them, what makes it difficult for both these matchups is the pathing. Whoever gets the level advantage first usually has such a massive advantage to play with because mobility is already not a problem, damage is already not a problem. So it all comes down to the little advantage that you can get, and mainly it is usually levels into the neutral objectives.
But it looks like the stage is set. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the first game to kick off MWI X EWC 2024.
Teams from 11 regions gather right here in Riyadh, capital of Saudi Arabia, to celebrate our female professional players here for the Mobile Bang Women's Invitational 2024.
Well, you got that right, Queen Cheryl. May I say it's an honor to co-host with you right here. أعزائنا الحضور وأعزائنا المشاهدين، نرحب بكم معنا هنا بكأس العالم للرياضات الإلكترونية بقلب المملكة العربية السعودية الرياض مع MWI Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational from the land of dawn to the grand stage. How are you feeling about that?
I'm feeling super ecstatic and very, very excited indeed indeed, because right here for the next 4 days, we will see 12 teams from 11 regions duke it out over the Land of Dawn to fight and vie for the crown, and that's to be champions of MWI 2024. And this time, it is time for our femme fatales of Mobile Legends Bang Bang to shine as they go for the championship, and that is worth $500,000 US for the prize pool.
Time to shine indeed. 12 teams, 11 regions, all battling it out right here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. Well, I guess we're ready to call in the teams.
That's right, the Amazon Arena stage is set, and with that, let's take a look at the beautiful faces of our teams. Starting off with the pride of the Philippines, presenting to you Smart Omega Empress.
And ladies and gentlemen, alongside them, coming in right now from Myanmar, let's hear it for Net Angels.
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, before you, Smart Omega Empress are the undisputed queens hailing from the Philippines. Philippines' best bet with the same roster since 2023.
Amazing stuff with the Net Angels, founded last year, and all that, being part of one of the best teams coming away from Myanmar, and now they are here at the EWC for the MWI.
That's absolutely right. Now, next up, we're going to be seeing the faces representing Latin America, presenting to you DreamHack Girls.
And all the way from Egypt, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear for Team Falcons Vega.
Now, for DreamHack Girls, these are the first team from Brazil through direct invitation to the M Series Championship, and they're here to cook up a storm for MWI 2024.
Let's make that happen. And ladies and gentlemen, for Team Falcons, being one of the prominent teams and the Arab ones, all-female MLBB all the way from Egypt, and they are ready to make it happen.
And now, presenting to you the representatives coming all the way from Vietnam, Zeno Lilies.
Coming alongside with, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear for Victory Song Gamers.
Now, Zeno Lilies are completely undefeated through the Mekong qualifiers. Now they're here to claim their spot in the MWI 2024. Question is, are they able to keep up their undefeated streak? Let's find out.
Let's find out indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, for the Victory Song Gamers, one of the top performers in the EECA, they went through a roster shuffle and now fielding into PH Imports.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the reigning queens of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, presenting to you Team Vitality hailing from Indonesia.
And all the way from Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Gaming Gladiators Homegirls.
Now, these ladies from Team Vitality are no strangers to you all because they're formerly known as Bigatron Era, and they're on a quest to secure their third P championship right here for MWI 2024.
Let's go with that. And ladies and gentlemen, for our Homegirls, a partnership between the Gladiators and Homegirls, and they are here to bag another win for Malaysia.
And now, introducing to you representatives coming from China, Title Legends Gaming.
And all the way from the US, let's hear it for Cloud9.
Now, TLG hailing from the land of prodigies, they are poised to show off their prowess on their debut right here on the world stage.
A beautiful debut indeed, ladies and gentlemen. And we are here with Cloud9 with some mega players. They will pretty much may have a Cloud9 moment right here.
That's right, high on Cloud9 indeed. So with that being said, last but definitely not the least, the teams that will be kicking off match 1 for the day, presenting to you our uncrowned queens right here from Indonesia, presenting to you Team Falcons Vega.
And alongside them for this match, ladies and gentlemen, the pride of Cambodia. Let's hear it for CFU Serendipity.
Now, for Team Falcons Vega, now despite being in the shadow of the reigning champions, and that is Team Vitality, they are here to snatch that crown from their fellow Indonesian counterparts. Now, will they succeed? We will find out right here in match one itself, opening up the show here for MWI 2024. How you feeling, Bob?
I feel super excited. Let's see what's going to happen as well with a team like CFU Serendipity. We have a mix between veterans and newcomers. It's going to be a good one to watch and to be excited for.
Now, what's promised right here for MWI 2024, even for the very first match, is going to be a high-octane game fight that's going to be happening at the Land of Dawn. But, you know, we're just hosts for a reason. We're not experts. So without further ado, let's pass our time over to our friends at the studio. Take it away. Yalla!
Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Bara, for that amazing opening. Finally, we get to, put the names to the faces of all the 12 teams that will be battling it out here at MWI X EWC 2024. And as you guys can see, both of our first teams will be ready. They are on their desks. They're getting mentally prepared. But wait a second, Mirko, is that Funi?
It is Funi. So, seems like Funi will be the one in the mid lane. Main lineup coming in from Falcons Vega. Still have to see the other members here on the team to actually see exactly who's going to be playing for the first game for Falcons Vega. We did mention earlier that they have a lot of new players coming in. They have swapped some of the players here and there, with Agatha stepping in for Funi. But it does seem like, yeah, they're actually going to be deploying a new jungler as well. No Caramel, the Varen, and the head-to-head matchup that we were talking about, Takami versus Caramel will not be here, will not be the main lineup that we're actually going to be seeing. That in itself is already a big curveball over to CFU. Both these teams have amazing coaches, by the way, very experienced. So I'm expecting the drafts to go very, very close. I think it'll come down to the executions, really.
That's the thing, right? I guess most of these teams were prepared for Caramel in the jungle, Agatha in the mid lane, but with the swaps coming through, now this actually poses a very, very interesting matchup. What's going to be the difference here? What difference in playstyle, what difference in gameplay will we be expecting from Falcons Vega?
I mean, for Falcons Vega, it really comes down to how they've been able to utilize the side lanes. Side lanes has been their main strength, and laning in general. If Chinchao gets a bully laner and she's able to snowball from the lane itself, then transitioning into some of these team fights, it'll be massive for Falcons Vega. That's how they usually get the snowballs rolling from the early game to take control of the mid game. Meanwhile, for the side of CFU, it really, especially after the patch, has a lot to do with the jungle. If the jungler can get the snowball going, if they can go and secure some of these neutral objectives, it's going to be really good for them. But here is the new, the addition I want to put in to the fray is for Falcons Vega. It's kind of a, what's it called? It's kind of outdated, the way that they play, right? When it comes to the gold lane, when it comes to the side lane. Meanwhile, for the side of CFU, playing for your jungler as the #1 position has been great so far. We saw at MSC as well. Teams who actually utilize the junglers, give the resources over to the junglers to enable them to pop off, has been able to find a lot more success than teams that actually traditionally play for the side lanes.
Maybe that's why that they, subbed in Caramel? Could that be the reason that Falcons Vega are coming through with a completely different roster? Because, technically, one of the things that Falcons Vega are super known for is that they falter in the late game.
Exactly.
Right? And with CFU Serendipity being so comfortable in that particular aspect of the game, that's actually a risk, a factor that Falcons Vega are risking here.
And what's scary is for CFU, right? They understand how to play the early game too. So even Falcons Vega's strengths here for the early game, usually they get the lane dominance, they control the game through the laning phase, through even individual 1v1s in the mid lane. We expect the mid lane to be, more of a clear shove and rotate over to the side lanes or to the jungle to help enable and get prior on the map. But for Falcons Vega, they've always had a very, very big emphasis on actually getting individual leads. And this is something that might change. Like you said, with the change of Funi coming back into the mid lane, maybe we'll see a more active mid laner as opposed to Agatha, who usually does want to bully a bit more, does want to play into the jungles. And with the new jungler, Meilane, Caramel was a bit of a mix. We saw her do well during the utility jungle meta, but I felt like it's time. This is the time to shine for her. Especially because, you know, the assassin picks, what she's known for, what she's always been known for, has been those assassins.
Nolan, Ling.
Bennett, Nolan, Ling. I remember the Hayabusa from back then all the way. And Hayabusa has been coming up. So I'm expecting Meilane to maybe play the assassins even better, because why else do you make that kind of choice, right?
And I don't think you'd want to go for something experimental in a best of 2.
Definitely not. No,
right?
Not against CFU too, a team that is known to go for experimental picks, to go for cheese picks.
All right, so with that being said, what kind of picks are we expecting here in this next lineup, right? Because, I mean, technically, when we're talking about the MLBB scene, sure, there are teams that are more formed. There are teams that are coming from a background where their league has been more developed, and they're the ones that usually bring up the meta picks, right? With the Rogers, the Lings, so on and so forth. But another thing that we've actually noticed about female teams is that they really do enjoy sticking to their comfort. They really enjoy utilizing their power picks. So now, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the drafting phase for game number 1 in this best of 2 series, our opening match of the day, we do see that Falcons Vega are going to have that first pick slot. What are your expectations?
Well, expectations instantly is that first pick has been a lot more prio compared to red side, right? Blue side has been finding so much more success. I think even in MSC we saw that, and this is exactly why. On blue side, you can actually dictate the pace of the game, dictate the picks that are going to come out. You don't need to ban out the chips. You don't need to ban out the low yi. You can force your opponents to do so. And for CFU, they're already caught in the spot here where Falcons, they're banning all the respect heroes over to CFU. They're getting rid of that Ling that we were talking about for Tagami. It's going to be massive. The assassin pick that can snowball, that can look to find plays around the map. The Edith as well, knowing that CFU love to go and team fight, love to stay and force you in these team fights for a long period of time for the rest of the members to catch on. And here it is. That's the chip. That's the low yi that we expected. This is why blue side is so scary, man.
I mean, we also talked about this earlier on, right? The fact that, you know, CFU Gaming, they're coming in with 3 veterans, right? 3 players that are experienced on the international tournaments. We have Tegami, Abi, and Ue. And these are the 3 respect bands that have been given over from Falcons Vega over to CFU, right? Edith, like you mentioned, with all the advantages that the Edith has, but another thing to point out is the fact that Edith is a big power pick for UA in that roaming position. So now, Luo Yi has been taken off the board. One more.
Chip, Luo Yi, they're going to have to choose between Roger or maybe even utility pick or... Yeah, I'm thinking... Oh, Juicin, obviously. Juicin is available now to be picked up, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys are just tuning in, it's a big pick. Leo likes it. Leo likes the fact that in a best of 2, maybe you need to go for these cheese picks. Maybe you need to go for these new picks to send a curveball to your opponents. But that does leave a big pick to be left open. The hero that I mentioned should have been banned out, maybe. It's the Roger, right? So much flexibility. On top of that, usually you get like flex heroes or prio heroes. Roger's both. He does both. He's a good flex pick, and he is a monster in both the jungle and the gold lane.
I mean, technically, I'm not really sure what Meilane plays, right? Sure, it can be flex, but what we do know is Chinchao is a monster. She is a beast on this Roger. In SPS, as they were going to get their slot to qualify for MWI, Chinchao actually pulled in a split push that was so amazing that I'm pretty sure that it has still been seared into their opponent's mind. So that's definitely something that we do need to pay attention towards. And by the way, this Harith now being picked up by CFU alongside with the Ruby. That's a power pick in for Yui Fendi, their gold laner.
Yeah, good response coming in from CFU, knowing that the Roger can be flexed in the gold lane. Might as well give the gold lane for CFU a better time in the lane. Having a Harith in your team adds so much early game power, and especially mid game. When it comes to these neutral objective battles, the fact that they, by the way, Falcons have banned out the Edith means that Falcons could have taken it in the second phase here, that Harith. Harith, no counter available for the Edith, already banned out. Picking up the Ruby as well to stop any kind of stoppers, to stop the Harith instantly. But now Falcons Vega, they retaliate with a solid choice. Terizla. I think when it comes to Terizla, even in the MSC, it was the favorite XP. Like, everybody goes for Terizla when it's open, and it's because you don't need to put resources at all to this guy. You don't need to funnel anything. He can be 2 levels down, and he can still initiate properly and tank up a whole lot of damage.
So before coming into the second phase of these drafts, are you expecting perhaps a counterplay towards this Terizla in the EXP lane? Export, CC?
That's the thing, right? What is even a counter for the Terizla? It really is about... Terizla is a non-laner. That's what he is. He really neutralizes any laner. Not in the way where he demolishes people. Some picks, yes, he demolishes. The X-Borg is a good pick against it, but the Terizla, all he needs to do is shove the wave and then play for the team fights. Get level 4, play for the neutral objectives, and completely ignore the X-Borg. X-Borg, if he doesn't bully the Terizla in the early game, he's going to have a little bit more, struggle, I would say, to get to the mid game to actually deal damage to the rest of the members from Falcons.
So the winning conditions are definitely set in stone now for CFU with the choice that they have made here in the first phase. Now coming into the second phase, right now Falcons Vega, with the lineup that they have right now, they have a lot of catch, right? They have catch from the Vexana, they have catch from the Terizla as well, but they're still afraid for CFU Serendipity that they're going to double down on that catch. The Minotaur has been taken away from Falcons Vega.
Good ban, reactive ban there. Knowing that CFU wants to be diving deep in these team fights as well with the Harith and the X-Borg, something like a Minotaur is great for the banning phase. But I think for Falcons Vega, this is a good approach for them too, banning out the Lilia and then maybe the Valentina as well to take out, the possibility of CFU getting a pick like the Valentina, who's been able to find so much success in this meta as well. And the Lilia ban's really just about the prio in the mid lane. I think they can go for... Yeah, no, I'm thinking just mid laners. I was about to say maybe they want to go for the Grok ban, but they already have an X-Borg and Ruby, so Ruby's going to go Rom, X-Borg's going to go XP. There's no possibility, I think, for the Grok, unless they want to go jungle. Who knows?
So let's talk about the possibility of the mid laners here for CFU, right? The one thing that we know, the data that we have about Abby in the mid lane is that she loves the Vex, Lilia, Nana, Odette, and the Nova. So now that the Lilia has been respect banned away, as well as the Vexana being picked up now by Falcons Vega, do you think that there is still a slot for Nana and Odette to make their appearance in the international stage?
Yeah, I think so. Nana and Odette provides a whole lot of security for yourself, right? You have that passive, you can run away from a lot of these dive situations, and Falcons Vega, they're definitely, leaning towards the chain CC to pound down with a Roger combination here. So going for something like a Nana that can actually stop the momentum of a full dive from Falcons would be pretty good. Also, the Molina is a massive tool when you want to kite back. And it seems like they're not going to go for the Valentina ban, actually. Leaving it open, leaving it to CFU to go for these choices and banning out the Baxia, which is interesting. Because with a Tigreal ban, you would expect that CFU want to go for an assassin pick in the jungle. It's still going to be really hard, by the way, to go up against a Terizla, Vexana, and the Roger on the assassin. But hey, if they want to do it, Nolan is still up for grabs.
Nolan, Fanny, Amon? Do you think Amon is a possibility? I mean, Tagami she is a master of assassins, right? She loves her assassins, and there's been rumors circling around that Amon has been one of her favorite heroes to utilize in that jungle. Do you think it fits?
I guess it fits, right? I think the concern is they already have a Harith and now a Nana, so 2 magic damage dealers. They might want to add on a little bit more physical here. They do have an X-Borg, but it's more of a hybrid damage dealer, so they are setting up for an assassin. They can still go for utility. Amon, I think considering that they have a lot of magic damage and there's a lot of CC, they can catch the Amon, a lot of picks. It's a really risky move. I'm not saying that it can't be picked up, but the safer choice would definitely be Nolan, especially if Falcons Vega decide to go for an assassin themselves. Nolan, one of the best when it comes to clearing. Again, we mentioned about how pathing is very, very important in an assassin matchup, or just technically in any matchup in general right now. Even on a utility up against an assassin, that's why the assassin usually comes out on top. They get such a massive level lead all the way from the start of the game.
Okay. To round things out, ladies and gentlemen, for Falcons Vega, it's official. It's going to be Roger in the jungle with a Claude for Chin Chow and addition of Carmilla for that roaming position. That's Thal on Carmilla.
Oof. It's a very reactive pick. Fanny comes out as well. No stoppers from Falcons Vega. They went for the Carmilla. They saw the Tigreal. They saw the Minotaur ban. They didn't expect the Fanny. They banned out the Baxia, and now these picks with no stoppers, they're going to have to deal with a Nana Harith and physical damage. Fanny.
I'm ready. Are you ready?
I'm super ready.
Are the casters ready? Trex, Leo, you guys ready?
We're more than ready. I can't believe the Fanny slipped through like that.
It's looking spicy already in MWI right now. We got a Fanny in the Land of Dawn. Game 1 of MWI.
Eternal Miracle bringing us the goods as well as the ladies. Again, this is Falcons Vega and CFU Serendipity coming through. The Sharks versus the Falcons. It's the skies versus the seas.
You ever seen a shark fight a falcon? what we're gonna today.
Never thought I would. Not in my MWI bingo list, ladies and gentlemen. Coming in live from Riyadh. I hope y'all are doing safe. I hope y'all are having a great day or evening as we get into the very first matchup, very first game in this history-making tournament. Starting off in the orange here for Falcons Vega. I'll see if you serendipity dipping into their purple, as you do with the Fanny.
Yeah, definitely as you do with the Vanny, and moving quickly over to orange buff. One of the things I'm a little excited for, this Carmilla pick in the roam position, it's like their only real stopper right now for the Fanny, so it's a lot on Thal's shoulders right now.
And it's a soft stopper
Quick
too. Not to mention maybe, so at best they have like a 1.5, 2 stoppers, right? You have the Eternal Guard and you have the penalty zone. That's it. That's it. I wonder if Falcons Vega are kicking themselves for this now. In mid, Yui playing some footsies here with Thal. Again, I don't know if expected Funi to play today.
Yeah.
Funi and Mei Lane.
Definitely a toss-up. Don't know exactly what happened. This might have been the choice due to some scrim decisions. Who knows? Mirko said it. They must feel confident with this composition. So excited to see exactly how this plans out. But that Tagami pick right there definitely spices things up for game number 1. And this is what we talk about in group stage. These are the possible, strats that can get you that first game 1 win.
Yep, and the draft definitely worked out for serendipity this time around. Yui taking a visit down to Yui Fendi. Something to talk about here as well. Chinchaw's not having a great time. It's very difficult now. Yui coming in deep.
Yui takes a little bit of damage. Should be okay there. You talked about Yui. You talked about Chincha. I think this Yui Ruby pick is going to be glorious against Mailing on this Roger. Really, I feel like Serendipity just drafted very cleanly in this game.
Yep, they do have their fundamentals down. Let's talk about XP Lane.
Ooh, what a damage though. Mochi Bang gets banged out. First blood over to Mei Lane.
Looking for some retribution here. Abby putting some damage on the Mei Lane, but you can't beat the aggression the Falcons Vega bring to the table.
Yeah, great first blood, great pick. And see if you tried to do something in the gold lane, but Team Falcon Vega actually succeed in the EXP lane. Now it's turtle time.
Here we go. Some footsies. 3v3 potentially. Orange worked on by Tagami first. I like the rope though that Falcons Vega pulled. You saw how they were visiting bottom. XP. Oh, check this out. Chincha. Oh, forcing out an ult from both sides, and then they pull a fast one. Like, wouldn't you have thought that it would come from the Fanny lineup? Shouldn't have been come from the Cambodian squad.
I mean, yeah.
Right?
Cambodians are a little crazy, man.
What is that?
They like to have some fun, man. They bring out the Fanny game 1, and it was the fact that it was pick number 5. It's great drafting from Coach, man. Great drafting from Coach for sure. But here comes turtle play. Nice stun onto Yui. All going to kind of hold down the front line here. The Carmilla should be able to get a stun done. Does have the ultimate ready. The Blood Pack able to do something here. Mei Lane just dancing around. Nothing too major. Keep our eyes on Tagami though. Look at the damage. The Eternal Guardian does come down on Abby. Nice stun up, but in comes Tagami. Looking for the turtle. Able to steal it, take it away. Can he get away though? A lot of damage onto UA. Mei Lane trying to get the finishing blow. Trying to get the final hit. Can he get the Lycan pounce? Finds the kill. Now Mei Lane locking on Mochi Bang as well. CFU on the run, loses 2 for the price of a turtle.
Mei Lane going ham this time around. 3 on the board already. About 2,000 gold ahead, I'd say, give or take. You expect these values to balloon up in the next few seconds. Again, Serendipity, clearly CFU won that draft. They got some sneaky picks through. But they just can't get through Falcon Vega's fundamentals. They're just so clean when it comes to these engages, and they know how to play the map against a lineup that, say what you will about that turtle take. They lost a fight now in bottom, Thal's in trouble.
All takes a little bit offended. You were able to land that I'm offended, but Thal flickers through, and there's your fundamentals right there, feeling comfortable. Even the call from Mei Lane earlier, I don't even want to take this turtle because I know I can get 2 kills. Leaves the turtle behind, goes for the kills. Tagami gets it, but it's a great trade for them.
The little intricacies of that flicker from Thal. They knew that there was no one in that river bush. They knew that there was no one coming from mid. So they made the call, all right, flicker over here, you're safe. I got you. Team Falcons Vega covering up the map really, really well. Now you're clearly ahead here in the early game. Again, now we're looking at 2,000. Yui Fendi gets a hit on her, forced out the ult.
Zaman's Force does come down. Yui there to help out along with Abby, but now it's 4 members of Falcons Vega, and a big Guardian lands right on Yui. In comes Tagami trying to get some damage off. Where's the cut throw? Can he land it? No, doesn't connect. Everyone able to dodge through, even Melee with a beautiful Lycan pounce, but more damage coming on to Melee. Tagami finally finds one. Can they make it 2? A lot of damage onto Tagami. Tagami has to run away, but still gets the double kill from that burn.
She got it down. She was trying. All this while, she was trying, and it took maybe 2 or 3 big engages. Here's the STC replay one more time. Again, the Eternal Guard came through, and now maybe we're seeing remnants of that initial dilemma. Oh, wait, what's going on? Nice push. All right, great conversion. Now we're seeing the dilemma coming through now. Where's the hold? If Tagami can keep doing this, then Team Falcons Vega have something to think about now. Melee wailing away.
Yeah, Violet getting some nice damage on him. Moshi Bang's frag armor. Melee able to get the turtle this time. Tagami hightails it out. Last Insanity defensively just to try to get away. CFU backs off.
All right, clean. CFU Serendipity. I think it's key for these ladies now to pick their fights. They can play where they're mobile, they can play where they're everywhere. Oh no, Abby!
A lot of damage on Abby, but down comes Mons Force, able to help out. Yui's there to help as well. The beautiful offended, but Melee still gets the kill. Melee now moving on to the orange buff, and CFU lose another member.
And they got nothing out of it. Violet walks away. And now Melee, oh, Grand Theft Orange.
That's a beautiful Grand Theft.
Madam. She took a small camp on the way out. This is going to balloon out of control now. We're looking at more than 2,000 gold ahead. A push in mid. Tagami coming in, clearing the wave. That's it. They lost the main artery.
Yeah, that's a bad blow. Mid lane gone, and even when they were having that fight up top, we saw Chincha chipping away a little bit at the mid tower, and that just gave it enough for Team Falcons Vega to be able to completely secure it. Right now, even with the Fanny, Team Falcons Vega are just, look at even the pressure they're putting here. They're keeping CFU Serendipity inside of a box right now, and Team Falcon Vega are able to control the rest of the map while doing this.
And again, it's uncanny coming from a lineup that is facing off against Fanny they can't hold down. So this is just macro control. Absolutely a masterclass from arguably the second best team in all of the MLBB women's esports. And here, now they're putting in a lot of work, forcing back Yui.
Taking a lot of damage. Mullane looking for the kill, trying to get the finish, able to secure it. Yui goes down, but in comes the last Insanity. Moshi!
Bang!
Beautiful last Insanity.
Foul. They're still going in.
More damage from Melee, double kill onto Yui. Fendi making a triple. Melee takes out Tagami. CFU Serendipity in pieces right now. Falcons Vega, they don't care about a Fanny.
She's been cooking, man. She's been cooking. 8 minutes in, she picks up the Thunderbelt. I'm liking where this is going. As per my taste, I would have picked it up maybe sooner, but again, aggression is the name of the game here. An amazing start. Moshi Bang tried to control that fight down bottom, but trading up for Tao and then allowing for the rest of Team Falcons Vega to win that fight in their back lane. Oh, this is just par for the course. You just go straight for the Lord and you continue controlling the rest of the map. CFU Serendipity, I'm thinking maybe their next best move here is to cordon off these fights into smaller quarters. You notice how a lot of these fights that happen in the open spaces, Team Falcons Vega do better at? They gotta fight in smaller spaces. They gotta have Tagami go from wall to wall.
Yeah, they have to do something about Melee here. I mean, Melee's just, he shouldn't be, or she shouldn't be able to just jump into this, fight the way she is. She's even getting locked up from Yui in some of those fights and still has time to just do whatever she pleases in these fights. 7-1-1 on a Roger. It's what, almost 3,000 gold lead there?
She cooked. It wasn't even second item, it was third item Thunderbelt, first up War Axe, and then the Piercer. I'm thinking she's at like 2 or 3 stacks right now sitting with that Piercer, and oh no, they popped the Faraga armor.
Moshi Bang taking a lot of damage. Melee was testing it there, but the Lord's still encroaching in right now. Looking for the crash, 1 more minion to go. The defense does pop on that inhibitor. Nice, I'm offended on Athal. They're able to get the kill. That's a big deal for Abby, but in comes Melee with a nice Lycan pounce on Moshi Bang. More damage on a UA Fendi. Melee playing the field to Melee. It's looking dangerous right now for CFU. They lose an inhibitor.
Thal is worth her life more in weight than gold. It's amazing how she's able to trade in for a big objective in mid and then another trade on the way out. CFU Serendipity, again, this is gonna hurt them even more because one of the strengths that their lineup is able to do is to go across the map and just pick fights, cut waves, and now they have to do that on a level wherein they're on the defense. Even if they can leave the base, which I think now is one of the few times they can, 10 minutes in, it's still gonna be tough. Is there enough farm on Uifendi is my question. Tegami, sure, she can run around, she can cut lanes, I mean, she can go deeper than this. But where's the farm on Uifendi? Is Abby dealing enough damage? Yeah. Count your blessings, she hasn't died.
That's, I mean, as a Nana, you probably shouldn't. She has everything packed into her to survive, but here they go. Speak of the devil, Uifendi trying to pull through. Ua able to get a nice I'm offended onto Thal once again, but look at the damage onto CFU. And comes the last Insanity, unloading onto Violet. Violet able to flicker back. Melee still holding the front line, taking fire to the face. Takes out Moshi Bang. Tagami, though, looking for the finish, decides to back off. That's bad. Double kill for Melee.
She got punished. They didn't need to hold her down. The damage that she had to go through just thinking about walking through, Team Falcons Vega punished her. This is tough. 11-4, 11 minutes in. Mr. Wagner. CFU Serendipity, they had a great draft, but fundamentally speaking, Falcons Vega knew how to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, CFU seemed to not be able to play it to its maximum capabilities. Abby taking some more damage, and at this point, as you said, we look at the way that Vega's moving around the map right now. It's always 2-2 and Meilane kind of on her own, because Meilane can handle herself against the Fanny. A Lycan Pounce to dodge a Cutthroat, or a Lycan Pounce to dodge a couple blades and get the damage out, and the rest are covering each other's backs.
The only real hero that Meilane has to worry about is Ruby, right? Like that's the only thing that she has to think twice of. Abby, she can just dodge Molina's gift. Forget about it. Like, I can just run around. I can hop through these gifts. And now another fight, breaking out in mid.
The pack comes down, so the damage is unloading. Yue goes down first. Next might be Uifendi. Able to get the outplay, though, looking for the final shot. Finally gets the kill onto Meilane. Uifendi pulling up in the Fendi. Doing some nice damage onto the Lord now, but it's still coming soon. Team Falcons Vega.
Abby made bank. Can they do this? Can they defend? Where is she? Where are they?
Tagami looking for the purple buff, sees that they're all hanging out there. Team Falcons Vega lose a Meilane and they immediately back off.
All right, so that explains the big spike now. We're looking at 6K, 5K between these two teams. And we were wondering, is there enough farm on Abby? Besides the fact that she hasn't died, this is one of the times where you say, okay, maybe we can still do this. Good news is they still have one inhibitor. This could have gone so much worse. They could have lost everything, and they were forced to take whatever farm is left out of Team Falcons Vega freezing, which is what's happening now. But as it is, checking out, okay, a Trinity on Abby here. You have Uifendi, also a Trinity, just barely. I think maybe just one more item, and then a fight in like, you know, thicker part of the forest here, like a little corridor. That might be it, but you're still looking at 5K between. That's still tough.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very tough because now a lot of it. Oh, look at the damage though. Comes down once again. Tincha able to take out the Mage's damage healer. Uifendi down out of commission. Falcons Vega now looking for another inhibitor. Tagami can't even go in.
You don't let him breathe. I think that's the play here for Team Falcons Vega. Problem solving, CFU Serendipity. There's like 5 or 6 things that they need to do. It's a grocery list of things to hit on a checklist. One of them does not have an answer to Team Falcons Vega's one move. It's just force out fights. Here they are, taking out that last inhibitor, and waves are gonna crash in. This is well timed for Lord coming in a minute.
You know, I gotta say, Thal's been so amazing on this Carmilla. Even though she's taken a few deaths, she always lands that ultimate at the perfect time to at least catch 2 members, and the rest of the team follows up so well.
That and she can get out. If she dies, so be it. They're taking out at least one on the way out too. Not to mention, it's like Funi did not miss a beat. She's #1 in the damage charts right now. And the last time we saw her here in MWI, she also put up quite a show, honestly. When they were formerly known as GPX Basreng in MWI 2023, just change one. Just change Caramel to Meilane, which, by the way, we also missed. We were expecting Caramel to play, but Meilane is holding down jungle. She's doing more than that.
Meilane's doing amazing. I mean, Funi's doing amazing. even as someone that's kind of stepped back a little bit from the team a little bit, still showing that I still got it, man. I can still hang with the best of them. And she is stomping down. She's got her foot on the neck right now with these Sharks. Lord taking a lot of damage. CFU not going to be able to contest it.
And that's a clean take. 2 Lords to Team Falcon Vega's name. 3rd this time as they push back the rest of CFU Serendipity. Oh, what's Stahl thinking? Is she looking to steal this? They're just denying everything. Oh, there it is. Just serve it up.
Serve it up.
Take it, Chincha, it's yours.
Another one.
Another one.
Easy. Falcons Vega just, and then now they take it slow, right? I love the lane freeze right now, waiting for Lord to come. They don't need to rush anything. 7,000 gold, almost 7,000 gold lead. We're getting there. Something bad. CFU, how do they defend this?
It's going to come off of Abby. Abby is going to have to use all of her kit, like that little Nana, Pink Venus, put everything.
Catch like 2.
Catch 2 in that ult, and then hit the best case scenario, you hit Violet or Mei Lane with the gift. That's one way to start it. And now it all comes down.
Although tries to come in, use the conceal play, a lot of damage on loads. On to Moshi Bang. Moshi Bang forced to back off, but in comes Violet with a huge penalty zone. On to 3. Yui down. Tagami, though, trying to get the outplay, but they're already locked onto the base, and Team's Falcons Vega. Masterclass take game number 1.
The advantage hit critical mass, and despite Falcons Vega rocking the lineup, none of us expected for them to deploy in day 1. They get the dub in quick fashion, too.
And I mean, like we said in the beginning, we felt like CFU had the clean draft, but Vega knew exactly how to work around it and executed it perfectly.
What is a scalpel to a 6-inch thick metal vault?
Not much.
Not much. We were hopeful. It looked like a great pick. Like, we were hoping it would unlock something out of CFU Serendipity in the face of a powerhouse like Falcons Vega, but here we are. We'll talk about it later on. For now, here's Eterna and Mirko breaking down game 1.
Thank you so much, Leo. Thank you so much, Trex, for that amazing cast for game number 1 as the Falcons soar high in that first game of their series.
Man, what a performance coming in from Falcons Vega. I gotta agree with the casters, man. We also have the same sentiment. You know, the drafts were amazing from CFU. They were able to get the Fanny pick as well. Just sneaking in that Fanny pick with no stoppers from inside of Falcons Vega. But it goes to show you that what we said as well on the early stages of Falcons Vega when we're talking about the team, they have such a good way to win out these lanes, to win out these matchups individually, to a point where really the composition with no stoppers, everybody is a stopper when you can deal that much damage, right? Whenever the Fanny walks in, she almost instantly gets her HP deleted. And there were some points in the game where Falcons Vega, you know, the clear problem for Falcons Vega, the weakness point has got to be that discipline still. I think in the 10th minute, they actually had a solid chance to go for the end, but some of them overextended. Still, though, a very phenomenal performance for their first game here at MWI. 15-6, 15 minutes. And before I throw it back to you, Eterna, I just got to mention this, right? Terizla in itself is already a dirty pick. It's like, no resource, man. I'm going to just go in. I can go 0-5, and I can still be useful. Take a look at that build. I mentioned this a couple of times off cam to Eterna. She went first item Queen's Wings, and that was like 4th minute. Queen's Wings. Straight into, get this, the steel leg plates. And then the Dreadnought armor. She was just going for components up against CFU, and she knew that the magic damage dealers were already super behind, so she only needed to care about Tagami on the Fanny. And when that happened, Dreadnought done, steel leg plates done, Queen's Wings done, yeah, no assassin, no damage dealer can get through that.
It was dirty, right?
Dirty.
Because even when we were talking about the Terizla, I was like expecting, okay, we'll definitely see something like the CC or the Export to try and counter the Terizla in the lane, but that's absolutely not what we saw in game number 1. And, you know, I gotta have a little bit of an applause, you know, for the 2 newcomers into the lineup, the 2 players that we're not used to seeing from, you know, Team Falcons Vega, or previously known as GPX Basreng, as Leo put it earlier on. But they get the highlight here, right? Funi as well as Mei Lane, they performed amazing. You can even see that she had the highest GPM for Mei Lane, and for Funi, highest amount of damage.
Definitely, man. I mean, Caramel definitely got to be careful, right? Because Mei Lane's performance has been phenomenal. If she continues to perform this way, maybe she's going to be a mainstay on the team for a long time, maybe even all the way for MWI, because that Roger performance was certainly amazing in tournament.
So, do you think she'll grab the PlayStation MVP?
Yes.
Okay, we'll see. Let's bring it out. The PlayStation Tournament's MVP for Falcons Vega. It's going to be Mei Lane. Whew. On point, 93% kill, 828 GPM. And even you mentioned earlier on that Sky Piercer and into the Thunderbelt was just, you know, the cherry on top of already a very dominating early game from this Roger.
Really is. I think this was the Innocent build, like in MSC. I think it was Innocent that actually utilized this build a whole lot with the War Axe, first item, straight into the Sky Piercer, and then going to the Thunderbelt before the Windtalker. And I think that was the item build, the item path that was the choice for Mei Lane as well. War Axe in the early game to get an even harder snowball into the Sky Piercer. We already know what that item does, you know? We don't need to talk about it anymore. It definitely needs to be nerfed. Maybe it needs to be a bit more pricey because 1,500 on a Roger that's snowballing all the way from the start. I love the priority, by the way, for Team Falcons Vega and the priority for Mei Lane, because in the first neutral objective, most people would be like, hey, what are you doing as a jungler? Why are you letting the turtle get taken away by Tagami? And I would say as a Roger, no, that's great. You want to go for the kills. You want to go for the snowball through getting gold by getting those kills, and it actually went to become worth it. They got 2 kills in turn for the turtle, and it enabled her to go for those items. The Thunderbelt also, such a good way of putting down utility when you already know that the rest of your team does a lot of damage. You're just there as a Roger to execute, and that was the style that Mei Lane actually displayed. All she was doing was really waiting in the back, trying to go for the range form, and then whenever anyone goes low, she acts as the assassin. She wasn't a fighter, she wasn't a marksman mainly, she was an assassin that game.
So it poses the question, right? Because across all the tournaments after, as well as the emblems coming through, the new emblems coming through, she actually opted for Quantum Charge, not Warcry. What do you think about that?
I think the Warcry definitely, you know, it adds a lot of value, but knowing that the playstyle there for her was not about standing there for a long time, not about joining the teamfight for a long time, but actually executing Quantum Charge definitely allows you to go in, get out a little bit faster, knowing that the build she went for was a bit more of the boom, bang, you know, kind of
bada
hit
bing.
and run, bada bing. You can add the bada bing too. It makes sense for the Quantum Charge more than the Warcry.
Shout out to Gani, by the way.
Shout out Gani.
And you know, shout out to you guys. How were your predictions in that first game? Were you guys right? Were you guys wrong? Or did you abstain? Because, you know, you have a little curse going on for yourselves, like our fellow friend here, Mirko, and his ongoing caster curse. You know, you guys can actually let us know of your next audience prediction in the STC predictions earlier on. The website was down there, so you guys can actually go to, you know, a quick refresh to take a look at that. But now, best of 2. We still have one more game between both of these teams. See if you had the better draft. Everyone kept mentioning it. What do they need to do now?
That's what's concerning now, especially after taking a big loss like that. It was pretty one-sided in game number 1. Now they're going to have, well, number 1, step number 1 has got to be reset. They really have to try to reset there while we're on a break right now for them, right? And then try to look for the normal CFU gameplay, because it almost felt like it was them forcing some of these big picks like the Harith in the gold lane, where you could definitely see that for Yui, she was very, very uncomfortable on the Harith. She wasn't able to fully bully Chinchao, and also Chinchao is an amazing laner. We were talking about how the side lanes have been amazing for the side of Falcons Vega. So the fact that Chinchao on the Claude was the one initiating, was the one going for poke, was the one trading, it was definitely not a good look for the Harith. The Harith was the one bullied in lane, and that's not supposed to happen.
But that's the problem, right? Because according to data and according to statistics, this Harith is actually a power pick for her.
Yeah.
So is it that she's not comfortable, or is Chinchao just an amazing laner, like you mentioned?
That's the next point I was about to bring up. I think, you know, we've been talking about the pressure on stage. It's a very, very big problem, usually for a lot of the players, especially making their debut here on the international stage. And some of you might say, you know, they've been here on the international stage where offline is a bit different, right? It's way different. And the fact that you have a power pick, it doesn't always mean that you are going to be able to make it happen, make it work. Because especially for the Harith, it's a very high mechanical hero.
Yep.
You cannot get nervous, you cannot get those jitters, or you can't let those jitters get a hold of you. And it's time for her now to either double down on the Harith pick, knowing that it is her comfort pick, knowing that now, you know what? I'm just going to have to let it go. I'm just going to have to play with no pressure, or go for a completely different pick, a safer pick like weak side, and play for Tagami.
that's actually one of the things that I really wanted to mention. You know, despite them having to suffer that first loss in game number 1, a big props to Tagami.
Exactly.
You know, her reputation really preceded herself, right? I mean, a lot of people were saying that she was one of the best assassins in the current meta and so on and so forth. And we actually saw that, right? The Fanny, she was trying her best. At some point, she did go for a turtle steal under the nose of course, Falcons Vega. So definitely a big props to her, and hopefully she can stay consistent or even grow in this tournament, in the second game especially.
Yeah, I think doubling down on Tagami will be a great choice to go for, by the way, for the side of CFU, because, hey, she already performed so well in game number 1, and that was the game that they were actually losing all the way from the start. I think the way to enable her has got to be pick up the Terizla, or at least try to take that Terizla away, because having the Terizla in the XP lane, where even if you get a lane counter like the X-Borg, like you mentioned earlier, Terizla is a non-lane. So if you pick it up, you have a lot more priority to play and enable your assassin jungler. We've been through this a whole lot as well in MSC. This is why Terizla has been so popular and so amazing. So yeah, either you ban it out or you pick it up. I think now that they are going to be on blue side, they have a chance to actually pick it up for themselves, and they can actually force out a lot of the other bans, like the Loyi, like the Chip, towards Falcons Vega. That was something that Falcons Vega was able to absolutely capitalize on in the drafts. They banned out respect heroes all the way, the Edith, the Ling, and then they left all those picks open.
I do believe was it the Hayabusa last ban for Falcons Vega?
Yeah.
So full respect.
Full respect.
But you know what? I'm not worried about CFU.
Why?
Because they have the support.
Ooh! Of what?
Of the pandas on their jersey.
That's
have
true.
you seen them?
That's true.
Man, guys.
The CFU pandas.
Once they get on camera, we need to appreciate those pandas, man.
I want to appreciate those pandas too.
They're so cute.
Yeah, during the game,
pandas
sometimes, you know, the face cams goes to the panda shots and we're just like, oh my god!
Was it not highlighting the players? Like the hand cam? Was it the panda? See,
it is a hand cam, but I look at the panda.
Yeah.
Would you perform better if you had a panda, Eterna?
I'd love a koala.
Cool.
I was born in Australia.
All right, mate.
What about you?
I would take a
Lafelle?
I would take a Lafelle and a nice suit.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Anyway. I keep getting distracted. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know, it's okay though, but that was good, because honestly, for Falcons Vega and for the side of CFU, that's what they need. They need additional ways to actually take the game, and even for Falcons Vega, because even though that was dominant all the way from the start, we did see weakness points. We did see that in a couple of ways, CFU were almost able to come back when they were actually kiting back. So they could go for that. They could go for the exact same way, where they actually try to play for the kite back, wait for these initiations, wait for the overextensions that Falcons Vega technically have a tendency to do, and then punish them.
Sorry, I'm waiting for the pandas.
Me too. To be fair, I am too.
It should be the next shot, right? We saw Falcons Vega earlier on camera, and we should be getting pandas after this. But while there we go. Oh no, it's covered.
Oh no.
No, show us the pandas.
They know that you don't get the panda. They need to win first, then you get the panda.
And it would be actually really great for them, right?
Because panda!
There you go, panda! Hi, panda. Oh, so cute.
You know, at this point, I think
there are 5 of them.
There are maybe even more for the coaches.
You're right. You're right. And you know, the coaches need it, right? They need to get their head in the game. I mean, technically they did win that draft in the first game, so... see?
Are you saying the pandas are...
See, the cameraman gets me.
Yeah. They're happy with the pandas. They're happy with the pandas too. But, you know, you said the pandas, they definitely need that, and they did win the draft. Are you telling me that
I said the coaches.
Yeah. Do you mean that the pandas actually help the coaches draft?
It's support,
they whisper?
Right? If anything, it's support. Why are we talking about pandas?
Hey, Turner, you started this, man.
I'm sorry. Let's get back into the game, right? Because in this group, for CFU and Falcons Vega, the third team in their group is Cloud9. So,
yeah,
if Falcons Vega can win 2-0 here, they definitely, it's almost a shoo-in for them to make it to the playoffs. But for CFU Serendipity, if they go 1-1, how do you think this is going to go?
Like we said, you know, the group of death, it's definitely going to be very interesting if it is going to be 1-1, because then technically it leaves every team in the same spot. They're all 0-0. They have no points on for the leaderboards, and they're going to have to get a 2-0 win against one of them. And hey, there's a possibility that we get a tiebreaker too, so I'm not counting that out, not just yet.
Not just yet, as ladies and gentlemen, let's prepare you and let's welcome you into the drafting phase for the final game in this best of 2 series between Falcons Vega and CFU Serendipity. But it looks like there aren't any swaps. Falcons Vega still have that first pick with the Edith. It looks like this might actually be a similar drafting phase that we saw in game number 1.
I think it'll be exactly the same for the side of Falcons Vega, right, on blue side. And unfortunately, because CFU are on red, they're kind of already forced to make the same bans. It's Chip, it's Loyi. Maybe they'll change the last ban, right? Maybe they leave Juicin open, but I don't know. Now I'm actually kind of scared of the Juicin pick, right? Because why do they ban it out? They know something we don't. Has Falcons Vega been able to perform in scrims with the Juicin, or is it just respect?
That's a big question, right?
Prior
or
respect.
what do they do? They can't leave the Luoyi open either, right? It's too prio at this point. Despite the changes towards the Luoyi and her ultimate, it seems like the Luoyi still does have that impact, especially when pioneered or when steered in with the right person. But Vexana ban. So this is already a very big difference to game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Last time around it was the Hayabusa, but now it has been changed into the Vexana. The big question is now for CFU, do they want to still leave the Roger open for first pick, or are they still going to go with Susin?
I mean, the Hayabusa is up for grabs. Technically, they can go for that, but yeah, that's a big question now for CFU. If they want to leave the Juicin open up against Falcons Vega, I think the other picks to ban, if they really want to go and, enable Tagami, maybe would be... I mean, we've seen this before as well. I think it was Liquid Echo versus Falcons AB Bren back in MSC, where Terizla became super prio towards a later stage. But again, the Roger was something that we were mentioning for first pick together with Ling all the way from the pregame, and it will be banned out here. Roger banned out. Hayabusa and Juicin left open for the draft. Blue side has a chance to pick it up, but is it that prio? Now that's the big question. That's a new question that arises once you answer with the Roger. And it turns out, nope, not as prio as that dirty Terizla. DT!
Terizla gonna be first in picked for Falcons Vega. And I honestly wanted that question answered, right? I want to know how Zuxin fares in an international and a professional level. Does it work? Does it not work? Is it too squishy? Is her damage enough to penetrate through? But let's see, maybe it still does have the possibility to be popped up later on in this phase. But with the Terizla first in, do you think CFU are going to go for the exact same thing? Ruby and Harith was their choice earlier on, but with the Hayabusa left open, it's actually going to be a Hayabusa and a Ruby. Man, Tagami on the Hayabusa. Now that's something that I'd pay to watch.
Well, lucky for you, you get paid to watch. Because, the Hayabusa gets picked up here. It's a massive pick for Tagami. We saw just how lethal she was even on the Fanny. But now, the fact that they picked it up so early, right, it leaves it a bit more vulnerable compared to the Fanny pick that we saw last picked by CFU. Now Falcons Vega, they'll be aware of this Hayabusa pick, and they will go for a bit more of those stoppers. Also going for the Harith, now that the Roger has been banned out, they want to go for that lane prio, and this is also where Chinchao finds her comfort. The fact that she was already winning lane on a Claude against the Harith. Now, I guess we get to see what she can do on the Harith, a snowball pick, a pick that is known to bully other laners, and a Valentina too, to go for that flexibility IMU. The creativity of the players that play Valentina, usually they're a bit crazy, especially here with an I'm Offended, and technically, I don't know if you want to take the Shadow Kill.
It's a good escape tool.
It's a good escape tool. That could be something they want to go for as well, but this could be also why the Valentina is super prio, is because it forces the enemy team to not go for any more big ultimates, right? Or go for too many big ultimates to try to overwhelm the Valentina. But in both those cases, it's kind of tough. If you don't give the big ultimates over, that means you're kind of limited yourself as to these big team fight moments. But if you do try to overwhelm the Valentina, if Valentina's smart enough, she'll be able to choose the right ultimate for every single team fight. But they go for the Claude, so we get this exact same matchup, just on different hands, and this is where we get to see whether maybe now it's just Claude's just better in lane, or maybe Chinchao was just a laning beast.
Oh, how the turntables, as Arashi likes to put it.
Michael Scott.
But you're right? Finally, we get to see this similar gold lane matchup, but on reverse, and we finally get to see the prowess of both these gold laners in their lane. Because like you mentioned, right, with a Harith and a Claude in one lane in the gold lane, it should be a shoe-in for the Harith. And not to mention now, Falcons Vega are holding really good side lanes, right? With the Terizla in the EXP lane, it's going to be a wonder how CFU are going to hold on to the prio, especially in the early stage of the game, right? If they don't have the prio in the gold lane, they don't have the prio in the XP lane, is there bank on the mid lane? But even then, Falcons Vega, they're quick to adapt, right? They're quick to react to this. The Lilia gets taken out. So what are the choices left to win in that mid trio?
You mentioned Inanna. It didn't really work out for them in game number 1, mainly because, well, their clear was okay too, but it's just really tough in game number 1 to go up against a Vexana plus a Camilla when it comes to clear. Now they ban out the Minotaur, and the Tigreal is still up for grabs. That's a big pick, by the way, for Falcons Vega. They ban out the Yu Zhong. They might go for the Tigreal. If it's not picked up by CFU here, the Hayabusa is going to be in a lot of trouble. The Tigreal is one of the best picks, or I would say maybe the best pick when it comes to going up against Assassins, because once you go in, you get caught by that implosion, goodbye. Everybody's going to be able to follow up, and the Baksha ban is definitely interesting. I would have definitely thought, especially considering they have already picked up the Hayabusa early, that they want to go for the same exact bans as they did in game number 1 with the Minotaur and the Tigreal, but now they ban out the Baksha. At Falcons Vega, it really seems like they're already setting up for an Assassin pick, so the Baksha ban again, is definitely something I'm going to be questioning, just like in game number 1. And they go for the Juicin debut!
Zuxin finally makes her appearance, ladies and gentlemen, in the Land of Dawn on the competitive scene. And what better way for Zuxin to come out than in the hands of CFU Serendipity. But Tigreal doesn't even show up here. It's going to be the Nolan and the Kufra. That was one of my main questions, right? You mentioned the Tigreal being one of the best stoppers, but if we're talking about best stoppers against Assassins, I mean, back in the day, it was either Ruby or Kufra. And now Kufra's back.
And technically for the Kufra, you get double the value here. You're up against the Hayabusa, you can cancel some of those dashes with the Quad Shadow, and you can also stop Ruby from dashing back and forth with her kit. Now it also kind of forces CFU to go for... What do they want to go for? It's great, by the way, for Falcons Vega, this Kufra pick. The Nolan pick, we expected, you know, an Assassin. That was already a great setup for them. They go for the Aurlet. Vengeance, yes, can go through the Bouncing Ball. Anti-CC. This time, though, I'm going to have to say Falcons Vega, it seems like they have got a great draft to take it all the way 2-0.
Good prio in every single lane. It's definitely a tough battle now for CFU, for our Cambodian representatives, ladies and gentlemen. If they want to have a fighting chance, if they want to put Cloud9, and if they want to eliminate Cloud9 right now, as well as Falcons Vega, they need to be able to at least take this to 1-1. But Mirko, are you ready for the deciding match?
Absolutely.
I'm ready for the deciding game, and I'm pretty sure the audience here in the Amazon Arena are also ready. So let's take a look into the casters. Leo, Trex, you there?
We're here and we're ready to go. The Kamai bring out the Jushin, and in her debut game, can she make it happen? Can she get the upset victory for CFU Serendipity over Team Falcons Vega?
Essentially, debut game in any international event, right? I don't think we've seen her anywhere else, really. And CFU is not disappointed with a variety of picks. We saw that they lacked a little bit of fundamentals in the last game. Is this maybe comfort for them?
All right, to their defense, it's less about them lacking and more of just Team Falcons Vega having the solution. Team Falcons Vega coming from a very developed region such as Indonesia, going up against CFU Serendipity, who, by the way, have some veterans. It's just tough to cut it close, you know what I mean? Looking at the laning this time around, Yui, and we have here Abby roaming around. I'm still excited to see what this Jushin brings to the table. Going up against the mid lane matchup here. Check it out now. Thal and Puni. Oh, wow, look at this. You can't beat the reliable damage of Valentina.
You definitely can't. Whoa. But a nice grab onto Thal, brings Thal back. But we're already seeing the possibilities with the Jushin. Going to be interesting how this works out in a lot of these team fights. It's something we haven't gotten to see yet. Moshi Bang maybe looking for something here.
All right. Oh, no, Yui! Force the flicker. She's put down to a 10th of her health. She's going to be sent home. That's a TKO. Tagami thinking about an invade here. I like how Melee just picked the Nolan dead cold right there in that last slot. Up top, Yui Fendi, 2v1.
Major. I mean, both teams kind of playing the back and forth right now. But CFU, I think, know what's at stake here, and they're not forcing anything at all. They're definitely taking it a little bit slower. We're going to wait for this first turtle. And we might not see a lot until second turtle, but Falcons Vega doesn't want to let that happen. Look at the damage already. Drag back, though, under the tower. Mooney tries to come in, get some nice damage on Moshi Bang. Violet brings out the penalty zone, takes a little bit of damage back to herself, and nobody goes down.
All right. I like how CFU Serendipity are playing super disciplined, and they're really holding their ground. The Tagami could have pressed. Oh, no, there's a jump by foul!
Nice knock up, but Yui able to respond back quickly. Yui needs this level 4 before this turtle and finally gets it. Both teams a little bit low on health. Got to go back to these buffs.
All right, I'm going to say it now, 2.5 minutes in. There's going to be a point in time where Team Falcons Vega aren't going to rely too heavily on their ults. Like, they can start picking fights. They can just start playing footsies and checking range until CFU Serendipity is forced to push the button, whether that be on a final slash, on a quad shadow kill. And now here we go.
Tagami looking for the angle in, gets in and takes the turtle. A nice take for Tagami. And now they're looking for the turnaround, look for the possible grab onto somebody. Funi runs, Thal runs. They know they don't want to force this fight. They lost what they came for.
As long as Tagami's around and she has the retribution, nothing is truly safe. Until you know that she's under some CC, until you know that she's out and away, you can never count out a potential for a steal down bottom, 1v1.
Golly, Moshi Bang might not be able to get away from this. Hits the final slash, trying to vengeance through. Trying to get away, but falls right into it. First blood over to Violet.
And up top, there's a jump by Thal.
Gets the Tyrant's Revenge. Nice lock on. The damage locks in. Funi able to take out Abby to Blazing Duet to try to seal the deal, to try to turn things around. Tagami able to find Melee. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Team Falcons Vega not giving up just yet. Yue takes a little bit of damage, and Chincha might go to top. This is bad. Thal. Tagami has a shield, though. Should be okay.
Yep. Check in with the quad shadow. Let's check out the STC replay. Moshi Bang, I think she was buying time. They knew that this bigger fight was going to break out up top. And yeah, Abby goes down, but there is a trade found eventually by Tagami. Jungler for a mid laner. I'd say to some extent that was worth it, especially if they could convert. Now in mid, Funi put down to half health. All right, they'll let that go.
I'm still wondering how this Jushin is going to completely play out. Abby's taking a death now. I think it's huge that they got the kill onto Melee, though. We saw how well Melee did last time, especially a farmed Melee, a good fed Melee. And right now, putting this death on a Melee, I think is definitely a win for CFU this early on.
Yeah, slow her down. She does so much when she's ahead. So if CFU Serendipity can find a way to get into a, I don't know, place where they can put some offense on the board, they can definitely maybe even see a 1-1. Now Violet hit with a final slash.
Nice final slash. Penalty zone in response, in comes Thal. Trying to get the Town's Revenge, unable to lock on to anybody. UA with a beautiful I'm offended onto 3 members, and in comes Tagami. Able to get the kill onto Violet, looking for another one. Thal in a bad spot, gonna get pulled back from the Zushin, but doesn't need to because UA gets the kill first, but Melee up against Yui Fendi. Yui Fendi trying to get away and able to.
All right, very rarely does a Claude walk away from a Nolan, right, with lethal intent. So she played that mid 1v1 very well. They are going to trade for a turret up top. That's a turtle scored by CFU Serendipity. 2 so far in this 5-minute game.
You got to point it out for Team Falcons Vega, though. Still holding a gold lead. After being a little behind on kills, after being down 2 turtles, still just overall controlling the map with Thal. Gets a knock up on a Moshi Bang. Tagami playing the quad shadow, looking for the target. Funi is forced to flicker there. Backs off, uses the IMU just to get away. CFU unable to get a kill there, but we see the aggression from both teams.
All right, Funi stealing away the ult from Abby's Jushin actually made a difference there. There was a lot of passive ticks that helped not just underneath the turret, but from CFU Serendipity pushing forward. Say what you will about this 500, 600 gold lead that the Kamai are behind on, but they're still very aggressive. Thal now finds one.
Oh, continues to be aggressive, just hanging out in these bushes, looking for him nonstop. Able to connect, and if one of those connects onto more than just one person, it's going to be trouble for CFU.
And it's easy for Team Falcons Vega to set up, because again, a lot of what Thal wants to do are not her ults. Like, her ult is barely what counts. The jump and the ball is what really gives CFU Serendipity here a massive headache. Approaching the final turtle of the game here, about 45 seconds in. Chinshaw scores her Feather of Heaven there. And best believe, we haven't even seen this Harith be part of fights yet. So there is going to be a power spike coming in from Vega.
And Funi just took that I'm offended, so watch for the big I'm offended play from Funi here. Funi's been a star from game 1 to now, showing up for Team Vega. CFU, though, we see the possibilities they've had here. We see Tagami actually able to pop off on this hero. Thal misses the jump. CFU will be able to get away from this, and a beautiful I'm offended onto Thal. Thal brought down to about 20% health. Here comes a concealed prey from Tagami and Yue. But Team Falcons know it's coming. They back off down to the turtle pit.
A lot of resources spent in there by both roamers. Moshi Bang being an XP laner allows for her to kind of play with the range. Now Thal jumps in.
Another big damage onto Yue. Chincha able to get the kill, but more damage responding onto Thal. Chincha with his Mon's Force able to bounce it back and forth, causing destruction. Match team moves forth. Thal, Funi down, Yue down as well, but there goes Abby. It's 2 for 2 now. Team Vega evens the playing field, but watch for Moshi Bang so low right now. Gonna try to vengeance through, but does not get away. Violet gets the kill. Yui Fendi, though, trying to pick up some pieces up in the top side, able to take an inhibitor, but Vega doesn't care because, once again, they get the main artery.
STC replay coming in, even in these macro and micro moments, right? The team fight, the map. You see that both teams are trying to one-up each other, but so far, it seems like Falcons Vega are the ones who don't let through much. You give them an inch, they take, maybe not a mile, but they take a yard. And that's a lot when you're looking at a game that's this tight. 5 to 6 right now, last turtle up for grabs. Oh, this is a turtle that's long overdue. Best believe as soon as this resets, it's gonna turn into a Lord. And, all right, Falcons Vega let it go.
They might be okay with it. Falcons Vega, they have a little bit of a gold lead. They're not too worried about this. There it goes, gonna turn into a Lord. And while this is happening, Melee knows. Melee's not worried about it. I'm gonna get this purple buff, I'm gonna farm some more, live my best life.
Yep, which, by the way, Yui Fendi actually dealt more damage than expected. Thal caught out.
More damage on a Thal. Yue tries to lock him up. A nice final slash. Thal unable to do anything. Abby actually gets a kill this time. And here comes a blazing duet. Tagami finds Chinshaw. Violet now on the run. CFU turning the tables, flipping him over, taking him out. A disaster for Team Falcons Vega. A 3-for-0. Can CFU convert this to a Lord, though?
Didn't expect to see that come in that quick. Now Funi playing here in the River Brush. Lets it go. Suddenly a turn of events here that none of us expected. CFU Serendipity folded up Team Falcons Vega, put them in a box and sent them home. You see how far away Maylane was? Like, she can't fight against 3 or 4 members of CFU Serendipity, not like that.
Most definitely. Watch for Thal. I mean, Thal's just... And it's maybe at a point now where Thal has to be a little more careful about those jump-ins, a little bit more careful about those face checks on these bushes. If Yue is able to get the catch first, it becomes a problem.
Au contraire, I think it's right for her to just keep throwing herself at the opponents. Okay. Because she can afford it. She's a roamer.
Fair.
But
the rest of the team has to be careful.
That, and maybe now you have to consider Team Falcons Vega, they got to be asking themselves, who's the beatdown? Are we in a position of aggression, or should we defend first and then find a way to rope a dope? Right now, I think it's the latter. They're defending up top. There's a mid lane push. CFU might get final slash.
Big final slash at that. Zamon's Force does a drop. Nice damage from Yui Fendi. Tagami tries to come in, gets bashed against the wall. Can they capitalize? Tagami with the quad shadow gets the unstoppable kill. And that's the thing. Even when they stop Tagami for a second, you just click that ultimate, click that shadow kill, and the damage secured.
Not just. Tagami had a safety net. She had a couple more shadows here to jump by Thal. She knows she can't do this. That's a tier 2 taken down. Yui Fendi gets another push. And that's it. Wow. CFU Serendipity. The Kamai are in control. And at the forefront is Tagami, 5-0-3. The Kamai Kunoichi. Dude, that's why Falcons Vega banned out the Hayabusa in game 1. They knew she was up to something.
They knew, and I was actually very surprised that they switched it up in the draft, because they won game 1 with that ban phase, and they drop it and ban out the Vexana.
They let it through.
Yeah, they let it through, ban out the Vexana instead, and now it's fighting. It's taking them down.
It's giving comeback.
It's giving comeback.
All right, so let's talk about Team Falcons Vega's chances for a way to claw back into this. Again, that does sound like we are over-exaggerating the lead that CFU Serendipity has, but honestly, they're playing from a position of I'd say they're down, right? Especially after what happened in game 1. But now, looking at 2,000 ahead, CFU Serendipity have snowballed out of control. I think Team Falcons Vega should have had the easier snowball in the mid-game.
So now at what point? I mean, luckily CFU hasn't escaped too far away, right? Team Falcons Vega only about 1,000 behind, 1,500 behind. But CFU has hit a nice spike with Tagami 5-0 and 3. They got the snowball this time. What's the big play for them on this next Lord?
Falcons Vega have to get to that point wherein Fal can throw out these jumps without dying. By buying the immortality just about 2 seconds ago, that should help. That, and I haven't really seen Violet hit an amazing penalty zone. Maybe she doesn't have to hit a penalty zone. Maybe she just has to hit 1 or 2. But easier said than done when you're looking at not just an I'm offended, but also a final flash. Moshi Bang has been, you know, doing a lot of work. Like when you see that animation, oh, that's kimochi. That's oishi for the Japanese. I mean, it's a delicious initiation.
That's the mochi, the mochi.
That's Japanese cuisine.
Mochi,
They're
mochi.
kamae.
Hey man, they're the kunoichis.
No, that's Tagami. Here's a jump by Tal.
Oh, nice pick on to Abby here. The penalty zone misses 2. Mochi Bang able to get the final slash, the dash through, and in comes Yui Fendi with the blazing duet, but too much damage onto Yui. Maylane picks it up, finds it. That's 1 down for CFU. Tagami playing the bush, looking for a possible play here. In comes Abby as well. 4 members pushing back Falcon Vega.
Oh, wow. Falcons Vega hit him where it hurts. CFU Serendipity, they were still playing the map. They were looking for a play. Team Falcons Vega set it up maybe 5-10 seconds too early. They did not expect. Yui gets a jump in.
Yui gonna be in trouble here. The lock on the damage. Luan's force, and that's enough to get Chincha the kill.
Abby!
Next gonna move on to Abby. Abby's gotta get back, able to get the stun on to Chincha. Mochi Bang there as well, but Chincha able to find Abby. Now Tagami just hiding in the bush. They're gonna have to give this Lord up most likely.
They slipped up. This is the equivalent of a banana peel. Honestly, they could have done better to check those bushes, stuck together, knew that there were more members of Falcons Vega on the map, but now they had to concede a massive objective. This is a scaled up Lord. And it all started with that pickoff on Yui Fendi, and then another one on Yui, another one eventually on Abby. It's all crashing down. What is it, 14 minutes? This is the Lord that jumps.
This is the Lord that jumps. Very true. Couldn't have said it better myself. Looking at some of these items, there's one thing that Maylane has done great, and that has always kept up with Tagami. Right now, holding the lead.
I mean, the shutdown gold has to matter, right? Who did they shut? There's not even a shutdown gold. They just farmed out of their minds after the pickoff.
Farming their minds off.
Now she's up by 700, 1,800 gold. That's huge. And all right, luckily Tagami doesn't have her Skypiercer stacks reset, right? So they can find a way to get in again, clean house, but first now they gotta defend.
All right, final slash does come in from Moshi Bang there, but the Lord is coming down to about 70%. Gets the dash onto the wall, gets the smash. Looking for something here. Falcons Vega playing the distance, keeping it slow, keeping it steady. Minions able to come through, but unable to get an inhibitor, and they back off. Another wave coming. Are they going to try to force this? CFU look for the play themselves. Tagami playing the quad shadow. Once again, dashes to the back into the base. Penalty zone, lands into the wall. And a nice final slash into the response. We'll see if you try to capitalize. Mochi Bang goes down first. Out comes the blazing duet. Tagami forced back, looking for the quad shadow, but unable to lock out the damage, and Thal with a big revenge against the wall. Tagami now on the run. The Shinigamis are here. Team Falcons Vega looking to wipe them out, but Tagami wants to defend, but they're already on the base. CFU, I don't know if Tagami can do it all by herself. Too low, too late, not enough time. Team Falcons Vega with the 2-0.
They lost some altitude in the mid to the late game transition, but they found a way through a series of pickoffs, a series of sudden rotations. CFU, Serendipity, despite being in control for majority of the game, slip up and end on a 2-0 victory for the Falcons.
We saw promising hope in that game from CFU, and it makes me excited in the games to come for them. But Team Falcons Vega show that they just have a steadiness to them. They have that, they got that dog in them. They're ready to hold it out and wait for that moment to pull it off.
And it's that veterancy combined with, again, that dog, that grit that they've had for a while now, that they had running all through these years. Again, they got a chip on their shoulder. they have a shadow looming over them where they can't beat the best of the best, but they know that they can be the best. And they started off strong here in the very first matchup of MWI 2024. Congratulations once more. And I gotta be honest with you, Trex, folks watching at home and even in the Amazon Arena, this puts CFU Serendipity in a very dangerous place in their minds. We're gonna go to the stage right now. We'll be hearing from Cheryl and Barak.
What an amazing, amazing, amazing match there for Falcons Vega as they soar high against the Kamai 2-0, Mirko.
Phenomenal performance. It almost looked like CFU were definitely going to take that game, right? I mean, knowing that they were able to take the snowball from the early game as well, some of these fights were really just 50-50. Super, super close, but this was the big fight that really gave CFU a massive advantage. It was the 5th minute of the game. This was when they got the hold of the game. After this, straight into the turtle, straight into these objectives, and then really punishing on these initiations from Falcons Vega. Because I think all the way from the draft as well, we were talking about how the Tigreal would be the best choice here for Falcons Vega, and I think I will still stand by that, knowing how Tal played the Kufra here. It definitely felt like it's more of a Tigreal playstyle, but hey, in the end, they were still able to make it work through the reactive plays again, but whenever Tal was the one initiating, it never looked that good. Because obviously, with this kind of lineup, when you have a Terizla and a Kufra, you want the Terizla to be the one opening up the map. You want the Terizla to be the one baiting out a lot of these resources and then initiating first for the Kufra then to follow up with the Tyrant's Revenge, with the Rage as well, finding them and really capitalizing on the clump-up team fight that was already set up by the Terizla. And in the end, we definitely got to see that where they actually comboed it perfectly with the Valentina, with the Nolan, and the Harith. And it just goes to show you, by the way, how scary the Harith still is. We were talking already many times with other analysts, with other casters, that the Harith has really fallen off at MSC. Yeah, never mind. MWI, completely different story. Harith just going through everyone.
Back on track, especially that the Roger was banned out earlier on, right? The Harris still a big gold laner to kind of watch out, and we finally get to see Chinchao shine, right? Because from the first game, I was expecting that Chinchao would, carry through as she usually does in a normal Falcons Vega gameplay, but in game number 2, finally she gets her moment. It was her time to shine. She was, holding the GPM. She had the highest damage dealt towards the end, had a Maniac under her belt as we do present you, ladies and gentlemen, the PlayStation MVP. It goes to Chinchao. 11 KDA.
9-1-5. I think I just really gotta give props to the composure that Chinchao has in this game on the Harith. This is not a pick that would usually be able to fully carry in the late game, right? I mean, there are certain conditions to be met in the later stage of the game for you to carry, but luckily for them, they were able to still play along with the Harith in the mid game. That's where Chinchao is still at her peak when it comes to this hero, and you can see the understanding of Chinchao, of this hero as well, knowing exactly when to take these fights. I think it was one time that she was picked off, it was around the bottom lane, that's why she had that one death. I think it was, no, not this one, the other one. But anyways, for Chinchao, the fact that she only died once up against this composition that was built to really punish someone like a Harith who wants to jump in, who wants to be up and close, up and personal, she played it really well. Purifies as well, always well-timed to get out of these sticky situations, even when she dove in with the team.
For sure, for sure. And I think one of the biggest, turning points for Falcons Vega in that game that CFU Serendipity were leading for that certain point was that Holy Crystal.
Yeah.
Right? As soon as that Holy Crystal hit in for Chinchao, that's when things kind of went badly for CFU Serendipity, and actually that does put Falcons Vega at number 1 in the standings, ladies and gentlemen, in group number 8. That's not a number, actually, that's a letter. By the way, But it looks like we are going to go to a short break before we get into match number 2, where, again, CFU Serendipity will have to go head-to-head against Cloud9. To see their performance, we're going to throw to the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
go.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour's silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the studio here for MWI X EWC. And we have an update now for the audience prediction. 91% for Falcons Vega earlier on, and it looks like you guys were right.
91% to 9%.
Like, I don't know what that feels like.
I don't know what that feels like, right? I mean, I think if you told me to predict, I definitely would have said CFU. So I'm in the minority.
I mean, like, if you make a wrong prediction, you can cover it up and say it was a curse.
Right. Yeah. I mean, so do I say it's a curse now?
Yeah.
CFU will win against Cloud9.
Wait. So are you saying? Anyway, let's keep that a secret.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, after that grueling match between Falcons Vega and, of course, CFU Gaming, unfortunately for CFU Gaming, they don't have much time as they're going in for the upcoming showdown by, of course, Dr. Sulaiman here. C9 now against CFU Gaming. C9, a region all the way from North America. But, you know, people consider this to be a multinational roster, right? If I open up my stats here, right? We have a Filipino, we have a Chinese representative, we have a player from South Korea and even Thailand, and the coach is Filipino as well. It's Midnight, same coach for the Cloud9
I know him.
males. Oh, you do?
Mr. MPL, because he casts MPL usually, you know? Yeah, I think for C9, it's really, really cool that we get to see this kind of roster, right, from NA as well. And really, I'm expecting a lot coming in from the C9 roster. The fact that some of these players actually, you know, went and they played the normal league usually. So they have experiences already going up against some of the men's teams. And I think they're definitely going to be able to use that and bring it up here.
Especially for Nicolette, right? She has experience from NACT, from BTK, and now she's coming into the female Cloud9 team as their jungler. So she had to transition from that mid lane role into the jungle. Now, a lot of questions are there, right? How well will she do in the jungler position, a new position that she's coming into straight onto the international stage?
Seems like we're definitely going to be seeing an assassin versus assassin battle. We've already seen assassin versus assassin in game number 1, so technically for Cloud9 coming in fresh now, up against a team who just suffered a 2-0 loss. It definitely puts the advantage on their side, right? Not a lot of data as well for Cloud9, and meanwhile for CFU, now that game 1 is over, now they also have a lot of data based on the previous tournaments. Tagami, Abby, Yue, Yufendi, they're all going to have to pop off. They're all really going to have to show off those unique metas that we were talking about. We were always hyping things off for CFU. It's the thing that we were hyping up about CFU is their cheese picks, their unique picks. So I want to see that now.
You know, technically, we should have known a little bit about them, right? Because technically, 3 members from the side of CFU Serendipity were at MWI last year under Impunity Starlets. So 3 of them are utilizing the knowledge that they have as well as the experience that they have to hopefully pull through in their second game of the day to try and lead and come back on track if they do want to make it to the playoffs. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the stage is ready for the upcoming battle between both of these teams. Let's see what we see on the stage.
And ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome back and assalamu alaikum. Salam, Cheryl.
Salam indeed.
Amazing stuff took place in the first match. 2-0, wow.
Yes, I'm incredibly excited, you know, to have watched the very first match opening up MWI 2024. We've seen the likes of CFU, you know, actually losing the first match itself and coming back here into match 2, you know, with barely enough time to come together. What we do know is definitely they are warmed up and ready to go. We have seen Falcons Vega taking the first win with a 2-0 clean sweep, even though in match 2 their positions were a little bit challenged, but they're here to show who is boss. So speaking of which, we're jumping straight in to match 2 for the day. We're going to be seeing the likes of Cloud9 all the way from America.
Let's go.
Incredible stuff, and those are the beautiful faces coming from Cloud9. I know all of you guys in the comment section would be absolutely buzzing for all of these girls because that's all we see in the comment section. So who are you rooting for? Let us know in the comments section, guys. So without further ado, Bar, take the lead for our next team.
Let's go. And now, ladies and gentlemen, going against the team. Let's hear it all the way from Cambodia. Let's hear it for CFU Serendipity.
Stuff that are the beautiful ladies coming from CFU Serendipity. Now, despite facing a 2-0 loss earlier, what we do know about competitive players is that they will definitely bounce back. Earlier on in match 1, it's nothing but a warm-up. So they're here, ready to go and take on Cloud9.
You got that right. And of course, to get more into the details of the matter, we are ready to hand it over to the studio. Ready?
Take it away.
Yalla!
Yalla indeed. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Thank you so much, Bara, for introducing the debut now for Cloud9. Our representatives all the way from North America. Man, how do you think that they will be faring against CFU Serendipity?
I think it all comes down to if they feel the jitters, but also side selection. That's a massive, massive choice to go for. Massive decision to make, and CFU this time, after taking 2 consecutive losses on the red side, they will finally go and take the blue side, and this will force the chip ban coming from Cloud9. My question is right now for Midnight, at least for, you know, the men's team, same coach, they don't like to ban the low E. For some reason, they want to leave the low E open, they want to leave some of these big picks open and then try to counter it. My question is, will we see a kind of draft? They're already kind of going for that. Now Ling, banned out, really respecting Tagami as an assassin threat in the jungle. Do you think the Loyi is going to be left open?
That's the big question.
Right?
I mean, they're forced to, right? But then that also poses a larger threat at hand. The Roger that we've seen just really dominate, especially in that first match of the day, in that game 1, in the hands none other than Maylene. So what's the choice here? Luoyi, Roger, and Harith. Harith technically has been banned out now. But what do you think here?
I wonder if the Moskov is actually still in priority, right? Because technically in game number 1, or match number 1 rather, both games we did not see the Moskov at all. We got to see the same picks, Claude, Harith in the gold lane, the Roger in the jungle, then banned in game number 2. Hayabusa is going to be banned now. That's interesting already. You can already see the respect given over by CFU towards C9. Knowing that Nicolette, you know, we got this from Mr. Wagner.
Mr. Wagner?
He said, be careful. Nicolette is probably going to play the assassins.
And I love that, right? Because statistically, people were expecting that Nicolette would bring out, you know, utility jungle, right? Barats, Fredrin.
Please, no.
I know you don't
Not
like
again.
it. I know you don't like it. And I know it doesn't work as well in this current meta, but let's see. Let's see if Nicolette is ready to pick up an assassin in the jungle. We do still have the Nolan. We do still have the Amon technically. But with the Zuxin being banned out here, the Roger and the Luoyi have been left open, ready to be picked up by both of these teams. The priority should definitely be on Roger, right? Right?
I don't know. At this point, usually Luoyi... Oh, no, it's not Roger. It's not Luoyi. Does seem like for CFU, they're going to go for the Terizla first pick. Really, really adopting that style that was utilized earlier by Falcons Vega. We were talking about how Terizla just finds so much value, especially if your jungler wants to go for assassins. And now I'm glad that we see that adaptation being made by CFU, but it gives over the chance for Cloud9 to go for Roger and Luoyi. And it should be the picks here coming in from Cloud9. It should be Roger, it should be Luoyi. They get a good flex pick, they get an amazing mid laner too. And finally, maybe we get to see that midnight brain power that we've been waiting for since MSC.
We'll see. Will it be the Luoyi? Will it be the Roger? Or will they go for more comfort here? I mean, there you go. That's a Luoyi.
Not a Roger, though. Carry.
It's a carry. I mean, technically, for Panda in the gold lane, that it is one of her comfort heroes, but Roger was also So technically now CFU can pick it up for themselves and utilize it once again as a great flex. What was the idea behind this carry, Mirko? Is it to shred down the front laners that now CFU are holding? They have the Edith and the Angela.
Yeah, I think at first glance you might not like the carry pick, but then if you do your research, right, if you look at CFU, especially considering in game number 1, Edith was banned out, the Terizla was taken away from them. CFU really like to go for these tanky lineups, and going for the carry pick here might actually help them a lot later on in the mid to late game stage, but they still need to try to utilize this low Yi power all the way in the early to mid game. They need to try to capitalize on this, right? Because if they really just play for the carry, then really what's the low Yi for, right? I mean, these ambushes, it's going to be really tough. They can go for a Kaja carry combo plus the low Yi. We've seen that many times before. You get the diversions, get the Kaja into a great spot to go for the flank, and then the carry just goes and light wheels. That's carry's voice time. But they go for the Nolan first, which is interesting because it's technically the complete opposite of what CFU want to go for. CFU, full tanky, sustainability, and the other side is like burst damage.
But if they want to go for that pickup strategy, I mean, technically the Nolan still falls in line, and obviously they want to try and utilize their advantage in the timing to prevent CFU from banning it out, because I guess the other assassins that are up on the table would be the Nolan or the Fanny, right? So they pick up the Nolan first in order for it to be secured before it gets banned out by CFU, and if they still want to go for the Kaja, they technically do still have the chance to. And obviously the Kaja carry, the burst coming through from the Nolan as well. Even the Lo Yi does have also bursts as well as a holding onto the side lanes. It can definitely try and hinder if CFU want to go for an assassin too.
Yeah, great export ban, by the way, coming in from CFU. It's definitely gonna mention the export here would find a lot of value for Cloud9. But knowing that they have the Lo Yi, the carry, and the Nolan, it's gonna be really hard if CFU actually get an assassin or a physical damage or whatever kind of damage dealer in the gold lane that acts as a hyper carry. So I'm thinking this is going to be a bit scary for CFU, technically, especially up against that Nolan. But if they have this tanky front line already and they want to play front to back, now that the Claude has been banned out, maybe they can go for something like a Natan. Very scary, by the way. It's not the best pick right now, knowing that the early game is, there's a whole lot of emphasis on the early game. You want to get that snowball going, but having these many frontliners, it definitely already kind of increases the threat of a Natan if ever it gets towards the mid game, if ever it gets towards the Holy Crystal. 3 atom power spikes, and with the Angela, maybe none of these members can actually burst him down. CFU, they might also have to think about picks like the Kaja, because if they do want to go for, a hyper carry, whether it be in the jungle or in the gold lane, nothing can really escape the Kaja, huh? That's why for C9 they banned out the Claude, because technically the only way to get out is a blink. Claude has that. Natan has that too, but it's a bit harder to pull off. Not as instant. You have to tap. Double tap.
C9 are looking confident here. You can see them, high-fiving one another, holding hands, giving each other support.
That's confidence.
It's confidence, man.
That's why I never high-five.
Yeah, Mirko's not that confident.
Yeah.
So Kaja an option? Could they still go for something else? But they don't. They go for a healer instead. They go for a support in with the Florin being picked up. So who will be their setting here? Their setup hero, right? I mean, technically Terizla's been taken off the board. What's left to set up in that EXP lane, right? Assuming for C9 in order for them to make this lineup work, because they have the damage, they have the healing and the support coming through from the Florin, but what about the setup?
Who's tanky enough? They got 4 very squishy members on the team. No Terizla, they go for the Roger, CFU, Roger and Joy. Oh, CFU's got a scary composition. They got the fundamentals down too. Oh man, I'm not too sure.
Wait,
C9.
Joy Jungle?
Yeah, Joy Jungle, Roger Gold. This is something that we don't see a lot, but no stoppers. There's no one that can really stop the Joy. The electrifying beats back then before the nerf. It's great because no one can CC you. If there's no CC on an enemy team, then electrifying beats does all this. It's the same. Even basically pre-nerf Joy here. So C9, there's no Ruby to go for. There's no Xborg.
What's the choice?
I mean,
Jewel, X playing
Esmeralda.
CC and Esmeralda. I was about to say. Her 3 comfort heroes are Terizla, Esme, and CC.
I mean, Edith and Angela, right? There's shields there that you want to try to capitalize on, but this, by the way, they're really looking for a snowball, right? Because if they don't get a snowball, oh, it's tough. But even then, Florian, it's not meant to snowball. What? I'm kind of confused, but hey, it's Mr. MPL Midnight.
You know, anything can happen at this point, right? Esmeralda debut, Florian debut. We've got a lot of debuts in our upcoming match of the day. Leo, Trex, take us away.
And away we go, back into the land of dawn, back into the games. It's match number 2 in the opening of MWI 2024. Leo and Trex at your service. It's C9 and CFU Serendipity in action. Trex, you know a little bit more about C9 than I do, than the regular viewer. What's up with this Esmeralda?
I mean, it's a comfort pick for Jewel. And to defend it as well, there are a lot of shields on the side of CFU.
There's a few.
I mean, a few shields, yeah. And some possibilities for more depending on who Angela picks and everything. So, I mean, yes, it could be something that Cloud9's been workshopping on. It could be something to just give Jewel some comfort in that EXP lane. This is game 1 on a big stage. Jewel is the rookie of the team along with Xayah. So maybe make sure they're comfortable, make sure she's comfortable, and focus on Panda, Ashley, and Nicolette.
And off of CFU, this is definitely a do or die. It's dire. Again, just by the way the schedule works, and if they get swept here by C9, then that's a sure elimination. Group A has its 2 teams moving up, but for now, we focus on the early game. Moshi Bang versus Jewel, Esmeralda versus Terizla up top. It's Panda going up against Yui Fendi. And again, just as how it is, like the Roger just start bullying.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of possibilities for the Roger. Wondering how this Tagami versus Nicolette is going to go down. Nicolette kind of debuting some of these assassin picks here. We know that Nicolette has had a large hero pool variety, has played some other positions before, but how is it going to be when you're playing with the big girls?
On the big stage, Abby here, bursted down, 2/3 of her health. Nicolette, quick rotation through, back in the XP lane here. About a quarter of a minute until the turtle spawns. For those of you who don't know, Nicolette, also known as Apple, played a good couple of years as a mid laner. And I guess, you know, from all of those mechanics and all of the map control you have, I guess it was just natural for her to pick up. Oh, nice steal by Moshi.
Beautiful steal by Moshi, honestly, very clean.
That was a tip
from the bush.
That was a tip of that revenge strike. Just whoop.
That's all it took. Into the bot lane, but both teams taking things slow. CFU knows what's on the line here. They know it's a deciding match for them. They need to at least secure a 1-1 here. Cloud9 also needs to kind of at least secure a 1-1 because they know what's ahead of them. Vega, the monsters of the group essentially, and here comes Cloud9 looking for the possible dive here. Big penalty zone on 3 members of Cloud9, but the damage does respond. Yue able to get the Earthshaker. Jewel goes down first. Nicolette looking for a target, gets caught up against the wall. This is big damage. Tagami comes in, gets the kill. It's 2-0. Cloud9 down.
Single-handedly off of Moshi Bang's monstrous penalty zone. She turns the tide and is my personal MVP in that first engagement, which turns into a massive turtle here. SEC replay, seeing again the aftermath of that penalty zone. I think they missed the most important part. It was just a second prior to this, but this is the aftermath. This is the result.
It's going to be huge. They're going to have to find a way to work around that. They're going to have to keep eyes on Moshi Bang. We saw the Terizla in previous games. Moshi Bang is able to pull some big moves off, especially early game. I feel like that's when Moshi Bang really shows up sometimes.
Again, benefit of the doubt for Cloud9 looking at it optimistically. This is a lineup that takes a while to get up. You have to wait for Ashley to find these odd angles for maybe Nicolette and Jewel to jump through. But looking at how CFU Serendipity are playing and how they have such a huge chip on their shoulders after what happened in the first series of the day, I don't think these ladies are going to make it easy. Like, they are going to have eyes on the back of their head saying, you know, what's in this bush? Where's the rotation coming in? While being aggressive. Look at this now, Yui Fendi. And Yui, like, Tagami just coming and helping out.
Yeah, Tagami just to make sure that there's no funny business from Cloud9 here. Now, I like what you said there. CFU, there's either two ways you take a big sweep like that, like losing like that. You either break down.
It crushes you.
It crushes you, or now you're angry, right? Now you're hungry, you know what's on the line, and you feed off that. And so far in game number 1, CFU is feeding off of it. Cloud9 needs to find the response. Turtle going to be up in 30 seconds. Jewel having a little bit of trouble against Moshi Bang in the boss side, and Tower goes down in the top side.
That's a flicker forced out of Abby here, but I think that should be fine. You are looking at an Angela, relatively low necessity hero. Like, all she needs is her ult, and then she's in the fight, so she can keep herself safe there. Look at this deep cut by Moshi Bang. It's been a while. Like, we rarely see this interaction in the XP lane, right? Because Esmeralda is a non-meta hero. But look at this, a level gap between Moshi Bang and Jewel. And I can only imagine what the gold is like, right? Look at this, 2,000 ahead, CFU Serendipity.
Yeah, and a lot of it's probably in the pocket of Moshi Bang. A lot of it. Luckily, Nicolette and Tagami at least at an even leveling field. So it's a good thing for Cloud9 when it comes down to some of these neutral objectives. You do have the dashes, and look at the possible play. Onto Yui Fendi here. Ashley, Xayah both hiding out in the bush. They get the pin. Yui Fendi looking for the getaway. A lot of damage onto Panda with the speedy light wheel. Out comes the Heart Guard. More damage. Can they find Yui Fendi here? Nicolette trying to lock on. Gets the kill. Yui Fendi goes down. It's a 1 kill, though, onto the gold lane for the Turtle. Was the trade worth it?
I'd say it wasn't, but Cloud9 are just doing what they can, right? The fact that it being Yui Fendi makes it close to 50-50, makes it almost worth it, almost a wash. But I'd say CFU Serendipity are okay with that, just as long as they don't slip up and let these pickoffs turn into massive objectives. Because look, their map is pristine. All turtles their way, not a single turret taken out. Looking at the item game here, yeah, can't confirm that's almost 1,000 between Moshi Bang and Jewel. But yeah, no, interestingly enough, Nicolette is above Tagami.
Yeah, which, I mean, it's going to be huge. It's going to be important, even with the death. Holding only 100 gold lead, but still could turn it into more. Cloud9 need to now, I mean, this is their time. They're going to hit a spike at some point, probably around like 3rd turtle. They'll have a moment where maybe they can really do something. First Lord. But if CFU is able to really just give them the stiff arm here, it's going to be trouble. A little bit of damage onto Moshi Bang. Panda with the sidestep, able to get more shots onto Yui. But CFU are playing the macro game. They're taking towers. They don't care about fights.
Yep, they're circling their prey as if they took the clouds themselves into the deep blue sea. The Sharks have taken another turret down bottom, and I appreciate what Jewel is trying to do here. Like, again, when the cat's away, the mouse plays, right? So when it's a free lane, you get that push in so that eventually the map opens up for Panda, which, by the way, we got to counter blessings. Panda hasn't died yet. As a C9 fan, as a fan of NA, as a growing and developing scene, again, this is the first time that an NA women's team has joined the MWI in its 3-year history. You kind of want to get what you can, right? Out of these small trades, out of this relatively silent part of the game, like entering the mid game, I think this helps Cloud9. I think just the fact that they're allowed to push a little, jockey for position, allow for Nicolette to take these buffs here and there, this helps Cloud9 maybe find their footing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of the reasons they went for that gold lane gank early on, even sacrificing the turtle for it, is give Panda a good game. Make sure Panda's a little bit ahead of Yui Fendi, possibly, because Panda could end up being the big saving grace. They're already kind of locked into a mid-late game condition at this point, taking those few early deaths. They got to look for something. They do have the heal with the floor, and there's some possibilities there. But CFU, all they got to do is just keep pushing, keep playing these off lanes, keep playing the pressure. Don't force fights, just play for objectives.
And now there's the last turtle of the game, scored by Tagami, and there's a fight.
A lot of damage on Xayah, able to get some heal back, though. In comes the penalty zone, able to commit. Abby gets the kill onto Xayah. Ashley now in trouble. The electrifying beat's able to lock on, bringing Ashley down to about half health. Tagami still forcing the field, dancing with danger right now. Jewel gets the falling star moon, but unable to do too much. CFU got what they came for once again, another tower.
Whenever you fight CFU, especially with this kind of lineup, it's never a fair fight. You're never thinking, oh, it's just the same 4 or 3 ladies. You always have to think of Abby. And the way that Tagami and Yui Fendi just kind of dove in there and just, all right, threaten these fights. If you even think of diving us, then you suffer the consequences of a puppet on strings. I think Xayah's not there yet. Xayah can hit the blooms, but their lineup isn't built just yet. Her heroes don't have the items just yet, the damage output, to make that heal make sense.
Yeah. I think it's completely right? And I think overall, we're looking at Xayah, we're looking at Jewel, the 2 rookies right now on the team. It's their time to step up. They got to be able to do something. Here comes The diversion play, can they lock onto Yui Fendi here? The stun almost connects. Heartguard does come out, but the Lycan pounce onto Xayah, brings her down to about half health. Jewel now on the run as well. Yui Fendi doesn't want to give it up. Yui also looking for Ashley, gets a toss-up, gets a knock-up. Ashley actually able to use the Purify, just dance around that, get some damage back. Jewel now get involved as well. Nobody goes down on either team.
That's a pacifist run, just putting enough damage on a Cloud9 to force them back, and they eventually do get that push down bottom. CFU Serendipity shrinking the map up. I'm wondering, now that Xayah has moved over the Bloom to Panda, the Panda, does that mean it's go time? Does she have the items? Because it's going to be much, much difficult for her to get some farm in. They have to wait for these waves to crash in.
And Nicolette versus Tagami in the top side. Nicolette having a little bit of trouble. Electrifying Beats comes out. Nicolette gonna go down. Tagami, the Shinigami, taking kills by the minute right now. It's 2-0-1 for her, and with that heart guard, Tagami can do whatever she wants.
This is the perfect jungler that's slightly out of meta that fits this lineup well. You got an Angela on you? Anyone diving can really help. This puts Ashley's job a very hard one as the mid laner, because as the Lu Yi, you're the one who wants to find these odd angles to put your opponents in a very uncomfortable position. Quick, easy lord here for CFU Serendipity. Now, when you have an Angela, when you have a Roger, when you have a Joy, suddenly Predator becomes prey. It's like they can't even live in their own jungle now. Look at this.
The Sharks are on the prowl right now. They're aiming for the sky. Cloud9 looking a little shaky. Panda still not taking a death, but when does Panda finally do something? Big penalty zone, locks onto Xayah. Jewel taking a little bit of damage. Panda trying to pop off. Jewel still in the midst of it. Able to take a lot of shots to the face. The heal comes in. We're seeing some possibilities, but still not enough. Cloud9 unable to output. They can survive, but no output.
Yep, they can kite, but can they kill? I think we are, baby, optimistically like 3 or 4 minutes away from that. Quick item check. You do have 2 items on Jewel here, so I think she needs like 2 more to be able to tank up even more. The Trinity onto Nicolette, and just 2 items on Ashley here. Not even the Trinity on Panda yet. She needs a double time, I'd say.
she just got the DHS. Finally locked in, 11 minutes in. Does this mean Panda can finally start outputting? We are seeing Jewel start to be a bit tankier in that last fight, but still CFU, the way they've been playing with this macro game, taking towers, they don't care if they don't get a bunch of kills. It's 5-1 right now, and they're controlling the game.
That's right. They're a sledgehammer. They don't have to see results immediately, but as soon as they see cracks, and boy, oh boy, 5-1, 5K head, if that's not a crack, I don't know what is. They'll just keep going, just keep working at it slowly but surely to break down Cloud9 in game 1. But the fact that this is going much slower than we expected means C9 has a chance. C9 can actually just force fights like this. See, Moshi Bang put down half health, and you see here Abby's even thinking about it, throwing it on Yui Fendi, not Moshi Bang. Maybe a pickoff, much like what Falcons Vega did to CFU Serendipity early on, game 2. Maybe that could be Cloud9's ticket out of here.
Yeah, Cloud9 just kind of needs that big play, the big turnaround, and they've been buying time well. They were able to get past the first Lord without losing a single inhibitor. CFU, though, I think they know this, right? And they know, okay, we got to make something happen here. We got to make something shake, because it's true. If Jewel gets out of control, if Panda gets out of control, if Ashley's able to make some cheeky plays, it could be a problem. So the longer this goes, the more Cloud9 starts to have I mean, it's not like a game ender if they get to end game. They still need to pull it off, and we don't even know if they're capable of that yet.
Yep.
But CFU definitely knows there is a clock ticking.
Yeah, long story short, Cloud9 has to find a way to be on the offense. 5-1 here in a very slow-paced matchup just shows that the team that's in control is definitely in control. If Cloud9 can find that odd angle from the back line, maybe take out, this could be it. Oh, nice feint. Yui checking in. If they can do that again while Yui isn't checking these bushes, that might be the start. We can talk about a comeback.
We'll see. It's still 1-5 right now. Positions are being held by both teams. Cloud9's taking things slow. So it seems like they do have a bit of a game plan here, but CFU also not scared to let this drag out. They're not rushing anything at all. Possible heart guard onto Yui Fendi here. And look at the positioning from Abby, always just hanging out in the back, going for a purple buff right now.
Never showing herself.
Hanging out, never showing face at all until the heart guard comes through. They're going to be able to take this Lord.
Yep, she's making herself scarce, and that's what you do. The conceal here, coming in from Yui, they're wailing away. A lot of damage thrown out. Impressive. Okay, so there is some potential. Ashley can, maybe given the chance, 2 to 3 seconds of free hits with their spells.
Yeah, you get a couple hits, you match it up with, and then you also get some of the bloom shots and everything.
Yep.
You get some of the stuns. There's some possibilities there, but CFU, they didn't overcommit. They are also playing so cleanly in a sense of like, we got Lord, let's back off, let's wait for the push.
Yep, so again, the attempt by Jewel. And again, Exaya, all she can do is just watch the map, right? Now that's her best practice right now. Much like Abby, but you flip the coin over. One is playing defense, one is playing offense. And Abby, this is, check it in.
Gami checks in. That's a lot of damage on Nicolette. Nicolette forced to run. A couple more shots. The heal does come in for Cloud9, but the Lord finally gets the crash. And Cloud9's late to the party, late to their own house. The Lord is in. He's home. He's kicking down the door. Moshi Bang lines it up with a nice Earthshaker. Nicolette finds Moshi Bang, though. Moshi Bang down. Jewel might be next on the chopping block. It's 1-for-1. Yui takes a lot of damage. Cloud9 trying to respond. Panda popping off with a speedy light wheel, able to get the shots off. But in comes Tagami, the Shinigami, reaping death. But Nicolette stops her in her tracks. It's chaos, it's disaster, and Cloud9 comes out happy.
It's the first big clapback from the team from North America. Cloud9 trades 3 for 1. Here's the SEC replay. Could have sworn that there was a plan from CFU Serendipity to actually end it right then and there, but C9 played the rope-a-dope very well. You see how a lot of them are very low, and how Nicolette just skedaddled out of there. She could have gotten punished, but nay, she says, I'm going to try to play for a comeback, and eventually she gets her purple buff again.
That ice crown, the ice crown.
The winner crown.
Winner crown, foo. Nicolette hit it in the mid of the battle. Was able to sidestep, then get the kill. So good mechanics. Something we were wondering if Nicolette was going to have. Maybe she's getting some rust off herself. Maybe she's getting a little more comfortable on stage. Because remember, none of these girls have ever been at something this large before.
Not like this.
Not even back home have they been on a stage before. So this is a big step in the direction for Cloud9. Can they pull it off, though? Because CFU, man, they almost took that game off of Vega. They look tough right now.
It's true. They called this the group of death, and that holds for almost everyone. We haven't really seen it quite for Falcons Vega, but who's to say? Who's to say? We haven't seen all the matches in Group A just yet, but right here, right now, 16 minutes in, 6-4, Cloud9 are putting up quite the comeback, possibly.
Ooh, conceal play. Winter Crown does come through for Ashley. Gonna get knocked up here, though. Taken out. Yui Fendi able to get the kill. Penalty zone just misses. Can they get the response to get the trade at least? Cloud9 finds it. Panda able to pop off. Yui Fendi still playing the distance, though. Heart guard still locked on. Look at the damage on a Jewel. Jewel able to just get away. It's 1 for 1. But CFU, they're gonna hightail it back to the Lord, not try to push it too deep.
I wouldn't say that's the safest thing to do right now. Because look, I think C9 knows that it's time to hustle. All right? The few weeks or months that they've been together as a full-on team, in the guidance of their coach, knows that, hey, we got to take it step by step, you know? There are some fundamentals, some things that you got to do, basic protocol. And so far, Cloud9 have been checking off these boxes. Like, again, having seen multiple MWIs casted at last year's, this is at a level where I can say it's pretty competitive. Coming from a team that has been together for a while, in the Kamai, in the CFU Serendipity, going up against C9, first-timers on this big stage. I am impressed by what I'm seeing.
Definitely holding their own, and with Ashley back on the field, they can fight for this Lord, and CFU knows it. You said it might not be safe to rush it. They knew it. They made the call. Now they're just playing the distance again. I think they kind of want Cloud9, hoping that Cloud9 might slip up here, make a mistake. Jewel, though, she's tanky right now, man. She can finally hang out. The Esmeralda's starting to pay off a little bit. Tagami dashing through.
Ashley!
Looking for the big damage on Ashley. Ashley trying to escape, not going to be able to. Tagami gets the kill, but look at Panda down on the boss side, trying to pop off onto somebody. Speedy light wheel comes out. Tagami gets the winner crown. Can they capitalize? Panda in a little bit of trouble. A lot of damage coming from Moshi Bang. It's still 2 for 1. Yui Fendi, though, in the wolf form, looking for the Lycan pounce. Nicolette switches directions up against Yui here. Doesn't have the fracture, doesn't have the damage. Panda locks onto Moshi Bang. It's chaos once again, and Moshi Bang goes down 2 for 2. Cloud9 still in the game, but look at Yui. Jewel might not want to be the target. Minions do come out. He has the heart guard ready. Abby is a problem. What's the solution?
She is with and without these fights. The fact that if you rope a dope CFU Serendipity, they can just tuck one of themselves into another and then pick a better fight. I think Cloud9 got as much as they could out of that trade. By taking down Tagami and Moshi Bang, that's as best you can ask for, but that could have definitely been the end. CFU Serendipity, again, much like the Sharks that they are, these ladies are able to split up Cloud9. Isn't that what Clouds do though? They're just condensation in the air, man. But they're holding on. I think if they can put Ashley in a better position, they can get a better fight.
It's like the Russian Lord though. Tagami's ready, Heartguard ready, Cloud9 down. Their health bars are looking a little bit low. They need some heal. They decide to back off. They know it's too late to rush Lord.
What I've seen from the past
stalemate.
5 or 6 minutes of this bout here is Ashley not finding an angle. Can they get the steal?
Nikolai gonna try to dash in here. Can Nikolai pull it off? Tagami able to get it in the big knock-up. Nikolai down. Jewel now on the run. CFU with Lord like this could be dangerous for Cloud9. Jewel still on the run, has a lot of shield, should be able to tank whatever CFU sends. It's 40 seconds on the clock for Cloud9. We're still waiting on a wave. Can they defend this?
This is pre-TikTok timers, 18 to 20. This is as good as TikTok timers, especially if there is a gap as tight as this one. And I'm not talking just economy, I'm talking about the map. Look at this now. All 3 waves are crashing in, and Lord hasn't even spawned. This is going to be difficult for Cloud9 to defend. Yes, Nikolai can come through, but they are lacking the map. They are lacking the space to work with this. They can't play on Inception. They can't shock CFU Serendipity anymore.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a big, crucial moment. 4 seconds on the clock for Nicolette. Panda is fed. Going to work on Melton down. A member here, Moshi Dang with the penalty zone. Into the backside. Jewel also with the falling star moon. They're trying to pull the Lord to the side, but in comes Tagami. Jewel goes down. Yui Fendi taking a lot of damage. Lord still at half health, and the base falls anyways. Cloud9 cannot defend. CFU take the win.
The Sharks can breathe. Get some oxygen in their gills because it's not over just yet. They are still alive. Group A proven to truly be the group of death. C9 had a lot of promise. That lineup, their execution. We'll throw it over to Eternity and Mirko to break it down even further.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Trex. Thank you, Leo. But GG for CFU Gaming, finally coming back from that loss from match number 1 to lead this best of 2 series now here.
Took them a while to actually take that game, which is very impressive. Again, like Leo and Trex mentioned about C9, the fact that they were able to somehow even force it all the way to that later stage despite getting absolutely obliterated in the early game team fights was very, very impressive. But still, there was a lot of promise with this lineup, obviously in the later stage of the game, but when those promises get fulfilled, when you lose all your base turrets already, when you lose 2 base turrets already, it just becomes way too late. And unfortunately for C9, CFU understand that they always have that advantage. With the base turrets taken down, they know that these waves are always going to be constantly slow pushing back towards Cloud9. They never need to actually make the desperate call to rush the Lord. They can just go back and forth with this new version of the Lord dance that we have come to know now with, you know, the changes onto the Lord damage. But all throughout, the fact that CFU were able to just constantly look for these fights, there were moments where they were disconnected, and those were the moments that Falcons Vega were able to punish in match number 1. Unfortunately, here C9, they were good at kiting back. They were really good at kiting back, almost, right? I mean, with the carry, with the low Yi, it's good for kite back, but every time they got CFU low, it almost felt like for C9, they really had to wait for CFU to dive even more, to overextend for them to actually punish CFU. Meanwhile, if CFU make a mistake, they can always just be like, all right, you know what? That's a bit too much damage. I'm gonna just head out. Jewel, shout outs to her, damage taken. She was able to take so much damage, and even for damage dealt, you know, the carry doing a good job. But unfortunately, when you're dealing damage to these frontliners, which we already, I think, established that the frontliners are quite sustainable as well for the side of CFU. The targeting really doesn't matter, right? At that point, you're not able to fully burst down to Edith with the Primal Rat sustain, with the Angela sustain, a Terizla that we've already spoken about in match number 1 being a ridiculous hero. She also had Queen's Wings, and you can see the damage reduction, definitely.
So it was the broken item build for the Terizla once again. And
yeah,
you know, it actually poses the question, right? In MSC, it was very different, but for MWI, is Terizla first pickable?
Oh, yeah.
Is that the meta that we're seeing right now? As of course, that we do have to crown our match MVP by PlayStation Tagami. Again, right? One of the biggest anchors in CFU Serendipity. We saw it in game number 1 and game number 2 for their first match of the day against Falcons Vega, and we're finally seeing it once again in the game. And we're gonna have a little look at her highlights this time around.
I'll have to say, though, if it was me, I want to give a massive honorable mention here to Moshi, because honestly, with this Terizla, this is the reason, by the way, Terizla is so prio, and that's why in match number 1, I already expected it to be super prio, was because, especially considering most of the players here are trying to utilize the assassins, the Terizla is just the best enabler for all these assassins. I think in the first turtle fight, you guys saw that Moshi was able to get a penalty zone on the 3 members, and that just set up perfectly for the electrifying beats coming in from the Joy. If you have anyone who can lock people down while also soaking in all the damage, baiting out all the resources, it really enables these assassins to execute everybody.
But you know, ladies and gentlemen, before we finalize this best of 2, you know, anything can happen. Cloud9 could definitely come back in the second game. We are going to throw to a short break, so we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MWI 2024 at EWC. We are now back for the second game in this best of 2 series between CFU Serendipity and Cloud9. Earlier on, CFU Serendipity were able to lead this best of 2 series 1-0, and it's now or never. It's now or never for Cloud9 to make their comeback to push this to a 1-1.
Now I'm wondering if game number 1 was a bit more of an experimental game for Cloud9, right? Because obviously it is game number 1 of a best of 2. We were talking about a lot of these Chiefs picks maybe seeing the light of day here in a best of 2 format, especially in the group stages. But yeah, after that performance, I feel like, you know, it's time to go back to the fundamentals. It's time to go back to the picks that have been meta, right? Especially now, considering if they lose 2-0 against CFU, then they're going to have to bank on a win clean sweep against Falcons Vega.
And on that note, right, it's time for you guys to put in your predictions, ladies and gentlemen, the SCC predictions, because we want to know what you think. We don't want to know what Miracle thinks, right? What? We don't want him to curse any of these teams, but we want to know how you feel, because technically, for match number 1 earlier on the day, you guys did it. A 90-ish, 91% prediction, I think, for you guys for Falcons Vega, and you guys successfully predicted that. So what are your predictions for this? Do you think Cloud9 will be able to come back? Do you think that it's going to be a CFU match 2-0 to kind of tie it in with Falcons Vega in Group A? So many questions. Please help us answer it.
I'm not going to answer. You say you don't want to...
No, you're not allowed to answer.
Okay.
You can analyze. You can give us speculations of the picks maybe that will change, but no predictions. I'm sorry.
No predictions. No. What about statements, right?
What kind of statements?
Never mind. Let's go back to the game. Let's go back to that draft. Because honestly, I think in the first phase, it was actually already pretty solid from C9, right? The fact that they were able to pick those picks early. I think I was not a big fan of the carry, but then after seeing the Edith and the Terizla, I'm like, okay, I get it, right? I get the Terizla pick, Edith pick, and then straight into a carry. But then in the second phase, the Florian, after having 3 squishy members already, they decided to go for another squishy member. And then on top of that, they put in the Esmeralda. I definitely can see the winning condition for this composition. It really comes down to like early game as well, because for the Esmeralda, it's kind of a weird hero in a sense where the power spike isn't the usual power spike that we are known, that we know of in MLBB. Because Esmeralda, massive power spike at the start of the game. You're really good at lane. Then once people get Dominus Ice, you kind of fall off a bit. So mid-game, down again, and then late game, that's when you get the power spike again. But unfortunately, again, although those promises, all the potential that we saw in the late game for that lineup, they got it a bit too late and they lost so much. So if they want to go and enter with the same approach, they really gotta clean up a lot of the execution, because early on with the Florian, even we are kind of accustomed to that, right? We know that with Florian, you don't go for the first neutral objectives. You leave that open, you go for farm, and you go trade.
As made popular by Beloyski.
BBB. Big boy Beloy.
So that's the thing, right? How will these teams adjust? How will they come back? Because again, like a lot of people might be questioning the Esmeralda pick, and I think it's a good argument from Trex when we went into the game, was the fact that there were a lot of shieldings on the side of CFU Serendipity, that at the end of the day, when you mentioned the Esmeralda power spike hit, she was a lot more tanky, she was a lot more able to suck in the damage that was thrown at her. And obviously the women's teams, again, they fall to their comfort, right? Despite certain situations, certain scenarios, if it's just comfort over everything, right? They want to make sure that they are able to play it. They understand the fundamentals of the hero and can play it and understand the ins and outs.
Yeah.
So the Esmeralda at a certain point did work.
And I agree with that. I actually really like the Esmeralda pick, but not as the sole frontliner. I think for the most part, Esmeralda, if she's the only frontliner you have in your composition, she's still a bit too squishy, because the sustain she isn't just a brick wall like Terizla, you know what I mean? She needs time to walk around and then sustain around with her skills while she's dancing. You know Esmeralda, but usually...
Night Sky tells all, sorry.
Yes, exactly. I think someone else in front with her would be great. And if they want a healer still, Minotaur was still up for grabs. I don't remember it being banned out by CFU, so they could have gone for maybe even a Minotaur there to actually help with the healing, with the Flask of the Oasis even. You kind of get the same thing, but also you have so much more lockdown so that the carry can actually do her thing. She can, the spinning light wheels.
So now the ball is in their court, right, for Cloud9. And definitely, I think we talked about it in the roundtable as well. This was one of the teams that I was so excited to see, especially with Nicolette coming into play. Technically it's her redemption arc.
Yeah.
It's her time to shine. And I'm pretty sure that she... Is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
MWI song, Time to Shine.
Oh. Could you sing it for us?
No.
Okay. But back to that point, right? It's her redemption arc. It's her time to shine. It's her time to prove to the world what she's made of. So definitely they're coming back in with a level head. They're coming back to try and at least go for 1-1 now as we enter, ladies and gentlemen, into the drafting phase for the final game in this best of 2 series. And now Cloud9 have first pick.
See, this is what's scary, Eterna, because, blue side has had such a massive advantage, but in that game, it was C9 technically with the advantage because they were the ones to leave the Luoyi open. They were the ones to pick it up for themselves. Luoyi has been phenomenal, even in MSC, and usually you pick it up, you get a big advantage.
100% win rate.
100% win rate, exactly. But now that C9 has lost on the Luoyi, I'm actually going to think this is what I would do if I was in CFU's position. I'd be like, all right, let's not ban the Luoyi. We saw what the Luoyi could do in game number 1, and honestly, it was not much. The diversions wasn't being capitalized, wasn't being used by any of the members. And again, it's not their fault because who's going to take it? Florin? All the other squishy members? Carry, solo, flanking? Yeah. I don't know. It just definitely did not fit with the composition that they had. And CFU, it seems like they are taking that route. Maybe even the chip. Knowing how C9 has been playing in game number 1, maybe they leave the chip open because then they're forcing C9 to pick up the chip or give it over to CFU. And I know for a fact, if chip gets left open, CFU will like that pick. Oh man, I've been hearing so many things when it comes to CFU, not just the women's team, but the men's team as well. So they definitely have been sharing a lot of their strategies. Chip, their combination, they know how to play the chip. They're chip FU.
And and the thing is, like, even despite that fact, right, Chip is just so good in this current meta.
Yeah.
Because if you want to go for heroes that like to split push, if you want to go for heroes that like to play in the far lane, like assassins normally do, especially when we get into that mid game to try and control these side lanes, the Chip just does so well. Has so much advantage to go in and make those plays happen, the pickoff plays from happening. And it looks like the chip has actually been left open up until this point. Suxin gets banned in from C9, and CFU have opted to take away the Terizla to try and have a more level advantage in the EXP lane. And do you think with this, Yuzong might be the choice that they go for?
First pick? Not too sure if it's going to be first pick.
No, but like generally
out.
for the EXP lane.
Yeah, I guess that definitely will be one of the choices. I think in MMSC as well, when the Terizla gets banned out, we usually see
it's open.
But they go for the Angela ban. It is open. It is up for grabs. They can go for the chip now. Will Cloud9 steal the chip away from CFU? Will they trade it out with the Luoyi? Will they go for Roger? Because technically Roger is still up for grabs. And again, it was completely ignored in the first phase of game number 1. CFU didn't pick it up, but they picked it up in the second phase. C9, they're definitely going to have to think about that because it's a great flex pick. It doesn't matter if you can only play it in the jungle. It's still very prio in that jungle.
I mean, technically Luoyi has also been opened up.
Yeah.
Right? Do they want to go for the same approach as they did in game number 1? Sure, it didn't really work out for them, but that burst potential from the Luoyi in the early stage of the game is still something to fight for. But they go for a different route. No Chip, no Roger, no Luoyi. They go for the Ruby instead. So this time, they do have a setup hero. They do have a hero to make the plays happen.
Yeah, trying to anticipate the Chip pick or a Luoyi pick here to try to go for it, but I think it is going to be a Chip Roger here. For the side of CFU, we're talking about how the Roger should always be prioritized. You know, we have seen that many times before, and now for CFU, knowing that the Edith is not up for grabs, the Angela, the Terizla, they will just go for the Roger, but they don't go for the chip. Maybe they're trying to read out or trying to feign out. I don't know. This might be overthinking, right? But maybe CFU, they think C9 didn't pick the chip, so they have no intention to pick it up. Maybe we just go for a mid lane first, like a Vexana, and then end off the first phase with the chip, knowing C9 will probably just go for a counter.
It's a good priority lane as well, right? The Vexana. She clears really quickly, obviously still a little slow in comparison to a mid laner like the Lilia that we still have yet to see and come through here for MWI this year. But Vexana, a really great pick, a really good option to go in when they want to try and control the team fights. So with the Hayabusa also left open from the first stage of the game because they opted for the Suxin ban, the Hayabusa does come through alongside the Faramis.
Whoa. Faramis and the Hayabusa. CFU. A few picks now that they can go for would be like, I mean, they could go for big setters like the Tigreal and the Minotaur, or they can still try to utilize the chip. With the Faramis, you want to try to usually clump up in these team fights, so if you have prio around the map just with a teleport, with a shortcut, you can still try to outplay the Faramis, but Faramis is known to be a very, very good counter up against the chip, so you can already see for C9, they're trying to deny the chip picks by picking up good picks against the chip, like the Ruby, the Faramis, so they'll just go for the Minotaur. Like I said earlier, the Minotaur is a great setter, great punish. You can react to almost anything, and also you can engage. You also have the sustainability. Great all-rounder.
I mean, technically, Ruby is still flex, no?
It is. It is still flex.
We've seen it flex in like the men's scene.
Yeah.
But for the female
Cram,
scene...
XP.
Exactly. So if they still want to go for Chip, couldn't they technically still go? Chip, Faramis.
Yeah, I think for C9, they can definitely go still for that. But, I don't know how comfortable they are on the Chip. The main concern for me is still that, right? Because on the low Yi, it also felt like they were really too comfortable taking these big diversions on to go for flanks. And I don't know, at this point, I think for the Ruby, it's probably going to go Robe, not XP. It's a Natan ban though, so they're already taking away a hyper carry from Cloud9, someone that can actually utilize the chaos that Hayabusa, Faramis, and Ruby can create in the map to get some space. But like you said, Eterna, the Yuzong could be a very good choice, and that's why Cloud9 banned it away. That's probably the next best thing when it comes down to the XP lane, when you can set, sustain, fight, tank up damage, and deal damage. That's something Yuzong specializes in. Yeah, banned down. Now the X-Borg too, so... Huh.
Wow.
Planning for a tanky XP lane, I'm guessing now.
Who would that be?
I don't know if they... I mean, technically with the Minotaur and the Vexana, Arlet is a great pick. You can also go full tank on that Arlet. You can still get countered by the X-Borg later on in the mid-game. Yeah, I'm thinking Arlet right now with the Minotaur and the Vex. You get so much value out of the CC that is already there.
I wonder if C9 are sniffing this out, but no, they go for the Harith ban instead. Trying to push the tempo and trying to push this Roger into the jungle. And again, right, for CFU, it's still a big flex.
Yep.
Who's going to be in the gold lane? Who's going to be in the jungle? The Roger is still a big question mark, but here it is. Will Arlet be placed in the EXP lane now? Because technically, wouldn't you go for the flex for the gold lane and the jungle at this point?
Yeah, I think going for the flex would make sense, but technically they can also just pick up a Claude here, because for Cloud9, they haven't picked up a Claude just yet. They need someone in the weak side of the gold lane to actually cover up. They'll go for the Arlet first, and I guess, yeah, they're really just going to try to utilize that flex from the Roger, because even if Cloud9 go for the Claude, they already have the Roger. They can flex into the gold lane. That's a winning matchup. The Harith has been dealt with by C9 themselves, so there's not really much risk for CFU right now to just go for that Arlet. Thinking about C9, I'm thinking Claude Moskov. Those are the only two picks, I guess, that are up for grabs. Moskov, maybe a bit too risky. You might need that blink, but even then, I don't know. This is like you choose your poison. Moskov survives better in lane, but in these team fights are a bit more vulnerable. Claude is the opposite, right? He does better in these team fights, but in lane against a Roger, you get bullied quite hard.
Panda likes Moskov. Panda likes Carry, and Panda likes Roger. But it looks like that Lolita and that Carry will come through. The Carry, once again, another comfort pick in for Panda. And the Lolita. Why the Lolita here?
Try to push back some of the... I think they're...
Wait, so Ruby XP?
Yeah, so it is going to be Ruby XP. For Jewel, the Lolita pick is really because I think they're anticipating another gold lane or another marksman to go to the gold lane and Roger in the jungle. So trying to capitalize on the three ranged heroes that CFU has. But again, this is why the flex pick is so valuable. This is why they picked up the Arlet first instead of a marksman. Now they can adapt. They can go for an assassin in the jungle. It's not... I mean, technically, it could still work. Something like a Nolan in the jungle could still work. Heck, I would say with how much damage they already have here, if they want to go... Lancelot! I was about to say, if they want to go utility, the Arlet could still go like hybrid damage and also tank, but they go for something even crazier, Lancelot.
So three debut picks, right? The Lolita, we have the Lancelot.
Faramis too?
And the Faramis, exactly.
And Arlet, so another debut in MWI.
Man, these picks are getting even more interesting, even more spicy, and everything is on the line for C9 right now. Everything is on the line for the North American representatives here at MWI. Trex, you shaking now?
Materna, but whoever is the better team will win today, because this is the heart of esports here. Whether Cloud9 loses, wins, whether CFU comes out on top, we're here for MWI. Leo, we're in the land of Dawn.
And Lancelot makes a comeback. It's been a hot minute since we've last seen this assassin in the jungle. It's possibly a kit that Tagami prefers. Because in the absence of her Hayabusa and the Roger in the hands of Yui Fendi, I think this is their next best move. I appreciate it, though. I can see how, because of Moshi Bang and Yui's CC, they needed extra damage. They needed good cleanup. How do you get that? Well, you could have picked the Nolan, but they preferred the Lancelot, so I think they needed a better way out for her.
And not only that, after seeing the joy on Tagami, Tagami does great into getting to that back line, targeting, you know, just locking on to exactly who she needs to lock onto. And that could be a problem here for Panda. Could be a problem for Nicolette, maybe. But Cloud9, I think what's going to be huge for them is how Ashley utilizes this NetherRealm, if they're able to really capitalize it, and can Xayah finally land some big sets and make her hero count?
That's right. The mid lane duo from Cloud9 had a tough game one, so this might be them course correcting. Now they got eyes on Xayah. Moshi Bang sends her back. That's going to be a small camp invade here. Jewel can only watch. Something to note, Ashley's rocking Lethal Ignition on the farmers. We don't see this anymore.
I mean, hey man, rock it, drop it, try to pull something off here. Ashley's going to go back to base now. 15 seconds on the clock for this turtle. Nicolette on the opposite side of the map. Xayah doing a good job of like keeping cues on CFU. Not going too deep, not getting cut off, but at least giving vision to Cloud9. But CFU, they know she's there. They don't care. They're ready to position. Look at all four of them kind of making this box around this turtle. Now let's see exactly what happens. Abby taking a little bit of damage. Ooh. Abby and Jewel holding the brunt of the charge. CFU backed off.
There is still Moshi Bang holding CFU's ground at the turtle. Let's go. Circling around. Something to know as well, if I'm going to nitpick about the emblem on Ashley, check out Tagami. She's rocking Lancelot with a Warcry. So all of those little basics, and then the Thorn Rose, like eventually, this tells me she's going to deal damage. Like we've seen hybrids, we've seen Tanksalots make a showing here and there in the past few months, but this is full-on damage Lancelot. Let's see how it works out. A relatively mum and quiet first 3 minutes. Like nothing has happened.
These girls got their gloves on. They're stalling right now. They're waiting.
The mitts are on.
The mitts are on. The gloves are on. They're ready to throw some punches. Both teams taking some aggressive routes here. This time Cloud9 does have some heavy CC. They have some possibilities, but CFU answered so well with the Minotaur. Yui's going to jump in. Speaking of the Minotaur here, Nicolette holding to the bush, looking for Abby, locks on to Minotaur instead. In comes the big stun. Can Cloud9 capitalize on this? Nicolette able to get the first blood, make it 2, a double kill over to Nicolette here. The pullback, Ashley with the stampede. Moshi Bang now possibly in a little bit of trouble. Moshi Bang able to output some nice damage. Ashley there as well. Nicolette, Jewel going to finally back off and go for the turtle.
2 for none. Giving Cloud9 the go-ahead, the green light to take out this turtle. They're going for it. Moshi Bang versus Ashley and Jewel. Will they force this? Oh, turtle at a 10th.
Got me down to half health. Maybe still want to go for the dive in. Nicolette able to get the turtle, but a nice final slash does connect on to Jewel and Ashley. They're still able to get away. Cloud9 escape unscathed.
Clean. CFU starting to walk away with nothing. 2 minutes until the next turtle, and I can expect the same kind of pacing. Again, this does propel Cloud9 up by about 1,000 gold, and based on how the first 3 minutes of the game went, that's an astronomical lead already, because they made the first move, they got away with everything they needed to do, and there was very little punish. It looks like those CFU are looking to put pressure on Panda. I'd reckon that's the best part to put it into. Wait lang, hold up. Was that? Is Yui Fendi up on gold? Did you see that?
Don't know. I didn't see exactly.
Was that you like 500 gold or something like that?
It's it's definitely possible. You know, the Roger's got great poke. He's able to maybe even force him. Panda seems to be a bit more of the safe player. We're taking a look at gold now. Yui Fendi up about 200 in gold right now. So Panda not too far behind, but definitely Yui Fendi has gotten a couple extra last shots in, maybe denied Panda of a minion. A lot of action has been down on this boss side, so we haven't been able to see them too much. But in terms of XP right now, Panda's a little bit up. So definitely there's some trading going back and forth up in the top lane. And this has been I mean, even from last game to now, it's been a nice fight between these two. We've seen a lot show up from both teams. Panda last time wasn't able to have the space to capitalize. Well, they have it now. Nicolette with the quad shadow. Yui Fendi, we've seen this position before from Exai and the rest of the team, punishing down on Yui Fendi, but this time he's not going to let it happen.
Oh. She did find the out there, especially with the backup coming through. Tagami, Abby, and Yui kicking out the rest of C9, forcing them to rotate away. Look at how deep in Moshi Bang is. Moshi, what you doing? Cotton, proxy, and controlling the lower quarter so that the rest of her team can make moves up top. Oh, Minoan Fury, no one home.
Big miss, but Panda still takes some damage. 4 members of CFU up in the top side. Are they going to try to force in this tower? Look at Zaya with the conceal play, looking for the stun. Hits the flicker, misses as well. Both roamers whipping there a little bit. And now both teams are going to be forced to back off. It's a lot of ultimates down. Going to move down to this turtle. Jewel's already waiting for it.
A swing and a miss. Both also committed their flickers. So that's tough. Like, that is 2 minutes of hard engages, honest to God. Angles that you got to find. Still 1,000 between these two teams. C9 and CFU Serendipity back at the turtle pit. A pulse light, setting it to reset. Exaya spotted out, forced out of the Pixel brush. And Tagami, I'm wondering if she's thinking purple or turtle? Purple or turtle? I think she can buy time. This is enough time to go purple first, because I think they got the go signal that Nicolette is also still just farming up.
Yeah, Nicolette makes the same decision, but Tagami's not going to go for this orange, right? Going to have to commit. Nicolette's there as well. Jewel able to get a little bit of a stun on Moshi Bang. Ashley Exaya looking for the angle as well from the mid bushes. Now Turtle into the hands of CFU, but Nicolette loves this bush here. Wants to hang out. Target on Moshi Bang. Gets the shadow kill. Not enough damage though. NetherRealm does come out, but the big knock-up. Tagami able to secure that Turtle. Now Nicolette brought down to about half health. Firing back onto Tagami. Tagami trying to puncture away. Cloud9 loses the Turtle, but nobody goes down.
Despite the Cloud9 collision, I call it that because they just want to ram themselves into all 5 members of CFU Serendipity. CFU made themselves scarce. Like, that could have been definitely much worse. Now wait, 1v1, Jewel versus Moshi.
Oh, Moshi starting to get the better. Jewel doesn't have the minions to get the health back.
Woo! Sickle versus Spear.
Sickle versus Spear.
Oh, neither lady walking away with a W, and that's how most negotiations work. If neither walk away happy, was a good deal. So it's a dead lane down bottom. What about top? That's a 2v1. Exaya about ready to make her way there. There's a flicker back up on both of them. I wonder
who's going to hit it this time. But the rest of CFU now showing up. They're going to be able to take this tower, Panda. Not going to play it too dangerous. Does get the stun onto Yui. Panda lets it happen.
All right. They all retreat. That was a 4v4 waiting to happen. Possibly a 5v5 because Tagami was a little way off here. She is hitting level 11. Let's see now. She's down 500 gold.
Which is good for Nicolette, right?
This is where the shadows allow for faster rotations compared to the dashes on the lands.
Yeah, I mean, I think the dashes come in play really well in team fights, but when it comes to the jungle, I definitely think Nicolette, and we already saw even in last game, Nicolette was great at farming, great at, keeping up with Tagami even when the team was losing.
She knows.
So now we're seeing it really pop off here, but Nicolette maybe needs to look for some pickoffs at this point and try to make this lead a little bit more.
Yeah, she's got a rhythm to it, and I think what she's doing is she's leveraging the fact that she can rotate faster, get far more efficiently than Tagami, but let's see, they are looking to collapse down here onto the bottom. All right, eventually we'll get pushed in. Moshi can't take down. Oh, she saved the turret, but for now, that worked out.
Oh. A lot of damage, though. I'm offended. Does luck on Moshi Bang, and all gone. Shadow kill comes in. One more shot. Nicolette unable to secure it. Force it back off, and that's another ult down. Cloud9 might have to buy some time. CFU, though, knows the damage there and isn't going to force this Lord either.
Yep. In the realm of ults from the meta assassins right now, Shadow kill takes a while. Shadow kill might as well have been an eternity if nothing comes out of it. Like, you got to reset, find another angle, maybe after another huge team fight or a trade, and then it comes back on. See, look, I've been ranting about Shadow kill. It's still up.
Jewel going to be in a little bit of trouble. Yui Fendi able to get the kill there. Cloud9 trades it for a tower up top. This time Cloud9 playing some more of the macro game. Minions coming down the mid side as well, but CFU now with a man up, a girl up, I should say. They're going to be on this Lord. Exaya Looking for an angle. The knockup does connect onto Abby. Nicolette into the backside, gets a lot of damage onto Abby, able to secure the kill. Lord down to about 10%. It's going to be a 50-50. Tagami comes out on top of the coin flip, but now Moshi Moshi in trouble. CX Panda looking for the kill, looking for the takeout. Ashley able to secure it. Nicolette looking for one as well. Yue goes down. 3 numbers drop for CFU. Cloud9 going to be able to come out on top even after losing the Lord.
The apple of my eye, a plan well executed. Amazing team fight, amazing collapse. Sure, Tagami walks away with the Lord, scoring it for CFU Serendipity, but at the end of it, what do you get when you lose a chunk of the map? Because Cloud9's gonna run roughshod. Look, they're gonna push down bottom. Panda left a lane up top. Even if Lord is there, they can get to it eventually, and then they're gonna try to push in mid again. Look at this now, 3K ahead. C9 up on CFU Serendipity. Items-wise, again, say what you will about that team fight dash, but when you're down about 2K gold like this, it's hard to think of how else Tagami can affect the map. Besides, again, objectives and team fighting.
I definitely agree. I think one of the saving graces here for CFU, Moshi Bang still holding a gold lead over Jewel there. And Moshi Bang's just been able to tank around, get some of these big final slashes, and it's something that Cloud9 consistently has to watch out for. And even there, they know they're going up top. They know Cloud9 has to defend Lord, and what does CFU do? They cut bottom lane, they open up space for their minions to get there, and they get a tower. So even though they lost out on that Lord, they still found something in the chaos. And it just goes to show they always have a macro mindset. CFU just doing wonders with it.
Yep, and I think as soon as Cloud9 transcends to that level, because again, they're winning team fights, they're winning trades. As soon as they're able to turn that into a macro movement, then CFU Serendipity might be looking at checkmate. But for now, they're clawing back. It's giving comeback, as it is. Moshi Bang checks in with the bush, spots Jewel, and Xayah there. Oh no, 1v1, could this be?
A lot of damage on Tagami. No shadow kill. Yui Fendi able to get the kill on Nicolette. The shutdown, putting a nice chunk of gold into the pocket. CFU now looking for the takeoff, looking for the moment, looking for the engage. I'm offended, connects onto Yui. Xayah gets the stun. Whoa. Can the team follow up? They get stunned as well. Unable to fully commit, but now they're locking on. Panda with a speedy light wheel, trying to get some free shots. Tagami on the run. Panda needs one more and finds the kill. Tagami down. Moshi Bang might be the next on the block. Chop, chop, chop. But wait, the final slash. Panda unable to connect. Finally gets a double. Finally looking for the triple, but Yui Fendi and Yui don't want to give it up. Cloud9 finds something. It's a 2-for-1. Can they take a tower too?
And suddenly it comes to a stop, stop, stop. Here's the SCC replay one more time. I could have sworn Nicolette was going to get it, but here comes the cavalry, the sharks of CFU Serendipity. They overloaded Nicolette. She wasn't even expecting it. Oh, what? There were 3 in there? And I'm not so sure, but there might have been a Minoan Fury committed. Is this real time? Are we looking at real? No, it's still the replay. It's the aftermath of that fight. And that's Moshi Bang looking for the chop, chop, and then the stop. They eventually won the trade still. So what I'm trying to say is Cloud9, the thesis statement is they love team fighting. They're winning most of their team fights, save for like weird pickoffs. Nicolette was out of her breath there. But as soon as they can turn it into huge conversions, then we're talking. Then maybe we can see a 1-1.
Thesis statement, Cloud9, they're a young team essentially, right?
Barely
young team
months
in NA,
old.
but they're bringing that old school young team NA vibe, loving team fights. We want to clash. We want to try to win in micro mechanics. How far will that take them though? They did just get the push on the top lane. If they're going to get the outplay here, I think this far in the game, that's just how they have to win it, right? It has to be the big team fight.
The Ohio brothers. You were naming American teams. I just had it to get in there. But yeah, you're right. It reminds me a lot of a young team from 2021 who made it all the way to 3rd place in the World Championships. BTK played a very similar play style, and here now I'm seeing signs of that, little hints of that in Cloud9's play style, but they gotta bring it up. If they can turn this team fight excellence into a Lord here, then CFU Serendipity might be staring at a base defense.
Very true, and Cloud9 knows they're on the ledge. We saw the reaction from Nicolette. Just shows how invested into this she is. But CFU always keep their cool, man. Even when they were behind against Vega in the previous game, they still seemed to keep their cool. They came into this series feeling good about themselves, ready to play. And all they got to do is get this one win. They're 3,000 gold behind, but just a few minutes from possibly, maybe securing group stage.
That's the Kamai cool in play. They're just waiting. Check this out. Not even shaken with the Lord dance. Yue jumping into that river brush. Here comes Tagami.
Jewel takes a lot of damage. Thorn Rose does come out from Tagami. They're able to create some space. Nicolette's the one playing the macro game now. Was up in the top lane for a second, going back down to the mid, looking for a way around the back maybe.
Huge.
A cheeky play onto somebody.
Huge rotation. She's keeping herself scarce. No one knows where she is. Not even Moshi might have seen her.
I think she's good, yeah. I think she's in a safe spot. And C9 knows she's there this time. Cloud9 pushing CFU back. Nicolette wants that revenge kill onto Tagami here. Thorn Rose comes out. Nicolette not going to force it this time. She goes down. They get the Lord. Well played.
Amazing. Just through the threat of the unknown. You see how there were like just one or two C9 players in the pit, and they still got the more than like showing 3 or 4 players. They were able to take that Lord clean by hiding more players. That's ridiculous. By hiding players, you got away with more, and you got more than if you were honest about it. This is a new aspect of the Lord dance that we've seen, and C9 are putting it into beautiful execution. They're now up 4,000 gold. CFU Serendipity, again, they're staring down on a Lord defense. Best case scenario, they don't lose inhibitor. Worst case, they lose like 2.
Definitely could be trouble in Cloud9's shown. I mean, this is Cloud9's time to shine. CFU, no place to run. You're forced into a team fight now. There is a bit of a bottleneck here. They have to be careful.
That's right. Luckily, their lineup is great at in-base defenses, right? They got a big, chunky Minotaur. They got the final slash on Moshi Bang. Lord crashes through, and they got the cleanup in Tagami. Can they get it through now? Tagami dashing around. Yep, that's a second inhibitor in mid.
Zaya's being so patient with this Numenon blast. Not going to waste it. Jewel holding down the front side. They get 2 inhibitors. Nicolette locks on. Moshi down. In comes Minoan's Fury. Nice response. Ashley had to bring out the Netherrealm. Tagami taking a little bit of damage. Pops the Thorn Rose, but I'm offended. Locks in. And Jewel finds Yui Fendi. They're going to lock onto the base. Panda unloading right now. They don't even have the minion, but they're going to try to force this in. It's nothing but Abby. Cloud9 showing CFU it's not over yet.
We are mere moments away from a 1-1, and here we are. The group of death lives up to its name. C9 takes it to 1-1 against CFU Serendipity.
What does that mean, Leo? Big possibilities for a future tiebreaker in this one. We might see Game 3 eventually, but Cloud9 shows up. They had a rough draft, a rough game in number 1. But just like CFU proved themselves in Game 1, Cloud9 responds, and the group of death definitely prevails to hold its name.
Word of advice, C9 currently on Cloud9. They got to keep their feet on the ground. Their next matchup ain't going to be an easy one. They're facing off in a best of 2 against possibly the best of the best in the world in Falcons Vega. So that's up next. If they can score 1 against them, I guess that's a lock-in. But if they don't, then we are definitely looking at a tiebreaker situation.
A game number 3, and you know, throughout all of MSC, we didn't get to see one, I don't think. That would be a little exciting to see a tiebreaker match, especially between these 2 teams, because we're already starting to see the battle, the fight between the 2, Leo. Cloud9 shows up, CFU shows up. It's a 1-1 in Group A.
The ladies came to play, and color me impressed. I love this throwback to an old school metagame, and I love how the aggression from C9 is what puts them over. This is impressive. Let's go over to the stage for an interview.
Incredible, incredible stuff right now. We have Ashley here from Cloud9 for this interview segment, and we're very excited. Why not let's start with your questions first, Bar.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. So, 1-1, but how did you bounce back from the first match?
You know what's interesting? I actually, before I went to sleep yesterday and when I woke up, I had a feeling we would go 1-1 to them and then get a point from the next team.
Like manifestation kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the reason why I'm here now with my team, so.
Let's go. Cloud9 moment indeed.
Absolutely amazing. And now, of course, you know, your chemistry is undeniable right here at the Land of Dawn. We have seen really good team fights happening, especially in Game 2. How has, you know, Midnight coming on as coach to you girls, you know, making this already great team, you know, so powerful right here for MWI 2024?
So I would put a lot of emphasis on Midnight's help on our team because even though he put such a short amount of time and like attention on us because of the other team, he was giving us like limited information, but that limited information was like enough for us to improve like dramatically. So very thankful to him.
And finally, what can we anticipate right here from Cloud9 moving on into the next game where you guys will be meeting Falcons Vega?
Well, we have to make it out of groups, and I think we will.
Fantastic. Fingers crossed. Now time is ticking for you guys because you're going to come on for the next match. So go prepare. Thank you so much for joining us right here, Ashley. Thank you. So without further ado, we're going to hand our time over to the studio to break it down for us. Take it away, guys.
Talk about redemption arc, right? I mean, that comeback coming in from C9 has actually put us in a position where we might see a tiebreaker today. Of course, with the, the situation being that Cloud9 wins 2-0 or goes 1-1 against Team Falcons Vega.
Goes to show you, by the way, that in this game, if they get a draft that has fundamentals in it, they can still make it happen. They don't need those crazy experimental drafts like we saw in game number 1. But I understand, right? In the best of 2, game number 1, maybe you want to try to shock your opponents. And here, we finally get the real C9. We finally get them on picks that we're used to seeing from, just normal teams. So Cloud9, really fantastic team fighting. I think the casters pointed out many, many times. Definitely, I think for Leo, he said it reminded him of the M3 success of BTK through the team fighting prowess. And yeah, ultimately they were able to finally, after getting a lot of the team fights in the early game, but somehow also losing out on the neutral objectives, they were able to finally get the neutral objectives, get the structures as well on top of these big team fights. And you can see that hug as well, man. I mean, you definitely get the feeling that there was a lot of pressure on them, especially after game 1. Losing out in game number 1 like that, the fact that they were able to come back in such a dominant fashion too. If we take a look at the scoreboard, 11-2. CFU, the only thing keeping them in this game was their neutral objective control, which again was still very, very impressive considering they were down gold, I think, at every single point of the game.
It felt like they shook the jitters, right? I think game number 1, it was a big warm-up for them. And in game number 2, they just really popped off with, of course, the drafts that were given to them. But the PlayStation MVP presented is going to be Nicolette. As the casters pass it down, redemption arc. Talk about her redemption arc. Being the MVP here, let's hope that she can carry on and manifest for game number 2.
From a mid laner to a jungler, first we got to talk about that adaptation,
that's
right?
True,
because
that's true.
It's already such a different role. In the mid lane, you usually play to enable other people to carry. Depends on the hero you use, obviously. But here, it almost seems like it was seamless. The way that she was able to adapt into the jungle role, acting as the carry. And again, I would say, even though she missed out on a lot of the neutral objective when it comes down to the contest, Hayabusa isn't really a neutral objective secure man hero, It's more of a fight hero, fight man hero, yeah? And Cloud9 now 1-1, CFU 1-3. So they already mentioned about the possibility, if Falcons Vega take them down 2-0, that means we're gonna have a tiebreaker between CFU and Cloud9.
Oh, all right, you're right.
It's an interesting group of death.
Already.
What if they take
first group?
If they take a
tiebreaker
game out of, if they take a game, they're through, and CFU will be eliminated. So it'll be Cloud9 and Falcons Vega.
So all Cloud9 needs to do now.
One game.
I mean, Ashley, she was talking about it in her interview, right?
She had that vision.
She manifested.
Manifestation.
Before she slept, she was like, I have a feeling that we're gonna go 1-1 against this team, but in the next team, that's when we're gonna get our point. And if that actually comes true, then manifestation, ladies and gentlemen.
Manifestation. I mean, hey, it happened. It happened in game number 2. The fact that they were able to come back there, not just, that was just really, I was really impressed with the team fighting prowess that they had.
And I'm excited to see what the next match has to hold for us, ladies and gentlemen. But before we get into the nitty-gritty, we are going to go on a short break. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Ready, set, go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the studio for MWI 2024 X EWC. We're now ready for our third match of the day, the decider match to see who will move forward, who will be eliminated, or will there be a potential tiebreaker for Group A, the group of death. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the showdown here by Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib, it's a journey. It's been a journey already for both of these teams, but the Titans now coming through for Cloud9 against Falcons Vega from Indonesia.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see this matchup, right? Because CFU, match number 1, they almost took a game out of Falcons Vega. In game number 2, it was really, really close. They were the ones dominating in the early game, but unfortunately, due to some team fights, Falcons Vega were able to take control back of the game. And hey, almost seems similar. CFU, game number 1 against Cloud9, domination. But then, game number 2, it's kind of a comeback from Cloud9 through team fighting. So, hey, Falcons Vega, they're known to be very, very good at these team fights, especially in the early game. And technically for Cloud9, that's exactly what we saw from them in game number 2. Team fight versus team fight, early game versus early game, assassin versus assassin. It's time for a banger. The Falcons fight in the clouds.
It's time for their arrival by Jamil. And they're rolling in now, ladies and gentlemen. Falcons Vega once again with that dominating victory from their first game of the day. They are bringing in the momentum. 2-0 against the Kamai, against CFU Serendipity. And now they're looking to try and relay that same victory, that same success that they were able to grab here against Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, for Cloud9, honestly, after seeing game number 2, I think go back to what they were already doing in game number 2.
Definitely. But here, ladies and gentlemen, let's take it to the stage.
المثيرة, and now we are continuing our beautiful journey. We are back again. Assalamu alaikum.
Salam indeed. Amazing, amazing stuff right now here. We're into match 3 already of Group A, the group of death as they call it. But of course, this is going to be the decider match to see who's moving into the competition, whether it's going to be a potential tiebreaker and all. But right here in match 3, this is a match that you don't want to miss because we'll be seeing the likes of Cloud9 going up against Falcons Vega. So without further ado, let's meet the teams of Cloud9. Incredible stuff. Now, the beautiful faces of Cloud9 is something that you guys are not familiar with, right? So now we have seen their prowess over at the Land of Dawn. The sisters are now in sync. Question is, can they take match 3? Now, who are they going up against?
Well, can they indeed? Going against, ladies and gentlemen, and let's hear it for Falcons Vega.
Incredible stuff. Now we have met the 2 teams right here on either side, Cloud9 and Falcons Vega. Now this is going to be a very exciting match. Will the Falcons be flying through clear skies, or are they going to meet some sort of turbulence right here from Cloud9? So without further ado, let's pass our time back on over to the studio. Take it away, Yalla!
And take we shall. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Thank you so much, Bara. And we're about to get it. We're about to get into the deciding match of Group A, our group of death. But you're right, Mirko is pointing in right now. It looks like Caramel is stepping back into the jungle position. No Mei lane this time around.
Yeah, and it seems like, I mean, from what I saw earlier, my eyes sometimes deceive me, but hopefully not this time. But Agatha is going to be in the mid lane too, so no Funi, no Mei lane. It's going to be Caramel and Agatha, and this, there you go, Agatha's here. So the main lineup, it seems, for Falcons Vega, this was the lineup that we were all expecting as well. They decided to go for a different lineup up against CFU, but now up against Cloud9, they decide, you know what? It's time to bring out the big guns. Or technically, at this point, what is the big guns anymore?
Which one?
Which one?
Which one?
They're both big guns.
Because like earlier on, I mean, Mei lane as well as Funi, they were performing out of their mind as well. So we're not gonna really see the sister dynamic
that's true.
that we saw earlier on from Falcons Vega, you know, as Funi as well as Chin Chao. They're sisters for those of you who aren't aware. But we're going back into the roster that we thought that they were going in. And that just poses another threat for everyone out there, right? The fact that Falcons Vega can come in with 2 different lineups, 2 different rosters as one of their ace cards.
We've seen in the past, though, if you keep on shuffling rosters, it's not really that good. It can be good, but it can also be very bad, right? It's a double-edged sword. Exactly, where in one way, it's good because technically your opponents don't know what to plan, like whether to plan against that roster or the roster now with Agatha and Caramel. But on the other side, team synergy is definitely a very important thing. The fact that they are trading in 2 players and not the whole team with another team means that these players that are staying, Chin Chao, Tal, and Violet, they're going to have to understand that they're playing with completely different people with completely different styles, right? I think for Caramel, not really the case when it comes to like how she plays, because Caramel is an assassin too. She likes dealing damage. She likes going on those picks like the Roger and the Nolan. So maybe not the biggest difference there, but I would say for Agatha and Funi, that's got to be the big difference here in the team. For Agatha and Funi. So with Agatha coming back in the lineup, maybe we'll see more of the carry heroes instead of the enablers. Funi, she played Vexana 2 games in a row, right? So she really was there to follow up, put on more CC, and add on more utility to enable the team. Meanwhile, for Agatha, she sometimes goes on the Valentina. She loves playing these carry picks as well. So don't be surprised if they actually go for a secondary carry in the mid lane.
You know what you'd be surprised about?
What?
A fun fact.
Whoa!
We like fun facts, right?
Surprised, yeah.
I'm pretty sure the audience likes fun facts as well.
Go and shoot out the fun fact.
Now that Caramel has swapped in for the jungler, I'm going to tell you later. Suspense, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head over to this video with an interview.
What is it, man?
I'm not going to tell you.
Hey there, it's Renmar. I'm here with Caramel, the jungler for Falcons Vega. They just won their first series here in MWI. Caramel, what do you think about your team's performance?
They are doing so good, and I think we will do perfectly for the next match.
All right, good. They're going to go from good to perfect. Is there one player in the team right now that you want to highlight?
I really want to highlight Chin Chao's performance from the previous game because she is so strong in laning, and I think she carries the game well.
Oh, okay. So Chin Chao, they're going and carries the game really well according to Caramel. Now, actually, there's another thing I wanted to ask you. You are right now, currently, you weren't able to play the first series, substitute. So what do you do for the team behind the scenes, or are you just ready to play anytime?
I'm helping for anything that I could help, like watching other teams and then motivating them and always be ready.
All right, so Caramel, super dependable. Now, is there anything you want to say to the fans in your native language of Bahasa Indonesia?
In my native language?
Yeah.
Halo semuanya, jangan lupa tetap dukung tim Indonesia di MWI.
Yeah. She mentioned there, if I'm not mistaken, you mentioned, hey everyone, please don't forget to watch or support in MWI, that correct?
Yeah, you are doing really good in understanding our language.
Just a little bit, just a little bit. All right, thank you so much, Caramel. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Reptar, for that backstage interview with Caramel.
Ooh.
You know, that was perfect timing, right? Because my fun fact was actually about Caramel.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you ready now?
Yeah.
What about you guys back at home? What about you guys at the venue here?
Yeah. It's them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. So, Caramel has a ritual.
A ritual?
Before every match that she plays competitively.
Okay.
Her ritual is that she plays ranked games with Luke.
Oh.
Your Luke. Her boyfriend.
You said my Luke.
He's your Luke now, right?
Yeah.
Wait, that's public information, right?
No, you actually just proved. No, yeah, it is.
No
it is
way.
public information.
Don't do me dirty like that.
So that's why she didn't play in match number 1. She said it in an interview. She was still warming up, playing ranked games with Luke. You know, it's always great to have an amazing, reliable XP lane as an amazing, reliable jungler. Right?
Yeah.
Especially that XP lane. I mean, it's like probably the best XP in Indo. You know what I mean? You know, like Luke. You don't agree? Do you not think Luke is the best XP in Indo?
I mean, we'll see. We'll see back at MPL. But here, we're here to highlight MWI players. So, you know, let's shift our focus back on this because you know, seeing the performance of Cloud9 and the fact that they've already really warmed up, right? That was a very dominant showing by Cloud9 in their second game of that series against CFU. So, oh man, again, I really want to know which way you think this will sway.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Okay, I'll change it. What are we expecting between both of these teams?
Oh, I'm expecting early fights, a whole lot of early fights, but also I'm expecting again for C9 to be able to hold down Chinchao in lane through getting a weak side matchup, right? I mean, as long as Panda doesn't really go for these fights, put her on a carry again and she'll do amazing. I think the carry pick has been amazing. Even in game number 1, despite the fact that they lost, Panda was doing really good. She was able to kite back a whole lot of the times, and she was able to always stay safe in the back line and even in lane when she got ganked. So putting her on a carry will be number 1 priority. But again, for Falcons, they can definitely try to take that away from her or bully her even more in that lane.
That was my concern, right?
And also blue side.
So far, we've seen Panda really pop off on the carry, but that's all we've seen from her, right? And that's something that Falcons Vega have definitely taken into consideration. So maybe we'll see a respect ban coming through for the carry in the first phase. But even Cloud9, they left the carry open to be picked up in the second phase. So the mind games have begun, ladies and gentlemen, as we enter the drafting phase of game number 1 in this best of 2 series between Indonesia's Falcons Vega and NA's Cloud9. And there it is, carry respected away from Cloud9, really forcing Panda into position to explore her options. Without the carry, what else can you perform on?
Yeah.
According to statistics and according to data and according to the history that we've seen her on, Roger and Moskov are alternatives.
And I think Falcons know that. I think that's why they banned out the carry. They know if it isn't the carry, she has a tendency to go for a gold laner that will fight. And that just goes to show you how confident Falcons are of Chinchao. Even in the interview, when Reptar asked, Caramel about the game, Caramel said, Chinchao's an amazing laner. Game number 1 showed that. Game number 2 showed that in match number 1. And if Chinchao gets a winning lane, even when she doesn't, she got a Claude against the Harith. She was still able to win out against that Harith. So, yeah, confidence definitely there for Team Falcons. But also, this is a fun fact. You said a fun fact. You want to hear another fun fact? 100% win rate for blue side. Still. All of the games we've seen, which is 4 games in total, all the wins have come through the side of blue. C9 are blue, but they're not on the blue side.
They're not. Maybe they could be for game number 2.
Are they forcing the Moscow, by the way? They banned out the Roger and the flex pick away.
2 heroes from Panda have been eliminated from Falcons Vega. They understand the pivotal role that Panda has in the gameplay and in the success that C9 were able to get earlier on. So definitely off the table, perhaps forcing that. But remember, the Harith is still on the table, ladies and gentlemen. The big question is, can C9 utilize it? Is Panda comfortable on the Harith?
Maybe the Harith gets first pick by Cloud9, but the thing is, the Ling has been left open as well. We know that Caramel can play the Ling, and she's pretty good at it. Chip Loyi banned out Ling for the first time, I think, in MWI today. That we're seeing the Ling up for grabs. Now the decision is, Falcons, do they want to pick up the Ling? Do they want to pick up the Angela? The Angela can combo together with a whole lot of different heroes. They go for the Hayabusa instead, and this is also a Caramel signature. But is it more prio than the Ling? Because Cloud9, I think they're also quite comfortable to go for the Ling pick on Nicolette. And the Angel, they can get Angeline.
That's a problem here, right? They could even go, I don't know, are they trying to gamble with the Harith? Is that what we're going for? I mean, with the Roger being taken out, Harith is a big prio in that gold lane if they still want to control these side lanes. Terizla as well, by the way, has been left open. So this time around, C9, they're going to prioritize that EXP lane. They're going to pick up that Terizla, and they're also going to have that Valentina flex in that mid lane for her to utilize. But Falcons Vega, if they want to go for it, they can. Harith and Angela.
Oh, they go for the Edith. So that's a way to battle out, but I don't know about this Edith pick. I'm not a big fan of it, especially considering Cloud9 have already picked up the Valentina, right? That's a big ultimate to be able to be utilized now. Primal Wrath in a lot of these early team fights, knowing that they already have a Terizla. That Primal Wrath is going to be very, very lethal on the hands of the Valentina. They go for the Harith too. Makes sense. They pick up the counter to the Harith to deny it away from Cloud9, and then they pick up the Harith, so really trying to enable the Harith pick. But again, the Primal Wrath can be stolen, so it's not completely taken off the board.
Is this the time? Is this the time? Is this the time for Nicoling?
Nicoling? No, it's time for Pandakov.
Okay.
Panda Moskov.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so those are her comfort heroes, right? This just really confirms it in, right? With the Roger with the carry being taken away, she falls onto her comfort.
Yep.
She falls onto Moskov. But now Falcons Vega, if they want, they can eliminate the Ling. Would that be in their best interest?
I think so. I don't know. Maybe they want to try to force out the Ling. That could be a... I don't know, though. Personally, I would say ban the Ling. Hayabusa versus Ling. I would personally give the Ling a little bit of an edge in that matchup when it comes to clear speed, when it comes to also 1v1s, because you can actually dictate to how to, like, get out of the shadow kill with the Tempest of Blades. But here for C9, yeah, it's definitely going to be the Minotaur ban here for them. I think they're happy enough with already the Primal Wrath. They don't want to give Falcons too many big ultimates. And now the big question for me is, they're banning out the Minotaur. So are they trying to force this Edith to be a roamer? So they're banning as many roamers as they can. And I think that's a great response, by the way, from Falcons. They noticed that C9 are already banning the Minotaur, trying to force that Edith to go roam. Falcons say, hey, we can do that. We can force the Edith to go roam, and then we're just going to ban out the Kufra, ban out more roamers, so that now Xayah will be the one placed in a tough spot. Tigreal,
right? I think you mentioned against the Assassins that Tigreal could definitely be a big factor to how this game turns out. Are they going to leave it open, or are they going to ban it?
I don't know about this game. Because again, they might want to pick it up themselves up against this Hayabusa. That could be a great option to go for, especially considering, you know, the Valentina can steal the Primal Wrath, so even more lockdown. But honestly, knowing that they already have a Terizla, if they want to pull off the Florin, it's not that crazy. I think to think about the Florin here in this game. They ban out the Yuzong too. So setting up for the Moskov to have a better time in these team fights so that he can actually space better. Yuzong is a great tool that Falcons could have used to actually help the Hayabusa get towards the Moskov, get towards the Valentina. Now for Falcons, Vega, final ban. No Kufra. They might ban a Tigreal.
Tigreal, Ruby?
Ruby's banned out, so...
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Tigreal or an assassin. A jungler.
Ling, Nolan,
I would say Ling.
Fanny.
Probably, if they were to choose, I think it should be Ling or Tigreal. They go for the Tigreal ban. They're trying to set up for the Hayabusa. And now it's C9's time. They need a roamer, they need a jungler. Ling is still up for grabs. They don't really have any flex towards
Angela's
the jungle.
technically still open.
Yeah, they could still go for the Angeling. They could pick up the Angela here. And honestly, Falcons could also pick up the Angela, so that's also a pretty ridiculous combo if they get the Angela on top of the Harith and the Edith. But maybe C9 with the Valentina pick, they're already they're kind of set up for it already. But there you go, Florin. It makes sense to go for the Florin here, at least. I like it way more compared to the 5 squishy members in the early game for game number 1 against CFU. Now they have a Terizla. And there you go, Florin. Some solid stuff. But that means they might need to have to play with the Moskov. Maybe they go for another tank in the jungle. Baksha's still up for grabs. It's a good pick here.
If it were on the side of Falcons, oh, there it is. Arlet and Vexana gonna be the choice in for Falcons Vega, and now one last pick for Cloud9. If it was Caramel, I'd probably be like, would Mardis be the option? But Baxia, there you go. Nice prediction.
Thank you.
So let's throw it over to our casters. Trex, Leo, what you got?
We got an unexpected return of utility junglers. Baksha is back in this matchup. Falcons Vega versus C9. Well, how do you feel about this? Because it's a 4-in-1 now. It's all in on Panda.
It's definitely all in on Panda. We do see Ashley on this Valentina, though. There's some mechanics there. There's some damage that can be dealt, some possibilities. Not completely against this composition for Cloud9, but you gotta be able to pull it off, right? You have to be able to make it work and have the strategy for it.
Not to mention Caramel and Agatha coming in. This is the lineup we were expecting. And all the kudos to that first roster that played for Falcons Vega that swept CFU Serendipity. But here now, they're looking to go for the throat. Game number 1 in this best of 2, an orange start for Vega, and C9 going for that purple. It's so weird now. They're playing on 2 different planes. The wavelengths are so different that there's a utility jungler on one side and then an assassin in the other. And this is a first pick Hayabusa, mind you.
Yeah, first pick Hayabusa so comfortable, right? You got Caramel now in the game, along with Agatha. Team Falcons, I think, knew the Ling, not only a first pick Hayabusa, but Ling was open. Ling went unbanned, unpicked the whole time, and similar to what we saw in previous series, we saw the Louis and Chip never get picked up. A lot of these women's teams are coming in ready with what they want to pick, knowing that it's going to work for them.
Yep, look at this. Deep invade by Falcons Vega. Jewel to the rescue, helping Nicolette secure her orange buff. Oh, no, Jewel!
They are playing so aggressive. Vega showing up in the early game already. And they're just hanging out, man. They're not even worried about Ashley. Now getting involved as well. Thal takes a lot of damage, able to get a 4-man knock up there. Nicolette, though, forcing the engage possibly here. Ashley there as well. Violet responding. Gets the vengeance through, more damage. Jewel looking for the kill on Thal. Thal able to dash away. It's back and forth, but it's still 0-0.
Could have gotten that first blood, but both of these XP laners are chunky in their own right. Now this lane right here, the Moscow versus the Harith, it's clearly a Chincha in control. Look at that. This is a TKO if I've ever seen one. She sent home Panda. And again, as mentioned as the match started, Panda needs to get on top of things.
Yeah, Panda needs time to farm. And right now, Chincha, what did the interview say with Renmar? They said, we have faith in Chincha. Chincha is going to perform in the lane, and right now it is showing. Panda has to sit back at the tier 2 right now and watch the gold plating just be taken away.
That's a lot of money on Chincha. She is making bank. Almost 200 gold. Under 2 minutes. Now Jewel here, 1v2. Turtle already spawned. Both teams taking their time. Ashley very low.
Yeah, playing the distance. A lot of damage from the Eternal Guardian. Cloud9 are hanging on, but how long will the thread hold until Team Falcons Vega cut it through? Nicolette in a little bit of trouble, down to about 20% health already. The final slash connects. Eternal Guardian there to help out. Ball taken low, but Violet taken out. Cloud9 able to get the kill. Carmel still walks away with the turtle. Easy money for Vega.
Sharp. Falcons of Vega score the turtle at the cost of Violet's life. But I'd say that's worth it, but they're still going. They're deep in. Look at this, purple.
There's a lot of damage. This is bad for Nicolette. Nicolette low. Carmel able to get the kill, but they respond by taking out Caramel. Jewel there, looking for Thal. One more hit, slams down, but Jewel loses the life for it. It's a 2-for-2 purple buff.
Where'd it
I think
go?
It went to someone that died.
Some tells me Nicolette stole it and then died very shortly after. And all this while, this is what Naisu, Joseph Rezabek, our friend, would call the gold lane experience. And it's not even because of how she's been assisted by her roamer. No, Chincha's been single-handedly pushing in. Here's another look at that team fight. Short but sweet. And yeah, Jewel finds Thal, but they gave too much space to Agatha. Where'd it go? You see where it went?
No, maybe it went over to...
it was gone too soon.
Yeah, it was gone way too soon.
Maybe Caramel too, then she just died, right?
Yeah, maybe Caramel. Anybody could have gotten it there. At this point, either way.
It wasn't on the map.
Yeah, it's definitely not on the map anymore. But you know what it is? Thal here, looking for the toss-up. Ashley forced to use the Purify. Thal taking a lot of damage. In comes the penalty zone. Nicolette able to get the kill. Make this the enemy zone. Looking for the thrill. Violet now in trouble. C9 ready to rumble. They find Violet. Another one on the target. Jewel, Nicolette brought low. Falcons Vega looking for the response, but Cloud9 still take the kills 5-2.
It's hard to fight Cloud9 blow for blow. Like, if it's team fights you're looking for, these ladies got you. And I am impressed as to how Team Falcons Vega, maybe with the roster switch up, is caught out of their breath. Look at this now. They're 1,000 gold ahead, yes, but they're down 3 kills. And you give Cloud9 maybe 2 more of these fights in the next 5 minutes, and they should be in control. And again, folks, just to remind y'all, in Group A, that's all Cloud9 needs. A single game win to secure the next stage.
One little game, one game to rule them all. Cloud9 trying to prove that they're here to get to the groups. There's already a lot of hype around Vega. Team Falcons are known. People expect them to make it out. Cloud9 trying to escape the group of death right now. They don't want to go to a tiebreaker game. And they're kind of in control, but look at Team Falcons Vega, man. Still holding a strong gold lead. Jewel in a little bit of trouble. Shadow kill comes through. All they need is one more shot. Carmel look for the final one. Does get the penalty zone off, but not enough to get away.
All right. The clapback from Cloud9 seems to be in the gold lane. Let's see if they can equal the odds here as Chincha goes against 3. There's a minion wave coming through, and that's a clean turtle take. Team Falcons Vega walking away with that. So a lot of major objectives going over to Vega. All this while, Cloud9 are again, just playing out these skirmishes. There's got to be some trade back. There's got to be something that they're getting on the way out. Because look at this. Wow. Look at how fast Vega is on the response. They're taking a turret up top, too.
Yeah, they're taking everything. They're taking the lunch money. They're taking the dinner. They jacked their wallets. A final slash. You might just call it. Jewel in trouble once again. They're targeting down on Jewel, man. That's 2 kills in like 1 minute, 1.5 minutes.
All right, to be fair, Jewel has been slaying it. Jewel has been since minute 1 there all this while. Now the onward from Thal puts Zia down.
Chincha.
X barely knew her. 2 seconds and then
barely knew her.
Grand Theft Orange. Caramel guilty. Now one more.
Ashley in trouble. Chincha able to get the kill this time. Nicola now in trouble, knocked up. Looking for another kill. Chincha still holding the front side, keeping them at bay all alone. That is what you call the gold lane experience, like you said, at 1-0-1, but farming good. Went from probably bottom of the EXP damage up, shooting up to the top now. It's going to be a problem.
Caramel's warmed up well. Caramel's ready after watching game 1 and 2 from the CFU series. He's like, bring me in, coach, I'm ready. And here she is. 6-5 now, about 5K between Vega and Cloud9. I'd say the grip has slipped out of Cloud9's hands. These ladies are very aggressive. They love the team fighting, but Vega have been moving around the map in a very synchronized way that they've dodged a lot of these massive team fights in the past 2 to 3 minutes. It's impossible for now, Cloud9, to even think of contesting this turtle because, yeah, sure, you could throw out a spear. Panda could be part of the fight, but I reckon she's not ready. Not now, not here.
It's very similar to game 1 against CFU. Cloud9 at this point needing to buy time. They still have some late game potential in a sense, but they're going to have to actually pull it off this time, right? They fell a little bit short last time, even when it looked like maybe they could have the game back in their hands. Nicolette looking for the engage. Ashley dashes forward, but Zamon's force drops. Terrify on a Nicolette, knock up by the Eternal Guardian, and now the chaos pursues. Nicolette still up, though. Able to maybe just get away, but Violet collects the kill. Can Cloud9 try to respond? Carmel goes down. Panda with a solo on the bottom of the map. That is a good response, if anything. 1-1 is Panda finally back online.
A massive trade. I don't think it was ever a question of if she was ever online. This is her first showing. That green dot showed up just now, and we were so focused on this fight up top, which is, again, majestic in its own right, but...
Oh, Ashley! Down goes Ashley, and this is Chincha right here. It's all Chincha.
That's what I was saying. The only reason why we couldn't really see Panda doing much is because Chincha owned the early game into the mid game, and Chincha's calling the shots, man. 2-0-3 doesn't tell you the full story. Chincha currently has more than half of Team Falcons Vega's value on her back. Maybe a little bit on Agatha, maybe a little bit on Caramel, but Chincha up front. As long as there's a sword on the floor, you don't want to dance with Chincha.
You don't want to dance. Oh, more damage on Ashley. Ashley goes down, Xia goes down. Members are dropping. Chincha just feeling confident with it, smiling about it.
She wasn't even aware that, oh, I was doing that well? Like, team fights were going to go that way?
Oh, that was a replay.
That was a replay.
I'm so used to the small screen.
Yeah, it was a replay, and again, Chincha just back to regular programming. Like, she knows, right? She got her feet up. It's calm and collected into the late game. 9 minutes, 30 seconds in. Lord marching through down bottom. Well synchronized by Falcons Vega. Look at this.
Another Terrify. The Falcons Vega never force it, right? They never do the full-in dive. They take their time. They're meticulous with their pushes.
Yep. There's so many ways for them to engage. Off of an Eternal Guard, off of a Final Slash, off of an onward Earth Shatter, and Thal can play with the angles, right? Thal can find one up front and then flicker into the back, dash in, and this is spelling disaster currently for Cloud9. I'm looking to them losing maybe one inhibitor. That's what's going to happen here.
They don't get the big Lord push, but look at the big final slash. Cloud9 brought back into him, but now a little bit of trouble. Nice penalty zone. Is Panda going to commit here? Violet goes down. Xai able to get the kill. Inhibitor goes down, but it's 2 members down for Cloud9. Chincha holding the front line, saying this base is mine. Team Falcons Vega going to back off, though. They found 2 members. They found an inhibitor. They're feeling comfy.
That's a 2-for-1 trade. Costly defense for Cloud9, but they can rest easy knowing that their base is only cracked open and vulnerable from one side. And that's strong side, if I'm not mistaken. That's easier to defend, save for the fact that it is a long lane. Like, you have a Lord spawning at 60. What's difficult for Cloud9 is they are a Lord dancing lineup. This is a utility jungler, so you want to hold on to this Lord, play for it the long way around. Luckily, they do have a Moscow. This is a fight breaking out. No, Thal coming in.
Another big knock-up. Nicolette in a little bit of trouble, but able to just withstand. Can they get a kill? Jewel able to find Chincha. That's huge for Cloud9, but still, they got to back off. The damage is still there from the rest of the team. Thal trying to lock in. Violet takes out Jewel. An eye for an eye. 1 for 1. But Cloud9 still defend, looking for a comeback angle, but Team Falcons Vega doesn't care. They're ready to finish this anytime.
And now they're going to steal away the orange. Not that Caramel needs it, she has one on her. And I was just going to say, this bottom lane defense, Cloud9, they can do it, given that they have a Moscow, so they can just throw out the SOD. Panda can redeploy herself. Here's an SDC replay of, again, yes, checklist of how to survive, how to win, right? Take out Chincha, yes. Force out the early Zaman Force, yes, get out of here, get out of there. But they forgot that there's so many other members of Falcons Vega that they gotta deal with, right? Violet is willing to trade, Caramel is still a lethal member, and Agatha definitely deals a lot of damage, and now that's a pickoff.
Jewel's good at getting up close and personal, but maybe sometimes too up close and personal. Does Cloud9 even want to contest this?
Too close. Nope, let it go. Let it go.
Ooh.
That's a dangerous SOD if I've ever seen one. They do throw out a stolen Eternal Guard. I'd say maybe Ashley needs to protect herself a little better, but I find it hard to do given that they only have really one frontliner. They only have Jewel. Nicolette, you can kind of call a frontliner, but she's also looking to find the weird angle, right? She's walked away from death more often than she should have, but a winning team fight for Cloud9 involves the fight lasting a little longer, so that means Jewel has to stay. Jewel has to not die first.
Yeah, there's also certain situations like before Lord where Nicolette can't be the frontliner, because if Nicolette goes down, they lose their opportunity. But look at the damage onto Panda. Chincha just unloading, big final slash pulling in Nicolette. Tortoise Poisons comes out. She's able to get back behind the towers, able to get back to safety, but Chincha doesn't care. Diving through the towers, diving in. Chincha can do whatever she wants right now. Violet with the conceal, holding the side.
Ooh. Massive Lord. Ashley yet to steal an ult. That's going to be key here to start the fight.
Ooh, big final slash. Does land onto Xai, able to pick her out, pull her out. Now Nicolette falls next. Agatha able to do some big damage. Lord still up at 40%. Ashley down. This is going to be it. Cloud9 in trouble. Falcons Vega take the dub.
In a snap, the bodies dropped, and so did the base. Team Falcons Vega with a new lineup nonetheless. A roster with 2 new players, Caramel and Agatha coming in, ending Game 1 against C9 in swift fashion. 13 minutes 45, Trex, all it took.
Very quick action at that. Vegas showing why they might just be the Reaper in this group of death.
Let's see what our analysts think. Eternal, Mirko, talk to us.
And talk we will. Thank you so much, Leo. Thank you so much, Trex. But it's a good day for Falcons today, not dropping a single game so far. 100% win rate.
Man, it was crisp clean from Falcons Vega all the way from the start of the game. The fact that they were able to steal that neutral objective away gained them so much stability. And honestly, for C9, this draft wasn't bad at all. The way that they were executing the game too, the game plan was not bad. They were doing what they needed to do, you know, putting the pressure on towards Falcons Vega. But unfortunately, Falcons Vega, they've been in this kind of situation many, many times before, where the top side of the map loses out. Chinchao, though, We've been talking about her, I think, during the whole game, every single time, just winning it out in the lane. And we got to give props to the drafts, to the coaches as well, for really enabling Chinchao to get such a massive advantage in the lane. Harith versus Moskov, banning out the carry. Carry would have been great, by the way, against the Moskov. Not that carry would win, but carry would actually be able to dodge away from a lot of the synchro fissions with the second skill dash. Moskov, not as lucky. Very low range. You need to use your first skill to deal damage, and you technically have Spear of Misery, but if you get shoved in constantly like that, it's very, very tough as a Moskov. And you can definitely see that Falcons Vega took control of that. They really abused that, and hey,
wow.
Guess who's at GPM? Guess who, you know? Chinchao again. Caramel said it. We're saying it, and now she's saying, You see that? That's a pose, right?
There's no in it, right? There is. She's touching her eye and like... Anyway, MVP presented to you by the PlayStation Tournaments. It's Violet this time around. So, like, despite the fact that Chinchao has been a huge element to Falcons Vega's gameplay so far and so forth, definitely one of the main things that were able to facilitate Chinchao was Violet.
Yeah, and not only that, but she was the stable member in the team when we're talking about the early moments of the game, because Caramel was taken down even though they got the neutral objective. Atal was taken down during the purple buff steal as well, but Violet was always there, alive, putting them down, you know, like really stopping them from getting anything else. Violet acted as the pillar, I would say, in the early game to stop the full snowball from happening from the side of Cloud9. If it wasn't for Violet, it would be a different game, I would say. And that's why I think we also had this conversation, Eterna, where it's so hard to find a weakness point for Falcons Vega. And really, when it comes to individual mechanics, I don't think there is a weakness point. Every single one of them are just so good individually, mechanically. But if you get them to the later stage, if you try to outwit them, that is something that they have, you know, that is where they've usually lost their composure.
The macro.
The macro.
Right? The discipline.
Discipline.
We saw that in their first match of the day, right?
They overheat a lot.
But, like, how do you get to that point, right? If you're losing in your matchups, if you're losing in the laning phase, how do you even get to the point that you drag them all the way to the late game to look for an opportunity where you can find that opening to punish them?
I think Cloud9 already had a very good game plan to do exactly that. They had a weak side goal laner to try to, you know, to try to deny all of the fights possible against Chinchao. They had a way to actually try to get a win up top. And I think it just comes down to the adjustment. Cloud9 was able to make a massive adjustment from game 1 against CFU to game 2 against CFU. It almost seemed like a completely different team. And I think I don't want to doubt them here for Cloud9. I think they can make those adjustments because it really comes down to just simple adjustments. The draft was already good. It comes down to how they can adjust that execution. Maybe take less fights around the top side, especially consider, maybe they need to try to consider Violet here as well. There were 2 tunnel vision on Caramel, 2 tunnel vision on Chinchao possibly in these team fights as well, that they let Violet run through them in the neutral objective battles and in the team fights.
So now they really need to figure a way to bounce back. And I know we heard from Ashley earlier on, but let's take, you know, an update stat with Ashley right now.
Hey, this is Brent Mar, and I'm here with Ashley from Cloud9. Ashley, would you like to tell the viewers what position you play for the team?
It's a secret, actually. You'll find out.
Okay, a secret. I like that. There's a bit of mystery involved. So one thing that's not a mystery is Falcons Vega is actually expected to dominate the group that you're in right now. Do you think Cloud9 will give them a run for their money?
I'm not going to say yes 100%, and I'm also not going to say no 100%.
All right, a lot of things up in the air here with Ashley. So is there a specific team that you're really looking forward to face in this tournament?
I do hope to go against Vitality if we make it out of groups.
Yeah.
So,
all right.
Hopefully.
Of course, everybody wants to face up against Team Vitality, one of the best women's teams in the world right now. So one thing I want to know is that when it comes to going into a tournament, going to a series, in a game, would you rather be amped up, excited, full of adrenaline, or more relaxed and chilled out?
I would say the first part, because I usually thrive off of like chaos, if that makes sense. But at the same time, my attitude is very like nonchalant almost.
All right. Nonchalant and filled with adrenaline. I could see where that's going.
Can you?
I can.
Okay.
Is there a song that you like to listen to or a genre of music that you like to listen to hype yourself up?
Not a specific song, but I do enjoy listening to EDM.
Ooh. All right. EDM. I'm too old for that now
Are
at this
you?
point. Oh, a little bit.
No one's too old for EDM.
I like that.
No one is.
All right. Ashley, you're a vibe. Share me your playlist. And
I will.
Would you like to share a few words to your fans and your supporters?
So first, I want to give a huge shout out to Cloud9 for putting their trust in my team. And next, I have a lot of people to thank, actually.
All right, let's go for it.
So my previous manager, Talon the Great, who was my manager leading up to the qualifiers. And I would say pretty much a majority of the North American community was helping me out a lot since January.
Yeah.
And I'm very thankful to y'all, and hopefully we make it out of groups.
Yeah, hopefully so. That's Ashley from Cloud9.
Thank you, Reptar, for that interview with Ashley. And you know what, guys, for context, it turns out it wasn't a check-in, right? Because like she was mentioning that it was a secret, what her position was, and she was being very vague, but like now we know.
It's great to be vague as a mid laner, it turned out.
Okay.
Because technically you gotta keep on feinting. You gotta keep on
feinting,
you know, back and forth. Not faint, like faint as in like, huh, you know? Like,
oh, okay. I thought like fainting.
that wouldn't be good for anything.
That's why I was a little confused.
But you know what? EDM. Do you like EDM?
EDM, like the genre of music? Yeah, I could get into EDM. Why?
I think that fits Cloud9's gameplay, right? Because they want to look for team fights. They need the adrenaline, but they're also nonchalant. Even their attitude is vague, right? Like, we want to get hype, but we're chill.
I am a secret. Okay, she didn't say that.
No.
She didn't say that.
I am a secret. That, I guess, you know, that's a good way to, you know, break ice. If you ever meet someone, you're like, yo, I'm Eterna. I am a secret.
I am a secret.
That's cool enough.
Anyway. So now with this, right, one more game away. So this means that there is still a possibility of a tiebreaker.
There is. So if you guys are waiting for a tiebreaker, the only scenario I believe is a 2-0 win. And Falcons Vega, they're one step away from actually doing that, from forcing CFU and Cloud9 to go for a third game. We might get the full best of 3 technically. The tiebreaker will be a best of 1. So with the best of 2 earlier 1-1, this is the decider of who goes or gets out of groups.
And did you guys predict that? Was that according to what you thought was going to happen? Because, you know, let us know, right? Give us your predictions, ladies and gentlemen, and vote for the next game. Who do you think will win it? Which way will it sway? Because obviously you guys get the chance to, but Mirko does not. And LaFell is actually on standby backstage.
Really?
You can actually see him right now. You guys can't, but he's also banned from, you know, the predictions.
I mean, why you got beef with me and LaFell though? Like, you know, we're gonna be your partners here today. We're gonna be working with you, but now you're putting us under the weather. You're really just putting us down. You can't predict here, sway, way, day. That's what you said, right? You said something about sway and way and
sway.
I was trying to rhyme.
Bars.
That is not EDM.
But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, moments away of seeing how this game will end, how this match will end. Will Falcons Vega go 2-0 against Cloud9, or will Cloud9 go back with a comeback, right? Because it feels like that's been their story. Game number 1 has been their warm-up, and then they adapt better to the team that they're against, and then they pull out surprises. Because even you mentioned, right, their draft was good.
I liked it.
It was just execution that they kind of fell behind of Falcons Vega in that game.
Yeah, again, I feel like the draft could definitely have worked there. I mean, they had a Florin, they had a lot of tanky members, but they weren't able to really facilitate or enable Panda enough in the gold lane. If if Panda had a better lane there in the bottom side, if they actually sent the Florin down instead of going for these invades early on, maybe they could have gone the Moskov into the item power spike a bit earlier. And if the Moskov gets into the item power spike, she could actually participate in a lot of the skirmishes. But the main problem now, I think, for Cloud9 is the fact that they're up against Agatha and Caramel, and this is the reason why, you know, many of us thought this was the main lineup, and I think that kind of already cemented themselves there. Their performance was amazing, and I expect them to do the same, but Cloud9, blue side, 100%.
100% so far, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the drafting phase for the final game in this best of 2 series. The Roger gets eliminated out of the Land of Dawn here from Cloud9. Falcons Vega now with the response. Remember, now that they're on red side, can they go for the respect bans? Can they take away the carry again?
Yeah, they can. I think they can take a page out of the book from CFU as well. CFU didn't ban the chip, didn't ban the Loyi up against Cloud9, and Cloud9 did not pick it up. So for Falcons, it seems that is the idea here as well. Hayabusa ban coming down as well. We know that Nicolette was able to get an amazing game on that Hayabusa up against CFU, so respect, proper respect. Now the question is, you go Hayabusa carry Ruby, or do you go Hayabusa carry and then, no, the Roger's already banned out, so probably Hayabusa carry Ruby.
So no chip, no Loyi, no Ling.
They didn't pick it up last game, so maybe they want to just play around with it. And again, by the way, I feel like for Falcons, they're forcing C9 to ban either the Angela or Ling. They didn't go for the Angela or Ling because they didn't get that combo instantly. But say, Falcons leave all those open, C9 pick up a Loyi, I think it just gives Falcons so much of an opportunity to go for the Angela Ling instantly. They're on red side.
So there it is. Let's see if Miracle's predictions reign true here in the first phase of the banning phase. Ruby.
There you go.
All right, that's 2 out of 3. Ruby and the Hayabusa has been banned out by Falcons Vega, our Indo reps. Now for the NA reps, though. The last ban.
C9. Juice in. Roger. I think they might have to ban like either chip or Loyi. Because Falcons can utilize the chip, can utilize the Loyi. I don't know if it really depends on if C9 wants to pick it up themselves, because they can deny it away. But knowing that Falcons have banned out Haya and Ruby, it shows that Falcons are confident even going up against it. If C9 don't ban it, it'll be very, very tough, because again, we know how Falcons thrive in utilizing the early advantage. That's the chip. Now Falcons, I think it should be the carry. They want to just set up for Chin Chao again in the gold lane.
Let's see. The last ban from Falcons Vega. Currently on a win streak, ladies and gentlemen, not dropping a single game so far today. And it's, again, the ball is in Cloud9's court right now. Will they be able to get an advantage against one of the tournament favorites? One of the powerhouses of Indonesia, Falcons Vega. And it looks like Falcons Vega, they're actually taking their dear time here.
I think they're thinking about Terizla too. Because C9 has been able to pick it up. I think they were able to pick it up.
Oh, there it is.
The previous game, first pick. So Terizla carry, they decide to go Terizla in the end. It's a good choice of ban because it does set up for an assassin pick really well. But now C9 has to choose. Leaving the Loyi open is definitely a bit of a problem for them too, because Falcons, they can definitely use it. We talked about how Agatha's very creative. Usually goes Valentina. Now she has a chance to go Loyi.
That's her power pick, by the way.
Yeah.
Power pick.
Power pick.
Out of all the heroes that were chosen in for all the other players, Agatha had only one.
Yeah.
And that one was Loyi.
Now I'm struggling to think of maybe they go Edith first pick now that the Terizla and Ruby has been... They might... I don't know. They go Valentina. That's definitely the smarter choice compared to the Edith, but I was just trying to anticipate the Loyi, right? Because I was already expecting the Loyi coming in from Falcons. I think with this, Falcons don't even need to pick up the Loyi here because the Valentina has already been revealed. They can just go, hey, they can go Angeling.
Angeling, exactly. Angeling is up for grabs here, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
And there it is, Harris. Okay, so with the Roger being banned again, they are gonna look for a priority lane for Chin Chao first and foremost. Because technically, Falcons Vega, they didn't have as much control in the early stage of the game, right? When Chin Chao was able to participate more in the team fights, participate more in the neutral objective takes, that's when the things kind of swayed more in favor of Falcons Vega, and they know that, they understand that, and Harith and Edith is going to be the choice. Now C9 again. Do they want to go for the Angeling?
I don't think so. I don't think they'll go for the Angeling here, but I think they'll go for the carry. The carry was banned out. This is a matchup that kind of enables Panda to be the weak side that she wants to be in these games. We saw in both the games against CFU that she was able to make the carry work still. Nolan was it the choice they went for in game 1 against CFU. They go for it again, but no carry. They actually decide to double down on the Moskov despite taking a loss and despite losing in lane quite hard. So Moskov, I guess for them, the decision is to just change a bit of the playstyle, utilizing some of the core elements from the previous draft. Because again, the previous draft wasn't bad.
All right. Arlet now going to be the last pick in for Falcons Vega as we head into the second phase of the drafts. With the Terizla being banned out, Arlet, Yu Zong is actually still an option. What is a good laner against the Arlet?
Yu Zong.
Yu Zong.
Yeah, that's why they take it away instantly. The Yu Zong is amazing up against the Arlet. Usually when you get that matchup, it's automatically just like Arlet just has to sit under turret. It's very tough unless you send some members up top, and yeah, they'll just ban it out. That's the easy way out of that tough lane. Terizla, Yu Zong. I think they should be okay. Maybe they ban the X-Borg last for Falcons, knowing that that would also create a lot of problems for them. Cloud9 though, at this point, I don't think they really need to care about the Tigreal. Usually we expect the Tigreal, especially considering they already have an assassin, but Falcons have already picked up the Edith and the Arlet. It'll be very weird to see the Arlet or Edith not go to like XP/Roam and for them to pick up a Tig. So that should be out of the book, so C9 decides to just ban out the Ling. No assassins, it seems, for Caramel.
What about Fanny? Right, I guess, well, Caramel is known to play the Benedetta and the Martis, right? Those are the two heroes that are left open. So do you think that the Benedetta can work in this current meta, or do you think something like the Fanny would be more appropriate?
Ooh, the Fanny. I think, again, considering C9 haven't picked a roam, it's still very, very scary to go for the Fanny. They can go and try to pick it up. Last pick, they're on red side. They have the chance to do that, but C9 can take it away. I think they should be able to read this out as well. Ling ban, they should get rid of another assassin. Or hey, they might actually just try to take the Martis away. The Martis is a signature pick for Caramel.
Angela?
There you go, Angela.
What?
Huh. So I guess they're thinking that the Angela could be used as a mid laner, right? Edith roam, Angela mid.
You're right.
It's a good call by them because that's a lot of
technically they have
sustain.
Edith and they technically also have Harris, so
Yeah,
that's already
enough.
enough magic damage.
Exactly. It's a good read by C9 there to ban out the Angela. Could be a good mid laner for them. Now Falcons AP. Oh, Falcons. They actually pick up the Vexana here, so even more magic damage. That's 3 members with a whole lot of magic damage. I get it. It's a lot of more CC for Violet to pop off on the Arlet, but also it's going to give C9, I think, a great chance to counter with like some of these magic defense items, especially considering Chinchao has been, the main spear head for Falcons. I think C9 can go for. I think they can even go for, I don't know, Tig, Minotaur.
What about the EXP lane?
X-Borg. I think the X-Borg would be solid here for C9.
Against the Arlet.
Yeah, against the Arlet,
Okay.
against the Edith. A lot of tanky members here, but they go for CC and Florin.
They love it. This is their playstyle.
I love the Florin.
They love to double down on this Florin.
CC is a good lane, by the way, against the Arlet.
All right. So here it is, last pick in for Falcons Vega to wrap up the drafts that they have. They need physical damage now that they, committed with Agatha on the Vexana as well as the Harith for Chinchao.
It'll be too risky, I think, to go for the Martis, knowing that there's going to be a lot of sustain here. Safe choice would be Baxia.
I mean...
But completely forgot about the Alpha pick.
Alpha!
There you go. Physical damage. Technically, true damage. In a lot of these skirmishes. Yeah, that'll definitely do it. Well played.
One last game. Ladies and gentlemen, the decider whether or not Cloud9 can move forward into the playoffs. One more match to decide whether or not we will have a tiebreaker by the end of Group A's games. Are you ready, Mirko?
For sure. Let's see.
I'm ready too. I'm nervous, but I'm ready. The audience, they're ready as well. Casters, are you ready?
I don't speak for both of us, but I'm ready. Looking at the draft, though, our friend here, HB Trex Wagner, notes the scary lack of CC from Cloud9.
Not a scary lack of CC, scary fact that there isn't CC. There is a CC, though, on the map, so they made up for it. They do have some CC on their team, but it is a hero in the shape of a little girl.
She's
so let's see.
not that little. If anything, Jewel has to be a colossal force in their lineup because, look, she's the only real frontliner, and I'm putting up air quotes, the only real frontliner for Cloud9.
Yeah, how do you even approach this, right? I mean, it's definitely tough for Cloud9, especially the way that Vega's been playing. Falcons Vega have been doing a great job at macro. They've been doing a great job at engaging, catching Cloud9 off guard. Cloud9, they just kite.
There's a reason why Falcons Vega is a constant grand finalist in any and all major women's MLBB tournaments. Now, Nicolette's in trouble.
Nicolette's in a lot of trouble, able to just dash away. A little bit of true damage connects, but Nicolette will be able to get home safely. But now Vega's going to take a camp. They're going to eat good for a little bit.
Beta almost took Nicolette down. Caramel with the clutch alpha pick. That's one of the sweetest alphas I've seen in a while. Like, that last slot, no one was expecting it. Now, here comes Thal.
Big toss up. Thal takes a little bit of damage, but knows Caramel's there. Panda now. Ashley shows up, able to get the kill onto Thal. Brings down Caramel as well. That's 2 for 0. First blood over to Ashley.
Le Paniche, she gets 2 on the way out. And that was a blindside from Falcons Vega. To be fair, here's the SDC replay one more time. That's some quick work. Ashley, amazingly, didn't even clear the wave. So there really wasn't much for Agatha to go off. She was just like, all right, she must be somewhere in the bushes. Didn't expect for her to be that far up.
You've got crowd control. I've got to terrify.
I mean, I'd like to think it's more of the damage.
The damage.
It's damage over crowd control. Now down bottom.
Ooh, Violet dance, man. Violet is clean.
That's right. She should dance
around like that. And
dance around too.
Just a monster, able to come through, deal with 2 members, has been so good. From last game to this game, has been so good on this R-Lock.
Yep. Now we see Nicolette trying to secure the orange buff for Cloud9. Turtle at 1/3 of its health. That's a non-contest.
Zaya backs off. Are they going to look for a dive here? Ashley.
Ooh, no one home.
Just misses.
All right. So this is Violet. Again, as long as it costs nothing, a flubbed ult is as good as a hit ult. You know what I mean? Like, especially in these early stages of the game, we're looking at about 3 minutes in, 2 kills for Cloud9, and again, Team Falcons Vega's overall game sense and IQ that they've honed for years together as a team just shows that even if they are down, they're still up on economy. How are they 200, 300 gold up? And they're pushing in to into Nicolette and Ashley now. Oh no.
Panda takes a lot of damage, able to get some life back though.
Got the bloom, got the heals.
Right,
Xayah, clutch.
Keep diving. Vega keeps on pushing. In comes Ashley, though. Nicolette there as well. Look for the damage on Agatha. Unable to get the finishing blow. The fracture comes through, but it's still not enough. Chincha firing back shot after shot. Cloud9 now pushed away from the tower. Team Falcons Vega may be able to pull something off here. Watch for Violet. This is going to be dangerous. Big. Oh! 4 members taken out of the bush, and Cloud9 are grabbed from the sky. Team Falcons Vega showing up.
That was majestic. That was beautiful, elegant, near perfection. She literally animation canceled into the bush, almost the whole length of that bush with her. Oh, let's see it one more time. The SEC replay will tell the whole story. Even caught out Xayah. She was exiting the bush too.
That was disgusting. That's what you call, like I said, Violet right now. Violet's oiled up right now, ready to go. Violet's on this Arlo, as you like to say, Mr. Dan.
He was born to play the Arlo. Like, that was, say what you will about the first Final Slash, but that was definitely what she was going for.
She had to pick up.
She had to heat it up, like a diesel engine.
Took a little time, get it going, the rev.
And now we're here. They're up by about 1,000 gold, 1,000 and change, 2-2. No major objectives scored as far yet. There is a turtle to Vega's name, and they are going to take down Panda, 2v1.
Panda's been having a hard time from this game to last game, but now a little bit of damage on a Chinchaw. Can they get the kill? Nicolette's there to help out. Should be able to find it. Finds Chinchaw. Thal now. A little bit of trouble. Terrify. Is it going to be enough CC? Nicolette looking for the final hit. Doesn't have the fracture. One more shot. That's all it takes. Thal gets away, though.
With
the spear.
1 HP. She sidesteps or forward steps it. And Agatha to the rescue. That was so close. She was like three feet away from that spear. The SOD. Panda misses so close. Another check. The SEC replay here. So the 2v1. That was definitely painful. And then the clap back. Here's the backup. There they are. All right, so Chinchaw was way underneath the turret, took way too much. And then eventually Thal walks away. Thal walked away from a 3v1, man. Think about that. Think about the mechanics that's on this young lady. Look at that.
The spear so close. Look at it coming up. I saw it. Oh. She hit the matrix on it. I mean, a slow-mo matrix. But now we've lost the tower in the bot lane.
Just as quickly.
Nicolette has not gone down. I was a little worried when I saw her in a weird position. Violet, though, taking a lot of damage. Ashley able to unload. Here comes Thal and the rest of the gang.
Oh, no.
Caramel heated up. Looking for something here. Nicolette looking for a target as well. Gets the final slash to the face. In comes Jewel. Getting a few free shots onto Violet. Chinchaw drops him on force, but unable to connect onto anybody. Nobody goes down. 3-3.
Yep, the SOD went right through the crowd. Interestingly enough, I'm seeing already a dilemma for Cloud9's lineup here. They're unable to close the gap. They're unable to finish off. There's a Purify. Exile should be fine or not. Okay, she's fine.
Damage.
Here we go, the clap back.
Panda's starting to output, though, a little bit.
Yeah. But again, back to my point, they're unable to close the gap. Whether it be through a failed SOD engage or just finishing the job. Like, there have been multiple times Nicolette walks away that they couldn't finish. Like, they couldn't kill who they put the damage on, right?
It's true.
So,
I mean,
unless they can solve that, then we could maybe think of this going late.
Yeah, I think they're only, honestly, the answer is just maybe look for picks, right? Even moments like this, if they can secure those 2 kills in that moment, or Nicolette can get the pick off, that's going to be the answer, because they're not going to be able to get the big group CC moment, especially right now. I don't think they win in the 5v5,
Oh, yeah,
right?
no, definitely.
They need to play the macro, which is something that we've seen them lacking on.
It's got to be guerrilla warfare.
It's got to be guerrilla warfare.
Yep, on a full frontal fight. Yep, in the clouds, in a full frontal fight. Oh, that's a stolen buff.
No, Ashley got
Nicolette got it. Yeah,
I mean,
all right,
Nicolette
so
got it.
That means she just forced out a retribution. That's good news for Cloud9. This is a turtle that might just expire by the looks of it.
Oh, no, this is bad for Ashley.
All right, I think she knows. She's just covering her bases. Might not be.
Doesn't matter if she knows or not. That is death possibly, or at least the tower. Team Falcon, this is their macro game, man, hanging out.
And now they're rotating as a full 5. These are Falcons on the hunt. Look at this. They're pulling their own version of the Ube, and they go straight for the Lord. What? Straight for the Lord?
It's a Lord at 8 minutes.
Look at that. Chinchaw just dancing and putting it down to a 10th of its health. I don't see a steal in the near future.
Ooh,
close.
For just a second. Caramel still able to get it. I think it's a smart move that Cloud9 doesn't go for, right? I think if anything, Panda maybe could have tried to force that top tower, but they back off.
Yeah, could have went in all the way, but again, in a moment of confusion, when the call is not unanimous, you play defensive because you could get punished hard. And Team Falcons Vega, they know when you show a moment of weakness, they know what a window looks like, and they take advantage. Now, at a 2,500 gold lead, 3-3, map definitely belongs to Team Falcons Vega. I'm wondering when Panda will feel confident enough that she doesn't have to wait for the SOD engage. She's short on money. She's
broke.
I don't want to say it, but yeah, she is broke. She's on hard times.
Hard times. In the jungle right now, you know? It's not easy out
She's
here
in the red.
Land of Dawn.
She's in the red.
The streets are cold.
It's difficult, because look at this. They're pushing in, a synchronized push. There's a huge wave up top, Lord down bottom. Vega just took out that tier 2 in mid, and they popped the Holy Shield just like that.
And it was a clean pop, right? Because they got another wave coming. It's going to sync up with this Lord wave. Falcons Vega just showing supremacy in terms of macro overall. And look at Nicolette coming from the backside, maybe looking for an angle. Conceal play does come down. Final slash goes through, doesn't connect to anyone. Thal backs off. unable to really connect on the knockup, but they still take the tower. Violet now, able to vengeance through, able to get a nice little dash. Chinchaw drops him on force. Damage comes out. Ashley able to find Violet. Ashley goes down. Chinchaw finds the kill now. Panda gonna chip away at the Lord. Cloud9 able to just defend and take a member with them, but they lose Ashley. And with 3-1-1, that's a big loss. Ashley was kind of farming up there.
That's right. Violet could have afforded that death, and it was worth it. They pushed all the way in to the inhibitor, and they got the base exposed. Chinchaw was able to get out of there. If the SOD hit, that could have been Panda just committing all the way. And I get it now. What Eterna and Miracle, and even through our interviews, that they're playing all in for Chinchaw. This is her era, man. Chinchaw has to play well for Falcons Vega. Caramel, Agatha, Violet, they know that. She knows that.
And it makes us think, right, like maybe Cloud9. Oh, Nicolette in trouble. Face checks the bush. What do you call that, Kumar?
What?
I can't remember. There's the fans know when you jump into the bush by yourself. I'm sure they'll tell us later.
Eventually, it's in chat right now. But we do have a push here. They could blitz it. Chinchaw could wail away. There's but one wagon, and they take it down. All right, they'll play it safe here. About 10 seconds until another Lord, and you're looking at a 5,000, 6,000 gold lead for Falcons Vega. It slipped away slowly but surely out of C9's control.
All right, they're just going to rush this. Cloud9 can't even fight for it, right? I mean...
Nope, they shouldn't. There were but 2 or 3 major slip-ups, a pick-off here and there that just got this way out of their breath. Like, it was a stone throw away earlier, but now they're going to burst him.
Slash comes down. Nicolette terrified, locked up. Caramel gets the kill. Samon's force drops, and Chinchaw alone. I mean, could be by himself, could be by herself right now, and just shredding through. 2 members down with Lord coming. This could be it for Cloud9.
Very rarely do you see 3,000, 4,000 gold be the difference when it comes to an arms race. But here, with the way Team Falcons Vega's playing, oh, Violet with a final slash!
Big final slash at that. Panda now alone. 4 members down, nothing but Panda against the world. Team Falcon Vega. The Reapers in the group of death seem to prevail with their onslaught. No one can stand against them.
Unscathed, unbeaten, and undisputed in Group A. Team Falcons Vega force a tie between CFU and Cloud9.
And that's what I think that happens later today. And it's going to be do or die for CFU and Cloud9, but we can talk about that later, because right now, Falcons Vega, man, they have just showed from micro to macro to their Lord pushes to back and forth.
Their roster is. I mean, there's one thing you can't change.
Swap, do whatever they want.
Yeah, there's one thing you can't change. Chinchaw's got to be there.
Very true, I think.
Chinchaw's got to be there, and their veterancy, their dominance, it shows. This is just another day in the office for the uncrowned queens, and we can't wait to see more of them. But that's up until we go to the next stage. It's still the story of who comes through, CFU and C9. Suddenly, in the group of death, it's sudden death.
Yeah, and I think at this point we know, right? Team Falcons Vega is a contender for that trophy. The way they're playing, I think, the way... Whatever you want to say about CFU or Cloud9, they have showed that they are definitely a dominant team in this event, just through their mechanics, through everything in the game. I'm excited to see them in the bracket.
Yep. As for the aforementioned teams, it's all about grit, it's all about heart, and of course a refinement of their play styles. For now, we're throwing over to the stage for an interview.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, what a convincing win right here from Falcons Vega. Now, heartiest congratulations to you guys. And of course, right here, we have Chinchaw right beside us. You know, you look super cute even in a player camp. I am in love. Now, question for you guys is 2-0 all the way, undefeated thus far. Who has Falcons Vega got their eyes on right here at the MWI?
Of course, it's Vitality, the other team from Indonesia.
So you're gonna take the crown from the reigning champions?
We'll try our best.
Yeah, that's the mindset of a champion. All right, Bara, what do you have for Chinchao here?
Well, I think as you've been playing beautifully and, pretty much like having it one win after another, how do you choose the players' deployment during the matches?
Sorry.
The deployment of players, like during the matches.
We just play everyone in turn. So in the first match, it's Funi and Funi and Meilen's turn, and the second match, it's Caramel and Agatha's turn.
Amazing strategy, pure planning, and they got it going on.
Right, so just adding on to the question, you guys made a little bit of a roster change despite a 2-0 win earlier on in match 1. So is this like a strategy, or you guys are just super confident that all of the players right here from Falcons are just ready for deployment, ready to go? Why the switch in match 3?
We believe all of our players are competent enough to play in the matches, so yeah, we'll just play everyone in the next match also.
Now that's a flex. That's a flex.
It is.
So yes, ladies and gents, we have heard from Chinchao herself. So if you guys are wondering, hey, what's up with the player switch? This is because they are ready. Falcons Vega are ready for that flex because the eyes on the prize to take the throne right here from Team Vitality. And here in Group A, they have proven that they are ready. So without further ado, let's hand our time back on to the studio. Take it away.
Let's go. Yalla.
The uncrowned queens strike again, ladies and gentlemen, as the Falcons Vega, all the way from Indonesia, they're going to be able to move forward from the groups into the playoffs.
Unfortunately for Cloud9 and for CFU, though, I don't know if technically it's fortunate for CFU, right? That Cloud9 didn't get a game, but just like Ken Watanabe said in Godzilla 2014, this is time he said, let them fight. That's what Falcons Vega is saying to Cloud9 and CFU. Let them fight in the tiebreakers to see who actually gets to see the playoff stage, whether it's going to be C9, whether it's going to be CFU, but unfortunately for C9, it's sad to see that the same mistake got them twice, right? Game number 1 against CFU, it was kind of a similar draft where they had everybody, I think all of them were squishy, technically. Even the Esmeralda in the early game, but then one frontliner, technically, the Esmeralda. This game, it was the CC again. I don't know, at this point, it really feels like it might be a hero pool issue, right? For Exaya, maybe, for the foreign, right? Because really, we've seen the foreign, we've seen the Lolita. I think that's it. So definitely, when it comes to adjustments, I think Cloud9, they definitely have a lot of things to adjust, mainly the hero pool, because when teams already have the formula, like Falcons, they were able to read out the formula so fast. They banned out the Ruby, they banned out the carry in game number 1, and then game number 2, without the Terizla, this composition had no proper frontline. I wouldn't even call CC like a proper frontline. She's the only frontliner, but she's not a frontliner. Like, CC's not meant to be the guy all the way in front. Chinchao again, always just taking the damage dealt. GPM, phenomenal stuff, but also massive shout out to Violet. So many final slashes. It almost seems like it's crazy. Did you see that? Violet was insane.
Violet was insane.
Ridiculous.
Do you think that she'll grab the MVP again?
I think so. Based on the moments, I would give my personal MVP to Violet.
Yeah.
Did you see that 4-man?
I emoted. I was like, whoa.
We all emoted.
We all did.
Even LaFell, he's not even here.
He isn't. I wonder if he'll be here later on.
I hope not,
Hope not. You don't like him very much?
No, we really... yeah.
We like her.
Yes, Violet was amazing.
We definitely like her. Match MVP presented to you by the PlayStation Tournaments. Violet from Team Falcons Vega. Amazing stuff again, right? 7-0 KDA. Like the KDA that she had didn't really reflect the impact that she had in the game. Right?
Definitely.
Because you mentioned it, there were so many moments that she was able to create. Even here, she understands the mechanics of the hero, the ins and outs of the heroes. She was able to put the Arlet to the ultimate test, and there's just so many moments that they were able to capitalize over her gameplay.
Yeah, and for Violet, she's always really been a phenomenal player. By the way, we gotta welcome a guest here.
Hi! I'm so happy that you're here. Thank you so much. For the viewers who don't recognize you or who don't know you very well, could you briefly introduce yourself here?
Hello everyone, my name is Agatha. I'm from Team Falcons Vega.
There you go, Agatha, the mid laner. So you were missing in game number 1, in match number 1 earlier today. What was that? I know that the host asked Chin Chao earlier on, but is there like a certain formula or a certain strategy that's a little bit more specific as to why that you were played later on in today?
I don't think that's a strategy. No, I think it's not that. It's not that included in strategy, but we also always roll between me and Funi and also Melon and Caramel, yes.
That's very interesting, right? I mean, the fact that you performed so well. My main concern when you guys were, shifting the rosters is the fact that synergy is a big issue, right? When it comes to teams, and the fact that you keep on rolling. How do you keep the synergy good? How do you keep the chemistry still maintained in the team?
I think it's related to the practice. So we do a lot of practice like scrim or rank. It's every day, so it's not a big issue.
Oh, so you always swap in these scrims, in these ranked games, always the swap?
Yes.
Oh, so they're used to it.
They're used to it,
Because
man.
we were thinking that maybe that there was a certain reason as to why the swaps happen, but it's the same lineup essentially, right? With the same chemistry. Do you have the last question, Mirko?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a toxic question, right? you can choose, but out of the two teams that you demolished today, right? 2-0, 2-0. Which one was harder? Was C9 more difficult or was CFU more difficult?
I don't really know because I feel like it was the same.
Oh.
Who do you think is gonna make it out of groups then? Because they're gonna have a tiebreaker.
I think CFU.
Oh, okay. CFU. They had the longer game with CFU, by the way.
They did.
Right? It was like a 15-minute game on average.
That's true.
And against Cloud9, it was 12 to 13 minutes. So, all right. But what about you guys back at home? What were your predictions, ladies and gentlemen? Because, we're still waiting it on. But last time, you guys predicted a 92%. Agatha, 92% of the supporters predicted you guys to win. What do you have to say to the viewers right now?
I'm very thankful for everyone who supports us. Of course, it means everything for us. So I just want everyone to continue to support us until the end of the tournament.
All right. Congratulations once again on Crowned Queens, maybe Crowned Queens later on as this tournament develops. But again, congratulations, and we'll see you in the playoffs. Thank you, Agatha.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, ladies and gentlemen, before we head into the next group, Group D, we are going to throw to a short break. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MWI Studio Moment. Wait. Mirko, you got more handsome.
Oh, you know what? I'll take that because you guys look like you guys had a lot of fun without me. Hi, guys. My name is Fel. Just in case if she doesn't know who I am, you know?
I was like, why did Mirko get more handsome?
It's the hair. I've grown to live
The
with it.
microwave hair. Sorry, it's what the viewers are calling it. I'm thinking about the viewers.
You know this? Do you see this? It's a hurt. It's a hurt. My heart is a hurt.
I don't know what that is, but I know of the Dr. Sulaiman Showdown.
Which is great, which is awesome.
Which is going to come up, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the fourth match of the day. And we're going to be shifting over from Group A over to Group D. And for those of you guys who are wondering, when is the best of one tiebreaker going to happen? It's actually going to happen tomorrow on Stream B. And that's going to be, brought to you by Husky as well as Abstract.
I love those guys. Those guys are amazing. One time I saw them and there was a stray cat walking around.
Yeah?
And they give them their food.
That's so sweet.
They gave the cat pizza.
I don't think...
Don't judge the cat.
Is that safe? You know what's not safe? Mirko's prediction so far, right? And I keep telling the audience and I keep telling the viewers that that's not okay. But it's okay if you guys want to participate in this, right? Audience predictions by SDC. Head on over and show us what you got. Do you think... Who's gonna get it? Do you think it's going to be... Oh, it's your team.
Yeah, it's Homegirls, of course. I mean, like, why you got...
Wait, do you have a curse? Because I'm pretty sure you have like an ongoing curse happening as well, right?
Eterna, you have to learn the meta, right? If I'm casting, sure, there might be a curse. Wait, when I was a desk host, it's fine. I have no idea as an analyst what I'm gonna... how is it gonna be?
Well, we'll test it out. So what's your prediction?
Gaming Gladiators, Homegirls.
Okay. So GG XHG.
Yes.
All right. So let's see if TLG has a fighting chance as we welcome them into the venue, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see the Jamil Motorsport player arrivals, and there it is. We're gonna see what's the thing again? GG XHG. It's a mouthful. They were previously known as Homegirls, right?
Yeah. And Gaming Gladiators was able to deal with them to acquire them. And honestly, it's a pretty good collaboration here. Looking at the players, we see Fao here where it's like, the players like unsure, just like just walk. We gotta get to the venue, okay? We gotta crush them. We gotta crush title legends here. TLG.
Fun fact, do you know how they got their name?
You know what? I love fun, sure.
Okay. It's from Title Rise Legends Emerge. So they're looking to emerge into the competitive scene for the MLBB Women's and to emerge victorious against the
To emerge
odds.
as titles.
No.
No?
I mean, titles are an exceptional force, so maybe that's what they're going for here. I think that's what Lafelle meant.
Look, listen, like
I miss Mirko.
We've been friends for a while. You got it. Like I got ADHD. You just got to get used to this.
Okay.
A bit of autism as well, but that's neither here or there.
All right.
Shout out to mental health.
Anyway,
Find a therapist.
When we're talking about gaming gladiators,
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have shown their hopes and their support.
Same.
Same?
Yeah.
But let's talk and let's throw over to the interview, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into it.
Hey everyone, Renmar here again, this time with Chi of Gaming Gladiators, their roamer. Now, I'm gonna ask you something I haven't asked you before since I actually already got to interview her, but what's your best quality, Chi? What are you like most proud of about yourself?
I mean, in the team, if it's the team, I'm a team clown.
The team, oh, so you're funny.
I guess I'm annoyingly funny, I guess.
I hear I was thinking you were gonna talk about like, I'm a really good roamer,
Okay.
I can set up really well, but you know what, that's fine.
Yes,
Like,
I can.
And yes, you can.
I
And
can.
she's funny
I
too.
can do that too.
And she can do that too. So I can see that maybe you're a little bit more confident, a little bit more loose. It's your first tournament
Yeah.
outside of Malaysia, big tournament
Yep.
in this scale. How are you feeling?
Excited, nervous, happy. I can't wait to bantai everyone.
Yeah, all of the emotions here for Chi. Now, do you have any messages that you want to say for the Malaysian fans at home supporting Gaming Gladiators homegirls? And you can say it in Bahasa Melayu if you want.
Terima kasih semua yang support kita. Semoga kita boleh menang and don't forget to support us later too. Thank you.
All right.
I love her already.
I
love
agree
her
with her.
already.
Yeah. I agree that she said she's annoyingly funny. I agree.
And then she's coming through with the, infamous Malaysian, what would you call it?
What's infamous about Malaysia now? I want to know.
No, that's not what I meant. I mean, like, you know how they're very, like, confident and they were like, and then she even mentioned in her interview that she's gonna bantai everyone.
I'm not
bantai is
confident.
like dominate over everyone, but like in a, what's the translation of bantai?
Bantai means
It's like destroying,
stomping on your opponent so
but
hard.
very violently.
Very violently. Stomping very violently. And it's like sending a message.
Yeah.
Yeah. The next generation of players will know about this day. That's what bantai means.
And it looks like a lot of people are thinking that they will bantai, right? Because amongst, of course, the regular, right, with Vitality coming through with Falcons Vega, a lot of people are showing their support for this team. So we're going to throw it over to the host, over to the stage. Let's see what you got.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back ونرحب بكم معنا مرة أخرى هنا بكأس العالم للرياضات الإلكترونية مع Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational بمجموعة D. And now we are in Group D. A lot is happening and it's going to happen as well, Cheryl.
Now I'm very, very excited as Eterna as well as Lafelle has mentioned. What's going to be happening right here for Group D, opening up the show for the group. There will be no Santai, just Bantai. So
Let's
it's going to
go.
be very exciting because we're going to be seeing the two likes of teams that are, really wonderful in different perspective. And we're
Right.
going to show you why. First up, we're going to show you the wonderful faces hailing all the way from Malaysia, truly Asia, presenting to you Gaming Gladiators Homegirls. Now, I don't know about you, but for me, I'm incredibly excited about what Gaming Gladiators can do. Okay, LaFell, don't get excited, calm down. But for me, I'm very excited because, are they able to replicate the success, just like the boys did in MPL, Malaysia, as well as taking the throne for the MSC. Now, will homegirls or Gaming Gladiators take this victory and proceed on in the tournament? We will find out with this match starting off. And who are they going up against?
Well, like you said, exactly. They might win another and bag another win from Malaysia, but now they're gonna go against, ladies and gentlemen, as they're gonna rise to the tide all the way from China. Let's give it a good voice to the amazing team of Tidal Legends Gaming.
Incredibly amazing stuff. Now, those are the beautiful faces coming from Tidal Legends Gaming. Now, when it comes to China, you guys couldn't count them out because they are absolutely a wild card. All right, they are coming from the land of prodigies, dominating every single game all across the esports arena. So coming into Mobile Legends Bang Bang makes them really an unpredictable team, perhaps surprising us over at the Land of Dawn.
Yeah,
exciting
totally.
stuff, isn't it? So for these two teams, what we can absolutely guarantee you guys, there's gonna be mayhem happening over at the Land of Dawn. On one hand, we're gonna be having our female players coming all the way from Malaysia. Let's not forget, their male counterparts actually took the championship for MSC 2024. And over on the other hand, we have Tidal Legends Gaming hailing from China, where we have teams, and players who are coming from the prodigies, of esports gaming. So who will take this match for the day? Opening up Group D, without further ado, we're gonna hand our time back on over to the studio. Yalla.
Let's go, yalla.
Yalla, thank you so much, Cheryl. Thank you so much, Bara. And that is the ultimate question, right? Who will be able to get this victory in our fourth match of the day? And remember, this is China's first time participating at MWI. And fun fact is, another fun fact, I love my fun facts. But fun fact is TLG reigned over CN qualifiers and they were able to win 14 out of the 16 games played. So they were dominating in that region.
Before we start breaking apart what's going to happen in this game, big shout outs to Cheryl Yao. No santai, just bantai. Which means no chill, just destructive force.
That is scary.
No, it's not.
Do you have a voice changer? Are you hiding a voice changer right now?
It's all from the stomach, bro.
That's amazing.
Thank you. I have a big stomach.
But now we're going to head over to the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 1 in this best of 2 series between TLG and Homegirls. Let's get into it. TLG with the first pick. The Hayabusa actually gets taken out first.
Interesting to see that the Hayabusa is a hot commodity here, but I have to start throwing down concerns here because for TLG, looking at their gold laner, amazing player, of course, but looking at the heroes that she uses, is the Brody, is the Melissa, which really isn't meta for the meta that we have right now. So I don't know if she's going for those marksmen's picked or she will go for something like a Roger, like a Moskov that we're used to see. And Chip still gets banned here. So it looks like Homegirls are still giving this respect that anyone with the chip is going to be amazing. So we're going to throw it away.
I have a question here.
I don't have to answer though.
Oh man, but you're the analyst, unfortunately. You're replacing
I
Mirko, so you have to answer my questions. Is that okay?
You know what?
That was already the first question. Gotcha.
What's your real question?
My question is Falfao truly the pillar of this team?
Yes.
Is that the person that they have to be aware of, and is that the person that we have to start to respect in the bans in the first phase? Does it warrant a first phase ban?
So here's the thing. When it comes to the Homegirls, their mid trio is amazing. They really set the tempo. Falfao is more like, if you guys can't do it, I will, right? So she gives the chance to her teams, like, Chi, can you set things up? Can you give the kills over to Queen? If you guys can do that, then I'm just gonna clear the turrets, I'm just gonna push, and then we're gonna win. If you guys start losing the team fights, then I'm gonna join in and I'm gonna assert dominance.
Okay, so that's what we're expecting. And so far, it's been true, right? For the first game, we see a Hayabusa. We also see a Ling being banned out. And I feel like this has been the recurring pattern that we've seen for MWI. These heroes always taken off the board. And now the Roger also gets eliminated.
I feel like Terizla should be respected as well, because if TLG gets the Terizla first pick, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Queen to go for a damage dealer in the jungle, unless she wants to go for something like the Alpha. You know, this is a two-way conversation. You can, you know.
Oh, I thought you were going to elaborate.
Well, expect the unexpected.
We have been getting the unexpected so far. So I think we can add a hashtag here for MWI. It's not just, it's time to rise.
It's time to shine.
Time to shine and rise as well.
Of course.
But it's also hashtag expect the unexpected.
Unexpect the expected.
Okay, Angela now being banned out here for TLG. And so the Terizla has still been left open. And if they go for the Terizla here, then obviously the Luo Yi will be opened up for TLG to pick up in the first phase. But another thing that we've seen is Harith has also been a recurring pattern.
Which is something that homegirls will prioritize if it is open, because Fafao has been a monster on the Harith as well. Mainly, she's not super aggressive. She just waits for her 2-item or 3-item power spike. Afterwards, she's just like, the game is mine. I'm going to do it. You guys just chill out. Now, for this pick here, I do feel like TLG should go for it at Terizla just to make sure that they have a winning lane in the EXP and then having an advantage when it comes to the Turtles, because just looking at today, Terizla is a tempo setter. It's going to make it easy for your team to actually start the fights, to grab neutral objectives, and to potentially slow down the game if you needed to.
So it's an expensive pick. And
Yes.
we've seen that it's been very difficult to counter it, right? Because, like, you know, on paper, a lot of things happen on paper, but in the Land of Dawn, it can be executed very differently, because notoriously, when we think about, oh man, we forgot that she was opened up with Angela being banned out here in the first phase by TLG.
But
Juicin has actually been left open.
But that would also
First phase, first
homegirls
pick.
can pick up the Terizla.
Terizla,
Harith?
Harith, exactly.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Honestly, I feel like Terizla Harith is a very good opener, because I feel like in terms of the jungle, Queen doesn't have to go for a damage dealer if they have the Harith. She can go for something like a fighter or even a tank, because one of her best heroes in the previous patch was the Boxia, so might as well.
Do you think it still can work? We saw a Boxia being picked up earlier on, and it didn't have the effect that they wanted, obviously.
No, with that mindset, if you think you can,
I
then you
forgot.
can. Right?
Yeah. Oh,
Don't
what
have a
was your
downer
tagline
attitude.
at MSC?
That was so long ago.
You had a tagline. You forgot. Admit it.
Dude. Oh, Minotaur Terizla. Let's look at the draft.
All right.
Minotaur is great. They're not forcing out the Harith, because I kind of feel like Fafao's top heroes are the Moskov, the Harith, as well as the Claude. So I feel like she's okay fighting against the Harith. Or, like I said, so far, Yinhuai has been using the Melissa as well as the Brody. So they're probably expecting her not being able to use the Harith, because that's a difficult hero to pilot.
I believe that Bruno was also an option that she utilized back in the day, but again, with it being so out of the meta, so outdated, it's very situational and conditional for these heroes to pop up into the Land of Dawn. So it really forces her in a spot to either go for comfort that might not work, or they stray into the meta again. But Xborg gonna be the choice alongside the Harith. Now, there you go.
You know, you're very negative. You should relax a bit. I want to expand more on this Juicin, because honestly, Vermont, the mid laner, during the China qualifiers, whenever we see an MVP, it's all her. She has been able to set the tempo for her team, because she's very good at moving around the map and making sure that her side lanes actually excel in the laning phase, and then moving to a point where they go for a 3-2 or a 4-1 formation and let the jungler as well as the gold laner to pick off the turrets one by one. So grabbing more advantage there. It looks like Fafao will be going for the Claw to go up against the Harith, where I feel like she has this matchup quite a lot in her competitive career. So she's on her comfort at this point.
I mean, technically, it's not the best matchup for the Claw.
Not with that mindset. Eterna,
Wow,
I need to teach you how to be positive.
I'm not done.
Okay.
But we saw Chinchao being able to do it and being able to dominate in the lane against the Harith on the Claude.
That's how you should be.
Guys, I miss Mirko. Can we bring him back?
Is me and Mirko so different?
You're more handsome with the hair.
Thank you very much. I'll take that. Now we got to look at the bans here. I feel like for homegirls, they might consider this X-Borg possibly going into the jungle. So when it comes to the bans, I feel like, oh, never mind. They feel like this X-Borg maybe could go to the jungle, but banning out the Julian is going to be good here. So I kind of feel like they're making sure that Chi on this Minotaur is going to have a good time. So probably ban out heroes that is able to punish the Minotaur, and then you're going to be good.
And on that note, right, we were talking about the Zask earlier on with the patch updates coming into MWI from MSC, and finally we see the Zask coming through. Okay,
Getting banned.
not getting played,
Yeah.
banned, but at least we see Zask on screen, right? Because I think a lot of people were anticipating that Zask would be a lot more popular coming into MWI.
I get it. It's okay. You know what? Looking at the bans here, I wonder though, why do they ban the Zask? What do they know that we don't? Which is very interesting because I feel like Zask is good in the mid lane if you're fighting against a damage dealer because you're able to outplay that kind of situation. Maybe they want to go for a damage dealer in the jungle. The question is what? Because Link is banned, the Hayabusa is banned, Roger is banned as well, and now even the Nolan. So what else do you go for? Do they go for the Fanny? Like, that's very risky, especially when the Terizla is there. Like, going for a damage dealer when the Terizla is on the opposing side may not be the best idea.
So what do you think?
Honestly, Alpha.
Alpha.
Alpha to go up against the Terizla as well as the Minotaur with the X-Borg. There's a lot of true damage going on. So you can have a prolonged team fight, especially when you have Zushin as well, using the Lantern Flare, able to move people around. It's possible. It's definitely possible.
So Alpha, one of the options that they can utilize here, and it still works despite them not going against a utility jungler.
I mean, we don't know just yet, right?
True,
we don't know.
true.
So homegirls maybe don't show the jungler now. They're picking up the Novaria. The Novaria kind of shows that you kind of want to go for a utility jungler because it helps the team out, right? It helps Terizla, it helps the Minotaur to set things up for a fight around the turtle.
Okay, so the Novaria being picked up now. And I thought the mid laner for Gaming Gladiators, she likes to opt for more support instead of damage.
Novaria can give a lot of support, right? It's gonna make them able to... It's an enabler. Novaria is an enabler, giving vision, as well as a bigger, hitbox to make sure that the Minotaur, as well as the Terizla, can actually execute their skills.
Oh, wait, that's a Bane! Ooh. Casters, are you there? Are you seeing this? A Bane debut coming through.
That's Bane. As you can see, he's very excited. I'm Naisu. This is Leo still. We did a little swip swap, just like we did with Mirko and LaFell. How are we feeling about the Bane?
Y'all know I'm in love with the Bane, but I'm also excited to see how GGHG and TLG do it in the Land of Dawn.
Honestly, the Bane is amazing because the ult can actually counter the Blazing Duet coming in from the Claw because it's a knockup. So you can cancel out the Blazing Duet. So honestly, this composition coming in from TLG, they can have a very prolonged team fight. And honestly, it's pretty good for counter engaging. So if Homegirls wants to engage, might not be the best idea.
When was the last time we saw Bane? Did we see Bane at MSC?
Yes, we did.
What was the choice of emblems, of items? What did that look like?
Oh, so it looks like it's the Alpha coming in from Homegirls. Gonna be very quick here.
I can hear whispers.
Same here, same here. So since we're hearing whispers, do we want to throw it over to them?
Yeah, let's do it. Alpha being locked in. Naisu, Leo, what you got?
Hey, we were whispering, but thank you so much for breaking down the draft here, guys. You know, we're excited about the matchup here because, yeah, we're moving to Group D. And once again, everybody, welcome to the Caster's Desk here. I am Naisu with Leo as we're bringing you the next 3 matches to round out today, day 1 of MWI.
It's a best of 2, and again, only 2 teams move on through the next stage, and we're starting the competition here in the group with TLG from China going up against GGHG from Malaysia. Eyes on these ladies from Malaysia specifically because, as mentioned by our desk host, by our analyst, They recently won the biggest tournament here in MLBB Esports just about a week ago under SRG. Now GGHG have a big chip on their shoulders.
We're going to find out exactly how things fall into place, just like we did with Group A, now that we are starting to kick things off with Group D here. Once again, it's Title Legends Gaming from China and GGHG Gaming Gladiators, home girls from Malaysia. We're jumping into the land of Dawn. This is the game number 1 here in this best of 2.
A first pick, Jushin opens it up for Vermouth, and they also close it up strong with a Bane. And to answer Eterna and LaFell's question, it is indeed Quantum Charge. So Chokes here is building the Bane properly. And I'm wondering if it's going to be physical. Likely should be, given the kind of lineup that they have. A lot of magic damage on Vermouth, a lot of magic damage on Yinhuai, which is, again, a big matchup between these two gold laners, Yinhuai and the ever-charming Fao Fao. Fao Fao, I think, you know what? I gotta say, LaFell downplayed how important Fao Fao is.
Yeah, maybe he was being modest. Maybe he was being, he didn't want to show all the cards here, because of course he's going to know a lot about GGHG here. And one thing too to note, while they kind of get situated, is Fao Fao, I believe she mentioned that she really idolizes Benny Cutie.
That's right.
Right? She looks up to that playstyle, and one day she would hope to, I'm not sure if that'll ever happen, but if she wants to be able to go and match up in the lane against, I believe it's Benny Cutie and even like Sasa or Saksa.
She's playing on the same stage Benny did about a week ago.
Yeah.
So this is already on her way to fulfilling her dreams. Huge population of heroes up top here. That's 4 members from GGHG rotating towards the turtle. And this is impressive coming in from TLG. I gotta say, because the level of discipline that they have for a team as new as a developing team could be from a region like China shows a lot of promise.
Yeah, I think we got a glimpse of that already, like the nature of that back even in MSC, right? With China just in general throughout the wildcards in this, but looks like they're going to battle it out for the turtle here. I'm not sure if they're going to get much of room to move from.
Whoa, the Crimson Beacon helps him get into the fight. First blood drawn by Vermouth. Chokes gets one. The turtle taken down. Quinn as well. Ash, can she get away? No! That's what a Bane does! That's what a Bane does! Kinzaki, though, traded out for off-camera. But I gotta say, wow, TLG coming in like a huge tidal wave!
I was gonna say, they are rising here. This title is going for it. This was great placement for this objective. Look at the deadliest catch timing, too. I know that. I know you're smiling. I know you're happy.
That's a slam dunk.
That
Coach Leo appreciates.
Coach Leo appreciates it because, hey man, look at that! Look, already getting themselves a good lead here early on, and this is something we don't often see, right? We don't often see a Bane versus an Alpha matchup in the jungle.
But I think this is the natural progression. We'll talk about it in just a bit. Chi here gets caught one more time. As if the deadly catch wasn't enough, how about a Z-Force 2? Oh, you were saying?
Yeah, this is not a matchup we often see. Bane and Alpha.
But I do believe this is the sweet spot between utility and assassin. And there is a room in our metagame that's currently developing for a fighter versus fighter jungle matchup.
Jungle matchup, so the door is open, basically, is what we've seen. And so far, it's Bane walking through that door. I don't know how well he can fit through it, but it's going to be a pretty big door for him.
In the hands of Chokes, it's looking like any door is no match.
She's doing it, at this point. And that's something, because when you look at this, even the gold difference that they've gotten themselves at this point, helping them get that little bit of lead for a lineup that they have. Again, that's something you really have to point out, because with the Harith even, Harith damage is going to be quite insane later on, especially once you build up. But if you can rely on the Bane to pump out the damage this early on, paired up with having just a lot of utility, even with an X-Borg on your side with Bay here, there's a lot TLG can do in the early game. And again, I think everybody, I'm not even sure just yet. We'll have to see the predictions later. But I'm almost going to bet that a lot of the weight of predictions were here on Gaming Gladiators Homegirls because of that history that they've had, the chances.
Oh, hold on. Let's talk about it later. But first, Chi jumping in. Minoa and Fury, the answer back from Kinzaki and Vermouth. Can they get it? Chokes secures another turtle, and Quinn gets taken down by Kinzaki again off the back of a deadly catch. They don't call it deadly for nothing.
Yeah, they don't. And it's interesting to see the way that it's working with Jushin, because Jushin, sorry, Jushin, that's still, I'm still
it's a
stuck
new
with the
hero,
wild
it's
card,
fine.
man. Yeah,
We've been talking about it for like about 6 hours tops.
I can't remember what Eterna called it, but either Jushin or
We'll ask her later.
Zusin. I think she said Zusin.
She'll mention it later for sure.
Yeah, but either way,
wow!
Look at that, turret down.
Title Legends game incoming.
Are you surprised?
We didn't know their game.
We didn't?
It's a very limited amount of information on them, and now Quinn's in trouble. Another try from Ash coming in. Chi Boy still holding down. Vermouth gets taken out by Hani. All right, GGHG on the board.
Okay, they're on the board. They lose an objective down bottom. They've lost 2 turtles. So for they're gonna lose.
Why? Why? A 1v1.
They lose.
What was Fafo doing?
Maybe that's why LaFell wasn't talking so much. You know, Fafo gets 1v1 there against the Harith.
What's happening? Oh, here we go. Fight's continuing. Quinn's in trouble. The knock up, the deadly catch. Spear of Alpha out.
Okay, Spear of Alpha out. They manage. This is at a point where GGHG has to recalibrate. Oh, again, Quinn could be in trouble here.
Why don't do this? 2v1. As far as GGHG is concerned, it's a 2v1. Now Kenzaki makes yourself known. You were saying
they're gonna push him off. So that's what I'm saying. GGHG has to go ahead and kind of recalibrate a little bit. This early game, very in favor of TLG. Oh,
huge fight up top. Kenzaki taken down. Chi gets a score. Yinwei dancing. Summon Force. 3 come through. Bay pushing Ashi back. This is favorable for the X-Borg if the fight goes long enough.
Yeah.
And they let go. All right. All turtles so far up until this point went to TLG. Now with woman down, Kenzaki just about to catch up. Kencho Castile.
I think you're going to see her be very patient, but Asher's going to go ahead and spot this out. Forces her back, so no. Turtles secured here finally. They get an objective for GGHG. They're happy with that. Go ahead and get these resources as well. This is where you start to see this lineup that they have, which is also very CC heavy and vision heavy, with that Novaria start to shine here. So TLG, they conquered the early game.
Yep.
Now you just got to be like, all right, do they have enough in the tank to keep toe-to-toe in the middle game? Now with this lineup, as you see, they're going ahead trading objectives around the map. They're working around with that. Fafao gets the DHS locked in now too.
What Yinwei is doing is what they should actually be doing. Forcing all of these objectives, these fights, and these takes while GGHG aren't quite ready yet. Again, the early game, the first 6 minutes, what it did was put them up 3,000 gold.
Yeah.
Right? Now slowly GGHG is catching up. I think there will be a point of no return if TLG can get there. If they can all but secure this Lord coming in a minute, that should be it. But because, here's my theory. GGHG, if you're just talking about clear macro, they might be better. If they're able to hold out.
Right. Which is most likely, again, an experience thing.
Yeah.
Like, they have so much more, I would say, because TLG was what? They were originally formed, I think, beginning of the year, 2024. You know, they came in.
Tops.
Yeah, tops at that point. So, you know, in terms of the macro level, hold on. I'm
Here
offended.
we go. Kenzaki pulling Hani back, forcing out the flicker and the astral form. And now Ashi gets caught out. Could it be the jump in, the last insanity, the punching base strikes? And she's able to get out of there. The Spear of Alpha knocking him out. Plus, Key coming through. Chokes taken down. Kenzaki as well, 2-for-1 trade. They spent a little too long underneath that tier 1 in mid now. The fight up top. Foul caught out. Can Yinwei end the job? No, she gets away.
She gets away. Man, that would have been way better if TLG managed to get the kill. We're going to look at the replay here brought to us by STC.
Yep.
Look at the CC that I was talking about, especially with this Minotaur setup from Chi. So they fight under the turret. They jump in, a Spear of Alpha to connect, and they're just... The title legends they were the ones in the air.
That's right.
They were getting the tide at that point.
A trampoline.
Yeah.
And now because of that, GGHG have a clear go at the Lord. Clean take by Quinn. And now the ladies have to pace themselves. Kenzaki gets the I'm offended. That's the knock-up on the Chi. Chi gets hit by the Crimson Beacon, gets moved out by the snare. And that's a pick-off, but too little too late. The objective goes over to GGHG. And they've closed the gap by about 1,000 ahead now.
Yeah.
Just barely.
Again, the lineup they have is going to shine at this point. And we saw it just from that last replay, too. So we'll see how does Title Legends take what they've done. Again, even on the macro level, Yunhoi's been doing great work, focusing on these turrets, getting them down, but they also have to worry about the Lord now going up on the top side. So I'm wondering how they're going to go ahead and rotate there, keep that under control. And you can already see, too, Fafao is farming on that top side, waiting for the rotation to come out. but TLG will stick together. That's part of the main thing that they have to do. And, you know, one thing is, again, Unihai hasn't died, has a Starlium Scythe, Feather of Heaven, working on the Holy Crystal, and that's all right on time, man. Under the 11 mark, if she's able to go ahead and finish that, she is going to be even more of a threat if TLG goes for that fight. Golden Staff, Wings also picked up here too, so big power spikes for both teams. Look at that. That I don't know, what do you call that? The
soul snare.
The soul snare.
Yeah.
Grabbing their soul, pull them towards you if you want. That could play a part in some of these skirmishes and team fights.
Yeah, that's the difference between GGHG and TLG's CC. Like, it's utility for Tidal Legends. Like, they make up for it in damage and utility. But if you're just talking about CC, just clear out crowd control, knock up stuns, nothing comes close to what GGHG has done here.
Yeah, I think they're, like, I guess their layering is... Oh, wait.
Forcing out an SOA.
It's out. Defensively, that's okay, though. You know, there's the Holy Crystal. So right at the 11-minute mark, it is picked up. That is just the proof of work that we've seen from UAHI so far. Oh, jump in!
Ash coming in, a surprise penalty zone, no one home. Now we know if you're the answer by Key, and they're all knocked up. Vermouth down. Kinzaki gonna be following her up soon. And here's a clapback. Yunhai dancing. No! This Harith Bay punching Quinn down into the ground. 3 for 2 so far, and TLG stand tall.
Okay, as I was saying.
You blink and you miss it.
You blink, you miss it, and there is Yunhai with that Holy Crystal damage. And that was a great team fight there overall. So now I know Zaman Force, that's what it sounds like.
She's dancing. Look at this. Look at it again.
Look at the replay here from STC. This was an initiation from GGHG. And a great placement. I mean, look at this. Again, the placement of the Zaman Force was right on where it needed to be.
And the angle of the catch, too.
Oh.
She's all in the right to be screaming with that set, because it was honestly beautiful from GGHG, right?
Yeah.
But how TLG responded.
Good response.
That was a creme de la creme.
Yeah, that is the creme de la creme. Yeah. I don't know what else is better than that, but there's a conceal. I don't know. They might force a fight again.
Coming through from an odd angle, Kinzaki with the Am Offended, forcing out of known fury from Chi. And the deadly catch coming through, the soul snare.
Zaman Force again.
Great placement by the Z-Force. Good for a pickoff. Nothing sure quite yet. Good time to go for the Lord.
Good time. They got Chi down. Lord's half health here. Keep an eye on Ash. She might force an initiation with the penalty zone, so they're gonna have to go ahead and take their time with this, but they get the reset, and that might be what they're looking for. It still hasn't fully reset just yet, but they go back to this point. They hold it together, and here we go. Vermouth also picking up an item here, has the glowing wand available. Ash still waiting patiently. It seems like Tidal Legends Gaming is like, yeah, we don't know if we want to commit to this just yet.
Yeah, there is a Purify Yunhai. Walks into that bush where Ash is hanging out. The full reset coming through. The forced flicker from Ash. So that's a huge resource that now GGHG have to count out for. Interestingly enough, the dance continues. And look at Foul Foul. Look at Foul Foul.
Yeah. Farming her mind out at this point, you know? And when it gets to it, this is where we see these Claudes. In a way, I don't know who I would pick more in the late game, Claude or Harith. I'd probably go with Claude, especially with the lineup that they have, especially because the value of a blazing duet is so good here.
That's where it differs. Now, wait, the fight continues. Forced out, the deadly catch. Ash goes up against Chokes. Again, deadly catch comes off cooldown like 8-9 seconds.
Yeah,
that's no problem. Should be fine. But yeah, Foul Foul, I guess is making herself scarce. Like she's showing herself, pushing down bottom, coming back. This is giving TLG a minor headache.
I think this is what you're talking about. You know, the macro decisions from GGHG. This is what we see from them. So at some point, TLG, like think how much time they've spent here around the Lord. It's, you know, it's almost been an eternity in my book. It's been a minute and a half and, you know, plus 15 seconds at this point. So
basically forever in this
That's a lot of math, you know? It is. And with that...
Wait.
Oh, hold on.
They catch Bay, forcing out a last insanity. And there's Chi with her Minoan Fury. The answer back to deadly catch. What I say, quickly off of cooldown. And now all 5 members of GGHG, the ladies are all in. Here comes the cavalry from TLG coming in from the east, forcing out a blazing duet. There's a pull down, goes Foul Foul. And that's a woman down, 4v5, GGHG. Can they contest?
They're going to be able to. They're going to hold them back, though. Even down a member, GGHG is going to go for it.
1/5, 1/10, the Lord still standing. The deadly catch let go by Chokes. Where is this Lord going? Watching Bay scores it. this is a turning point. Ash going down here, taking her time. Bay right now is Kabir. That one's for the Amazon Arena. That means huge. Check out the replay.
Look at this, with the last insanity. Punching Bay here. She gets it with the last insanity.
Flamin' Bay.
Flamin' Bay. And gets them a huge objective. Imagine, you know, they gotta feel pretty good about that. I would be hyped too, because this just swings this in their favor now. And to top it all off, the creme de la creme, if it's still that.
Creme de la creme.
Creme de la creme. The Divine Glaive picked up by Yunhui.
Yunhui has slipped up not but once.
Yeah.
This whole game.
She died.
She put TLG on her back, and everyone's just doing their job.
Just put them on the wave.
They're right in the wave.
They're right in the wave.
They were able to penetrate up top, almost taken down bottom. Mid lane still standing, and you're looking at a 7K gold lead, Joseph. 7K!
7K. This is quite massive here. Hanny does pick up the Divine Glaive herself, so she's got, you know, some good damage that will come from these echoes. They lose those 2 base turrets, though. They hold on to the mid one in the base. They keep that, at least.
All right, let's talk about how GGHG could still come back. I reckon if they can get another trampoline, bouncy house situation back in, then yes, because it can't just be off of Falfa. We've seen that. You reckon it was Claude, right?
Yeah.
Yunhui's making you double take.
It's Kenzaki, though. She's the one that caught Falfao.
Even with a Purify. So there's 1 layer of protection for Falfao.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, Hani has to come in through. Quinn has to get... Is it just me or is this a CC overload?
It is.
Right?
I like the way you put it, though. Bring them to the funhouse. You know, take them to the funhouse with the CC train that they have for GGHG.
But there's got to be more than just the fun. There's got to be damage.
No, there's not. I think that's... Oh, hold on. Conceal going to be used.
All
Forces them out. Zaman Force drop too.
Early Z-Force. In comes Kenzaki, forcing out a blazing duet. Here comes Chi. Using her middle Fury and the flicker. The animation cancel. Here comes Vermouth. Ash the answer with the penalty zone. Kenzaki down. Chi as well. Trades that 1-for-1. Look at Ash in the back line. Vermouth looking for the snare. Oh, there's the delivery right into Chokes. 2-for-1 the trade.
Oh, that feels tough. You know, already Terizla is not the hero that has a lot of mobility, but then you get dragged back, and now Quinn in trouble. Okay.
Yunhui. At this point, Yunhui can go to 1v2, 1v3.
Yeah.
No problem. 4-0 and 6. Vermouth walking away. That Crimson Beacon, the fact that it gives you a shield allows for her to kind of tank a little bit of the funhouse.
Yeah, I think so. And they're going to lose this last turret in the base now for GGHG. This is...
Where do they pull the discipline, the mechanics, and the killer instinct from? TLG's on a whole nother level.
They are, and that's why I'm saying I think a lot of people coming into this for day one.
I didn't know their game. I'm gonna apologize ahead of time.
I'm sure maybe a Turner and LaFell as well, but look at this.
Here
Chi in trouble.
Chi catching a good chunk of the Z-Force, of the flame missiles, and here's the last standing right into the corner. Choke S securing that Lord, and there's a blazing duet into a freeze to win a crown by Falfao, but it's not going to lead to much. Quinn's still going to go down. Vermouth gets a soul snare on the Ash, and it's just a matter of time. TLG taking down the Terizla. That's 2 members left. GGHG got to defend.
They got to defend, and might I add that this is the best I've seen Jushin played at this point. I know, you know, we have a very small pool of data for that, but it is on point right now from Vermouth. So with this, look at this. They're actually just going to keep putting pressure. You don't want to go to the fountain?
Oh, Vermouth!
Okay.
Takes a little too long. Try to get the snow snare, but could this be it? Falfao gets knocked up. Gets her immortality popped. Here comes the Zaman Force. Down she goes. Hani left to defend. And Chi. And there's the Minoan Fury. Can they end this? The base standing tall. Now it's down. TLG washing through.
Hey, TLG, you can see the claps coming out too because they have to feel good about that. Again, I'm sure back, even looking at the audience prediction when we see it later, it's going to be heavy for GGHG, man.
A wash. It washed it all out. All doubts. This TLG came to play.
TLG came to play. The title is here. The title waves. And
it's rising.
It has risen.
The tide is rising.
The tide is rising. Yeah, that's got to feel pretty good because, man, talk about a performance for game one.
You got to wonder, too, where does this put GGHG, especially with all the eyes and the pressure on them?
Exactly.
All the expectations.
Exactly. Because they were asking, you know, we already saw what Malaysia did at MSC.
They're on top right now.
They're on top right now, and look at this. It's, again, performance that even for me, myself, I was just kind of taken aback from because of, you know, hearing where they came from, hearing their journey up to this point. And I don't know, I think even looking at the player cams here, you know, they're probably a little bit even surprised how it went. But let's throw it over to the panelists to break it through.
Thank you so much, Leo. Thank you so much, Naisu. But I think we've got another group of death on our hands. Wow. I guess coming into MWI, a lot of people have been saying that Group A is the group of death, but looking at the performance by TLG, wow.
We gotta talk about Vermov, right? Using this juice in, it makes it so that, yo, homegirls, I hope you have frontliners. Not anymore. She's the one picking people off. Like, it's amazing. Like, they're showing why Jushin should be bad. And let me just say, in terms of the macro understanding of this game, TLG did very well. They have a very good understanding of making every single fight a 4v5, because before they do anything, they're gonna pick off one person, and that person is Chiboy, making sure that this Minotaur is a non-factor. And then after that, everyone else from homegirls makes it much more easier. Like, look at this. Every single highlight we see, Chiboy is the first to be taken out.
Yeah, every time she tries to go in for something, every time she tries to build momentum for her team or tries to go in for cover, for support, she gets immediately annihilated. And to make it all worse, Kenzaki, she did amazing as well on this Ruby, right? There were so many times that we even mentioned it, right? Fao, one of the main pillars, one of the main backbones of GGHG, gone. Every time she went in with the Blazing Duet, I'm offended, and then that was it.
Honestly, the itemization for Vermov here for the Juicin is making sure that she does not die, because she has the Clock of Destiny, which has been changed, making sure that when you're below 50% HP or mana, it increases again. So she can stay in the team fight for a very long time. And Jushin actually eats a lot of mana, even though her passive makes it so that she can have more mana like in a prolonged team fight. But again, that Clock of Destiny really helped her out to make sure that she can keep pulling away the front line away from GGHG.
Because we saw Zusin played earlier on in MWI, but not to this degree. And we finally see the potential that this hero has in the mid lane, just creating an entirely new landscape for the mid trio. And, you know, mid prio. What do you think about Zuxin? Do you think that she is the #1 hero to go for now in the mid lane?
Okay, here's the thing. Juicin is very strong mid to late. Like, in terms of clearing the wave, she doesn't have priority. Like, if homegirls went for something like a Grok Lilia, they could have cleared way faster, and then they could actually put pressure on this Juicin. But Minotaur as well as Novaria, you don't have mid prio at all, right? The Novaria, you just poke around, use your first skill, second skill just to clear the wave, but you're not interacting with the mid lane. So Juicin had a very good early game for this one, because no one is really pressuring her. No one is making it so that she is in a bad position.
So let's see who's going to be crowned MVP by PlayStation from that first game of this best of 2 series. And it's going to be Bay TLG, man. Again, it was incredible, right? Xborg came in at the late stage of the drafting phase. And you're right, the Lord Secure coming through as well. There's an argument to be made for a lot of the players on that team.
Oh, yeah.
You like triangles?
Yeah, I do. I love triangles, actually. But again, looking at how they've been playing here, we got to talk about the interaction between Xborg as well as Minotaur, because Xborg is very good at making sure that the Minotaur dies fast so that the Minotaur doesn't have an opportunity to use the Minuan Free or the Motivational Roar. So having this Minotaur is honestly maybe because of the first pick, picking this Xborg, maybe because of the first pick Minotaur, right? Maybe the mistake coming in from GG Homegirls is that they showed the Minotaur way too early.
So let's talk to the coach. Let's talk to TLG right now, because they're the highlight. It's time for them to rise and it's time for them to shine as well. So let's head over to the interview.
Hey, Redmar here, and we're currently with the coach of TLG, Katvin, and we have Betty here to help us translate. So, Coach Katvin, how did your team prepare for their first major tournament out in a foreign country?
教练您好，请问在准备第一次国内的 Major 大师赛的时候，我们团队做了哪些准备？
我们是更多是在学习
其他赛区的一些优秀的打法，然后结合我们本土的一些 MOBA 的经验，然后再去做一些准备。
The coach side, they gain a lot of experience with the player in their own country, and they also learn a lot of methods from other countries, and they get together the experience both China and other countries, so they have a good experience.
Oh, that's really great. There's a lot to learn. So I think it would be great to know now, for you, Coach, what is the strength of TLG?
对于我们现在的战队来说，我们战队的强处是什么呢？
更多是我们整个团队很想赢，然后尤其是我们经验路选手以及我们的辅助选手，个人手法、个人操作是比较好的。
The most important thing is everyone in the teams, they wanna win, and the team have the excellent roamer and EXP players, so they are very excellent players in the teams.
All right, so watch out for the roamer and EXP leader of TLG. All right, very quickly, what is your message for the fans of TLG?
最后有想对粉丝们说的话了吗？
谢谢大家能关注中国 MLBB 也是中国女子 MLBB， 然后也很感谢大家支持 TLG， 我们会不负大家的希望啊，然后继续打好我们自己，打出风采。
The coach side, thank you everyone. Pay attention to the MLBB, especially to the women MLBB, this MWI, and they will keep hard work in the future, and they will have good goals to all the fans. That's it.
All right, thank you so much, TLG. Time to shine.
谢谢。
Thank you so much, Reptar. Thank you so much as well to Coach Catvin. What's this?
The mindset.
The mindset.
Redmar was asking, what makes your team so strong? They want to win. It's all about the mindset, baby.
The mindset. And talking about mindset, let's take a look at the player reaction. That's a lot of passion. That's a lot of, wow, look at that.
I feel like I understand what they say.
Okay. I'm gonna go for a shot. She's even choking on the victory.
That's how passionate they were. Grab her some water. She needs water.
Wow, that's just great to see.
It is great to see.
Because I think coming into this matchup, we're going to take a look at the audience prediction as well, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people are hoping that GGHG would win this and then TLG do that.
Maybe I do have a curse. Maybe when I'm a Decimals, it's fine.
I don't think you can say anything. But what about you guys? What were your votes? What do you think is, what's your prediction for the next one? You know, let us know at stc.gg. For the next game, do you think that TLG can go 2-0 against, I would say, I mean, tournament favorites is Vitality, but I think GGHG they're up there, you know?
If it was me, I would go to stcplay.gg and actually vote for TLG so that it could be a 1-1, so that maybe we have more tiebreakers, right?
Okay.
The more games, the better. Don't you love more games? Like, aren't you hype?
Yeah, let's put Abstract and Husky to the test, man. Let's give them all the tiebreakers.
Give them all the tiebreakers.
Give them all the tiebreakers.
I love the energy.
Yes.
That's the energy that we want.
Okay.
All tiebreakers.
Mindset.
No clean sweep. Mindset.
Mindset.
It's all about the mindset.
And it's the mindset for GGHG as well to come back because, again, momentum is such a big factor, especially in a best of two.
Bandit Juicin? Juicin is pretty strong.
Okay, we need to have like a discussion about how to pronounce Zusin.
No, it's pronounced as Juicin.
Juicin. So it's not Zusin.
I can speak Mandarin.
Okay.
大家好.
我不知道.
Yes, there you go. So honestly, like Juicin has been proven to be very strong. If you want to let go of that, you need an assassin jungler because how is Juicin going to protect herself? Using the Crimson Beacon, sure, you can.
Takes time.
You can glide away, but I think that's why the Hayabusa and the Ling is banned out because imagine if Hayabusa was there, imagine if Ling was there, what's the Juicin going to do? So like, you know, that's her skill.
You're not wrong.
I am not.
Okay, so coming into the second game, drafting phase. What's your thing? What's your suggestion?
What my thing is, you know. If I was TLG, ban out assassins, you know, Hayabusa Ling out of here.
Okay.
And then win. It's not that difficult.
Oh, what about Zusin?
No. Honestly, I feel like homegirls, Honey can use Juicin very well, very well as well. So I kind of feel like as long as you know that the threat of assassins or a Roger isn't there, because the Roger can probably do well against the Juicin as well, then you should be fine. But here's another thing.
Okay.
If you pick up the Juicin and then you pick up a Tigreal, oh, that's going to be difficult for you to deal with.
Yeah.
Even like for any teams, you want to go in to kill the Juicin and then you're caught by the implosion. And then that's it. You know, you can have your blanket because you're going to sleep.
So it's not a bouncing castle scenario. It's
like
a maelstrom scenario.
Female strum scenario.
I'm not saving you this time.
I don't
Clean it
need
up
saving.
yourself.
I don't need saving. I think what I said, moi perfecto.
Clean it up.
Nope. We're keeping it female strum. You're the host. Control the conversation.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't want to clean it up anymore.
No.
Okay.
Listen.
Okay.
I'm
listen.
an experience. Okay.
Okay.
Like I'm here.
You are an experience.
I'm an experience.
Okay.
Like we saw Ashley is a secret. I'm an experience. Here's the thing.
And I'm a victim. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the drafts for game number 2 in this best of 2 series. The final game in this match. Homegirls, next up, they're going to be facing off against the defending champions, the reigning queens of MLBB Vitality. So,
I mean, it's not that hard. Just break the crystal and then you're fine, right?
yeah.
That just like maybe 1 or 2 turrets here and there, maybe get a few kills,
Yeah,
and then
of course.
winning isn't that hard if you have the right mindset.
The mindset.
Speaking of which, GG Gaming Gladiators Homegirls, either they ban out the Juicin or first pick it, because again, if you're not going to be having access to assassins, because we saw Alpha, even with the Spear of Alpha, you're able to go to the back lines. You're still not able to catch the Juicin, because honestly, Vermoth is very exceptional when it comes to her positioning. She makes sure that she doesn't get caught.
Okay. But what did TLG do here?
What did TLG do here?
Angela being banned out. No Chip, no Roger, no Luo Yi ban. I guess Luo Yi was already banned by GGHG earlier on. Ling still a possibility, and the Hayabusa. So there are a lot of heroes to consider here, Lafel.
Especially if TLG, they really should respect the chip. Chiboy, I haven't seen her use the chip because, again, it's always been banned out, but I have to assume that she's quite good at using the chip. So TLG, because they banned Angela here, yeah, I feel like one of those assassins is going to be opened up. So it's really about Homegirls here. Do they still want to ban out the Juicin? Because if they pick up a Hayabusa, it's fine. If they pick up a Ling, maybe it's a bit difficult.
Oh, they don't do it.
Yeah.
They don't risk it.
I mean, if you lose your 2 here, it's going to be hard to get out of groups. Like, Gaming Gladiator Homegirls, they need to win this one. If they at least have 1 point, then they have a chance.
They do. And again, like we mentioned, right? In this group, in the 3 teams that are in Group D, it's them plus Vitality. So it's no easy feat. It's absolutely no easy feat. But TLG now on the hot seat. Angela already banned out. What do they want to go for again?
Chip should be considered here. And then either let both Hayabusa as well as Ling go if Chokis can actually use the assassins. But it looks like they're banning out the Hayabusa. So again, I'm holding out that they banned the chip and then letting go of the Ling. Perhaps that's their understanding of the meta. If Queen does not have the Angela, they can handle the Ling. Just get Valentina Tigreal or Valentina Terizla, and you should be good.
Tigreal has been an amazing hero so far to try and contest against these assassins, so it's definitely an option for them to pick up. Hayabusa going to be the choice here. Ling still left opened for grabs. What about the Roger? Right, last time they opted to go for a Roger ban in the first phase as well. Homegirls were the ones to ban it out. Chip going to be the choice. So now, exactly, right? So TLG are put in a precarious position where they have to choose. Pick your poison.
Chokis is pretty good with the Roger. So I feel like they're okay. Like, banning out the Ling and giving the Roger to Gaming Gladiator Homegirls is going to be a bit of a risk. If they let both of them open, let Queen have the Ling, and then Chokis having the Roger, it might put TLG in a favorable spot.
We'll see. Here it is, the final moment in for TLG. Or do they just not go for both bans? Right? Terizla is still an option for them to eliminate.
Okay,
if they
Roger or
want to.
Harif?
So Ling gets taken out of the board for TLG, and now there it is. Ling, Harith, Terizla.
Honestly, Roger or Harif, because you saw what Yinhuai was able to do with the Harif. Looks like the Claude was not enough. I would say Roger is probably the best here, but yeah, Roger picked up. TLG should be able to pick up the Harif here. Maybe Harif Valen or Harif Terizla.
Is this Roger a flex?
Yes, it is a flex.
So Falfao can still utilize it.
Falfao can use it, Queen can use it.
Okay. So that's another layer that GGHG has over TLG right now.
So honestly, for TLG, because again, going up against a possible Roger in the jungle, just having the Valentina is good because G-Boy, her playstyle as well, is a setup kind of initiator. Having the Valentina, you have access to that amazing ult as well. Doesn't matter if she has the Minotaur, the Tigreal. So again, amazing pick. Terizla as well as Harif is going to be the choice here. And again, Yinhuai has shown her Harif is a monster. The Z-Force is going to be crushing anyone in her face.
You know, even not considering the pilots, this is so much side lane prio.
Oh yeah.
Right? Terizla as well as the Harris. What do GGHG do? Do they look for mid lane prio and try to balance that out that way?
That's actually a good idea. Honestly, getting mid prio should be very good. Seeing that the Terizla is here, they could opt for a Yuzong or an X-Borg as well, and then ban out heroes that is good against the X-Borg. Because you gotta make sure that you're able to take down this Terizla, because we saw what TLG did. They shut down the front line, and then that's it. That's GG. Perhaps Homegirls, they can do the same thing. And now Ruby as well as Valentina picked up. I don't see Falfao use a lot of Ruby gold lane, but that is an option to go up against this Harif.
Does it work?
Oh yeah, it works, but it works until the Holy Crystal is picked up. Honestly, like if your Ruby is that good, yeah, the Harif will have some problems going up against the Ruby.
And I mean, technically it's balanced, right? Because of the Roger, let's say if it's being placed into the jungle, then that's something that can carry over into the later stage of the game. So that's definitely a strategy that we need to look out for from GGHG. Meanwhile, TLG, to close this out in the first phase of the drafts, Nolan is their choice. Nolan is their answer.
Honestly, looking at this, there's a lot of prio. Nolan can clear the jungle very, very fast.
Exactly.
Like, TLG looks like they understand this game in the sense of you want to have tempo. You want to make sure that your laning phase is very good so that you transition well into the turtle phase. So I feel like their understanding is challenging the coaches coming in from GGHG. We have a lot of prio here. How are you going to deal with us? Either you have to match our speed or find a way to counter us. And honestly, a good counter that I don't think GGHD can pick up anymore is the what's the guy that really likes when someone dashes? Phoveus.
Phoveus.
Yeah. Phoveus mid could deal with this, but now that they pick up the Valentina, they can't do it anymore.
Yeah, there's no flex. Unless Valentina play. No, that's too crazy.
It has happened before.
Shout out to Chidera.
Yeah, it has happened before, so it could work. But yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yuzong banned out.
What I'm really scared about right now, if we're talking about tempo, if we're talking about speed, and if we're talking about mid-trio prio, TLG, one of the comfort heroes for Vermouth is Lilia.
Oh yeah. I mean, you're scared of that. I'm scared of height, so we have different fears here.
I'm scared of you, actually, if we're being honest.
This is exposure therapy. So I have your. I hope you're having a good time here.
Yeah,
Zaz
thank you. Zaz
gets banned out, and honestly, like, it's okay to let go of the Lilia because honestly, Valentina players like going up against the Lilia because Valentina is able to push Lilia around and then get her ult so that the Valentina can be much more aggressive and then eventually just use the black shoes and reposition. So honestly, like, just because the Lilia is there, as long as you have the Valentina, doesn't mean the Lilia has prio. So it's a pretty cool matchup. So maybe Homegirls, they let go of the Lilia because they already got the answer. They already got the Valentina.
All right.
If TLG wants prio and wants to win this matchup, they pick up a Farsa.
Oh.
Yeah, the Farsa is good against the Valentina.
Minotaur's banned.
Good.
Do you think we will potentially be seeing a Farsa game. I'm kind of on the fence with the Farsa. I understand her value. I understand that she has really good wave clear. She has really good burst damage in the early stage of the game, and she's also very mobile. But she's so vulnerable, is she not?
You need to fix your mindset.
Oh man.
If you have that kind of mindset, then the enemy could have 5 Laylas and be like, oh, can I use a Farsa here?
Helped GGHG in the first game.
Maybe they had a bad mindset in the first game, right? You don't know, right? You don't know. Honestly, the Farsa going up against the combination that GGHG has, remember how Vermont used the Juicin? She was out of harm's way, so I feel like she could do the same thing with the Farsa, but if you want to be safe, you could also go for an Aurora.
Wow.
What?
Aurora.
Yeah.
Okay.
Aurora has good prio as well, mid.
Okay, we'll see. The next pick coming in from TLG now. They could even stray away from the mid laners right now, right?
I mean, if they want, they can pick up the Roamer first.
Exactly.
Pick up a Grok.
Is an option for sure. We saw Lolita being picked up earlier on.
Mm-hmm. What? Sure, Lolita. I don't know. I don't care. Pick it up.
What?
There you go, Aurora.
Nice.
I'm an analyst, Eterna. I do this for a living, okay?
Amazing.
Look,
it's good to be reminded.
I'm weird, but I know my stuff, okay? I play the game.
Okay, next 2 picks for GGHG then.
It really depends. I feel like, honestly, Roger has a good matchup going up against the Harif. So I kind of prefer just let the Roger be in the gold lane for this one. And then have a very fast clearing jungle as well. The Boxia is fine, but I don't know. The Boxia is very tricky here. Arla picked up. So this Ruby is going... Actually, no. Even the Arla can go roam, so it's still flexible. Ooh, Arla Valentina. That's very aggressive. That could get mid prio for sure.
And that's exactly what they need, right? I mean, they're losing both of the side lanes.
Alpha.
But they're going for the alpha.
Yeah. Again, the matchup for Roger going up against the Harif is very good. The burst damage coming in from the Roger makes it so that the Harif is not a full threat. But again, it's a... How do I say this? It's a skill matchup, right? It's not a hero matchup, it's more of a skill matchup. What did they pick up for Gromar?
Exactly.
Tigreal is good here.
Tigreal.
The only bad thing is that the Tigreal can give the implosion to the Valentina. But other than that, it's okay. If you don't want the Tigreal...
Do you really want to give over a CC hero over to Valentina at this point?
I'm thinking Grok has an amazing ult. Tigreal has an amazing ult. If they can use the Cho, Cho is good too. But again, Cho is an intense hero.
Let's see.
Atlas!
Oh!
Wow!
Wow, okay. Debut Atlas, ladies and gentlemen, for TLG. That is their decision. That is their answer. That is their solution. But we were
CC
talking
overload.
about... Exactly.
CC
we were
overload.
talking about that against the Valentina, and they doubled down. They doubled down, and they utilized Atlas.
I'm down.
You're down.
I'm down.
I'm down. Audience, are you down? Amazon Arena, are you down?
Can we just pass it to the casters?
Are they ready? Nice,
It doesn't
Leo,
matter.
are you guys down?
Hey, yes, we are. We're down, I guess.
Jay Shaw.
Yeah, that's true. Well, hey, you know what? I love the draft once again. It's been a while. Atlas. We're not an MSC. It's MWI, Leo.
But hey, you know what they say? Underneath the tides is Atlas.
So fitting. It's lore. It's lore.
It's lore accurate.
It's lore accurate. Well, let's jump into the game here. It's game number 2 for TLG versus GGHG. It's China and Malaysia, the two teams here battling it out. It's Group D in this first matchup. Once again, TLG surprised us in game 1 already.
Okay, game 1, we had a taste of what TLG and GGHG were bringing to the table as per their identity, right?
Yeah.
Now, TLG's identity is challenged. The Jushin was taken away. For some reason, Chokes decided to go for an early... Oh, wait, what? No, she's good.
Okay, I
She's
thought,
fine.
yeah.
Chokes goes for an early Nolan.
Yep.
And they bring in an Atlas. So they gotta be onto something, right? They must know something. There's gotta be a plan.
It's called, you know, just use which is surprising because I just saw the concussive blast too. But I was gonna say, use that fatal links with this lineup that they have. And the frigid, yes, it's the frigid breath glacier.
Yeah,
frigid glacier.
It's a crazy level of CC layering that, again, she's gonna make the most out of Fao and Hani's Purify. That's for sure.
Yes, and I think part of it too, if you want to go ahead and fix what happened, also a major part from game 1 was control Yinyue on this Harith again, man. I think she was a key component for that #1 victory that they got in the previous game, and how she played on a macro level.
But something tells me this is enough. Again, GGHG, one of their main strengths from game 1 was an ungodly amount of CC. Here they kind of eased up on it.
They let go of a little bit.
Yeah.
They took some damage.
But it is more reliable now since a lot of their CC doesn't have to rely on big ticket ults that are for the big 5v5 fights.
But if they can get a good ticket final slash,
that's a different story.
That's a different story.
Yeah, the first turtle spawned up already, and it looks like TLG's gonna secure. They're pushing back the rest of GGHG. And this all happened all the while we were just talking about win conditions.
This so fast. Like, this is what I was impressed with from game 1, and now already in this early portion of game 2, I'll still say I'm impressed with the macro decisions and the no hesitation from TLG. Because honestly, when we look at the previous matches today, I know you casted some of them, there was a lot of hesitation that we saw in those matchups. But this one, at least even for TLG, there hasn't been much. Interesting, Hani is going to take the Fatal Link now, available for this.
As she should.
As she should. They're playing with the 2 Purifies. Yinhui has her own Purify. So this could be a great way to, you take the Fatal Links, you have that for Hani, and then you have a Spirit Destruction, Final Slash, and an I'm Offended. Like, there's a lot actually available for GGHG.
She has multiple ways to come in, right? You have the Terrify, you have the Dash In, you can Purify on your way out with the Fatal Links, and it's all up to them now. Here we see the perfect match from Kinzaki, which is something we forget. I think maybe second to none, Atlas has the easiest way out of most things. Now here's a big team fight. Oh, the Fatal Links! Plus Ye1, and then the answer, the Fatal Links and the Fatal Links! And they do draw first blood onto the Atlas. The Spear of Alpha coming through. Yinhui down, 3 for 1, the trade, all for Quinn. GGHG starting up strong.
Okay, taking a look at the STC replay. Look at this. Like you said, Fatal Links upon the Fatal Links. I'll drag you here, I'll drag you back. And even with the Z-Force, it wasn't enough. I mean, they just get handled here.
Not yet.
Not yet. The timing, the spikes are not here just yet, because we talked about this in the previous game with the Harith. You need that time to build up here. And, with that, it was an even spread for those kills for GGHG across the board between Chi, Hani, and Fafu.
You know what they look like?
Who?
Combat ropes.
I was going to say, yeah, at that point it does. I mean, that's why I was pointing it out when Hani grabbed that Fatal Links herself.
And she did so very early.
She did it, yeah. Early Thunderbelt, by the way, picked up by Ash here. This is something we see more often than not now.
Here we go.
Stuns.
Quick collapse, she's in trouble, and gets caught out by Kinzaki. Yinhui secures the kill. The dash and the dash from Ash. Can she get one through the river? Ash has to walk out the normal, the old-fashioned way. Down she goes, and the fight continues. Collapses underneath. Quinn gets one. Can Yinhui walk away? All right, a trade cleanup. 1 for 1, which still puts GGHG on. Whoa! Chokes! Chokes, can she get Quinn? She gets a double kill! I thought they were done, and they're still going!
Oh, she's going to be able to... Okay, she gets away, but man, just when you think that it was over, Choka says, no, it's not. And also, with all that, at least for them, they made something better out of that situation. And on top of it, Chokez, like we saw what she did in the previous game, now she's able to replicate it here. At this point, a turret goes down as well. Taking a look at the replay once again, a great fight here. Yep. Initiated and started off, but man, TLG comes out swinging for this. And you're going to see a reinitiation from Hani as well, utilizing the penalty zone, fights them in the bush. A ton of damage is there with the Spear of Alpha, but then Chokas finds this moment to bring it back, to equalize the favor.
Oh no, here we go one more time, a stolen Fatal Links were moved down. Kinzaki too, this is looking bad for TLG. Base sent back, is there enough of a body of Smith on her? No! Ash gets one, 3 for none, clean wipeout.
Oh, clean wipeout. They're still gonna fight though, Hani!
Yinhui finds Hani, that's a kill. Ash up left, Falfa pushing off camera. Ash.
Oh!
No, 2K for Yin Wei. And now they're still going. Chokes walks away. Non-stop.
Non-stop, and I know, like...
Women are non-stop.
They like to duke it out. They're still going to be going, chasing down.
Choke, no, that's Yin Wei.
She's
Yin
out.
Wei! Okay, Z-Force out, gets an extra shield. Wanted to fight, wanted to use a spell vamp, but that's a 3v1. I don't think that's a smart go.
Yeah, and, you know, I know we don't have the exact numbers right now just yet, but these are a lot of back and forths, you know, going on, and I really want to see where things are falling in place, especially when it comes to the items here.
Okay, if you're talking about a back and forth and you're looking at a lineup like GGHG, that's very mid-game centric. Wait, that's a Fatal Link's already committed. Can Kinzaki walk away? She commits the flicker. She's finding one extra damage.
As you were saying, back and forth.
GGHG, they always will come out on top. They will come out on top of economy. They will come out up on trades. It's because they're a very mid-game centric lineup, and now they're still going. Vermouth used to force a flicker. There's a fridge of ice, and they do take down Hani. 2v2 up top. Chi and Fao, and I think Fao says it's out. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, get out of there. That's fine. Great usage. I mean, for TLG, they're finding their little moments in these exchanges. I mean, even when a team fight happens and it's highly in favor of GGHG, it's usually Chokes able to find at least something in the exchange, or even Yin Yao. So with that, you have to go ahead and start to kind of think about, all right, these objectives, this next hurdle is coming up here. Both teams are relatively equal. There we go. They are. You know, it's 21,000 pretty much across the board. There's 1+ turret here for GGHD, but this turtle now is up. And they're going to go ahead and just kind of get centered around here, but it looks like Quinn's just going to go ahead and take this.
Yeah.
She's fine. Conceal going to be used, though. They might force a fight.
Kinzaki looking for targets, finds one. It's just Chi. They blast her. She's taken out, and there's the answer. And that's 2 on the way out. Kinzaki down, Base still standing. She did get her penalty zone in already. She's gonna get popped here. Look at the back line. Look at Yin Wei dancing through the walls. Chokes looking for the burst, looking for the cleanup. No one home, not gonna force it. That's a 2-for-1 with a trade win for GGHG. They're looking for the re-engage. Turtle scored, by the way, by the Malaysian squad on the way out. And all this while, Fafa was pushing. This is the Fafa we were looking for.
Yeah, this was. And, you know, she's having a much better game this time around, especially on this Roger pick. She's been playing really well, too, with the Purifies, because every time we see an initiation started from TLG, it's, again, usually with a concealed, they try to get that Fatal Links combination off, but Hani has done a great job at kind of stopping it from getting too out of hand. We're going to take a look once again at the STC replay here. This is the exchange we're talking about.
Yep.
And look at that. Hani brings to a bit further with her own Fatal Links. And really at this point, this is the thing about the Nolan. You really can't just shove yourself into this fight, right?
No.
You really have to be careful here. Chokes is able to get out, but you can see, you know, the tensions are there, of course.
And I think it's right to put the onus on Bay.
Yeah.
She has to be the initial Purify what is it? Trigger? Oh, wait, they do find one. Ash hit with the Fatal Links. Where do they go next? Already spent out the penalty zone. They're inside. Kinzaki gets popped here. Another one goes. That's Bay. Chokes looking for the engage in the back line. Down goes Ash. Yin Wei drops the Z-Force underneath tier 1. All right, still, again, the same result.
Same result.
2-for-1. And you know what they say about insanity?
What do they say?
It's expecting a new result with the same
steps, something like that. I was going back to
the idea.
Yeah, I know.
Doing the same thing again, except there you go.
Something like that. Yep.
Yeah. So
doing the same thing, expecting the same results.
And that's the same thing, right? Like again, look, and then throughout that whole thing, the whole debacle.
Yeah.
Not a single Purify was used.
Not a single. And that's the point you were getting at here, Leo. You know, you're saying that Bay has to be the one. She has to be the one.
The initial
to get those out.
Trigger. Yes.
Yes. And this could be the time for her to do that. She has a flicker and a penalty zone available. Chokes is going to get spotted out of that, you know, little bush that she was waiting in to get this Vision, but they're going to go ahead and start up the Lord here. So it's already half health. She also waiting there, getting the information they need. They might, I don't know. I don't think they just get this freely.
Concede it, looks like.
Do they? Yeah. It looks like they're just going to give it up here. So very interesting decision from TLG. Maybe it's more so like we need more time. You know, but how much time do they need to buy to build up these items? What are they waiting for, you know?
Okay.
The 11-minute mark previous game, Harith had the Holy Crystal, Starlight Scythe, Feather of Heaven.
Not a simple and a clean go at the gold for Yin Wei here in Game 2 compared to Game 1, right?
Definitely.
But I understand in the defense of TLG as what they did there, are you going to try to contest and, try to stop the inevitable, or are you going to go farm elsewhere, right? Like what they did was farm elsewhere, trying to find something. Chi gets hit by the Fatal Links. Zaman Force dropped in. That's
Good
Chi
pick.
down. 4v5 now as they go for the defense. That's a great start.
All right, so as we were talking about that too, Holy Crystal's locked in. It's 10 seconds later from the previous game. So
still on schedule.
Yeah, still pretty much on schedule. They're going to have to deal with the Lord, of course, keeping the mid lane down too, trying to hold on to that tier 1. But the eyes are set on this. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and grab this. That's the play here with that Lord take. Also going to lose some of the resources, but right now, Hani. Okay, I didn't think they were going to start an initiation there. So it looks like still Lord's going to be worked on. And for now, TLG will go ahead and hold on to their base turrets. And as we're looking at it too, a minor lead here. We're talking about 3,000-ish gold for GGHG.
Minor, but, significant enough.
Yeah, it still plays a big part because I think that, the nail on the head here is the fact that TLG has to get these purifies down. And so far, every time we've seen a skirmish or a team fight, man, the final slash has actually done wonders for this lineup for GGHG.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when you're already using the Fatal Links.
Yep.
Oh, they're going to chase Ashe down.
And it's worked out so well because TLG have been trying to get these kills, and they almost only find Chi or Ashe.
Yeah.
Right?
And at that point, then they get just retaliated.
And and especially at that point, it's not worth it. Oh, here's an I'm offended. Kenzaki found. That's the Fatal Links on 2. The Purify spent up already on Fao. Zaman Force dancing.
Good damage?
Way. Quinn's about to go, and they get bursted down. Fao was here. Fao. What? Helping Quinn score a double. That's 3 for none. GGHG.
Great team fight. And somehow, I expected Quinn to go down, but she survived, and she has the immortality.
These fighter junglers, man.
These fighter junglers. And I guess that's the difference when we were talking about this in game 1 was like that door, right? That room for the fighter versus fighters, if you will.
Yep.
A good taste of damage plus utility. And, so far, Nolan is not able to match up exactly the way we saw with Bane in the previous one. Because looking at this replay, this was actually a pretty good team fight. Great Frigid Glacier laid down as well. But Fao just re-engages at the right time to clean things up. And Quinn, because of the way Alpha works, and you get that sustainability, it's tough to take Quinn down. So great team fights there. And this is most likely just going to lead into a Lord take now, once again, for GGHG.
Should be relatively easy. Again, same situation as that first Lord. Like, if you're not going to contest, let it go.
Just let it go.
And now, Kenzaki with the conceal, finds 2, comes in, gets blasted, final slash. That's Chi, and now the Frigid. Oh, there's no one home. The Z4s, they're dancing. Down goes Hani. They're still going. Look at Fao from the east, and they're still going. Bay gets taken out. Kenzaki 2 for 1 the trade. And Cho'Cass, where's she going? What's she thinking? Fakes the recall, reveals herself. Now Ashe with the dash. Fao coming in. This is not good. Cho'Cass shut down. This is all going down for TLG.
Oh, that was tough to see. Again, it just looked like, TLG, you were saying it. Maybe just let it go. You don't have to force this fight, but instead, Kenzaki was like, no, we are going to fight.
Frozen fans.
Yes. They don't like it. They don't want to let things go. They want to fight. How do you let a tide fall down?
Best grossing film of 2013.
That's true.
Here we go, an SCC replay one more time. This is the tail end of the disaster. That was the Hani for Kenzaki and Bay trade. Usually when you take out a gold laner, or rather a mid laner, it's a good deal, right? That's a huge amount of damage and utility. You take a Hani, but if for the price of Kenzaki and Bay, that's a high price here.
It's expensive.
Yeah.
It's a big take.
That's quite expensive.
It's quite expensive. And right now, they're going to have to defend against this push. I mean, Lord's still making its way in the bottom side. You're going to try to hold this on. But I think, you have to watch it. Penalty zone used. Defensively, at least to clear the wave, at least to deal with it.
No purifies spent, but it should be fine. Again, given maybe 15, 20 seconds, they should be back in shape. Kenzaki still has her Fatal Links, though, so just say goodbye to this turret.
Yeah, Hani has it as well. This is what we've seen time and time again.
Woo.
This is that insanity. So turrets are going to go down to mid and bottom. Lord's still up. It's quite healthy. TLG's got to deal with it.
That's a half-health Lord coming through. Bay hits him with the penalty zone, and there's a fatal links. Looking great. Quinn down. Inside the base, Chi and Hani fall as well. Oh, Yi Huan just dancing. And they almost get a wipe out. Just TLG! And that's it. What? Why? All the way, taking everyone down from GGHG. And I'm not so sure if this is enough to call a GG.
I guess they're not insane. As we look at the STC replay, they've done this time and time again. Penalty zone used, a fatal links used, and they win this fight. Talk about a setup from Vermouth too. Man, the Frigid Glacier, multiple targets.
This is a comeback-based defense moment, unlike those we've seen from the heyday of the old Smart Omega Execration days. Like, that's how they used to play. Inside the base, underneath their own objectives, they would pull off a wipeout like that. Again, a lot of the map belonged to GGHG, so this is still recovery mode for TLG, but I could have sworn that was going to end right then and there.
I would say that too. And again, when you look at it, it's like, all right, you know, they didn't get anything off of that aside from getting some big gold now in their pockets, which is a big part that at least makes them, it makes them competitive for the next objective. Because without that, yes, they didn't go and march down the mid lane, you know, and run it down mid or anything like that, but they've got plenty of items. This is a power spike for them as well. You can see exactly where Yinhao is. I mean, she is on line here, even though with the Divine Glaive locked in now. And, you know, for the rest, that could be all it takes, man. A good placement of the Frigid Glacier, even following up to the Fatal Links or the penalty zone.
Yeah, despite Bay dying like 6 times, she's still able to build a full kit at 17 minutes.
That's something about the Rizzler. It's something about Tarizla where you can literally be 0 and 5.
Yeah, she's not the punching base. The Hammer Bay, final slash, pushing out 2. That's the perfect match. It was Bay and Kanzaki in that bush. Now Quinn back to the job. Vermouth forced to flicker back. So she's gonna have to recover for a bit, make sure she's topped up and ready. Ash dancing here with Chokes, and they continue.
They're gonna fight. They're gonna actually go for it. Fatal Link's only gonna find 1.
And there we go. Falco looking for targets. A big knockup from the Lord. Yunhui with the dance. Z-Force. Where's the targets? Down goes Bay. Down goes Ash. 1 for 1. The trade so far, and the Lord gets reset. Chokes keeping this bush. Chi spots her, and there's a jump. Oh, it's a double kill. Kanzaki down. Chokes versus the world. 3v1. Not gonna happen. And it's just Yinhui and Vermouth inside the base, not going TLG's way.
Again, they'll have enough time to wait for this defense, but that's objective secured, that's team fight secured. As we look at the STC replay again, Falfao comes in. You're not getting away, Kanzaki, so she cleans that up, gets Chokes too, and this has been a problem. This Roger from Falfao, 12-2-9, absolutely massive here. And she's having a hell of a game, and now they're gonna hold on the best they can. Chi though.
Yeah. Pops her immortality, the Frigid Glacier, caught no one home. That's the freeze by Quinn. The Z-Force still alive for Yinhui. She is rocking all of the shields and the immortality. She's fine.
Let me ask you this. How can you freeze me with Frigid Glacier if I have a Winter's Crown?
That's right. You can't freeze me. I'll freeze myself.
I'll freeze myself. I'll one-up you.
Yeah, but TLG aren't out of the woods just yet.
They're not.
There is a massive Lord in mid. And if I'm not mistaken, this should be an evolved Lord, so it's the worst kind.
And their wave clear isn't the best, right? They can force a fight under the Zaman Force, especially. It looks like they're going to do just that. So, GGHG, are they going to force the fight themselves here? Trying to clear out some of these waves, feel this out, but they're going to go in.
Oh no, Yinhui from the back gets hit by a lot of CC. Gets your mentality popped, and she gets frozen underneath the final slash. And she's dashing. Lord still up. Lord a 10th of its health. And look at the back line. Kanzaki hits 1 in the base. Got overloaded with damage. We're at a 1-1 between GGHG and TLG.
Group D. Man, it's looking to be very spicy here too. Just like what we saw from Group A. I don't know where we're going to end up. Maybe some more tiebreakers as we get through the next matches for this group, but hey, it's 1-1. Good readjustment as well from GGHG after what happened when what TLG did in a surprising matter for Game 1.
It was inevitable that GGHG would take Game 2 given how in control they were for a majority of this 20-minute bout.
Yeah.
So if the macro was sound and they were making a majority of the right decisions leading up to those final moments, game was theirs to take.
Game was theirs. I mean, even with Fao, this is where, I felt like she fell short in game one. This one, though, especially, she came up and just had a massive game on the Roger. And I don't know, man. Blue side is still very strong.
That was the Fao we were all expecting.
That was. And, I mean, even when you look at it from TLG, that defense that we saw was really good. They actually, just the series as a whole, this is a great showing from TLG. I just want to see what else they have because, again, they have some pretty big opponents ahead of them.
It's a massive tug of war.
Yeah.
And I'm happy, and I am surprised as to how this group started out.
Definitely.
And I'm here for it.
I'm all for it, man. I can't wait to see what's in store for us, but we're going to actually throw it over on stage for the interview. Again, I'm Nice Sue, that's Leo. We'll be back to cast after this, but let's hear from the stage.
Now, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and right here at the stage segment, we have none other than Bei right here from TLG right here with us. Now, we have so many burning questions for TLG, given that this is their very first debut here on the international stage.
You got that right. Of course, congratulations. So the question would be, being your debut right here, the EWC, how does it feel to represent China on international grounds here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
想要问的就是，你们首次就是在这个国际舞台上就是登场，有什么感想？
很开心吧，然后也很荣幸，很感谢沙特主办方能给我们，就是给我们一个这样的机会，然后也很感谢国内的生态，就是女子电竞的生态环境，然后才能让我们一起能站到这个舞台上面。
Now it's very inspiring to say that they're very excited to be here and they're very thankful for the support from Saudi to give them the opportunity to come on board right here on the international stage.
Amazing stuff. Well, go ahead. Let's see what's going to happen.
还有第二个问题想要问你，就是想要了解一下稍后的这一场游戏，你们会遇到这个印度尼西亚的这个战队，那他是前冠，就是 MWI 2023年的这个冠军。 来就是玩这场游戏，您有什么准备吗？有什么感想？
我们会尽自己最大的努力去准备好每一场比赛。
All right, so the question posed to Bebe was that, they will be facing off the defending champions of MWI, and that is Team Vitality, which is whom they're going up against next. They said that they will do everything in their power to play all the games to the best of their efforts to take the match coming up next. So, 谢谢，感谢贝贝，就是让我们更深入了解你们中国战队，谢谢。 Thank you. So yes, thank you so much, Bei, for this interview right here. Now, they're going to be going up against the queens of MLBB next, and this is Team Vitality. So stick around, and we're going to hand it back to the studio. Take it away. Yalla.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. Thank you so much, Bara. And oh, wow. Is it too early to say that we are in another group of Deathlevel?
I feel like... yes, because this is the very first match of Group D, and I really feel like for both teams, it's a roller coaster of emotions because winning and losing, and like we see the intense moments coming in from the players, like they're very passionate about making sure that they get a 2-0. Both teams failed to get a 2-0 here, but again, starting things off with a 1-for-1, I feel like even Team Vitality, it caught their attention.
Definitely. Because now it's up to them, because they're going to be the ones, the team that has to go back-to-back later on, first up against TLG and then against GGHG.
I feel like one thing that Gaming Gladiators homegirls have shown is that the juicing is very strong. Like, we see how the mid lane coming in from TLG is very strong, supporting her own team. So I feel like if they take that out or just prepare an assassin to deal with it, this is a lot of information coming in for Team Vitality after this.
Yeah.
For GGHG, we see that sometimes they overcommit. So it's definitely a dangerous situation where I feel like Team Vitality should be able to handle.
I mean, technically, they do still have a bit of time to prepare, right? Especially for GGHG into...
Is it enough, though?
That's the question. But that's the beauty of a best of two, and that's the beauty of having 6 games of that best of 2 in an entire day.
Oh, yeah. Don't you just love it? We have 6 games back to back to back?
20 minutes, by the way.
20 minutes? I gotta say, Eterna, you must love this, right? But either way, right now, looking at the stats here, something that we do have to say is that Fao, yes, she did perform very, very well. But again, it did seem like TLG, they had the reactions to actually deal with the Roger in the goal lane. So I feel like this is a wake-up call for both teams. Like, as strong as they think they are, all the other teams here are potentially stronger.
Wake-up call.
Ring, ring, hello, it's like 4 a.m., wake up, you gotta pray.
And also, you gotta give in your predictions, right? Ladies and gentlemen, so let's take a look at what you guys voted for. Audience predictions was 75% for GGHG and 25% for TLG. I mean, that's expected.
Yeah, because
right?
if you combine...
That's expected. They came into this matchup as the favorite, I would assume, right? And the fact that TLG was able to get that first game away from GGHG, that was an upset in itself.
And the second game, it was a difficult win.
Yeah.
Sure, GGHG won, but it wasn't easy.
That was... Do you remember that final moment?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
If the Waves...
Nerve-wracking.
If the Waves were in a better position, honestly, TLG could have ended it.
So let's crown our MVP by PlayStation for game number 2. Because again, right, it was so close. And finally, Fafao gets the recognition that she deserves. And it was funny, right? Because the casters in the game, they even mentioned, like, this is the Fafao that we expected. This is the Fafao that we know and love. And Fafao gets to show off in game number 2.
Again, I feel like the first game she couldn't perform well was because of the Bane. The deadly catch is deadly. Like, the moment Fafao goes in, even, like, you don't have to think about the Blazing Duet getting interrupted. She died immediately when she goes up against the Bane. So, honestly, like, game number 1, she couldn't do it because the jungler is a direct counter to what she's trying to do. In this game, is a little bit easier. The Roger has a lot more burst damage. Looking at the itemization that she has, it is going for a cleanup kind of Roger, making sure that they're around 40-50% HP, and then she can deal the rest.
And, you know, one of the other things is that she was in a matchup that was unfavorable to her, right? Harith and Quad. But in this particular situation, in this particular scenario, we see time and time again, when she's given that space, when she's given that time to farm from the early stage of the game, that's what she does.
Yeah, because the annoying thing about a Harith is that you generate a lot of shield, but the Roger just destroys the shield so fast. So that's why the Roger is honestly a very good pickup going up against the Harith.
There you go. Over and over and over and over again, she gets her moments. It's her time to shine.
I see what you did there. Nice. But again, for both teams, I didn't know that Roger was taller than me. He's pretty big.
I'm kind of scared.
Don't be scared. Roger is
scary in particular hands. I don't want any part of this.
Well, he's not here anymore.
I need a break. I'm too scared. I'm shaking in my heels right now. So we're gonna throw over to a break, ladies and gentlemen, for the next match of the day. So we'll see you right after. We'll be right back.
Ready, set, go.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات. لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الهيدشوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to MWI X EWC 2024. We're back here in the studio to bring you the next match of the day, as finally Team Vitality are back, and they're back with a vengeance. They're going to try and defend their throne, defend that title of being the queens of MLBB.
But honestly, going up against TLG might not be as easy as we think. Like, imagine if the whole match goes 1-1. That's going to be amazing.
So that brings us to Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib upcoming match. Let's take a look at the showdown for our next match of the day. Best of two, you mentioned it. TLG once again back on the stage. And I would say that TLG, one of the dark horses now. And it's actually a funny story because back at the round table, I don't know if it's aired yet. Am I allowed to talk about that? It hasn't aired.
We can hint about it.
Well,
we can hint about it.
A particular strong team hinted that TLG was one of the teams
dark horses, like one of the teams
afraid of.
Exactly. So instead of dark horses, they're nightmares.
Nightmares. I like that.
Right? Because
like that.
in case you guys don't know, mares are horses.
Oh, that's what
you don't know?
meant.
Yeah.
No, I thought you were referring to just a
No,
general
mares are
nightmares.
horses. So dark horse, night, glap. You know, it's very dark.
That's why he's an analyst. But about the, predictions, that's something we can kind of shrug off a little bit. Because apparently he has the same curse as Mirko. But I'm pretty sure you guys don't, right? So tell us your predictions right now. Who will win this match? Do you think it's Title Legends Gaming or Team Vitality? Head on to stcplay.gg right now and lock in your predictions.
I don't know what is it about me and Mirko. Is that
I don't know either.
That's why I refuse to give compliments to people anymore. It ends badly. That's why I don't compliment you anymore.
That's actually true. He hasn't.
Do you want me to? Like,
No,
we've seen
that's fine.
what happens, right?
Yeah, let's not.
Like, imagine if I say you have nice hair.
Yeah, let's
right? It feels
Let's
uncomfortable.
skip that. Let's skip that to the Jamil Motorsport arrivals instead to welcome both of these teams and the debut of Team Vitality all the way from Indonesia.
And again, we can definitely see, like, for all the teams here going to the stage, it's really about making sure that you don't get psyched out when you're on the big stage. Because again, for some teams, they're used to this. Like, Team Vitality, they're like, yeah, whatever, it's a stage. We have a chair, we have a table, same difference, right? With anywhere in the world. But TLG kind of showed that they kind of don't care as well. They seem like they have the experience of handling that kind of pressure, because game number 1 and game number 2, I don't see them making mistakes.
I mean, they were reigning in their particular region.
Yeah.
Right? But I don't know.
Don't have that negative mindset. Hey,
going against a 24 tournament winning streak team.
You can only win for so long. right?
That's true.
We have a saying in Malaysia, pada pandai tupai melompat, satu hari dia akan jatuh juga.
Yeah, that makes sense in Indonesia.
Right? That makes sense in Indo, right? It means that fly, squirrel, fly.
No.
Squirrel will go down also.
Let's take to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. مرحبا مرة أخرى هنا بكأس العالم للرياضات الإلكترونية مع MWI. It is getting more and more exciting over here.
Yes, it definitely is heating up, especially from the performance from TLG earlier. Now, we did not expect, the audience's predictions didn't expect either to be a tie right here for TLG versus the Gaming Gladiators homegirls earlier. So now that Title Legends Gaming is all warmed up, this is going to be their biggest challenge yet, because they're not going up against any team. They're going up against the reigning queens of MWI, and this is none other than Team Vitality. Absolutely amazing. Now, if you're looking to get the championship for MWI 2024, this is the team that you're looking to beat, all right? And of course, this is not an easy feat, by the way. We're talking about Team Vitality. They are the reigning champions right here for MWI, and they are looking for their three-peat win. And speaking of which, what makes this such a tough challenge for any team that's looking to take the throne is because they have a 27 consecutive tournament win. So, is there any team out there that can topple the champs? This is the question. Now going up against the queens of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, presenting to you right here, Title Legends Gaming.
And ladies and gentlemen, yes, this is gonna be it. Debuting for the first time, representing China right here at the EWC, Saudi Arabia. A lot of surprises took place. They surprised us with the last win and within the tiebreakers of the first match. But now we are here for the second one. What's gonna happen? I cannot wait.
Yes, we're very excited indeed. So once more, just to recap a little bit, we have seen TLG taking a 1-1 earlier from Gaming Gladiators. So how would they fare against our reigning queens right here at MWI? We're gonna hand our time over to the experts to find out more. Take it away, guys, at the studio. Yalla!
Yalla, we're back in the studio. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Thank you so much, Bara. And you know, even Cheryl mentioned, right, 27, 24. You know, people are starting to lose count at this point, Lafel.
Numbers, just numbers. It doesn't matter.
I mean, it does depend.
Oh, it does?
I think it does, especially as an analyst.
Yeah, I guess mathematical people are not going to be happy. It's like,
yeah, they're seething.
Numbers. Numbers, alphabet, same difference.
Also, like the squirrel thing, that's not what I meant.
It's clever squirrel jump. One day squirrel will fall down also.
Yeah, okay, that was better. It's not fly, squirrel, fly. Eventually you'll fall down.
Listen, I'm scared, okay?
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. While we get you unscared, we're gonna head over to the drafts, ladies and gentlemen. Our first game of this best of two series between TLG and Team Vitality. The dark horse now, I would say, for TLG, going head-to-head against the queen of MLBB themselves. Hayabusa taken off the board.
I feel like the plan should stay the same. My only question is that will TLG get the Jushin again? And I wonder if they have something else. Because the thing is, Vermov can use damage dealers. But so far, it looks like in this strategy, they're going to be using some support types. But I understand, because if your jungler is going for a damage dealer, then as a mid, you have to be supportive. If the jungler is a utility jungler, then you're fine to go with damage, because you just want to make sure that your entire composition has balance. So now, Vitality, they've already banned out the chip, and they're banning out the Jushin as well. So TLG, now they have to figure out what's going to be their first pick here, because I kind of feel like they want to catch. I feel like that's their entire strategy. So as long as they can play around that, make every fight against Vitality a 4v5, they might have a shot.
I'm concerned though from the drafting phase, right?
You're always concerned.
I know. I just want the queens to think about this, right? Because earlier on TLG, they had 2 winning lanes. They had the Harith and they had the Terizla.
Harith got banned.
And yet they still lost.
No, I mean like for this one, Harith got banned, so.
Right, but what I'm saying is, even if, let's say, TLG go for a proper draft and they win those side lanes, that execution is still going to be so paramount.
Well, now they have a Luyi, so it almost doesn't matter what you pick up in the side lanes, right? Because with the teleport, you can actually impact a lot of lanes for this one. So this is going to be very interesting to see how Vermouth is going to use the Luyi. Looks like Vitality, they're picking up the Roger as well as the Edith. So this kind of works in the favor of TLG, where the Edith only has 1 dash. So if the Edith is a roam, you can potentially catch the Edith and then try to make it a 4v5. But the thing is, Edith is a catch hero as well. So it's kind of like both teams are thinking of the same way that they want to play this game.
So what's the go-to here? Do we still focus on these side lanes? Terizla still opened up.
Yeah.
Exactly. Do they go for that? Is that the key?
The only problem is that what are you going to pick up in the gold lane? Because not a lot of matchups win going up against the Roger. Looks like they're going to pick up the Arlet first. If this is going to be an Arlet mid lane, it's going to be amazing. And they pick up the Julian. So they understand. Win early, win mid, you're good. They have a good tempo moving up. If this Arlet is going to go mid, they can punish Vitality. And it looks like they are picking up the Terizla. So this is going to be an Edith roam.
But dude, like, TLG's hero pool right now, right? I mean, they've been swapping around. They've been picking up debut picks here, left, right, and center. And it's insane.
It's a hero ocean, not a pool anymore.
I mean, tidal wave.
Exactly. Okay, stop it.
Okay.
Export ban.
Export ban. They want to secure, for sure, a winning lane for this Terizla, right? So X-Borg, heroes like CC as well is definitely something that they are going to look towards. Yuzong.
Yeah. Honestly, like, Arlet going up against the Terizla, I'm not a big fan, so I kind of hope they have something else in the EXP. But for TLG, I kind of feel like they should ban out the mid laners. The Valentina is still open. Perhaps banning out that Valentina could be good. And then eventually maybe even... Honestly, their comp is good going up against a Farsa, so I feel like just focus on the mid. But looks like they're actually going to ban out the Nolan. If they're going to focus on Assassins, maybe even a Fanny.
Fanny, definitely a big option here. I mean, Team Vitality, Vival in particular, right? She's quite flexible, right? She can go for the utility. She can even go for the fighter junglers that are looking to find a lot more success here at MWI and have seen more success here at MWI, and of course the Assassins too. Minotaur, though, going to be the choice of ban from Team Vitality.
It does seem like with the Minotaur ban, you kind of want to go all in, like a very heavy dive composition. So perhaps this Roger is going to the jungle role, and then they have something else in the gold lane. But I don't know, I kind of feel like as long as you have Roger in the gold lane, you kind of win the lane, you win the pressure. Looking at the lineup here, if Vitality, they want to challenge back what TLG wants to do, they could have a Lilia to make sure that they can slow down TLG and make it so that any kind of engage doesn't look good. Like, if Julian finds a Lilia, you can just Black Shoes out of there.
But is the catch for the Julian jungle enough here? Right, we have Terizla, we have Edith.
If Holy Crystal first item, it's going to be enough. It really depends, because we've seen players go for Holy Crystal first or the Genius Wand first. Both are great, but damage-wise, definitely Holy Crystal.
So Valentina now gets eliminated.
Yeah. Honestly, at this point, still a lot of options. Like I said, the Lilia is going to be okay if you want to play more tempo. If you want the Aurora as well, it's going to be pretty good. But the Kagura, now I didn't see that one coming.
Another debut. I love today.
I love debuts.
It's a day that keeps on giving. What? Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too. So Kagura now being planted in. And again, right, that burst, the CC coming through as well from the Kagura. I've seen it in a different tournament. It has done well. But in this composition, how do you think it will fare?
I feel like the Kagura, the reason why it's there is to deal with the Lu Yi. So the Lu Yi wants to stay in the back lane and then try to use the Yin Yang reactions to control the fight. The Kagura can use the Yin Yang overturn to burst the Lu Yi very, very fast. So it looks like your job is just to win the 1v1 in mid. I mean, not in mid in particular, but like in turtle fights, in lord fights, just aim for the Lu Yi. And maybe that's why they pick up the Kagura, because you have easy access to the back line.
And okay. Ruby
Claude
and
Lee.
Claude for TLG now.
Okay, again, this is flex. Both Arlet as well as Ruby can be flex in the roam position. So Vitality, now they have to show whether this Roger is going to the jungle or going to the gold lane. I like TLG's draft because it's a very meta draft. Like, we see male teams use this kind of draft. And the strongest point about this is actually the macro play, right? Sending the Claude over anywhere all across the map, making sure that he has a fine time farming. And now the carry gets picked up. So this is going to be a Roger jungle.
Yep, Roger in the jungle. I'm actually quite surprised, right? Because last time at SPS, when Falcons Vega qualified for MWI of Team Vitality, they did so well with Shell on Roger and Shell on Clint. So with the carry being picked up, it's interesting. Why do you think they went for carry?
I really just feel like that they want to have a good laning phase going up against the Claude, because I think she really just wants that true damage on the Claude so that the Wind of Nature doesn't really help.
Ah, I see. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the first game in this best of two between Team Vitality and TLG. We're gonna skip over to the casters. Guys, are you ready?
Ready we are. Thank you very much, Eterna and LaFell. Love the nightmare thing, all that too, LaFell. Love it. You know, did you get it?
I got it.
Hey, once again, it's me, Naisu, and Leo joining on the desk. It's this match number 2 for Group D. And yes, it's Team Vitality versus TLG once again at Title Legends Gaming. You know, they had a 1-1 in the previous series, man, so maybe they can replicate what they did in Game 1 to GGHD against the Queens of MLBB. Just non-stop. They've been winning. Just everything.
Undisputed. What was the number? 20-something?
20-something.
Over the past 3 years? Who's going to unseat him? Who's going to knock him off that throne? Title Legends is going to give it their all. Their Girl Scout try here.
That they could maybe have some cookies as well, but you know, for Team Vitality, what makes them so good, I think, you know, even LaFell touched on a bit on this in the draft. Those first three picks especially, this is something that you see constantly back from the men's teams, even when we were in MSC.
It's a very meta.
It's very meta.
Yeah.
The Kagura, I was not expecting. So it's refreshing to see, yes, like Eterna said, these debut picks on day 1 already. There's a lot of unique heroes coming up. I forgot the exact number that we got to see throughout MSC, but I think it was like upper 70s or if not 80s once we got through all that. But the Kagura pick, I don't know, how do you feel about it? Is it enough burst damage with the lineup that they have, even though they already have a Roger here?
It's been about 2.5 years since we saw Kagura in a, I don't know, consistent basis in the professional scene.
Yeah.
So with that said, there has been some changes on her, right? We were talking as Chokes goes ahead and applies some pressure on to Chell there, but yeah, no. I'm wondering if those changes are going to be enough.
Yeah.
To put her over the top and make her a legit pick once more.
She's got the level 4 right now, so they're going to go ahead and make their way to this turtle. Looks like they have complete control over it too, so this might just be an objective in the hands of Team Vitality. And it looks like just that. Vival gets it. They come in though.
The diversion. And now Vermouth goes down. A quick response by Fumieko. And Bay's really trying, but Chinny takes her down. 2 free kills for Team Vitality. And now that's a purple attempt by Chokes. I'm not so sure this is wise.
Yeah, Chokes, you might want to get out of there. Looks like she's going to be forced back.
Oh! All right.
Okay.
So she dashes through. Again, I think they knew that they weren't going to get punished hard.
Yeah. Well, looking at the SCC replay here, this is what I'm saying. They came in with a diversion. They wanted to fight, but I don't know. They were they weren't even fully healthy here when this fight broke out. And, you know, with the advantage of, like, if you're just looking at this early game advantage of having a Terizla in the hands of Fumieko, who, you know, naturally Terizla, especially early on with a Brave Smite and that body of Smith, he's tough. She's tough to take down. Yeah. Even with this, I mean, look at this. You're just going to force her back and she's going to be fine and will sustain back up here. And taking a look at the items, you know, early on, you got a lot of penetration coming out with the arcane boots.
Because that's all they need,
That's
really. There's an overabundance of CC coming in from the Queens of MOBB, and they're coming in at a low cost.
Wow.
I don't know how they call Vermouth there. Something tells me it's off of Vivian. The queen, the mother of tanks here, just caught her out of breath. And again, she had like 10 seconds left on that Purify.
Yeah.
Vermouth had nowhere to go.
This is, again, as you're looking at just how they're dominating this early game, it's a rotation that you guys have seen many times if you've been fans of esports for MLBB.
They've been doing this since 2021. Yeah. This is the same play style. Even under the utility jungler meta, Vival was living in their opponent's jungles already.
Yeah. Pretty much. And, you know, this allows her, because of how this is going, diversion is going to be used. I don't think they can stop that from happening. Just turret take already this early on, under the 5-minute mark.
Okay.
No Kez, though.
She's trying. Does she get it? She did. Now she's in trouble. Can Chokes finish the job? Oh, Chokes gets it. But where is the clapback? Chokes walks away. Off camera, Team Vitality scores another turtle off of Vival. And I guess that was enough of a tempo break, but you're still looking at about 2,500 gold ahead for Team Vitality.
Whoa,
whoa! Shell!
All right, Shell. I didn't expect her. Like, she didn't even use the flicker. She didn't have to.
Nothing. It was just full-on commit. I don't know what Yinwei was trying to get at there, but I hope that the death was worth the gold she was getting off of the plate.
I was going to say, she got some gold, but, like, even with that, look, 2,000 ahead for Team Vitality because of this macro play that they're making, that they've done time and time again, which is reason why they've just been so dominant in the women's scene here for MLBB. So for TLG, it's like, you know, they're trying to find something. It's almost at this point where, you know, as we even look at the replay, this is already after, you know, I was pushing for that gold. We get a slow-mo look too, because just Shell comes in. Of course, she's gonna feel good about that.
She didn't even expect that she would get it that quickly, right?
Yeah.
And now here's a concealed play coming in. The BMI out. Yinwei is not going anywhere. She could have flickered, but I'm sure she would have died still.
Yeah, most likely would have got dove under that turret. So, you know, again, this point for Team Vitality, they're scaling up really quickly. Even on the carry, mid lane though.
Fumi Echo catching all of that and still standing.
The body of Smith, that passive, just allowing Fumi Echo to be so tanky. I know, you know, the body of Fumi Echo at this point, it's just tanky enough.
She's just standing there. Like
she's
capable. She has the kit. She's got the guts. And now here comes Vivian asserting dominance. Look, Chokes, she has to think about it. Where do I go from here? Oh, here comes Vermouth alone. That could have been disastrous. And now the flicker away from Kinzaki. Team Vitality is just walking through.
It's like they have, you know, these checkboxes that they're just going down a list. You know, they have these steps every time they go into a game. And now third turtle's up. We're right there on point. We go and grab it. We zone them out. Oh, Kanazaki.
Got the I'm offended. Looking for the knock-up. Fumi Echo, that's a lot of damage. Yinwei blazing the way into the back line. Fumi Echo still standing. She gets her. And now Vival traded out with Chokes. Can she get it? Throws out an umbrella, taking down TLG's jungler. 2 for 1 the trade so far, but look at this. Chell was working quietly off camera as Vivian might not be able to defend. Can she do this? Oh, looking for some damage. Looking at it. Big gets her.
Oh, and then she's actually going to come in and clean a kill too. Kanzaki down. Not sure if Shell can get anything further, but good response.
And off camera, there was still that massive wave. So TLG have to clean up house. Interesting how Team Vitality are allowing certain things from TLG, but something tells me it's a calculated risk. Like, I'll let you come in a step further, but we're working on something else 3 or 4 steps back.
It's almost like they, you know, it's either a game of chess or a code in their own where, you know, we'll if and basically for coding. You can go ahead and do this. We'll cap off something from that and even push on a macro level. And all this kind of leads into is eventually the Lord fight, you know? So for TLG, it's like they've managed to find a couple wins here. But when it comes to the objective that is coming up, I don't think they're anywhere near where they want to be.
They still shouldn't engage.
They should not engage because of just simply the lineup. I mean, I don't have to go down the list, but just because of an Edith and a Terizla alone, is a lot to handle.
Looking at the map, again, TLG is just about to score their first turret off cam. There it is, down bottom. Up top, Vitality take another. I'd say it's a little bit closer to chest. We'll talk about it later after Fumi Echo goes in with the penalty zone. Lost a lot of damage coming through. Pulled in underneath tier 1 in mid. Chokes goes down. Can they get the revenge kill on the Vivian? The answer is no. Hyunwei falls. In comes Bay, dashing from one to another. Not before she goes down. 2. The shutdown on the Bay. Double kill on the way out. 3 for 2 the trade. I'm saying it's closer to chess. Like, take this juicy night, but we're taking your queen.
Yeah. And with that, they're going to go ahead and get themselves this Lord off of that. You know, as we look at the replay, this is exactly what Team Vitality wanted to do. Fumi Echo goes down, and Vivian. They both go down in an exchange, but they get the 3 from a TLG plus the objective. All part of the plan, and Shell is just completely fine firing off. You know, having this time, and of course there's going to be some frustration there, TLG. But again, they know what they're up against.
And something tells me even TLG knows what they're capable of getting on the back end too, because that's why Hyunwei and Bay are saying, that was close, we could have gotten them, because they were the 2 closest to achieving something against Team Vitality in that moment. They could have, Bay got the double.
Yep.
Hyunwei was blazing the wedding into the back line there.
It's just she's taken care of so fast.
And
like, that's the problem.
She's not fully kitted out just
She's
yet.
not kitted out. That's the point, right? I think especially when you're talking about defensively, usually you see those Wind of Nature's picked up. Look at the items here. She's just got 2.
Not even
she doesn't have the Trinity. And I think even if you get to that point where you have the Trinity, you also have to account for that magic burst, you know, coming out from this pit, because that's a holy crystal now online for Cine. So Lord's taken care of.
Yep.
They at least deal with that, but I'm not sure. Does Team Vitality want to push this any further? I think they're still going to go ahead and be the discipline. Like I said, they got boxes, man. And they'll go down those steps and check those off one by one. They're very disciplined in how they approach this, even with the lead that they have. I mean, looking at the damage, you know, this Kagura pick was a surprise, something we typically don't see often, but it's paying dividends.
Again, you're talking about discipline. She's one of the heroes that you can just leave the damage out there and protect yourself with, and you have a cleanse built in. That's the concealed play coming in from Vivian. Finds no one. Does force out a final slash from Bay, and they let it go. They go ahead and take away all these resources from Chokes. I've been in this situation. I play a lot of Julian in rank. And when you can't jump in because your opponent outvalues you in CC, it's kind of miserable. You're just walking around like,
how do I, you know, at least you can retreat. Like you have a way to retreat, but your whole point they talked about this in the draft, was that interaction where we usually see the Genius Wands built up, you know, or the Holy Crystals, whatever path is taken first, and you work really well with kind of like a burst combination, especially with a Luo Yi. And unfortunately, that just has not worked. That game plan that they approach this from TLG has not worked for them. And part of it is just the way that Team Vitality's been playing with their frontliners. Tanking that up, it works great. Because you can see, she's got the Genius Wand, she's got the Divine Glaive.
And the Feather.
And the Feather.
Yeah.
So the damage should be there. It's more so like, can we get the placement? Oh, they go in.
And there's the pull. Vivian welcoming it. Look at Vival looking for targets. Vivian very low. The blazing the back line. Bay goes down. Vermouth as well. Inway follows. That's just 3 free for Team Vitality. And they collapse. Rojo Kess runs. He's gonna fall. There's just about one left. Kinzaki, the lone survivor for TLG.
Kinzaki, she's just going to be able to watch this as a full force of Team Vitality.
Just 1 minion, is that all Team Vitality needs? The answer is yes. The Queens end at 12-22.
The Queens of MLBB. Victorious 20+ times at this point, going on 3 years further. And you can see why. Again, TLG, very impressive in the game that they had previously, but man, this just looks like, you know, they couldn't stand a chance on what Team Vitality threw at them in this game. They might have found, you know, some moments here and there, but I think it was just part of the game plan from Team Vitality. It was them utilizing that front line, willing to sacrifice some of their members for the greater plan, the greater good in this matchup.
In multiple ways, it was a checkmate.
Well, you guys go ahead and break it down there in the studio. Eternal Lafel, take it away.
Thank you again, guys. Thank you, Naisu. Thank you, Leo, as well, for bringing us that game. But again, it was insane. And right now, Vitality, they're still sitting at a win streak, you know, even through from SPS.
Let me just say, I would describe it as Team Vitality is just way ahead of the curve, right?
Okay.
Because I see the 1v1s that they do is very good. Their rotations is very solid. And TLG, honestly, they made quite a few mistakes here. Like, for example, the earlier diversion coming in from Vermont, it was ambitious because their HP was so low, so I don't know why they tried to go for that fight. And then later on, we see Chokis. Honestly, is amazing using the Julian, able to get out of very sticky situations, but you're taking a lot of a risk for very small return. So I kind of feel like them going up against Team Vitality, where Team Vitality has a very strong base, very strong core understanding of the game, they just make better decisions. Where compared to TLG, sometimes the choices they make have a lot of risk, it just doesn't have a lot of return.
Fundamentals.
Yeah, the fundamentals.
Right? The fundamentals of the game. And I agree, right? And if you keep trading in like that with a team that has as much experience as Team Vitality and as much knowledge as Team Vitality, it really is quite difficult. And I think this is our fastest game so far, 12 minutes and 25 seconds.
Yeah, and also you look at Shell, right? This is why you pick up a carry going up against the Claude is if you really have very strong lane mechanics, you can do with the Claude very, very well because the Claude, after the BMI, honestly, if the Claude has full stacks, you can run away from the carry. But if not, the carry can just go up against you. And usually we see for Claudes, they will pick up something like a Vengeance or a Sprint just to make sure they survive the laning phase. The Flicker is too long of a cooldown, so it's not going to work out that well.
Okay, so even in that lane, Shell was leading. And
yeah,
she is one of the pillars. She was, I think, the MVP for SPS as well. I think that I keep referring to SPS because that was the last performance that we've seen from Team Vitality, as we are going to crown our MVP by PlayStation. Is it Shell? Is it Vivian? You know, there's an argument to be made for every single player. And I'm going to say that again.
Then say it again. Say it again.
Say what again?
No, you said like there's a chance. What do you say? There's something to be said about everyone being the MVP for this game. So say it again, because you said I can say it again.
Oh yeah, I'll say it again. What was I saying? But let's take a look at the reactions from the players first and foremost before we get into crowning our PlayStation MVP. And again, right, the TLG, since their first signing into this tournament, we've seen that they're very expressive as a team. There you go, the passion coming through. They're yelling. They're oh, what's that? Shocked?
Shocked, relief.
Relief?
Like maybe it's like, oh, I got away with 1 HP, right? I would do that, but again, I feel like their micro as well as their macro is actually very good. It's just that understanding the trade, right? What is a good trade? What is a bad trade? It takes a bit of an experience for you to make those split-second decisions.
And it just makes this group even scarier, right? Because TLG, they have the potential. GGHG have also been proving themselves. And now we have Team Vitality finally after that debut game. Who do you think is going to make it to the playoffs?
Oh, Team Vitality, of course.
Yeah, okay, the other...
Yeah, but let's test out the curse, right? Like, if it's true, if I say Team Vitality is going to win, and then they lose this one, boo-hoo, sad, more tiebreakers.
Okay.
Yay, yay.
True. We'll see after we see our PlayStation MVP. Let's see. And let's see, and it's Team Vitality. It's Shell. I just wanted to like utilize C more.
Yeah. It's
you know?
In terms of vitamins, they're pretty cool.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. See the world. See Shell get that MVP once again, man.
Let's look at this 1v1. Look at this.
This was what you mentioned, right?
Yeah. There's nothing you can do. The carry is so strong. And later in the game, when you have a Wind of Nature, the carry just pops to ult, dashes forward, and then the Claude is dead because out of all the marksmen in the game, Claude is notorious by having one of the lower HPs. So it doesn't take a lot to destroy the Claude.
So whether it be on carry, whether it be on Clint, whether it be on Roger, Shell is able to perform once again on that hero in the middle, on carry.
Honestly, at this point...
I'll go over and hug her, by the way.
I'm married. I think I will get a mouthful if I go back and I like that, you know.
So let's take to the interview over with Shell with Reptar. What you got, Reptar?
Hey, this time around, we have another one of the Siswanto sisters. This time it's Chell, the gold laner of Team Vitality. You're gonna be going up against TLG that you only saw or knew more about based off of their first game earlier today. How are you and the team feeling about going up against a team you're not that familiar with?
If I might say, I think I'm pretty thrilled and also challenged at the same time. But we're gonna do our best, and we're just gonna focus on ourselves and make sure that we have enough preparations.
All right, so just focus on yourself, and I like that you really want to face the challenge of a team that you're not so familiar with. That confidence is important. Another important thing is the fact that, again, you're in the same team with your sister. So how do you guys usually like to spend time? Because I went through your Instagram. Seems like you guys enjoy hot pot. Are there any activities that you guys enjoy together? Go out to eat or spend a lot of time just joking around? What is it?
Yeah, basically we love eating, especially hot pot and Korean barbecue. We love Korean barbecue so much.
All right, so hey, if ever Korean barbecue, that would be great. That'd be great, yeah. All right, so do you have any messages for the Indonesian fans watching at home and supporting Team Vitality?
Should I say in Indonesian?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Buat fans Indonesia, tetap dukung kita, nonton match-match kita. Pokoknya dukung kita terus lah, karena meskipun kita bawa nama tim luar, tapi kita tetap Indonesia, kita tetap bawa nama Indonesia. Kalaupun kita menang, pasti Indonesia bangga lah.
All right, thank you so much, and good luck to Team Vitality.
Thank you.
Technically, I actually did find a really good Korean barbecue restaurant in Riyadh, yeah. I think I'll talk to Shell about it later on.
For me, I'm just missing spicy food.
Bring your own. That's what OG's doing.
Really?
Yeah, Ranger Mas, KB, Owl, they all brought their own sambal. It's sambal.
Let's talk about the game, shall we? I mean, honestly, Shell, I like that she also is like, you know what? We haven't faced this team, so it's gonna be thrilling. It's gonna be challenging for us to go up against them. But so far, Shell did show gold lane, mine.
It has been for so long. It seems like she's very comfortable on it. It's very similar to Chin Chao, right? Even being in a losing matchup, she's able to excel, and it's very similar to Shell too. So it's very interesting to see them actually in a 1v1, and maybe we'll get to see that.
Honestly, we might, because so far, looking at Team Vitality, because that match really wasn't as close as GG Homegirls going up against TLG. So honestly, this is one of the matches that can go 2-0, but we have to talk about this. If Team Vitality goes 2-0 against both TLG as well as GGHG,
same thing.
Another tiebreaker. And if you see me, what I'm wearing, I like ties.
So you're the curse. You're the reason.
No, it's me.
Why we're having a lot of tiebreakers.
We come as a package.
Okay.
We're born from different parents. I checked just to make sure. But yeah, we both carry this power and curse. Because our uncle did say one time, with great power comes great curses.
Not responsibility?
That's Uncle Ben. Our uncle.
Oh, it's a different uncle.
Yeah, our
Is it Uncle Wawa?
Yeah. Wawa.
Yeah. He's over in the Indo desk, guys.
We have a weird family tree.
Yeah. I would assume so.
But I love my family, Go whatever we have.
So right now, Team Vitality are leading their best-of-2 series against TLG, and hopefully TLG can come back, because there are a lot of teams that kind of fall short in the first game, but they go for a terrifying comeback that is quite unexpected, and maybe that's all they need, right? Maybe they just needed to adjust to Vitality's gameplay, because technically this is the first time that they have met, seeing as this is the debut of TLG on the international stage.
Maybe the Kagura really threw them off. Because Vermont usually had amazing games, but with the Louise, she didn't seem all that confident. Because again, before she can actually execute her combo, she gets executed. And she's like, wait, I'm not used to dying this fast.
You mentioned that, right? The burst potential coming in from the Kagura?
I know!
Let's appreciate Lefel first.
Thank you. I act stupid, but I have my moments.
You too.
Don't agree.
Okay, what do I do then when I'm negative? You get mad at me. When I'm on your side,
let me teach you.
You get mad at me.
Habibti, let me teach you.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, Habibi.
Whenever we are in an awkward situation, we don't know where the conversation is going. We change conversations. That's what I do. If I say something that I shouldn't have said, by the way, how about the weather?
The weather is quite nice, actually.
Yeah, see, this is why I have a lot of icebreakers, because I don't want to talk about the weather, because if we talk about the weather, it's pretty dry. Get it?
Oh, because...
Get it?
What about we get into the drafting phase? Ladies and gentlemen, for our second and final game of this best of 2 series, Vitality now on blue side, TLG on red. And again, right, so far, blue side has the best win rate. But Falcons Vega...
TLG just had blue side.
Yeah, exactly. But Falcons Vega... Yeah, this is the out-of-the-box moment.
I'm colorblind, so I really don't care.
Okay.
Naisu's colorblind too. Shout out to Naisu. Shout out to all the colorblind people. We're special. Shout out to us. Speaking of which, looking at draft here, Vitality definitely wants some kind of jungler, assassin jungler, betting out of Valentina. And if you don't allow those assassin junglers to go through, the chip is going to get through because they already banned out the juicing, right? So looks like Vitality, they'll be having either Ling or Hayabusa or the chip. So this is why blue side is actually pretty strong. And they banned out the Angela as well, so oof.
Roger still up for grabs, however. Luo Yi, definitely an option. They go for the chip ban. Like you mentioned here, for Team Vitality and now TLG are put in a position where they have to choose their poison. We have Ling, we have Roger, Charizla, Hayabusa, you're right.
Yeah. Honestly, I can definitely see Vitality just first picking an assassin and just like, yeah, this is going to be a sub 13-minute game again. Because again, I kind of feel like TLG, their micro and macro is there. It's just that the experience isn't there yet. Like, I feel like they don't understand the limit of every single hero just yet. For example, like the Kagura. So if Vitality comes out with a hero that they're not used to playing against, they will have bad decisions.
And it showed. So we'll see now, ladies and gentlemen, as we get after this. Oh, there you go. The Ling first pick, very quick, very confidently, even without the Angela. They don't mind, they don't care. They understand the limits of this hero, and now TLG will have to go and pick against it. Tigreal is still opened up for grabs. Charizla as well.
They need it.
And, huh?
No, they need it, because imagine Charizla and a Ling, how are you going to deal with that?
Exactly.
So I feel like TLG, they need to pick up the Charizla here and then start figuring out whether they want the Harif, because the Harif is open, or they pick up a priority mid laner and then last pick picking up something like a Hayabusa. So they pick up a priority mid laner here, they're picking up the Vexana, and they're picking up the Edith as well. This is a bit dangerous because they're giving away the Charizla over to the Ling. So you have one opponent that's hard to catch and one opponent that's hard to kill.
And there's also a Tigreal that's still left open. Can Edith be flexed into the EXP lane? Is that...
Yeah.
Okay. So Charizla has been picked up by Team Vitality. You said this was scary, and now it's actually coming true. Minotaur and Tigreal, the option now.
Or they can pick up a mid, something very aggressive, just so that the Ling won't be invaded, right? But going up against Vexana...
Do you want to go for wave clear? Lilia?
Oh, they're picking up a Claude first, but again, this if TLG doesn't pick up Harif now, it's gonna get banned out for sure. I feel like they need to pick up Harif right now.
It's a good lane against the Claude. It wins that lane as well. They can try and shut down Shell. She was the PlayStation MVP in our first game from Team Vitality. So they need to figure out a way. How do we shut Shell down? And maybe that starts with having a better setup, a better lineup in that gold lane.
The thing is, Ling is going to be quite good going up against the Harif, but again, it's kind of like pick your poison. If you have something else like other than Harif, then sure, go for it. They're picking up a Ruby, so they're making sure that their front line is pretty solid here. And again, this is still flexible, but based on what we saw just now, the Ruby did go to the roam position, so maybe it's the same thing here where they put the Edith on the EXP.
Okay. So now...
Ban mid. Honestly...
Because, you know, Claude technically did lose in lane against the carry, right? So is TLG, is that what they're kind of fighting for right now? Sure, take the Harith, whatever. pick up the Claude, and then now we're trying to counter it with a carry.
It could be an option. I'm thinking of something else because I feel like something bursty could do well going up against the Claude as well as the Ling. I feel like Faramis is a good ban here because if Vitality has a Faramis as well, you have to kill them twice. Killing them once is hard enough.
But then maybe that's when the Hayabusa comes to play.
Yeah, actually you're right. Yeah, you're right. The Hayabusa can deal, but the Hayabusa gets banned. So this feels like a Faramis pickup. It's just that TLG, are they seeing this Faramis?
Man, that's so scary.
If it's not
that
Faramis,
team fight.
If it's not Faramis, honestly, there's a lot of very good mid laners. I'm just thinking of a situation where TLG, as an inexperienced team, they just want to go for team fights. Pick up a Faramis and deny all the aggression that they're going to show.
So let's see. The next ban coming in from TLG. They're taking their sweet dear time here. Are they going to go for the Faramis ban, taking it away from Team Vitality? What's on the board? I mean, we've seen an Aurora today. We've seen a Nana today as well. But they're going to go for the Grok takeaway, taking it away. One of the power picks from Vivian.
I feel like the Grok is a very good ban because, again, it gives you priority in the mid lane. And it's a hero that if you have a very good early game, you're able to go inside the jungle very comfortably. Harvey gets banned out. Now we got to see if TLG does want to go for the carry. The carry is a pretty good pickup here, going up against the Claw, going up against the Trizla. If they want a little bit more burst, we haven't seen the Brody, we haven't seen the Bruno. Bruno is one of Yinhuai's, comfortable heroes, but going up against the Ling is okay if you have like 3 or 4 items.
What about Melissa?
I think it's tough. Melissa is very, very tough here going up against the 3 heroes that Vitality has.
Okay, so definitely taken off the board, but you don't want to give the mother of roamers a good pickup. There you go, the carry, right?
Yeah, the carry is picked up here. Now, Vitality, if they want to go for a sustain, they can pick up the Faramis. If they want more damage, they could go for something like a Farsa or maybe even Aurora, just to have a lot more control, making it easier for the Ling to go in and out of team fights. So they have a lot of
biased
options.
to Lilia, though.
Honestly, the Lilia is still good because as long as you have a fast tempo going up against TLG, make it so that they have very limited time to think about what's their next step. It's going to be pretty good. Especially if they have a very aggressive roamer as well, maybe like a Chow.
Ooh.
Yeah, Lilia Chow is pretty good.
Is that Vivian's style, though?
The Matilda is open as well if they want that.
Last time she did perform on a Kufra, but we're gonna see the Tigreal and the Zas finally! Okay!
Wow.
Again, the day of debuts. The day of debut. DOD. The DD. Day of debuts, man. Why are you staring at me? Why is it okay when other people abbreviate, but it's not okay when I abbreviate? But anyway, we finally get to see Zas come into play. Earlier on, we only saw that it being a banned hero, but Zas coming through. Guys, what do you think about this? Leo, Naisu.
Hey, I like the abbreviation.
Thank you.
You know, the day of debuts? What do you think, Leo? It's Zask.
I'm with it. There's more than just Zask. We might even see one more debut here in the last slot for TLG.
Oh, man. Not only that, but I think, especially for TLG, you got to handle this signature Ling pick. You got to be able to control it. And what is the answer going to be? Oh, look at it. It's Julian again.
Oh, man. I was hoping for like a Hanzo or something.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Julian is a natural counter towards the Ling. You know where the Ling is going to pick up the sword, so you prepare your enhanced scythe there.
Yeah.
Thank you for confirming.
Thank you for, supporting
like
my DOD, by the way.
I like the affirmation as well. You know, our casters are very nice.
They're so nice.
They're not like us. We're very toxic to each other.
We are.
You guys.
We're horrible
yeah,
people.
I mean, we got to balance it out some way.
But, take control, Leo Naiso, as we battle it out here in the studio.
Be nice.
Hey, you know what? We can battle it out here because the two teams are going to be battling out again after what we saw from game one, man. TLG, can they replicate, emulate what they did in the previous matchup going into this? Can they get a win off the Queens of MLB, Team of Vitality, the massive win streak they've had? We've seen this even back for MSC. And how this plays a part in all of this, for Tidal Legends Gaming, they gotta bring the tide once again.
They gotta come help it rise.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They took a dip after game 2 against GGHG, and again, stepping up to team vitality. But looking at the draft now, maybe all you need is a little bit of refinement. You know, take a bit of what your opponent used in game 1, recalibrate how Chokes plays on this Julian, and maybe there's something there.
I think even part of that, like going off of that, the Edith could play a big part in Title Legends controlling. I feel like that's one of the things, but from what we've seen so far, especially in the competitive landscape, Zas can be I don't know, I was going to say an alien in the side or the thorn in the side of all of these teams that have to face against this, you know, because the slow alone that comes from Zask is tough to deal with.
I see what you're trying to say, and from my point of view, it's such an alien pace to fight a Zask.
Yeah.
He ends up with an extra life, a style of damage that we're not used to. Like it's a DOT with a little bit of a slow.
It feels awkward.
It's very awkward. Like again, you're from a different planet when you fight a Zas, and is TLG ready for that? That's the question.
Yeah, I think that is. Nothing too crazy happening in the early portion of this game.
It's very calm.
It's very calm leading into this first objective, because I feel like for both teams, that's really what they want to play around is these level 4s. Once Fumieko also gets this penalty zone, that's where you're going to see them try to make a play.
If anything, now that the turtle spawned, you'll notice that TLG are up maybe 300, 400 gold, stable. Their farming is a better rate now, at least against Team Vitality in the opening minutes. Now the turtle's up, less than half health. Chokes very far off. Kinzaki with the spear and the suplex coming through big penalty zone. What? Down goes the turtle. Chokes secures it. She's on fire right now. And so is Kinzaki taken down, serving up the kill to Chinny. Another one. Bay goes, but Vival falls at the hands of Chokes. Now the fight continues. Can Vival get out of there? She dashes through. Chokes wants to finish the job. Knocks her off, but again, tricky passive on that Tigreal. And both teams walk away with a little something.
Yeah, they both get something out of that. You know, it's they win in. Interesting, because I want to look at this again from STC, the replay. Interesting that Chokes gets that turtle. I feel like the retribution was also just off from Vival there, and even the placement wasn't on par from from TLG.
It's level 5 retri. Chokes on the Julian was just a little faster than the scaling Ling.
That's true. That's true. You know, it's... Which is interesting the way that it went, because for Team Vitality, you still see that awkwardness with the Zask playing part in that. Gets 2 kills. Yeah.
Deal with it.
Yeah, so Sydney has 2 kills now that she can go ahead and play around with. The spike of the Zas too. You know, dealing with these little aliens is already enough.
Nightmare spawns.
The nightmare spawns.
Such a perfect name. It's a nightmare dealing with them.
Hey, it is. It is. And now that you have an early kill, two early kills on the Zask, it will be more of a nuisance to deal with. But we'll see for TLG. They are maintaining that minor gold lead that they had. But I think this is where you want to see, okay, at this point, you have to make plays. You have to find setups. You have Bay able to use I'm Offended when she rotates to these objectives, if that's the choice. But even so, like, this is what I was saying with the Edith, you know? Like, this is a big play potential that you can use with the Earth Shadow combination.
Yeah, despite being a 2-1, TLG are in a much better shape than they ever were in game 1.
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
4 minutes in, they're up by about 300, 400 gold. Again, they're keeping that solid lead. As small as it is, it at least allows them to be competitive and forces Team Vitality to choose how they engage. Now the turtle's up, less than half health now. Oh, this is a quick take.
I think they just give it up. Oh.
Will they? In comes Kinzaki, repositioning herself, and there goes one more time, Deja Vu! Chokes secures the turtle! Vival takes out Kinzaki though, Tempest of Blades up, she's in the air, taking down Chokes. 2 for 1 so far, and Cheney scores another one, make it 3.
All right, that, you know, Chokes gets the turtle, but at what cost? Right? I mean, look at this again, the STC replay. Good setup, but look at the implosion. That was, I mean, we have talked about the Tigreal pickup so many times. That's why.
All on Vivian.
Yeah.
All on Vivian. And the truth of the matter is, I'd reckon a huge chunk of why she is able to walk into these engagements and be on the brink of death or even barely take any damage is because of how well she plays the passive.
Yeah.
She stack. I'm coming in.
Yep, I'm here, right? And she does it like, that was a multiple setup implosion, and we saw this even previously in an exchange where she didn't go down. Like you said, she plays with that passive very well. And that's a cornerstone of what's allowing even this lineup from Team Vitality to build up the way that it needs to. Again, we're talking about timing. Shell is just having that hell of a time farming up.
What do they call it? What do they call that?
We call it the gold lane experience.
And what's crazy about her gold lane experience is in olden times, I'm talking about like
Olden
9 months
times.
back. Yeah.
Back in my day.
You would need a roamer to help you out.
Yeah.
Right? Or a massive rotation from your mid. Duo even. But so far, even in game 1 of this series, she's been having the golden experience alone.
Yeah. And I think, again, when you have, it's usually for a Claude especially, that's exactly what you want. Uh-oh. They're actually going to go for Vivian, but...
Find her. Kenzaki was like an inch off on the onward.
Yeah, unfortunately. So they're not going to get anything off of that. Also, Turtle's now up here. So far, though, hey, Chokas has been on point. We'll see if she can grab another one and make it 3 for 3, but they don't want to have that same kind of at the cost that they had in the previous one.
It can't be a Pyrrhic victory anymore. Like, it has to be as clean as possible. Maybe a trade, but not a losing trade the way that last engagement went. Bay here pulls the trigger on the I'm offended. I don't know why she pulled it so early. Now the turtle at a third of its health. Showcase looking for the
again?
Of the implosion! Chinny secures the turtle and it's all going downhill from here. Tidal Legends crashing into a wall and it's named Team Vitality.
Oh yeah, the wave can't get over that one. Okay, she's gonna get spotted out too by the little alien. Goes in.
It looks it's a losing battle. Chokes.
Uh-oh.
Spotted out by Vivian.
Vivian.
Knocked off. Chinny's gonna deal enough damage here. Oh, dashing through the iframes. Shell gets the kill.
Yeah. So it's, and I wanted to say before that turtle broke out, TLG has done a good job, I would say, in game 2 in comparison to what we saw in game 1. But with these exchanges, they haven't found out an answer to that play yet. Like, they haven't dealt with Vivian's setup potential.
Yeah.
And I think that's already step 1. You have to get over that obstacle somehow, some way. How do you do that?
To be honest, again, just how Chinny's Zask is playing a very alien game and how its pacing is so unfamiliar, almost extraterrestrial.
Yeah.
It's the same with how TLG are focusing so hard on the turtle that maybe Team Vitality doesn't even want the turtle. They don't need it. They're playing on a different wavelength. It's a different priority for Team Vitality, and that's what allowed for them to skyrocket out of control way ahead. 4,000 gold now.
4,000 gold at this point, and you can see the choke point now for Team Vitality is to go ahead and take the resources. They can pretty much do this because ultimately they're just waiting for the Lord to pop up, right? Put the pressure here. You take a look at the items real quick. Obviously for TLG, they still need a lot of time. You do have Corrosion Scythe and DHS now in the hands of Yunuhoi. Hasn't died. She's been okay. She's been able to farm herself. But at what point does this carry start to play the role in these team fights, in these exchanges? You know, for the most part, like we said, even in the beginning of the game, you're really just kind of relying on the fact that you have a Julian that can use a lot of damage early on. You've got a Vexana, but it's not enough to deal with that lead that Team Vitality has now. And now Lord's up.
When? I'd say after the implosion. After Vivian commits and shows herself and it's a clean go for Tidal Legends Gaming, that's when Yunuhoi is able to do her job. But looking at the map and how quickly Team Vitality makes work of that Lord, TLG are clearly on the back foot. Maybe under their turret, under the base. That's my guess.
They might be under their own wave at this point because like we saw, Lord was just cleanly taken. Lead is there for Team Vitality. And like we saw from game 1, they ended it in about 12 minutes, 20 seconds. They're gearing up to get close to that position. They're going to take these tier 2s now, especially on the bottom lane, and put the pressure on TLG's base. Let's talk real quick. Oh, hold on. Oh, no.
We'll talk about it later. After Chokes is taken down, there was what, a 2% chance she would have survived that.
Yeah, see, how do you avoid the implosion when it comes from the bush? You know, like, you can't.
To be fair, TLG have a huge dilemma, right? They have very little checking potential. And now, Bay's in trouble. Taken down by Fumieko. One quick swing of the mallet. And just like that, TLG are holding off for their inhibitors.
Yeah, going back to this, shields are all going to go down too. Lord's still top side, so they're down 2 members as well. And it looks like Team Vitality, again, might try to do the same thing, possibly even quicker. That last shield's gonna go down here. Lord makes its way. They got 4 members now up. Base should be up in just a second as well. So they're gonna have the full force defense. They're gonna lose that mid lane turret though. They deal with the Lord. I think their eyes are gonna be set on this top side too.
Even
sealed. Vivian once again.
All the way. Big 3-woman implosion. Down goes Jinwei. Cho'Gath as well. This is just a matter of time. Bay goes down, so does Kinzaki, and it's just Vermouth left.
Just Vermouth, and that's Vivian. That's my MVP. That's my GOAT for this game too. And in fashion, there it is, the Queens of MLBB.
It's giving Slay.
It's giving Slay.
The mother of tanks. Undoubtedly #1. I'd say MVP of this game, maybe even the series.
Yeah.
Never missed a beat.
Never.
I felt the pull. I was getting implosion.
I was gonna say, I felt like I was a part of the implosion.
I need a purify. That's how amazing Vivian was. And TLG, they tried. They were in control for like all of 3 minutes. And they did great. Two turtles.
Yeah, that would be about, if we broke it down in percentages and how fast this game was, that was about 25%.
11 minutes is the game time. 11:01.
All right, so that's about 30%-ish.
Which is like a good chunk of the early game.
It's a good chunk of the early game.
Even after the second turtle.
Yeah.
It was hard to call it,
Yep.
There were still some good angles that Cho'Gath found, but as soon as Vivian walked into the scene,
yeah,
changed the flow.
Changed the flow. And, it was a good showing, but again, this is Team Vitality we're talking about, undefeated for so long. We're going to hear from them shortly over on stage. Again, I'm Nice-Su, and this is Leo. I can't wait to hear how they feel about this, because this was a very dominant match for them, of course, and they have another one ahead of them. So let's go ahead and throw it to the stage.
Indeed, that was a very, very dominant win right here from our reigning queens of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's International. And right here for Team Vitality, we have Shell right here beside us. Hi.
Hey. So, amazing performance. Like we just kept us on our foot. It's like, oh, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? But before that, being right here on the international grounds here, the EWC, how do you feel being here in Riyadh?
It feels amazing because we're so facilitated here, and that's just amazing.
Love it, love it.
I really echo that. Riyadh is really, really larger than life, especially right here in the boulevard itself.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So the next question is, a little bit of a pat on the back for TLG, given that this is their debut, coming in as the reigning queens. What do you have to say about brand new debutantes like TLG?
For me personally, I think they played really well. Most of the time, they dodged us, but they know what they're doing. They dodge us, but they want to get something in return. So they played really well.
Incredible. And of course, final question for you, Shell, would be that you guys are the reigning champions, and you guys are looking for that 3-peat win right here for MWI 2024. Does that come as a stress on your shoulders for Team Vitality?
No, we're just having fun here.
Just a random day in the office.
Just
regular
another day, having fun
Yeah.
right here, walking in the Amazon arena, just another day. That's a beautiful confidence coming from Vitality right here with Shell. But how do you feel about it?
Now I'm very, very excited to see what they can do, of course, in classic and record time, may I add, especially for game 1, that was just record time, as they have mentioned on the panel as well. But of course, we're gonna let Shell go because they're gonna be starting off match 6 real soon. So thank you so much for joining us, and stick around for match 6 that will be coming up. We'll be seeing the likes of Team Vitality going up against Gaming Gladiators Homegirls. So I'm going to pass it back to the studio.
Yalla, let's go.
Thank you so much to our amazing hosts as we get back into the studio, ladies and gentlemen, with me, Eterna, alongside with LaFell. And we're going to take a look into the highlights of this best of 2 over from game number 2.
Honestly, I have to echo what Shell did say in the interview. Is honestly, they know what they're doing. They're able to dodge our engages, and then they're finding ways to get any kind of trades back. So honestly, this does show how strong TLG really is, because in this match, we definitely see a lot of glimpses where TLG could really take it. But I gotta agree with Nice-Su, man. Vivian's the MVP for this one. Look at all those crazy implosions.
And there were even 2 Purifies, right? On the side of TLG. Yinhuai picked up the Purify, Vermouth picked the Purify as well, but with the way that they were able to layer their resources with the penalty zone coming through, and then Vivian comes in with the implosion, or either way around, or vice versa, right? It worked so well, and they timed it perfectly.
Yeah, again, like, this is why we keep talking about this Tigreal pick.
Yep.
Sure, there are ways to fight against it, blah, 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 I mean, you know, boring schmoring, but Tigreal's very strong. Like, that CC is instant. It's so fast. Did you see what I did? That's how fast it was.
We couldn't even see it.
You couldn't even see
Didn't even see it coming. Especially, there were so many times that she actually put herself in a position where they didn't even have time to react, aka in the bush. The bush plays were amazing, and I think there were a lot of moments that TLG kind of overstepped because they couldn't check in, they didn't have the visibility that was proper, and they just played into the traps that were already set in by Team Vitality.
I feel like Vivian is going to be amazing at parties because I think she can throw an amazing surprise. Hi, it's your birthday.
Oh, you're right, you're right.
Right? She could throw an amazing surprise parties. Like, hug people. Because that's what Tigreal does.
Mother of
he pulls, yeah.
Mother of roamers. We have our very own Daenerys, but it's not a dragon that she's taming. It's all the tanks and the roamers.
Honestly, looking at this game, sure, the MVP could go to anyone, but I don't care. Vivian has it.
And it makes sense. But you know what doesn't make sense?
What doesn't make sense?
Your predictions aren't cursing.
No, I feel
right?
I feel like Vitality is just too strong. Right?
Okay, let's take a look at the STC Play audience predictions right now. 33% for... Wait, what? Wait, whoa. TLG 67%. I love this. This is amazing. Expect the unexpected. Where's the camera? There you go. Hashtag expect the unexpected. Do you expect this, LaFell?
No.
No?
No. Top 9. How else can I say no in different languages? No.
No?
No.
I think that's French.
Maybe it's... I don't know. Like... But here's the good thing. TLG has fans. TLG has fans. And they deserve it.
Maybe they love the Dark Horse story.
They love the Nightmare, which apparently Mare is actually a female horse. So the more you know.
Do you remember the last time we were on the same desk together? We were also talking about horses, whether or not they could swim or not.
No. We talked about... Oh yes, we did.
MSC last year, I think. But let's crown our MVP by PlayStation, ladies and gentlemen. Is it the mother of tanks herself? And it is Team Vitality. It's Vivian.
Are we used to seeing roamers with 11 KDA?
No.
Right? Again, we got to talk about what the casters did say. She plays very well with her passive, making sure that she can actually tank quite a lot of damage and then still able to survive. This initial fight kind of shows that both teams really have what they got. Like, we got to give credit where credit is due. Chokes was able to get 2 turtles. But again, the engagement is coming in from Vivian. It's like, you can get the turtle, but I want you guys.
Maybe it was a bait to begin with?
Nah, I feel like it wasn't a bait. It's just that Vivian has an eye for an opportunity. She finds these situations where TLG was not aware of how close they were to each other, and then she just flickers forward and then she gets it.
The bush play.
The bush play. Keep going.
I thought you were going to, you know...
No, because this...
Elaborate again.
This is speechless. Look at my man, Tiggs. Look at Tiggs.
Can we take a picture with him real quick? Oh, he's covered. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
There
you go. Tiggs is amazing. Like, this is why we keep shouting him out, because he's very good against a composition that has a lot of melee heroes. And in this case, there was a lot of melee heroes.
And they were able to definitely take advantage of it. It's a surprise that he's not as popular as we thought that he would be today.
Yeah, I feel like it's just one of those picks where you need a lot of practice on.
Practice your minds out. Shout out, Nicey.
Right now it's a 2-0. After this, we're going to have another best of 2 series. It's going to be Team Vitality going up against Gaming Gladiators, Homegirls. If Homegirls gets even 1 win, they make it through. If they lose 0-2, then it's going to be a tiebreaker situation. And I don't know, going up against CLG, it looks like the more matches they play, the stronger they get. So if I was Homegirls, I want to get at least 1 point against Vitality.
At least.
At least.
But before we get into that, let's take a look at their reactions from earlier on. Man, you know what? She's feeling it. She's like, oh man. Oh, Vivian's actually feeling it too. That's a surprise because usually they're very like nonchalant when they get victories, because in an interview they mentioned that that's just the standard that they're going for. Winning is a minimum.
I like when players are allowed to express themselves. Don't be robots. Don't be like, we win, it's okay. Don't be Super Marco.
I mean, technically they were robots.
Yes, they were, but now they're not. So express yourself. For everyone at home, if you're feeling sad, happy, maybe even depressed, just express it. People can have fun around you. They can help you out. Look at me. And now look at Eterna. There you go. There's Eterna.
So let's head over to a break, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into the final best of 2 series of the day. And to answer your question, yes, I am expressing myself. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Ready, set, go.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI-empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI-empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour's silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, at MWI X EWC 2024. And for the last match of the day, we will bring you a surprise with a surprise guest. Hello, Maria. How are you?
Surprise. I'm really great. Thank you for having me here. Thank you so much. Orang Malaysia.
Yeah.
What's going on with these two?
Orang Malaysia kat sini dengan seorang Indo. Like, it feels good.
Yeah, it feels good.
Aku mengerti.
Yeah, kamu mengerti.
I understand.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it. Yeah. But this is the English broadcast, right?
It is.
Okay, back to you. Yeah.
Okay, just to remind you, it is the English broadcast. But you know, our first question, you know, for Maria here. Sorry, I surprised you a little bit because
okay,
you know today's full of surprises. How do you think of today? It was the first day of MWI to open it up. It's one of the biggest events that we've ever seen for the MLBB women's scene. How are you feeling about it so far?
I feel so empowered to see all the ladies out there competing with full of their heart to prove something. Maybe to prove other people wrong, or maybe to prove they are right to be here for their dreams. And especially for GGHG, really proud that they are here. And I'm really hope that they're gonna make it to the next stage, because we're gonna against team that is so huge. So
yeah, that actually brings me to my next question, right? And I think we regarded Group A as the group of death, but now Group D, after seeing everyone's performance, they have been popping off. And it looks like GGHG are struggling now, right?
Yeah.
Because technically, if they don't find a win against Team Vitality, they might not make it to the playoffs. How confident are you that GGHG can actually move forward to the playoff stage?
Super confident because you know recently that Malaysia won the MSC, so we have the motivation, we have the high spirit in the name of Malaysia. We can in the recent interview, Fafau, she said that she's motivated because of the recent winning. Of course, because we are always like not to be seen between Philippines and Indonesia, but it gives us motivation. It boosts our, fighting spirit to prove that we are here to be the world champion. Of course, for me, I can say as an audience or maybe just an observer, I'm really confident. I'm really hope that can make it to the stage because we know they are very consistent. It's just that they really need to avoid small mistake because this is international stage. No mistake are allowed. So any kind of small mistake, like tiny, you're gonna get punished. So I'm hoping that they're gonna get focused and consistent. So that's the key because we are right here bringing the spirit of Malaysia boleh or Malaysia can do it.
Malaysia
I need her confidence, man. Like she's very confident that homegirl's gonna do it. I'm like, I'm a bit 50-50. And I agree with her. Like, don't do small mistakes.
Let's go 100.
Yeah, don't do small mistakes.
Yes.
Yalla.
Do the big one.
Yalla.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
No.
Oh, no,
that wasn't the point.
Let's don't do a mistake.
Oh,
let's embrace mistake and you fix it up.
See, like,
and woo.
Like you never expect the big mistake. So if you do it, then you're like, oh. Okay, that's a bad idea.
Maybe don't.
But you know, GGHG now against Vitality, that's actually the highlight of the day by Jamil Motorsports. So everyone's actually waiting for this matchup to come through. And here it is, right? Team Vitality, once again, like you mentioned earlier on. Thank you so much, Maria, by the way. And of course, good luck to GGHG. Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Maria. She's awesome.
I love her already. That was the first time I met her.
Really?
Yeah.
And
then she
not
already...
the first time.
Oh.
She's great. She has an amazing personality and
I love her confidence as well.
I really like her editing skills.
Her editing skills.
Again, Maria is the head of WTM, and honestly, looking at the social media, she really brings the story of all the Malaysian teams in Malaysia to the eyes of everyone watching the esports scene. Like, she's honestly a critical point that makes Malaysia strong today.
You know, on that note of strong, we're gonna welcome the two strong teams, right? Jamil Motorsport walk-in, player arrivals as they are rolling in, ladies and gentlemen, for the final match of the day. And it always comes back down to that final point, right? Again, if Team Vitality go 2-0, I believe that is the scenario when we will be expecting a tiebreaker.
Yeah, and again, I feel like tiebreakers are very tricky, right? Because you've went up against those opponents before, so, and because it's going to be happening tomorrow, it's not going to be happening today. There's going to be ample time for both teams to do their research. So if we're going for a tiebreaker, honestly, it's a bigger matchup for the coaches because the coaches have to figure out what's the real weakness
You're right. But we're going to throw it over to the stage because it seems like our players are ready and our hosts are ready. Go ahead.
And we are back again أعزائي المشاهدين هنا بكأس العالم للرياضات الإلكترونية مع موبايل ليجندز بانج بانج وومنز انفيتيشنال في المباراة الأخيرة. Last match taking place right here. It's been an amazing day and with a lot of exciting things and surprises.
That's right, we're only in day one and just take a look at the Land of Dawn. It's just absolute havoc caused by the femme fatales of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And right now here, we're down to the final match of the day. And right now we're gonna be seeing the likes of the reigning queens of MWI, and that is Team Vitality going up against the Gaming Gladiators homegirls. So with that being said, let's take a look at the beautiful faces of our reigning queens, and that is Team Vitality. So yes, given, the match that we've seen earlier in match 5, they are the reigning queens for a reason, and they are defending their throne really heavily with that super stomp of that 2-0 clean sweep earlier that we have seen against TLG. Now, they're going to be facing off against the Malaysian players, Malaysian representatives. And with that being said, presenting to you, Gaming Gladiators homegirls.
Well, there you have it. Gaming Gladiators homegirls change the narrative so beautifully. Will they be able to hold on to that narration of even winning this championship?
Now, I wouldn't discount the Gaming Gladiators homegirls for a reason, because when it comes to Malaysia, they have taken MSC 2024, so they are also a region to look out for. But is that enough to take on the defending champions right here for MWI 2024? And that is Team Vitality coming from Indonesia. Let's hand it over to the professionals to break it down for us. With that being said, back to you over at the studio. Yalla!
Thank you so much, Cheryl. Thank you so much, Bara. I'm super stoked for our last game, last
ultra
match.
Stoked.
I'm mega stoked.
Ultra is more than mega.
I'm mythically stoked. Mythically immortal stoked.
I'm infinitely stoked.
No, nothing's higher than mythic immortal. I gotcha.
I died and revived again. That's how stoked I am.
Got that immortality. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into the final match of the day, the highlighted match of the day that everyone has been anticipating from all around the world. Team Vitality and GGHG. Game number 1, Vitality gonna have first pick Arlet, their choice of ban.
Now for GGHG, they had a bit of time. They had say at least 30 minutes to really study of what Team Vitality showed. I kind of feel like Vitality has multiple ways to engage into a fight, so I feel like they didn't reveal too much going up against Gaming Gladiators homegirls. So I really hope they just brush up on their mistakes, because what Maria said was actually true. Don't do small mistakes, which they have shown that they've done quite a few times, especially when they're trying to go for a team fight, where I feel like the order is just a little bit wrong. But either ways, going back into the draft here, Valentina ban just shows they want to use an assassin. And since the Angela has been banned, GGHG, they got to ban out a Chip and then one other assassin. Honestly, one of the better ones is probably Roger.
Okay.
So
That's
I'm thinking Chip Roger.
Chip Roger from the side of GGHG. But that's a X-Borg hover and an X-Borg lock-in banned out for GGHG, and that actually changes the tides a little bit here.
Yes. I feel like 2 things. Number 1, either they want to use the utility jungler or they want to use the Minotaur. And they've learned that the X-Borg can deal against the Minotaur quite well. Now, Vitality, they're the one that actually banned out a Chip. For GGHG, if it was me, I kind of feel like ban out the Hayabusa and let Vitality choose whether to get Ling or the Roger, and then they can pick up one or the other. Because I kind of feel like Roger and Ling is more of a skill matchup.
What do you think is more expensive, though, despite it being a skill matchup, in your opinion? I mean, the Roger is a good flex.
Roger.
Right?
Roger is a good flex, and Ling has its has ways to counter it, like the Tigreal, like the I'm thinking of one Julian as well.
Okay.
So they ban out the Terizla.
Perfect. So they are gonna have to battle it out between both of these picks. Roger should be a shoo-in for Team Vitality. They love that flex. Shell is impeccable on the Roger, but they don't.
Jushin!
They go for Jushin.
Okay, that's good. I really like that
So
pick.
wait, but that means Roger and the Ling are opened up. Is it possible for them to go in for both of these picks at the same time?
I would encourage it. If you don't want, yeah, Roger Ling, because you have ways to actually engage on Jushin. So this is kind of good, but Vitality, they just need to pick up a Tigreal, and we saw how Vivian played on that Tigreal, and it's going to be pretty good going up against both these heroes.
What, so the risk was okay for them to take going in for Zuxin?
Yeah, because I think I even talked about it during TLG going up against Homegirls, where Jushin and a Tigreal,
yeah,
it solves both problems, right? It helps the Tigreal engage, and Tigreal helps Jushin from getting engaged.
Okay, so now it's scary. The mother of tanks herself back on the Tigreal. That MVP PlayStation performance might come through again for game number 2, as they also pick up the Edith to close it out in that first phase.
Now I'm thinking about the now they pick up the Zas, because they have a way to actually deal with a possible damage dealer coming in from the jungle, because again, Zas is pretty tanky once you're level 4. Now that you can actually use your the Nightmare Spawn, you can position yourself in a way that you're out of harm's way, and the slow is really helpful for both the Roger as well as the Ling to really engage in those turtle fights. So Zas is a very good pick, and this is something that is going to be new to us coming from GG Homegirls, because Queen only really uses the Ling in her ranked games. Haven't seen her use on the competitive scene for quite a while, but again, it's because Ling is just meta recently. So has she gotten used to the hero? It's going to be something that we have to watch out for.
It's a perfect time to put her to the test, right? The Ling for Quinn. Hayabusa gets banned out now as we enter the second phase of the drafts, ladies and gentlemen. And that does leave still a few options open. I mean, if they still want to bank in and go in for these assassins, there's still the Nolan. Julian was also quite exceptional. And, you know, technically, it still could be picked up. Do GGHG want to respect that away?
I feel like Julian is a good pick. Nolan's going to be very difficult as well, because we've seen how even Choki on the Nolan was able to actually demolish Homegirls. Even though Homegirls still win, but it wasn't an easy win. Yeah, I don't know. Nolan or Julian, both are very solid bans here.
What about Fanny?
I feel like because they have the Zas, you can survive the Fanny. Yeah, if you're on any other mage, say a Farsa, yeah, going up against the Fanny is going to be very difficult. Zas, a little bit better time.
Okay, so Claude gets banned out. Wait.
They're forcing a Harith pickup here.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Harith has been left open.
Yeah. Few good reasons, because the Roger can deal with the Harith. So that's number 1. Number 2, if you force out the Harith for Vitality, they're going to be overloaded with magic damage. Right? So they're forcing a damage dealer in the jungle. So maybe a little bit less balance in the draft, because even Edith is magic damage.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. This must be the mind games that are happening between both of these teams. So you don't think that they should go for the Harith? You think they should go for something else?
I feel like the Harith is still fine, as long as you have a very good jungler here. It makes it bad if they want to pick up a Julian, because then it's all magic damage. Yeah.
So what do you think? Do they go for Alpha? I mean, the fighters have been finding success. We do see a Ruby being picked up now for GGHG. What are our options for the jungle? Do we fall back to the utility?
What about Bane? Because I feel like in terms of the fighters, there's still quite a few pickups that we haven't seen a lot of. Alpha is pretty solid, but yeah, something like the Bane might be fine. If they do want to force out a full magic composition, they can still win. All they have to do is just end the game before, yeah, there we go. Bane pickup, as well as the Moskov.
Okay.
I know this game.
That's why they're the analysts.
See, do you still miss Mirko now?
No, no. You're handsomer, better hair. But final pick for GGHD now.
I'm thinking what's going to be good going up against the Edith here. Yuzong is still open. I don't know if they want to pick up the Yuzong, but the Yuzong is going to be pretty solid. And Jushin is going to have a hard time. If not Yuzong, something like even... The Lapu-Lapu is good in theory, but it's just not good in its meta right now.
So what do we think, right? Because technically they already do have a setup hero in the Ruby. Do they need more peel? Do they need more sustainability?
Go crazy,
or can
more
they
dive.
go for something crazy like Paquito, Benedetta, that kind of strat? Or the CC?
Yeah, as long as that can give more pressure to the backline, and you call it the Benedetta. Maybe you should do this job.
No. That was lucky.
No?
I was lucky.
Right now for homegirls, I like that they're going for all-in composition. It's a full dive. The only thing is, Vivian on this Tigreal. It could ruin their plans.
Mother of Dragons.
Mother of Roamers.
Oh, yeah.
Dragons is a different series.
I mean, technically Yuzong's not a roamer.
Not yet.
You're
Things
right.
could change, right? Not yet.
Things could change. Expect the unexpected. Hashtag.
Unexpected the expected.
There you go. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the final compositions for both of these teams as we are moments away of throwing it over to the casters. Nice to Leo, are you there? Show us a sign. Give us a sign.
We are here. Thank you again, Lavelle and Turna. And yes, it's me, Naisu, alongside Leo. We're bringing you the last match here for day number 1 of MWI at EWC. And we're rounding it out, of course, for Group D. I don't know, man. I think it's going to be the House of Vivian again.
I'm trying to hide my excitement. Bane has come out once more.
Hey, if they have Bane.
Let me just get out of the way.
Yes! Hey, I know how you feel, man. When Gord was starting to fit into the meta, you know, he's fallen out as of late.
Yeah.
But now it's your time to shine.
Thanks.
It's Bane's time.
And not to mention, this is Vival rocking the Bane.
Warcry.
Escalating its, value on the current metagame. Oh, wait, let's talk about that later. Vivian forced the flicker out.
She's fine.
Chinny taking care of the Nightmare Spawn. Did not know you could do that. You could soul snare that thing out.
My face as I saw that too.
Yeah, like, huh.
Whoa.
All right. Back to what I was talking about. The Bane on the Warcry.
Yeah.
In the early days of the debut of Warcry, I was,
Were you happy?
I was in the lab with Warcry.
Okay.
Yes. It's so good.
Because I would assume it's very easy to proc off too with Bane.
It is. And then after that, all your skills are relatively low cooldown. You just keep going.
And Deadliest Catch gets more deadly.
Yeah, not as quick as, like, say, a Ling or a Lancelot.
Right.
Or rather, a Ling and a Hayabusa. But it's fast enough that it's AoE. That's what changes the dynamic.
Yeah. And you know what's funny? Because you mentioned it, this is, often when we see Lings take the Warcry. But this time, Quinn goes with the Quantum Charge.
Again,
it's different.
Flavors of junglers. Despite all of those utility jungler loyalists,
yeah,
I'd still say the meta's wide open.
It is. And
don't knock it till you try it.
Definitely, because I think, even when we were looking at a lot of the data from MSC, that's what we saw from teams. And they do it the same way here for MWI. Turtles for the taking, though. Wow.
Ball secures with a deadly catch. Oh, no! Chi gets caught out with a suplex, a choke slam. Forcing out a Tempest Ablaze. I think that's enough stacks on the Quinn. Now the fight continues. Hani inside her massive Nightmaric Spawn. The oats spent up already. Enough to push back the rest of Team Vitality, but the Queens still walk away with a big win. Another choke slam!
She's still going. I mean, this is the use of Jushin and why I think now she's going to be a menace in the meta.
How long do these soul snare stacks last?
That's a good question. Like, how long does it take for the stack to drop? Because so far it just seems like Chinny's just like, yeah, I'm going to drop it down. Here's the snare, pull you in.
I'll leave you cool down, and then I can do it. What?
Oh, man. This is... another implosion is going to be used?
Vivian coming in. The implosion into the deadly catch. Enough to catch Quinn. Hey, good friend of ours, Ray Ash, noted that it's very hard to hit Quinn with the soul snare.
Yeah.
But you can do it after all that. Like, you can just kill him. You can just kill the hero. And, Chinny.
They got tired of it.
Didn't get the flicker out. Miss Honey with the onward and as well the SOD, but they are going to get him with the Primal Wrath. And now Ash, here she is, dashing through. It's also been a while since we've seen Benedetta.
Yeah, you know, and it's good to see for Ash here that picks up the Benedetta, can be aggressive with it. She's already got the 2 kills as well. But there's a Deadliest Catch down the mid lane, stopping Ash from going back a little bit early. But, you know, that's the thing that they want to do. They want to play with some of this aggression that they can. We're going to take a look at the replay here by STC. And you can see it. This is where Ash came in. She swooped in. She got the kills. And even for this, you know, too bad, right? Because the spear from Shell wasn't going to be able to land. And then they end up fighting this out anyway. So trading across between both teams, but Team Vitality will still hold on to a relatively good lead this early on.
It's very healthy. 2,000 gold. This is enough to disincentivize any engages. Fumieko coming in from the flank with the flicker and the Earth Shatter. Looking for one big implosion once more from Vivian. Serving up a kill to Vival. Fumi taken out. I like the final blow spent up already by Ash. 3 down. Honey gets a double. Chinny and Vival. Vivian calls it. Split.
And GGHG, hey, great fight there. Great exchange. Going into that, we were just talking about that gold lead, that healthy gold lead. It's gone now.
That's it. And they're going to turn it into a lot of gold up top, maybe even end this turret. Take it. There it is.
There it is. They pretty much, they get a minor lead, or they even it out at this point. They get a turret too, off top of it.
Picking up that Berserker's Fury. That fight deserves a replay. If there was ever a time to go back to that, that would have been it, because it happened in the blink of an eye. It was almost a perfect implosion from Vivian too.
Yeah, it was a good setup, but I think, you know, this is where, all right, for the Jushin, it's like, we know she's a utility mage. You know that you're trying to get those stacks off, and then you're trying to pull.
It's not about the damage.
It's not about the damage. You know, your main point is getting. Oh, hold on.
Ash. Oh, it's got a flicker implosion. Vivian committing everything but the kitchen sink.
That was a lot.
Serves up to Vival, and they're still going. She's very low. This is not a place where you put a Bane. Falfao gets the kill. Vivian might get punished here. Dashing through. Chini takes down Falfao. Vivian goes down. Hani gets 1.
2 for 2. But look what's happening.
2 for 2, is it though? Because Queen's gonna take down this turret.
Yeah, GGHG is playing the macro game. They're fighting these moments here, but they're gonna go ahead and get a turret off of it. Hey, if Quinn doesn't need to fight, she's okay. She'll take turrets, but it looks like, I thought the minion would be able to get that last hit.
The CC on the Earth Shatter was enough.
It was enough.
Apparently.
I think Quinn will eventually, she's just gonna be, I'll go get that later.
Quinn maybe could have afforded one more basic.
One more hit. Yeah, one more basic hit.
Again, that's the discipline coming out of the veteran squad. That is GGHG. The last turtle spawns here. I wonder, GGHG is still with an economic advantage, by the way. Still 1,000 gold.
Yeah, still 1,000 gold. It looks like they're gonna go ahead and try to contest this though. They go in.
And there's the final blow, a lot of damage put in. Vival with the retribution, deadly catch, no one home. And they're still looking for targets. There's a lantern flare. Can he get the choke slam? Falfao walking away from it, uses the Purify. That's one way to get rid of the stacks.
It's one way to get rid of it. It's one way to deal around, because I think if that wasn't used, then Falfao would have been dragged back.
And by the way, folks, mind my pronoun, them. You can put multiple stacks on multiple people, hit the lantern flare, and do a double, triple, quadruple choke slam.
As long as they're in that circular.
And they all have the 10 stacks each.
So that can actually be pretty devastating if you talk about the fact that if you pair it up with an implosion, how fast can you get those stacks off, you know, and then pull multiple people that are centered around an implosion?
I mean, it does sound like, you know, magical MLBB Christmas land, but you could hope for the best. And it's probably, we've seen multiple ways of that happening, and now Falfao trying to run away, jumping from target to target, not enough to walk away. The ult spent in by Hani. Where's the damage? Where's the CC?
There's the implosion.
There's the implosion coming in. Chi Boy walking away, the Tempest of Blades, dashing through. 1, 2, 3, 4, picked up, and all they can do is back off. Ashi hit with the full combo. Earth, Shatter onward. She's backing off.
She's fine. She's got the Petrify too, so. All right, a whole lot happened in that exchange, but also this is now the time for Team Vitality to be like, you know what, we'll go ahead and take the tier 2. We still hold on to ours with 1 HP.
the Queens are back in control.
The Queens are back in control for now. They get that lead they had earlier on, but also you have to respect the damage. You know, this Zast pick has popped up a couple times now, even from MSC, and it seems to be doing really well. It seems like it is just that annoyance, you know, dealing with the Zask in the mid lane.
And that's the worst thing you could hope for from a Zask. At best, it is an outer worldly mid laner, right? At worst, it's just annoying. Quinn goes down here. Again, that's what a Moskov is. It's a marksman that does well against the Ling, but back to the Zask. Right now, because of the Jushin, because of the Bane, and to some extent because of the Moskov that can outrange the spawn.
Yep.
It's just annoying.
Oh, this too. There's the pull. An implosion was going to be used.
Here it is. Big fight. Vivian very low. She already spent quite a bit of resources trying to get in, but Chell gets the kill. Now Key's up next. Can she get away? Deadly catch thrown out. Vival's gonna push in, and Quinn actually looking for the kill. Serving up to Ashe, but Ashe goes down, and there's a knock.
Oh, no.
Quinn's gonna go down. Double kill for the Bane.
Hey, this Bane is doing wonders so far, just today alone. And, you know, it was a great kind of opportunity there for GGHG to go ahead and win that fight. Quinn really tried, but unfortunately for her, it was not enough. So now objective going in the hands of Team Vitality as well. Endless Battle now also picked up here by Vivel. So she's online, man.
If there's anything I can say about Team Vitality now, the way that they progressed, the way that they developed over the couple of best of twos we've had today that we've seen them in, they don't mind getting their hands dirty. They don't mind playing a messy team fight lineup like this and still going over.
Yeah, I think that's what is one of the, I guess, strengths of their lineup. The fact that they've been playing together for so long, you can pull out some of these drafts and make them work. Again, just relying on each other to play the part, because that's what happened even in the previous series.
And as a Bane connoisseur, something called out to me. Looking at Vival's build, she does not have War Axe. Usually you build War Axe first. Here, she decided to go, okay, Hunter Strike first, because the benefits you get from War Axe is somehow answered for by Warcry, and the kind of damage you're dealing isn't the kind of damage you want against the lineup that has that GGHG's running.
Yeah.
They don't need penetration. This is a rather soft lineup.
Yeah, and not only that, but you have a tanky enough front line to go ahead and help you. You get the Hunter Strength, you get the damage, you have Endless Battle, so then you're pumping out damage.
It's all out.
You're proccing the Warcry.
There's very little sustain you need. And here we go, Quinn deep in. Another implosion, keeping her in place. Taken down by Chell as she picks up the Wind of Nature. And there's the SOD coming in from the back. Honey goes down. She is next. They don't have a wave, but they do penetrate up top.
There is a wave pushing in. Down 2 members for GGHG.
3 defenders.
Can they defend it?
Can they do it? Here we go, putting them stacks on with the Lantern Flare. Sanchi. And there's the deadly catch. Down goes Ashe. She-Boy's up next. Immortality's getting popped here.
They cleared the wave.
Still no waves. Vivian gets taken down. Just Falfal left.
They bought time.
Soon. But yeah, a minute out till the Lord. I think Vitality should play for that.
Yeah, GGHG, they had one assignment at that point. They're like, you know what, just clear the wave. We will lose some bodies, but clear the wave. We stay in this game past that 12-minute mark. And so far for Team Vitality, they've been ending their games 11, 12 minutes. So GGHG buys some more time. Even with these pickups here, Endless Battle now there, you can see the Haas Claws too from Quinn. You've got a Malefic Roar now for Falfal, but is it enough to contest against this lore, or should they just defend in the base?
I'd say play safe. You gotta, if you're trying to answer the question of who's the beatdown, it's still Team Vitality. So GGHG have to very carefully pick their fights and find resources on the map to close this 7K gold lead. That's a huge gap, almost light years away at this point because of the firepower that Team Vitality is playing with. And talking about the item builds, right? Like, there's no contester from GGHG. I say play it safe right now. Unless Quinn!
Quinn?
Quinn, what are you thinking? Here comes the CC. The flip over, the suplex. Quinn coming through. Tempest the blade. GGHG walks away with a big win, but trading out for Quinn. Fumi for Quinn, but they do get the Lord.
I feel like that was the best thing that could happen for GGHG. Quinn goes in. Yes, she's probably going to die, but at least she gets the Lord. It's going to be worked on here. But again, what we're talking about for GGHG is buying time in this game because you already mentioned it leading into that. 7,000 deficit. They have to work against that. And that helps them.
It's not a winning play, but it does delay Team Vitality. So anything else to prolong the match is what GGHG is going for, and kudos, respect.
Oh,
what
wow.
They try to now come in, Shell between three. She gets punished. That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of gold, and I'm surprised that Shell, even when she landed the Spirit of Destruction, she's like, I'm gonna full send this. I'm jumping into 3.
The Queens are far ahead enough that they're allowing these risky plays.
Yeah.
At some point, it's gonna get punished. At some point, GGHG is gonna go, maybe you shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. You know? And at this point, too...
Even Shell's wondering, maybe I shouldn't have.
Maybe I shouldn't have followed up on that. But I think at this point, you know, for GGHD, they have accomplished nearly what they wanted to. I think if they would have gotten those tier 2s, because they're literally like 1 HP both on the top and bottom.
The one remember that one that Quinn was working
earlier?
On like 5 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, maybe this is part of the plan too. You know, let Quinn go ahead, push these side lanes later on. You can still see too, like we saw just minutes ago, that Zask is playing its part. The damage is insane. And you can actually see in some of these fights for Hani, she's still able to pump out that damage in these fights.
She has such a huge target on her back.
She does.
As well as each Nightmare spawn, because they're just constantly...
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And looking at the totality of the damage, that's why she's top in charge. You could put the damage that Shell and Vival are dealing, and you would almost end up with the damage Hani put on the board.
I mean, look at her item build too. Like she's still...
She's short 1. She's short 2.
No, she's short 2.
And she's dealing that much already.
So imagine if she gets the full build.
This does confirm our suspicions, though, our theories on Jushin being a completely utility mage.
Yeah.
Look at that, Clock of Destiny. Yep. You usually see that on tank mages these days, like chunky heroes that rely on constant engages.
Yeah.
Like a Hylos. It's on Jushin. She wants to be there up front.
Yeah, because I think, yeah, that's what you do. Like, I mean, her ultimate basically reminds me of an Odette ultimate, like the Swan Song.
Oh, yeah.
But you can move around, and you get the stacks, and then you just pop the Winter's Crown.
Yep, there's a false engage. Chi coming in with a conceal, and no one home. So I guess they have to realign, and they have to reposition. Oh, wow. That's one way to use the Lantern Flare. Check bushes.
Check bushes, but Quinn trying to replicate what she did previously. She's going to jump in on the side. She gets information. Going to reset. So no trigger just yet, but look at this. Hani actually just poking him down.
You can say what you can about the Lantern Flare, but the damage on Hani is real. Nothing compared to that Jushin. But now look at this, the collapse. Is that an immortality pop? That's a winter crown on Chini. They're still going. Quinn goes down, the clap back. Oh, Chi as well. 2 down for free. And all it took from Team Vitality were a bunch of flickers.
I think like that was the plan. Team Vitality was like, let them try again. They got one. They're not getting it this time. So let's feign the take and then fight GGHG. If they can get Quinn, because they know that Quinn, she has to come forward. She has to be in that position. And I like the way that even Shell, the way she played it, pumping out the damage, and then you have Vivian do the same thing, use the implosion, and then cap out on a win. So this looks like it's very grim now for this game here.
Yep, all inhibitors are down. Echo forcing it out. That's it. That's a critical mass. Team Vitality takes game 1.
Took them a little bit longer, but Team Vitality will go ahead and get another W here.
Few engages rough around the edges, but I would be lying if I said it wasn't entertaining.
It was great. And you know, I love the debut day here that we have, like Eterna.
That DD.
That DD.
And again, this helps in molding the metagame. Like, we understand a little bit more what's possible.
And you know what I like? This is also a different meta, so to speak, than what we even saw throughout MSC. Like, there's still different variations.
I plead my case. Jushin is a must answer. She's a legit tool that teams can use to change the flow of battle.
100%. And I think she's going to continue to find the footing here throughout this tournament especially. And teams will almost be forced in a position where it's like, yeah, we might have to just ban her out, you know, and deal with that. So let's throw it over to the studio and have Turner and LaFell break down this game for us.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, Leo. Thank you so much, Naisu. But wow, that was honestly a close game. I thought at a certain point that GGHG would have been able to take control of that game, but Team Vitality somehow, some way, were able to come back.
Yeah, honestly, like, it's close, much closer than we anticipated. Yeah. But again, it's all about a team fight where the amount of damage that was able to be pushed out by Team Vitality is just that much higher. And the thing is, if we're looking at the positioning coming in from Gaming Gladiators Homegirls, they're not really making it difficult for Vitality to choose a target. Like, you see Quinn being far forward, so Quinn is going to be the first one. Like, they line up in a way where they can just be like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's something that they have to figure out going up against Team Vitality. If they line up very, very nicely, it's going to be very easy for Vitality to choose a target. They got to make the team fights a little bit more chaotic.
I agree. I mean, there were several moments where Quinn came into the team fight head first into like a shark's den, expecting something of a benefit. But, you know, Team Vitality, they capitalized over that time and time again. And when I mean shark's den, I mean literal shark's den, right? They had the Bane.
Yeah. Honestly, like, if we see the gameplay on the floor, you could see it again where Queen and then Ashe and then Honey. Yeah. Everyone is like trying to circle Team Vitality. They're trying to trap Vitality inside of a circle so that they have some kind of control. But Vitality, they just kite back and deal with Homegirls one at a time. So it's more systematic for Vitality.
And I found that surprising because in the mid-game, it looked like GGHG understood what they wanted to go for, right? Yeah. I mean, technically they were going against a really team fight heavy comp, right? With the Tigreal, with the Zuxin as well. And so with the fact that they picked up the Benedetta, they were playing the macro style. They were going in for pickups instead, being very, very disciplined, but something switched with them that I don't quite understand.
Yeah, if we were looking at a team fight here, I understand where GGHG, they don't want to clump up because the deadly catch is going to be troublesome as well as the implosion. So really what they have to do is split the map. Play like a 3-2, flank from 2 different angles, and then give a problem for Vitality. Which side are really going to control? Like, I feel like going up against Vitality with this lineup where they have a Zushin, they have a Tigreal, you got to split the team fight. Don't make it a 5v5. Make it a 3v2, 2v3, so that you have a bit of an advantage where you're creating chaos going up against Vitality's draft.
So do you think that it was execution that kind of lacked from GGHG? For sure, yeah. I mean, technically, despite everything that we've been talking about, right? GGHG have been the only team that have been able to push Vitality to their limits, right? 17 minutes of the usual 12 to 13-minute game. So they're on to something. There's potential, and there's a big chance that they can go for a comeback in the second game of the day. But let's crown our MVP by PlayStation. In our first game, it was Vivian, the Mother of Dragons. I'm going to stick with that. And for game number 2, you know, despite that mistake that she made with the Spear of Destruction into 3 members, she, at the most part, partaked in so many of the success coming in from Team Vitality here.
I mean, sometimes you need that kind of confidence. Be like, guys, hold my water. See what I can do.
Hold my bag? Earrings?
Hold my purse.
Hold my purse.
Hold my purse.
That's it.
That's it.
Gotcha.
Hold my purse. Let me 1v5 this one. And it's like, okay. Maybe 1v1 is better.
And then I liked how the casters highlighted her reaction after. She was like, you know, shifting on her nose with her hand, and she's like, oh, okay, maybe that wasn't the greatest idea.
Maybe they were like, why did you go for it? And she's like, watashi wa gatau si.
What?
That might be what she said.
Okay, yeah, true.
But yeah, looking at the team fight, it really is about the execution, because I feel like the idea coming in from Homegirls is pretty good. You have a dive composition, that's what you want to do, you want to dive. But again, it's like when you're going up against a composition that wants to play as 5, you got to split them up. usually when you have a composition that you're going up against a Minotaur, you're going up against a Tigreal. Even we saw the Atlas. If you can make their team fight so that the damage dealers are far away from their engagers, you're gonna have a successful team fight. But again, it's one of those things that's easier said than done.
So I don't know, was it hastiness that got to them? Was it patience that got to them? We're gonna take a look at the player reactions, and hopefully we get a replay of Shell's earlier reaction. But we have Fumi Echo here celebrating Vival. All smiles, no problem whatsoever. Usually Vivian is like the cool control one. See, there you go. That's the Vivian we know and love.
I feel like in this matchup, they went in pretty confident. Like, I'm pretty sure that they understand that GGHG is pretty strong, so respect is supposed to be given to them, and I feel like they did. For game number 2, it's really about home grows, because if they win just one,
it's done.
It's done. They make it to the playoff, and if they don't, they got to go for a tiebreaker. And again, it's basically a toss of the coin at that point.
So 50-50.
Oh, yeah.
Right? With TLG's performance, the way that we've been able to see them play so far, and imagine them getting like an overnight time to adapt.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think GGHG want to risk that, especially if they want to replicate the success of SRG. So we are going to take to an interview now, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm pretty sure it's with Reptar, so let's see what they've got.
Hey, I'm here right now with Chinny, the mid laner of Team Vitality. And I gotta ask you, you've already won this tournament twice. You're favored to win it all again 3 times in a row. How are you feeling going up against Gaming Gladiators for your first series of the day?
Because it's our first time meeting them, because they just recently changed the roster. But I'm pretty confident with our team.
Oh, so very, very confident with pretty much what everyone is feeling about you guys. You're also feeling that too? Confidence? All right, that's good, that's good. Now, I gotta ask you though, and fun fact, by the way, Chinny here, sisters with Chell, the gold laner of Team Vitality. What's your favorite thing about being in the same team as your sister?
Okay, because we're just 2 years apart, so we're really close. So like, I don't know, we always joke around together.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's really fun because I have a family member with me all the time, so I feel safe.
Yeah.
And because I'm the younger one, she'll always
always
on my
be there
side.
to protect you.
Yes.
Okay, so see there. Oh, that's great. And that's wait, but it's funny because you're the mid laner, so you're protecting her in game.
That's actually true though.
But outside of the game, it's like big sister has you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very sweet. So, do you have any sweet messages this time for the fans of Indonesia supporting Team Vitality?
Buat netizen Indonesia, tolong support kita terus. Support kita dan juga tim Falcon karena kita sama-sama representatif dari Indonesia. Dan don't trash talk and just keep supporting each other.
Yeah, well, you heard that in the end. She said Indonesian netizens, please support Team Vitality and also support Team Falcons Vega. Just in the pride, yeah?
Yes,
in the pride. All right.
For grand finals.
Yeah.
Whoa.
He speaks Indo now.
Exactly. I was about to ask, is this a girlfriend buff on Reptar's side?
I'm really gonna expose him that way, but
yeah, it's fine,
congrats,
right?
Congrats, Remar. But yeah, support both teams.
Amazing.
And again, I like the sister kind of dynamics. Like, okay, in game I'll protect you. Outside of game, you get me Korean barbecue.
You're right, actually.
I'm right?
You're right.
Right, there we go, Shell.
And it's the same dynamic that we see in Falcons Vega, because they're also sisters.
I actually do have sisters. They're cool. They're alright.
Yeah, I have a sister too.
Really?
Yeah.
She's cool.
Yeah.
Not as cool as them, but you know.
Not as cool as the prediction so far. Because, you know, okay, aside from the TLG one, everything has been super accurate. So we still want to know what you guys think. So head on over to stcplay.gg to let us know what you guys think. Who will be able to reap the rewards here and the benefits? Can GGHG come back? Can they force this to a 1-to-1? And can they secure what is rightfully theirs in their playoffs?
Yes, they can.
Yes, they can.
They just gotta...
Every time LaFell is optimistic, that's when things go very, very wrong.
Aww. What are you saying? Are you saying when I'm happy things go wrong?
Yep. Were you happy?
Why you gotta do me like this?
Wait, technically.
Okay.
Were you optimistic about SRG winning?
Yeah.
Like on stage?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I mean, you heard what I did, right? Like We're not gonna say it here. Like if you guys saw, you guys saw. If you guys English is difficult. Okay, going for game number 2. I feel like, in terms of the drafting, I feel like it was fine. Because I feel like they have answers to each other's problems, right? So I feel like the drafting is fine. I feel like
I agree.
They won't mess up for this one. It's really all about the execution. And I kind of feel like this is difficult for any professional players, is that in game itself, when you're transitioning from the mid to the late game is more about a team fight situation. And during the team fights, there's a lot of critical thinking that you have to think that in the early and mid, you can do this. In the late game, you can't. For example, in the early and mid, it's completely fine if you want to target the roamer to make sure the roamer dies as much as she can in the early game, so that delays the items. You're not going to be tanky. You're not going to be able to engage. But come late game, when the roamer has 3 defensive items, you can't do that anymore because you're going to waste a lot of your skills and the roamer still won't die. So it's about adjustments.
Buys a lot of time as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, I'm still adamant with the idea that GGHG were on the right track.
Yeah, they were.
The drafts were amazing. They understood what they were supposed to do in the early towards that mid game. But again, that discipline was a big question mark, especially for the Ling, right? So many times she dived into these team fights in the middle, head first, into a sea of sharks, expecting a different outcome. I think the casters kept talking about insanity, and it was a little similar to that. So hopefully execution gets repaired, because again, this is a big risk for GGHG. If they want to make it to the playoffs, if they want a sure win to the playoffs to get out of that group stage, they need to secure this win against Vitality as we enter the drafting phase.
You know who needs to step up so that the team has an easier time? It's the EXP. Ash needs to step up, create problems for Team Vitality to enable everyone else, because we saw how Quinn had to be so close in the eye of the storm, in the danger, to make sure that she can get these crazy steals on the Lord and such. But if your EXP is causing chaos, right? Controlling the enemy jungler, it's going to be easier for your jungler to actually grab the objective. Like, it makes it so that it's not a 50-50, it's like a 70-30. So if they want to go up against Vitality, honestly, the jungle and EXP duo need to start to have more chemistry. They need to be able to open up for the entire team to pop out. Because as crazy as Fafao is, if no one is being distracted, she's not going to be able to free hit.
But you know, on that note, I think I was talking about Quinn a lot, but like that hero moment that she had with that Lord Steal was insane.
It's crazy because honestly, she did it by herself. Yeah. Because again, usually we see all these crazy steals. The roamer will flicker in, EXP will flicker, the mid lane will try to control and try to poke anyone in the front line, so that there's a lot of chances for the jungler to create that moment. Quinn did it by herself in that game, so I'm hoping for this game, they're gonna give her more space, because I feel like that's the problem as well. Fafao and Quinn is not having the space.
So let's see how they're gonna be able to give that space, right? Because right now with GGHG swapping sides here with Team Vitality, it looks like these are completely different bans. Very different. Charizla Edith gets taken off the board. You're right. Ruby, Chip, last man, Lafel.
I think it should be Luyi, because GGHG is going to be pretty good with the Luyi, or ban out the Roger, because even though Vitality won against the Roger, but still, probably want to respect that, so Roger getting banned here. Now you have an option between Valentina or Luyi here. Both are honestly equally good.
So we're not in a shoe-in for Zuxin?
It's a new hero. I keep forgetting about her. But we saw that Zuxin is not a free hero. There's an answer with the Zas. There's an answer with the Kagura. So it's a strong hero, but it's not like Luyi in MSC.
Yeah, but do they want to leave that open for Team Vitality to pick up in the next 2 picks that they will bring out?
Okay, this is not what I expected.
I guess the answer is yes.
This is not what I expected. Zas first pick is insane. Now, for Vitality to answer this, 3rd pick up the Harif or the Claude. The Claude is going to have an okay time going up against the Zas.
So what do Vitality do now? Zuxin...
Ling is still open. Ling is open, and then pick up the... maybe you don't pick up a Zuxin anymore. If you're not confident, if you're confident, you can pick up the Zuxin. If not, go for more damage to go up against the Zask.
So what, Vexana? Is Vexana the answer here?
Honestly, Vexana is pretty solid because of the nature of her passive, exploding things. So just dealing with one thing, you're kind of dealing with everything else. But it looks like they're picking up the Arlet as well as the Ling. Now that the Terizla is not open, this Arlet is going to have an easier time dashing around with the Vengeance.
So technically, they also do still have time, right? Even if they wanted to go for Zuxin, they didn't have to go in first phase because of the Zas pickup. So I guess they're buying time now. Arlet a really good trade-in, especially now that Terizla has been banned out. Now, for GGHG, they are the ones who do have that option to pick up the Harith.
It's difficult. I feel like this is why they pick up the Arlet as well as Ling right now. The Harith, he's not going to have an easy time going inside the Zaman Force because the Ling has an answer for that as well as the Arlet. So I kind of feel like this is why they pick up these two heroes, so that if Homegirls makes the mistake by picking out the Harith, they already have the answer.
Props to Susugeja.
Yeah. Minotaur gets picked up, and the Hayabusa. The Hayabusa is a pretty good pickup here.
Okay.
The Minotaur as well, especially because they probably don't feel an X-Borg is coming, but Arlet Roam is good against the Minotaur, where you basically just pick off the Minotaur. Make sure the Minotaur dies by like 3 times before the third turtle spawns.
Actually, that's a good point to make, right? Arlet is still flex. It's not a sure win to go into the EXP lane. It actually can be flexed into the roam for the Mother of Dragons to pick up herself. So now that there's a bit of a flex here that Vitality can utilize coming into the second phase of the drafting, do you think, I keep mentioning this, but Zuxin, because I think she's been so okay, they go for the Claude instead.
Yeah. Like I said, the Claude is pretty good going up against the Zas, so that was what we were expecting for the third pick.
Okay.
But again, I feel like the Zushin is pretty okay still, especially because we've seen how strong the Zushin is against the front line. It's really about seeing his experience going up against the Zas. If the Zas was a very horrible experience for her, then perhaps going for something that has a little bit longer range so that she can impact the team fight without directly interacting with the Zas might be good. Harif gets banned here. I feel like it's a very good ban. For GGHG, this is a good opportunity for them to either ban out the roamers so that the Vivian can't really shine, ban out something like the Tigreal, or just ban out the mid lane so that the Zas has a better time. Going up against the Claude is difficult, but at least you don't have a difficult time in the laning phase against an annoying mid laner.
And there it is. The Tigreal being banned out straight in, as you mentioned it. And for Team Vitality, they're going to go for the carry ban here. Or are they going to let it go?
I feel like the carry ban is pretty solid here. If they want to ban something else, maybe ban some kind of EXP that has an easier time going up against the Arlet, but we haven't seen Ashe using the Yuzong even when it's open. So perhaps they're like, yeah, she probably can't use it. So just ban on the carry might be better. Or the Moskov.
So Moskov or carry is a good ban here coming in from Team Vitality. If they want to shut down Fafao from the get-go, they need to secure a proper lane for Shell, but technically we've seen Shell in losing matchups.
Ban on the Yuzong.
And it works. And you're right, the Yuzong still does get banned. So technically now, Fafao does have the possibility to pick up the carry if she wants to win that lane against Shell.
I wonder if they have some kind of pocket pick, right? Because the Zas was, in essence, a surprise. Maybe they have a different surprise here. The Grog gets banned out, so they're really respecting Vivian here. I feel like they need some kind of locking mechanism or some kind of heal to deal with the Hayabusa. Because the Hayabusa, if he has a very good early game, is going to be very difficult for the side laners, especially the Claude, to actually survive, to the point where perhaps the Claude might have to go for a third item, Wind of Nature, to survive.
So what are we feeling here for the mid lane? Do we still go for Vexana? Do we go for a little bit more support? Zuxin? I know you don't really like the Faramis matchup into the Hayabusa.
Yeah, especially because the Minotaur is there as well.
Well, technically, wait, Valentina is still open if they want to go for that.
Oh, but they go for the Lu Yi, which is not the best going up against Hayabusa, because the Hayabusa can assassinate the Lu Yi pretty early on. So I feel like this might be an Arlet roam. Like, in a perfect world, this should be the Arlet roam. It's good against the Minotaur, and it's a good combination with the Lu Yi, because the Lu Yi, the Yin Yang reaction, is a crowd control. And with every crowd control, it resets the Vengeance for the Arlet. So you can have a very aggressive mid trio here, where the Link doesn't really have to focus on the farm. The Link can follow the team and try to get kills. Bane gold lane?
Shoe on the other foot.
I mean, I did say they probably have a surprise for this one when it comes to the gold lane.
Wow, we saw Bane in the jungle earlier on, and that was a big surprise. And now an entirely different lane.
Leo
When
might be
was
happy.
the last time we saw Bane in the gold lane?
I feel like...
How many seasons ago?
I feel like 3 tournaments ago.
CC. Gonna be locked in for that EXP lane. Oh, I'm excited to see if this works out.
I want it to work out.
What do you think? I mean, technically,
I like it.
Bane can counter the Claude in a 1v1 after they both get level 4, but in that trading of damage, how does that work out?
GGHG has a lot of damage, especially if she goes for either a Hunter Strike or a War Axe first item, and then afterwards pick up a Thunderbelt. You're gonna be so tanky. They're gonna have a difficult time to take down Fafao.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. 2 of these teams have set their composition in stone with a debut Bane in the gold lane. It's a DOD, a day of debuts.
I'm pretty sure Leo likes this.
Why Leo?
He loves the Bane in general.
He said he's a Bane connoisseur.
He's a Bane connoisseur, exactly.
So let's call our casters right now. Leo, Naisu, you there? How are we feeling about this Bane in the gold lane? Do you guys think it will work out?
Well, I'll let the Bane connoisseur answer that. Leo, what do you think?
It's an acquired taste.
Yeah?
I'm pretty sure GGHG spent a lot of time in the lab to, you know, calculate if this is worth it. Because again, gold lane is full of solid heroes. You got the Claude, you got the Moskov, you got the Harrod, you got the Cat. All of these are better picks, right?
Yeah.
But if they picked it, then all we got to do is trust the process. Let them cook.
Let him cook. Let her cook. Let Falcao make this work as we jump in to the last game for day number 1 here. Once again, MWI at EWC. And Team Vitality on a roll so far. You know, this was expected for the Queens of MLBB, undefeated literally for years at this point, since, what, 2021?
That's right.
Now, this lineup from GGHG, I think it is interesting. And like Eterna said, you know, now it's become DOD. It's DOD, right? It's at this point, it's a day of debuts. And with this happening here, you know, I really want to break down that lineup that we have from GGHG, because I think if you even look at the previous game that they had where, you know, Team Vitality, they struggled with dealing with some of the pressure that was put there. This lineup that they have, of course they have the Zask. We saw how much damage Hanny could do just from the previous game alone. But I think also you pair it up with a Hayabusa. You pair it up with a gold lane Bane. And this is it. Look at this.
A lot of pressure on a Shell, putting her to a 10th of her health. They could have finished the job.
Oh,
Look
no.
at Chi from the back, taking a few hits from Chinny. And now Vival forcing out a flicker. Out of harm's way. Can Falfal survive? Still has a flicker. Gets right underneath the turret. Tempest ablaze up in the skies. Not enough blaze to pick up. And Falfal lives.
Oh, for now, but look how low they are. They should be fine. Okay. I would say out of that whole exchange, Team Vitality at least gets a couple flickers from GGHG. Turtle's now coming up here in just a second, so they're going to go ahead and reset. They know that information, though. Not only that, but you also lose, you know, some valuable time in terms of getting that XP. For Chi especially, she's not going to have the Minoan Fury available just yet, unless they stall this out for some way, because they know, at least for Vival, she's got to get the purple buff.
Yeah, she couldn't do the old XP mid lane rope-a-dope swap to get the level 4 on the roamer, but she did spend a lot of time protecting Falfal, which they need to right now. She's their insurance policy, especially in big team fights, but check this out.
I don't think they can contest it?
With the diversion. Yeah, no, not at all. No. At this point, you just gotta give it up.
Unless.
Again, this isn't a Ling that you can come in with the steal. Fumi Echo down to a third of her health. The Minoan Fury keeping her in place. Hani with the kill. Tempest ablaze up into the sky. Quinn still steals it. Oh, I should have known better than to doubt Quinn.
She did it before.
And walks away with a kill too. They're up by 1,000 gold now.
She did it in the previous game. I guess, yeah, we can't count Quinn out.
I owe my homegirls an apology.
Give him the apology. Take a look at the STC replay here. She pulls this off great. And also, it was the pressure from Ashe. You got to give it up to Ashe. Pops the Vengeance, goes in with the current call and everything else. And great play, great team play. Look at that. First item right away, boom.
1,500 easy.
1,500.
1,500 easy. The best 1,500 you'll ever spend as a Hayabusa. Sky Piercer on her. She's about 200 gold ahead of Vival. And yeah, say what you will about how Team Vitality is always on point, how their mechanics are second to none. If you're behind, you're behind. And now look at this. Shell takes a good amount of hits here.
Wow.
Gold lane tier 1 turret helps with the damage reduction. Now the Tempest of Blades. Down goes Ash. Off camera. The punishment on of Vivaldi. She walked away with nothing.
She walked away with nothing. The Tempest of Blades look great, but then you just get you get stopped in your tracks. You know, and on top of that, the kill, you're gonna see it here kind of fall into place. Like I was saying, you're gonna have the Tempest Blades pop, but look at this. Boom. The damage. Gold lane Bane comes through, gets a kill. Fafa's been dealing with a lot of pressure early on, so I'm sure that feels good to finally get that kill there. But also there was a trade, right? Team Vitality also did pick something up. They're still gonna, okay.
The attack speed boots.
Yeah, attack speed boots on the Bane.
She's leaning into those passive hits.
And she's got War Axe early on as well.
That's the usual.
That's the usual, right? That's what you were talking about previous games.
That's your bread and butter.
So what's next?
You could go Hunter Strike.
Go Hunter Strike.
Go Endless Battle. Again, that's what makes Bane such a great hero to like main, is because there's so many flavors of it.
So many flavors, different build paths we've seen.
You could go Magic Bane if you like.
That's true.
I haven't seen it yet, but I play a good amount of it on ranked.
Was that the old Vanix build? Was that right?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
See it for a bit, yes.
Yeah. So Turtles up again here. Team Vitality going to go ahead and take control of this area, but once again, they have to be kind of cautious on how they approach this. Wow, Vival's actually quite low, so she actually might not be in a position to give this one a go just yet. And a flicker comes out early on from Chinny, so here we go. Control for GGHG.
In comes the big cow. The Minoan Fury coming through. Chi putting them all in harm's way. Quinn secures the turtle. Fumiako down from Hani. Now Chi finally taken out here by Chell and forcing out a defensive Tempest of Blades. I'd call it a wash, if anything. GGHG walking away with a victory there by a small margin.
Small margin. Same with the gold lead that they have at this point. For Team Vitality, it looks like they're going to just go ahead and default to, we got to make the macro plays from here, deal with that. Because, again, when we're talking about this lineup from Team Vitality, take a look at the replay. This Blazing Duet played a big part in allowing them to at least get something. But still, even from GGHG, able to secure the objective, able to utilize the damage coming out from this Zask pick, it keeps Team Vitality kind of hesitant in the fact of, should we full send this or not?
Yeah.
Oh, Quinn.
She's caught out.
She's out.
I don't know if she has any shadows, or even if she did, she would get caught out, given that this is a Carmilla. We haven't really talked much about Vivian. This is a far cry from her performance on the Tigreal.
It's different.
It takes time for her to do what she was doing with the Tigreal. So this might be putting Team Vitality slightly off tempo.
Off tempo, but I'm wondering how. Oh, hold on. Okay.
Deadly catch, forcing away 3 members of Team Vitality. All right, Fafa's gonna have to heal up here, top up via the motivation roar off of Chi. And something to consider here, between Ale and Chi's motivation roar, that's a lot of sustain off of just 2 heroes.
Definitely. I mean, it's
almost Estes-like.
Yes.
Estes-esque.
Estes-esque. But at this point, you play around with the fact that, I mean, even Bane alone, like you mentioned, the Ale, to be able to just heal and kind of sustain in that lane is good. Up to what point, though? There's the Cursed Blood.
Here we go. There's the big Minoan Fury one more time. Fumiako into the air. Didn't even get to pull out her final slash. And the damage off of Hani. Pushing back 2 members of Team Vitality almost single-handedly. And now, Quinn down. No retry. I repeat, no retry. Purple still being secured here by Vival. And I think this is enough to disperse GGHG.
Yeah, but actually look at this. GGHG is still just, they actually played up front a little bit. But, okay, so I think Turtle's going to go in the hands of Team Vitality now. So they finally get 1 of the 3. But for GGHG, you have to still look at, with the lineup that they have, with the capabilities that they have here, it's also just up to Quinn. I mean, for the most part, she's got to be very careful on not getting caught out. If the shadows are down, placement-wise is going to be tough.
And now as she picks up the Blade of Heptases, we have to be realistic. We have to put our feet on the ground and accept the harsh truth that, she had a great early game, but it really didn't lead to much. She secured 2 turtles. She picked up an early Sky Piercer. Now,
oh,
here we go, off camera. the rest of GGHG cannot respond. Foul is gonna have to fight her way out of this. Enough of a trampoline effect to try and put them all down low enough. Fumi Echo goes, and that's the trade right there. A gold laner for an XP laner, and the fight continues. Where's Hani going?
Well, right now she's gonna go ahead and just rely on the little aliens to keep her safe, basically. But I would say fighting potential is actually pretty good. Also, still up to this point for GGHG. If they can kind of maintain this leading into the First Lord, I would love to see for GGHG take that first objective, play around that power play if they can. Looking at the replay here from STC, this is what I mean. Look at their team fighting potential.
Whoa.
Great Minoan Fury helps out a bit. You have some sustainability too. And then with that, you know, it's really just kind of being able to survive that final slash and then the follow-up with the Tempest Blades. So, you know, great. I feel like they feel good about that
They're
team fight.
having fun.
Yeah.
But Chi, though, is on point. Looking at her stat line, 0, 1, and 5. She's been there for 100% of all the engages and all of the team fight wins, or at least kills for GGHG so far in this 10-minute bout. And she had to take off her spectacles to really get in there. You see, I was wondering, like, is this the same player? But yeah, no. It's
her.
Chi without the glasses.
I was going to say, yeah, it's her.
And she's been on point. Fair enough. She's been doing so well that even this off-meta pick of a gold lane Bane is working out.
I think even when you talk about... hold on again.
Talk about later. Chitty's in trouble. Chitty goes down. One more hit on the turret. Great conversion, almost instantly. Hani taken down here. A shutdown by Vival, and the fight continues. Ash pushing them all away as GGHG makes a beeline for mid.
I think they just want to go ahead and grab this turret. And then if they can, they go for that, but they actually just starve the Lord. For Team Vitality, they're going to go ahead and respond themselves, but look at this. Pressure also top side. They got to deal with the wave. Malefic Roar picked up for Quinn. They're pushed back to this bottom side. And with that too, Chinny's back up. She has diversion she can use if she needs it, but they just full send the Lord.
Here we go, big knockup. Where's the Lord going? Chi secures the Lord. Kel is down. Fumi Echo as well, 2 for none so far, plus the major objective. Oh, you can see her Fumi Echo. She can't believe exactly what just happened.
She's struggling. And you know, that GGHG, I said it minutes ago. I was like, man, if they can get the Lord, hold on too. Whoa, Quinn actually gets some revenge too herself.
Assassinating Vival! And not to mention, there's a Lord down bottom. They pop the shield in mid. I guess GGHG's off-tempo plays and their, again, uncanny aggression is enough to take Team Vitality off of balance.
This is a great thing for GGHG. It is only the First Lord, but they're a threat to Team Vitality right now in this game. I don't think they can end it just yet. Final Slash going to be used. Shields are going to be popped.
There's a push up top off of Quinn. Working solo. The Deadly Catch taking a good chunk out of Team Vitality and their inhibitor. And now the fight continues. Team Vitality has to focus on defending. There's a penetration in mid. And now Chi taking a lot of damage from Shell. Vival looking for a few hits as well.
Oh, wow, Vival.
Get taken out here. Tempest to blaze through on the defense. Vitality still breathing. No! Echo taken out! Shell dealing a lot of damage, but not enough. She might even get taken down here. Oh, Crab Claw Cannon. That could have been it.
It could have been it, and I think if she... Oh!
All right, Chini's not done. Sends herself and Vival through. You were saying?
I was going to say, if Fafo had if she had the flicker, that would have been a kill picked up there by on top of Shell earlier. But so with that, Team Vitality stays in this game. They have not found themselves in this position in some time. And for GGHG, if you're taking a look at the items too, they're exactly where they need to be. I think a little more tankiness too. Interesting, is that actually going to be a Sky Piercer, possibly the last item? I'm not sure if Fafa's going that way. She's got the Endless Battle Malefic Roar now.
It could be.
It could be.
It could be a Sky, number one, it could be a Sky Piercer, or it could be a Winter Crown.
Yeah.
Because sometimes she finds herself in the middle of a Final Slash or like underneath the Tempest of Blades. Yeah, as a Bane, those are the two options. Greedy, Sky Piercer.
Greedy, yeah.
I actually get in there a little longer, Winter Crown.
Yeah, because you have Quinn, maybe it's not necessary they have it. Just get the Winter's Crown, a little more defense. Because I was going to go ahead and say, you know, for the most part too, for Chi, like, you have this Minoy and Fury, you have that setup potential, but if you can buy a little more time with a Winter's Crown, then you allow, again, to play around the fact that you have Zask. Hani, she's been on point, even in the previous game so far. So now with this, you can kind of control this Lord Pit a little bit better, right? You can set things up. Deadliest catch, Minoy and Fury, is so deadly against the lineup from Team Vitality.
It's the bouncy house combo.
It's the bouncy house. It's the deadly bouncy house.
It's dangerous.
Yeah.
It was not approved by the safety board.
Yeah.
Between an octopus man and
octopus man
Minotaur. Oh no! Take it out. Forcing out the old
jungler battle.
The anime battle, almost off camera. You see it now. Still, Vival gets taken down by Hani. Nothing comes for free, not by GGHG.
Hey, both junglers down, so you might as well. I feel like both teams are just like, you know what? Fight it out.
Oh, Vivian walking away. Really haven't felt much from the queen of tank, the mother of tanks here.
The mother of tanks, but I mean, in the essence, like, she has it. It's just not the same as Tigreal because like that's what we've seen.
But is that fair? Should we expect for it to do Tigreal things?
No, we shouldn't. You know, you do the Curse of Blood things. There's the Winter Crown. Yeah, for Fao. So we got our answer for that.
Yeah.
Need to be a little defensive.
You're putting people through something as dangerous as the bouncy house.
Yeah.
Keep yourself safe.
Keep yourself safe.
It's a hard hat.
It's a frozen hat.
It's a winter crown.
It's a winter's crown, right? So again, Lord's going to be started up here. I think both junglers, you really have to be kind of on point with the placements here. You can see them both kind of get in position.
Chi coming in, committing a flicker with the Minoan Fury, and that's an immortality popped onto Vivian. Can she find the ult? Can she find the stuns? Ooh. There we go, dashing through, Ash down.
Here comes Shell.
While coming through, Shell, but she gets to the blazing duet from the back line. 3 for 1, the current trade. It's a losing battle.
Oh.
Goes Chinny. Quinn taken down by Chell. It's just Chell versus the world. 3v1, and they're making a beeline into the base.
And all the waves are going to be pushing in. Shell is not going to be able to hold this off.
And there's the deadly catch. Nothing comes close to a Bane underneath a base. A 1 and a 1 between GGHG and Team Vitality.
Oh, they're going to feel good about that one, as you guys can see. What an adjustment from this lineup here from GGHG.
And you can only imagine how Team Vitality feels. This game wasn't out of their grip. It's just GGHG snowballed out of control in the mid game.
And I guess part of that is just the lineup that they brought here.
Gold lane Bane.
Gold? You gotta be.
It's inevitable.
Gotta be happy.
I'm elated
because he works. Bane works in the jungle. He works in the gold lane.
And my heart goes out to TLG.
Yeah.
You know what this means.
It does. Unfortunately, I believe for them,
if the math checks out,
they will not be going forward. There will not be a tiebreaker.
We'll leave the official announcement over.
Yeah, we'll wait for the panelists to go ahead and break that down, the math for us. But
as it is, man, the meta has evolved before our very eyes. These ladies are pushing the boundaries of what's possible in MLBB.
100%. Great to see how they brought these interesting drafts to the table as well. Guys, that's going to be it here for us on the casting desk. Again, I'm Naisu. This is Leo. And also on behalf of Trex earlier as well on the desk and Mirko on panelists, thank you for joining us. We're going to throw it over to the stage, though, to hear from our hosts and the winners.
Well, what a beautiful match that was.
That was absolutely exciting indeed, especially for the final game closing the show. That's just absolutely wicked. Now we have none other than Vivian right here beside us, representative of Team Vitality. Now, Vivian, I do have a question for you. So you guys for Team Vitality, 24 tournament wins so far. What's the secret to Team Vitality?
I think the secret is simple, like another team, chemistry. We just have 5, not more than 5 in one team. And always practice and maybe have money hero in one role. Yeah, I think that.
I think I understand what she's saying. Like, it's just more of, you know, having huge hero pools, and of course, sticking to the same roster would actually, you know, guarantee that win.
Totally.
That's the secret sauce.
Pretty much. So how do you feel?
Now.
Yes.
Not full happy, but no problem. My team will come back again, and we trust the process, and we will strict.
Okay. Final question for you,
Beautiful.
Vivian, would be, you know, Team Vitality, you guys are the reigning champions for MWI. Who do you see in this entire competition, the team that might potentially challenge the throne for Team Vitality?
All of team have a.
No, which team do you think that, you know, like will put up a good fight
All
with Team
teams
Vitality?
SM have a chance, but maybe in Indonesia, Falcon. And all of them lah.
All of them, sama-sama.
Wow.
All right, so thank you so much, Vivian, for joining us for this segment. Now, of course, these are the reigning queens right here for MWI. But of course, with homegirls taking one game off Team Vitality, it is definitely a huge feat coming from the representatives of Malaysia. Now, you know, before we throw it off to the studio, Bara, you know, just for fun, right here the tagline for MWI.
Yes.
It's Layla's tagline, kind of,
Okay.
the Layla hero, and it's their time to shine. All right?
Yes.
So perhaps throwing over to the studio, we challenge you guys here from the stage using your best Layla voice, say it's our time to shine. So perhaps starting off with me,
Let's go.
over to the studio, it's our time to shine.
Love it.
Take it away, guys. Yalla.
Thank you so much for the challenge, Cheryl. Thank you so much. I love it because LaFell is ready. He is
You want me to do it?
seeping with confidence right now. Go ahead.
Our time to shine.
I don't think
That's more of a
Leah
Tarizla.
sounds like that, but I love it. I love it. Putting in
I
your
gotta put a twist.
your own twist.
I gotta put a twist.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Like expect the unexpected.
Expect
You
the
want me to do a
unexpected.
cutesy voice? Nah,
Okay.
fam. I did a Hellcrate.
Are you?
Tarizla, you know, Dyrov doesn't sound like that, but you know what I mean.
I mean, I enjoyed that.
Time to shine.
I appreciate that.
Should
And
we
ladies and
analyze
gentlemen,
this?
you know, just to go back to the statement of the casters earlier on, it does make this official. We will be crushing a key today, and that key is TLGs.
I'm just happy that the Bane gold lane worked. Because this is one of those things that people have theorized with the meta of assassins coming back. Then you're eventually gonna see fighters in the gold lane. We saw Ruby, but people have been staying off of Ruby just because the damage hasn't been enough. But the Bane though, the Bane solves that, especially with the deadly catch. Having that crucial knockup makes it so that you're you have a strong option against a lot of assassins.
And that initial damage in the game when we saw it being executed against Shell on the Claude, it was
Bombastic.
yeah, no, it was
It was bombastic.
every time she wanted to go in, exactly, all of just everything in the Thesaurus right now, every time she wanted to go in for that damage, that initial burst coming in from that Bane was already enough to put her in a position where she had to be like, okay, no, this is unacceptable. Unacceptable.
That's what happens when you go up against an octopus. I tried. It's not a good time. Like you think going up against an octopus, the size difference, like we're gonna be better, but no, they have like 8 legs and the suction cups. It does a lot to you.
So if she gets the MVP by PlayStation, we will be seeing a Bane on the stage, and we will be seeing how big the Bane actually is.
Oh, it's big.
Oh, it's not.
It's Chi-boy. Minotaur's big too. Look, this time, right? the Minotaur isn't punished. Now we see what happens if Chiboy is not targeted, right? This time she was free. This time, no one handled the ball. She got kills, and she even got the Lord. Right? She got the Lord.
That was a big moment for Chiboy for sure. Also, wait, Minotaur or
She got the Lord.
You're right.
I've been doing this for years. I know how to watch the game. Where's Minotaur?
Okay, I'm waiting. There he is! Whoa, big boy. So technically, Minotaur's safe.
What are you trying to do?
No, because I thought that the Minotaur would be big. But I wanted to put it into perspective.
No.
By standing in the right
Size is
position.
subjective.
Yeah. Of course it is.
Vivian looks small between Cheryl and Bara.
But next to me.
Exactly.
Size
is subjective.
It is. But it is a very unfortunate fact that, TLG we had to say goodbye to TLG after everything that they, were able to showcase here. It's the perfect time for them to, come back to the drawing board and reform after that, because definitely they have the potential. That was their debut on an international stage, by the way, and that's how much progress that we have seen from them. But it's time for the Kadia Play of the Day.
Oh, dude, looking back at the plays for today, it's been amazing. We had 6 best of 2s, and almost every single one of them, you have this crazy moments, and it comes from various different positions. We've seen crazy plays coming in from the mid, coming in from the roamer, even the gold laner. Today has been showing quite a lot.
And even the jungler, right? I mean, I think that moment coming in from Quinn on the Ling to go in for the steal has got to be one of my personal highlighted moments of the day.
What's gonna be mine? I don't want to take that one. I feel, just in general, being in the goal lane, that's my highlight.
Yeah, okay.
Shout out to the whole team. It could be the coaches, it could be the players, probably a combination of the two. It's great. Looking at the game as well, shout outs to TLG. Again, we were gonna see moments coming in from Jushin. Seriously, they show why this hero is bannable, and like our caster said, you need an answer for that. You know what, let this be my play of the day.
Okay.
Fatal Links into Fatal Links.
Okay.
Right, that's cool.
Fatal Links into Fatal Links.
Fatal Links into Fatal Links.
Yeah. There were so many moments that you'd think that, okay, they got a good moment, but the fact that it was able to be counter-engaged with the Fatal Links of their own, of the IMU. And we actually talked about it in the drafts, right? It was a very risky play that they went, especially with the IMU from Hani on the Valentina. And that's kind of what we got earlier on as well. And this was also a very, very big moment in...
Not my favorite moment.
Wipeout. Boom.
Again, if the waves will start a little bit better, they could have actually ended the game. So there is a world where TLG got a 2-0, and then a different story is held here.
For sure. But big props once again for TLG, as we're gonna, take a look at the schedules later on. But of course, so for Group A, it's gonna go down to tomorrow in that best of 1 where they go in for the tiebreaker. But for tomorrow's schedule, we are gonna be focusing on Group B as well as Group C. How do you feel about these two groups? I mean, we regarded Group A as a group of death, and it turns out Group D was also quite close to a group of death. But for Group B and C,
I don't know. Personally, for me, I really want to see DreamHack, because I've heard from behind the scenes, the content team was able to talk to them, and they look very, very confident. And I kind of feel like, seeing as how basically all the teams today, they're fighting with their hearts, right? So I feel like DreamHack is one of the teams that I really want to see, because we saw what TLG can do. So I'm really hoping for a good game coming from them.
I agree. But I think confidence has kind of been just like the theme, right? A lot of these female players are coming onto the stage, whether it be their debut or they're veterans in their own right, but they're coming in with a confidence, and it just really shows that maybe they're finally happy, right? Finally, we get the moment and the place to finally showcase what we've got, who we are, and what we're made of.
Honestly, they inspire me, because if you guys don't know, I'm a very shy person. I'm not talkative at all. People will come up to me and it's like, no hables inglés,
That's not true.
They inspire me. I'm very insecure. I'm very shy. They give me confidence. Now back to Eterna.
And now I really enjoy how the casters put it as well when they were throwing it over, right? The women's scene, they're testing boundaries, they're pushing the barriers. And that's what we saw, right? Gold Lane Bane. Even Team Vitality are not the uncrowned queen, sorry. The reigning queens, the defending champions of MWI. They've won the first MWI and they came in and were able to get the champions in the second MWI. Now we're on the third. And the fact that they were caught off guard is insane. And I'm excited to see how the meta continues to shape over the course of these next 3 days.
Yeah, honestly, like, Homegirls did defeat Vitality before. I believe it was ISF or something. But either way, it's like, Homegirls has done it. But again, we see the happy expression because defeating Vitality is a very good feeling.
For sure. I mean, their vibe is so intimidating already.
Yeah.
I'm scared of them though. Vivian is scary.
Watching them, I had to take off my shoes.
He actually did, ladies and gentlemen.
did.
I can confirm. He was so scared he took off his shoes. But we're going to take a look at the groups before we end the day, ladies and gentlemen. Group A, Group B, done and dusted. Well, technically, we do still have one more game for Group A to figure out who will be moving forward to the playoffs, as Team Falcons Vega, uncontested so far, 4-0. But will it be CFU Serendipity? Or will it be Cloud9, the NA representatives that move forward tomorrow?
I'm looking for Group B because that's your group to watch. You want to see Smart Omega Empress do well, right?
Yeah.
Right? You said they're going to be champions.
I did.
Right?
I did. But, you know, with every tournament, right, comes the happiness, the joy, but also the
Smart
agony.
Omega Empress. She said
on
it.
the other side. LaFell, we're focusing on agony right now. Agony. Look at that. The key of TLG, their hopes and dreams to claim that 180K prize pool. It's destroyed like that.
Every single time I see this, I have mixed emotions of happiness and joy.
Happiness and joy?
Yeah, it's mixed between the two. I don't know which one I feel better.
Wait, why?
There's people that are happy when they do good. Some people are happy when other people...
I know why you're happy.
Why am I happy?
You're happy because of the free skins. Am I right? From the Youth Fair?
I love free skins!
Me too! The Youth Fair is here, ladies and gentlemen, with incredible bonuses and exciting events. Grab multiple permanent skins for free, just like Sylvana's Classroom Charm and its painted skin Classroom Glam. More exciting events will be revealed, so watch out and stay tuned. Is that your favorite skin, Sylvana?
Yes!
Joy and happiness, remember? We talked about this.
No, we don't. Don't make up lies just for the show. Right? We did not have this conversation, okay? Don't lie to the audience. They know, right? You guys know. If we say this, like, you know what? Do you have final thoughts?
It's been a challenging day, especially for the second half. Gotta be honest.
You know what I think? You know what? Today has been amazing, right?
Yes.
Because A and D, doesn't matter the group. We've seen exciting matches. And throughout the day, we've seen a lot of debut picks. We've seen a lot of clashes, a lot of crazy steals, compositions, and big bursts of damage. So honestly, this is a very good start for MWI.
I agree, and my heart still goes out for TLG because you guys have promise. You guys can definitely, reach higher highs in perhaps the next international tournament that you guys have joined. But already, you guys are amazing. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen, for the first day of MWI 2024 at EWC. We do still have tomorrow to level out the group stage, to have a bit of a feel of the 8 teams that will move forward to the playoffs. That's it from me, Eterna. Thank you so much. Alongside with Lapel. And on behalf of Mirko and all the other casters that joined us today, we want to thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow. Let's continue to break barriers and redefine esports. It's time to shine.